Over 2 years, we have been waiting to be back in this majestic ground, and now it is time to kick off the pinnacle of the Blast Fall season here in the Royal Arena. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Fall Finals 2021. My name is Freya, your desk host, or I guess floor host at the moment. Yeah. Because Maniac, we're in a bit of a different position now.
Yeah, we have left our dark, sad, alone studio to be with the players, with the crew, down here on the floor. And we can watch the game from really close up.
Yeah, and it's been incredible so far because we've been able to get the atmosphere of all the teams setting up. Of course, Vitality Liquid's on the cards first of all. We've been hearing what they have to say first of all.
Yeah, we've been trying to spy. I mean, you know, flies on the wall in Counter-Strike. It's a very, very special period we've had. Post-major, of course, a lot of roster shuffles going on, but we talk about it plenty.
Well, I said 2 years, and more specifically, it's been 754 days since we have been here. A couple of stats there up on the screen for you. Yeah, the EG
Did we have
one.
to? Did we really have to mention EG?
We really doing them dirty.
They were ranked 2 in the world last time we were here. That feels like 20 years ago, actually. Oh my God.
And Guardian still playing on NAVI with Simple as well.
I know, Simple with Guardian at the time where Simple couldn't actually win the major that they did in Stockholm. We obviously have the core of Astralis. They were together at the time. 3rd major they were winning. Can you imagine how much has passed in 2 years?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy. We've got to take a look at what is on the cards for you guys, of course, here at the Fall Finals in 2021. Of course, we can take a look at the schedule as it stands today, November 24th. We're going to have 4 best of 3s to be kicking things off tomorrow. That's going to be our winners matchup, just 2 best of 3s then. And then, I think this is the really spectacular part about this schedule. All of the teams are going to get the opportunity to play in front of the crowd in the arena.
Yes, it's a very important point. Everyone will get to fight for their survival in this tournament in front of the arena, in front of the crowd. And the Friday is going to be a heartbreaking moment, Freya. We're going to see teams exit, but they have the chance to play once. Yeah. At least they had that.
It's 3 elimination games. It's going to be absolutely savage. Cannot wait to be in front of the crowd for that one as well. We can take a look at which teams are going to be gracing the stage and exactly how they got here, because it's been a bit of a gauntlet for some of these teams. Of course, some of these teams getting a last chance saloon at the showdown. Liquid and Heroic with the teams coming through that.
Yeah, we have a very, very star-studded lineup here for this fall final. Obviously, you mentioned Liquid and Heroic winner of the showdown. We have the major winner NAVI. We have Astralis, FaZe, NIP, Vitality, and talking about NAVI, they're probably the only one who won't have any changes coming in the next few months. Yeah. We are about to enter a very hectic period in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, roster mania is definitely on the horizons. We expect to see some changes going forward for a lot of these rosters, but some of these teams have already made some changes. I want to talk about Astralis first of all, because obviously BlameF and Config coming over from the side of Complexity, and I'm just going to throw it back to when we saw them in the groups and at the showdown. The fact that they thought they missed out on that opportunity to come here in the Royal Arena, now they get to do it on Astralis.
It's such an incredible change to see BlameF and Config wear that Astralis jersey. It marks the defining of a new era. You know, the Astralis of yesteryear is over. That is it. They're going to have to rebuild something, but they bring 2 of the biggest firepower we have in the game. BlameF, 6th best player of the year last time. Config, obviously, a machine in his prime. So if Glaive can actually manage to get the best out of these players, today it's going to really help. Yeah,
I'm really excited to see how that pans out later on. And of course, their opponent, NIP, they've had a roster change themselves. Attack coming on the lineup.
That is quite the upgrade too. That is quite the upgrade. And, you know, not to talk any bad on LNZ, but we have seen his limits at the top level of Counter-Strike. It is undeniable. And Attack, a man that also has struggled a little bit, right? He went from Cloud9 to Complexity, going from obstacles to obstacles, and now he's got a chance. Now he's surrounded with Device, with the system of NIP, with Threat. That is his chance to show what he can do.
Now, it's going to be huge to see him on a lineup like this. It's a little bit more stable than some of the past rosters he's been on before, but of course, that's going to be our last game of the day. We can see the bracket coming up in here. Of course, all of our upper bracket, or opening games rather, are going to be played out today. Any particular match that you're looking forward to, Maniac?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This Heroic FaZe seems like a very huge matchup. Not only Heroic proved themselves at the major, you know, being semi-finalists coming here in a very specific context with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They stepped up. But FaZe, you also know, you can never count them out. You can never count them out. Kerrigan had a renaissance performance at the challenger stage of the major. Olaf did play a little bit better. Brokey is turning into a superstar on his own. So I think this matchup is going to deliver.
Yeah, and almost making it tantalizingly close to making it to the arena there at the major. But of course, this is what is on the docket for all of you guys today. The last game of the day, that's going to be what we're hyping up. Astralis versus NIP. Big taking on the major champions, NAVI, in our 3rd game of the day. FaZe taking on Heroic in our 2nd game. But first of all, we are kicking off all the action with Team Liquid versus Vitality.
The flamboyant French. Never a dull moment when Apex is pulling the strings, looking to add more silverware to the collection. Grinding on even as the rumor mill turns.
Masuda's going to move forward off of it. Another multi-kill from Masuda.
Oh my god.
Oh, it just executes Fallen.
A long year of trials and tribulations for Liquid as they look to have run out of steam. Uncertainty rife in the ranks, individuals will need to demonstrate their ability to operate as the fist and not 5 fingers.
Best of luck. He's able to get... Oh, he's got him! Oh!
Our inaugural matchup of the day, and it's time to get this show on the road. But it's not exactly going to be a smooth path for either of these teams going forward because Maniac, we alluded to it earlier, roster changes, rumors in circulation for both of these squads, and it's a question of how these squads are going to be reacting to that coming into this.
That has to be the main question, Freya. It's out there, it's in the air that both these lineups will undergo changes towards the end of 2021. 2022 is going to be a much different year, but what do they have to give? How do they feel? What is the atmosphere like in both these camps? We're looking at the Vitality guys. I'm seeing a little bit of laughs going around. I feel like the air is kind of light. Looking over at Liquid, there was that interview from Stewie we need to mention. Oh my, I felt that one. I felt that one. You know, the weight of all these issues they had to go through. So this is the question. What kind of Liquid and Vitality do we see today? That teams, maybe, but they can fight.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit more in depth. That Stewie interview, I think, was really, really interesting. If you guys haven't read that, make sure you head on over to HLTV to get all that information. But it was a little bit savage at times. He was very brutally honest, very candid about some of the issues that have been going on in Liquid.
I guess we're not used to that in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We're not used to player being,
like
so out there with the obstacles and the problems they've had, the themes they were trying to figure out. Any team that is not performing has issues, right? People decide whether or not they want to talk about it and to how much extent they want to talk about it. Stewie just went all out. He just said, listen, these are the problems we were having. We're trying to figure it out. We couldn't, and now we're going to go our separate ways. And in some way, I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect the endeavor. I respect the behavior.
Yeah, no, and it's an honest answer to some of the questions that were coming out there as well. And something that we always talk about with Liquid is just the issues that they've been having in terms of the in-game leader role. And we heard a little bit more in depth about that, the fact that Stewie was in, and then obviously Fallen came in, and they've been switching it around a little bit. It's the communication that I feel like has been the key theme when we talk about issues for Liquid.
Yeah, I guess you're looking at Counter-Strike, and one of the things we always say is that a team is supposed to be more than just 5 players put together. It's supposed to become something greater than that. And we have to admit, Liquid never found a formula. They tried multiple different ways, multiple different avenues. Fallen IGL, Stewie IGL helping out in the attack, on the side. They were trying to integrate Green as well, coming in as a rookie. And they never really figured out the magic formula. They had good events, they had good moments, but they also completely disappeared out of events, which explains why the changes are coming.
I don't know whether you guys can hear in the background of our mics, but if you can hear those laughs, those are coming from the side of Vitality. So when we're talking about having a positive mentality coming into this one, Vitality just totally exemplifying that so far.
Look, there's 2 ways you can take. When you know that your team is going to come to an end, you know changes are on the horizon, you can either let go and not care about anything and just become, I don't know, maybe not interested, not invested in what you're doing, or you can try to make the best out of it.
Yeah.
You have players who might be in the market in 2022, and this is an opportunity for them to rise their stock. What if you play a very good Counter-Strike here? What if you end the year on a very high note? Suddenly everyone is looking at you, trying to figure out, hey, where are you going next year? Like, oh my God, he's still in shape. That's the way I want to see them fight. I want to see them make a name and put a disclaimer out there. They're still performing. They want to be on the market.
Yeah, no, and it's a really good point, especially coming towards the side of Vitality, because I know we can't confirm or deny any of the rumors at the moment. They've been circulating around a lot. I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm talking about at home. But there's a lot of rumors coming out that a majority of this squad is going to be moving. So I think it's very apt that you're talking about the individuals wanting to shine.
Absolutely. Forget about Game of Thrones. Here is the real suspense. That's what's happening in Counter-Strike right now. And like I said, I want to look at the individuals, and I want to see people, depending or not, or actually, I guess, it doesn't matter if they are part of the project or not. I want to see them make a name for themselves right now, raise the stock of how they can play Counter-Strike. This is how you attack it. This is how you approach that very, very weird situation where you might not be in the roster next year, where you have your own future in your own hands. Yeah. Come on, make it, make a statement. Prove that you can still play.
I do want to briefly just touch upon both these teams' major runs. Speaking of Vitality, first of all, because obviously they managed to make it to the playoffs by the skin of their teeth, but then they face up against the Juggernaut, the eventual champions of NAVI. Do you see a world where if Vitality hadn't faced NAVI, that they would have made a deeper run in the tournament?
Look, it is sure that Vitality had a great reaction after the 2 losses they had in the opening rounds of that major. Their Counter-Strike they were playing is much, much better. But I have to say, some limitations in the roster. Kyojin, not enough. Mizuta, not enough. With 2 of these players performing at 80 to 70% of what they're usually doing, that would not have been enough. I mean, they did put up a great fight against NAVI, but I don't think they would have beaten a lot of teams. We had a Vito coming over as we speak. So we have a Mirage pick coming in from Liquid, Dust2 from Vitality. You actually mentioned it in the green room. I didn't want to see Vertigo. They went a different way. I appreciate that.
I don't like the Dust2 pick just because I'm getting a little throwback PTSD to when they picked that against NAVI at the major.
This was NAVI.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is a different caliber of team. Do you remember when NAVI were picking that as their kind of fan pick? And yeah, James Banks, I'm sure he's listening and is getting very tilted at that mention. But that is interesting, bringing that into the mix against Liquid. How are you kind of feeling about that? How are you feeling about that going down?
I guess that Liquid also got away with murder on that one, having Dust2 being picked against them, right? When we know the team is a little bit in disarray, they haven't played that much. In fact, they haven't really practiced moving into this event. That's a public information out there in the Stewie interview. Dust2, again, not a map where you have to rely too strongly on newly found strategies, new way to approach the game. You can just play your game. Have your basics down, dot your I's, cross your T's, and play in a normal Counter-Strike. They could do it. I don't believe the maps are going to play a big role in this best of 3. I have to be honest with you. I think the real question is what kind of attitude we are seeing from these teams.
Are you favoring then Vitality if we're talking about the attitude side of things coming into this?
I am absolutely going for Vitality on that one. Just looking at them, it feels like they might approach the changes coming in kind of a healthy way. At least that's the vibe that I'm getting. Just looking at these players, interacting, talking with each other. That's the luxury that we finally have, Freya. We get to see the players. We get to have our kind of figure on the pulse and how the teams are behaving. And these guys, they seem to be okay right now. Maybe they just want to go out at a bang, make the best out of the opportunity.
I do want to ask your opinion on, obviously, Kyojin making that debut on a grand stage at the major. And I mean, he's going to have to do it, again, guaranteed he's going to have to do it, even if it's in an elimination match, in terms of coming into the arena here. Do you feel like he put up a decent enough showing, or was showing emotion that he was coping with it?
What I've seen from Kyojin is not good enough, honestly. I think not every player can step up to the plate when it comes to the tier 1. Not everyone is bit from NAVI. That's the easiest way to put it, right? When you take a gamble, you take a chance on a newcomer, you hope that he's going to rise to the occasion. I don't think Kyojin has done it. I think the last few events he plays in 2021 have to be key for him. He has to take that opportunity, take that chance to showcase to the world that there is more to it than what we have seen. He was a liability for Vitality in the latest tournaments. There is no way around it. He was a weakness, which he cannot be at this event.
Any quick thoughts on the first map that we're going to be seeing, which is Mirage, Liquid's pick?
Look, I want to see the players from Liquid be fired up. I want to see them take duels. I want to see them be proactive. I want to see the Elige that I haven't seen in weeks. Where's the Elige that was one of the best players in the world? I want to see that. I want to see them be fired up, make the difference individually, and now we have a fight.
Well, it is Mirage on the cards as our first map of this series, and to kick things off here at the Royal Arena, a majestic showing, hopefully, for both of these teams. And we're going to kick it to a break and be back with all the action in just a few.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. The opening game here, the fall final. I can't wait for it. It's going to be Vitality up against Team Liquid. The odds favoring Vitality. I guess that makes sense. There's been some drama on the internet. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Anders. I'm obviously happy to be here because this is the return to LAN. It's been so long. You and I have pretty much been involved with every Royal Arena so far, so it's just so, it feels like coming home. You get to the hotel, you're like, oh, this is cozy, this is comfy, I know this hotel. And then you get to the venue, you know the venue too, you're like, oh, I know my way around. And then, you know, it just feels like Counter-Strike, man. It feels like this is where we need to be.
It's such an iconic building from the outside, the way that they did that, like whole weird rippling around.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It does look amazing.
So sick to be back.
I can't wait for it. The players are in position. I do believe that they are just waiting for one guy to get on TeamSpeak, but we do have Mirage to start off with. How do you feel about the map pick?
I feel a little bit off-put by this. It feels like Liquid almost asking for a swift defeat is the first thought that I get, because they pick into Mirage against Vitality, and Vitality are not a weak team on this map by any stretch, so it makes me wonder if Liquid are just going to rely purely on firepower to carry them through this match, which could be the strategy considering they got blasted in the major. It wasn't pretty. We really didn't see much show up from them there. And they've been ripping each other to shreds going into this match in interviews, man. Stewie and Elise are ruthless. Like, ruthless.
I know. We're not far away from what? From them deleting all their Instagram pictures of each other or something like that? What's the next step here?
Dude, I wonder, man. I mean, I feel bad for Grim just because, holy smokes, if you have your teammates just ripping you to shreds like that, that's just, and those are your veteran teammates as well. So, I mean, to be fair, I'm just kind of sitting here, my first impression, we were talking about this in the green room going into the match, where it's like, my impression is also, well, you know, if he's a slow learner, what does that make you? You're supposed to be the leader of the team. You know, like, how is that? Does that speak at all to, you know, Elise and Stewie? You know, the fact that if Grim is having trouble catching up, you know, you guys are the veterans on the team. Shouldn't you be helping him out? Like, I don't know. Like, I get weird vibes reading that whole thing, man.
Yeah, that is a good point. I guess that's one of those things where history will probably be the ultimate judge of that kind of thing, you know, depending on where they go in the future and what happens to Grim and all the rest of it, you know. Who knows what can happen down the line. You got to be careful with statements like that, you know.
It can come back to bite you.
That it could, which is obviously also kind of fun and interesting. Yeah, this is where we are, in fact, inside. Of course, we'll have an audience here coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be wild, as you can tell, and maybe remember, even if it's been a minute since we were here last. Yeah, it's going to be such a good time. Opening map is Mirage, but of course we'll get into Dust too, and then Inferno is the deciding map, which I think that's a good map for everyone.
I think this is just an all-around solid 3 maps to go head-to-head on if you want to just fight it out with aim and not really rely too much on strategy. You know, you're not going to Overpass, you're not going to Nuke, you're not going to go into Vertigo. You're just saying, you know what, we want to click heads and we want to see who's standing once the dust settles. And to be fair for Liquid, you know, you're going into some aim-heavy maps against a guy like ZywOo, so it's not like you're going to have an easy time of it. ZywOo, one of the top performers at the major, so he's definitely not dropped off on LAN. He is still very much a threat. He's got nothing to prove. He's just a total savage. So you're gonna have to deal with that guy if you're Liquid, and that's by no means easy right now.
No, it isn't. It's so hard to make predictions when you kind of know the undercurrent of what's happening in a team like Liquid coming into it. I suppose, I mean, it could be that they will fall apart in front of Vitality, but it could also just be that they're going to be unpredictable and kind of a little bit crazy, and it's really hard to know how it's going to affect everyone. So I mean, we can speculate about it all day, but the test is coming up in a few minutes, and we can see how it actually will play out. So we don't have to do that much guessing, I suppose. It'll certainly be interesting. It'll certainly be an interesting game to witness.
I mean, it'll be really cool to see how the young guns on the team perform, right?
Yeah.
Grim, you saw a bit of a smile there on his side. He was having a bit of a chuckle. I'm glad to see that. I really want to see his spirits high, and this is just a chance, like Maniac was pointing out, you know, it's like, fine, you guys can rip me up and down in these interviews, but I still have a chance on the server to show you guys what I'm made of here. And so by no means should he be taking it lying down. He should be standing up and actually trying to go into this server, into this best of 3, looking to put on his best performance right now and just rip some heads off. So I'm hoping that Grim, you know, he's in a good mental space right now, and that he's just looking to get in there and click some heads, because we know that he's capable. It's just a matter of him showing it here on the LAN.
What I'm hearing you saying is bait his teammates.
Basically, yeah. Don't even, you know, I was throwing the flashbangs for you before. You know what? That's over now. Let's just get into it. It's going to be chaos in these teams. Think pugs. When you think about both of these teams playing now, it's going to be the pug life. So when Stewie's calling for a flash or leaves, you know, it's just like, yeah, no, actually about that. Just bait him. Let him go out. No, flash is going. Where was the flash?
I'm not doing this work anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's probably really, it's hard to put yourself in the mind space of what it must be like to be in a team where you kind of know that this is going, you know, the wrong direction, but you obviously have an obligation as a professional to sort of keep showing up and putting in the work, and you have a vested interest, like you were sort of talking about too, that there's this whole feeling of where do you go afterwards? Where's the next team? You don't want to be underperforming in some of the final matches that might be coming up as well.
And there's a point to be made here as well, is that both of these regions are in a bit of a dark period right now as well. They're going through some trials and tribulations over there, because North America, obviously a lot of those teams have been struggling right now finding a scene because of Rona, because all the competition is here in Europe and the CIS region. And so the North American players have been having to, you know, stay over here essentially 8 and 9 months out of the year. They've been living on the road in Europe to be able to compete. And so that's kind of caused the North American scene to dry up. And then as far as the French scene is concerned, I mean, you pretty much have this team, and then that's it. There's LDLC, and then there's the ponies.
Yeah.
So where do you go if you're Kyojin, you know, after this? Where do you go if you're Shoxy after this, right? There's a few questions on the line, and so really what you got to hope to do is be able to put on a really strong performance here in this LAN, show that you can still hang in the server, and then go from there.
I feel like the key with building French teams is building them sort of right around 4 months before a major.
Right.
Then they'll peak, and then they will just.
And then they can tear each other
apart. Then you got the revolution, yeah. You got the guillotines coming out and all the rest of it. So just that 4 month space right before. That's where you want to do it. And then, you know,
NBK is sitting back at home right now. Yes, Anders, I've taught you well. Yes.
It's so crazy. It's kind of like an unexplored topic. Someone will throw someone at it. We'll get Duncan on the mission or something like that, or maybe he already has, and I just don't know about it. But this whole feeling like how many times in history a French team has been not just good, but like really good. I mean, back when NIP were at the top, and it was you know, it was very games that were up against them. They were the only real interesting contender in a lot of ways, right? We had Titan. Yeah. So you have all these moments where the French legitimately could have a claim to be the best in the world, and all they needed was like 2 more weeks maybe to like cement that, you know, win that one more tournament, get it, and every single time something goes wrong. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
They're their own worst enemies in a way. It's just the way that those teams work sometimes. But although, I mean, we will see how everything pans out here as far as Vitality are concerned, as far as Liquid are concerned. Really waiting to see where the dust settles on this side. Looks like we're still having a little bit of a snag here to get into the server. We're missing 1 player, so hopefully that'll be squared away quick and we can get this first match underway.
Yeah, everyone else is in, so just the one person who's falling a little bit. It's not Grim. I can reveal that much, just in case before people start speculating. You know, it's not. Obviously, if you're just joining later in the day, we've got more interesting games coming up down the road a little bit. Heroic and FaZe. I actually look forward to that game so much.
Yes,
that might actually be the highlight game for me today. Maybe also at the end of it, Astralis and NIP is going to be wild. The big Navi one is. That's such an interesting test, because I get the feeling that Simple isn't really someone that slows down ever. So I don't even think Big can have the luxury of saying, well, they did just win the major, so maybe they're going to be like, you know, kind of a little bit cooled off and it's going to be fine. I get the feeling Navi is still going to be a tough game.
Navi can still be a powerhouse.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Navi are definitely the team that want to make their mark on this year, because Gambit got away with the beginning half of the year where they were really putting the pain on and they were really getting those results, and Navi kind of came into their own in the summer, and then just going forward, it's really been just Navi, it feels like, for the rest of the year. I think Navi just want to utterly dominate the rest of it. You know, like, these are the 2 lands. We're going to utterly destroy these 2 lands, and that's going to be the end of it. This is our year. And so Navi are looking to make a statement in this tournament. I don't think that they are the ones who are, you know, taking too much time off, let's say,
no,
and cooling off after the major.
I think there's something to be said for this, and this is a kind of experience that I think is really hard to get as a team, because most teams will never have like a very powerful kind of era where they're dominating. Fnatic had one, and NIP obviously had one, Astralis had one, but most teams will never experience what it's like to have that, you know, consecutive sort of like 3, 4, 5 month period where they're just the best unequivocally. And I think that one of the issues with being on top like that is you actually can't let anyone else back in. It feels like once you just relax your grip a little bit, the other teams gain more confidence. They know they can beat you again. You kind of lose some of that magic around you. So I feel like from Navi's point of view, even an opening game like this one against Big, which they're kind of, you know, almost destined to win, it feels like, it's super important that they do it. It's super important to keep it up, because you never know when, like, that one misstep along the way, you tumble a little bit and suddenly you can't get back up again in the same way. So I would say if Navi are clever, they treat every single match from here on out like they are defending their major win every single time, because you never know. You might as well keep it going for as long as you can.
We could live in a world, Anders, where we do get that major final that we were I don't want to say robbed of. G2 definitely earned it in the semifinal against Heroic.
Of course.
But there was a world where we could have had Navi Heroic in the grand final, and that could have been absolutely bonkers. But we could have that happen here if Navi win against Big and if Heroic win against FaZe. They meet in the upper bracket semifinal. That will be an insane match.
Yeah, that could be really crazy, couldn't it? The NIV Astralis one's obviously interesting for a number of different reasons too.
Yeah,
that could be fun.
Roster mania over there, just hopping all over the place, those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people seem to be going on the side of Astralis, saying that, you know, oh, config, blame F, all that. But I feel like NIP have changed less, so they can get away. Like, there's fewer changes, and they've just kind of upgraded the firepower slightly, and it feels like that may be all that they need.
Could well be.
They still have their system, whereas Astralis have basically had to just blow it all up and start over again.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Config, it's too delicious for me not to be honest. I love it too much. I'm a huge fan of config. So
well, I got to bump into config yesterday, and he told me that his wrist is 100%. Like, he made a full recovery. Incredibly, he himself says, like, incredibly lucky. Like, apparently he has really recovered to the point where it's not even an issue. So that is just, you know, such good news, considering, I mean, a player of config caliber, for him to just randomly break his wrist and then that's it.
Yeah.
It would have been tragic.
Would have been heartbreaking. Well, listen, while we're speaking of them, we actually do have a little clip of the new Astralis lineup.
It feels a bit like you start from scratch again when you're changing out so many players that we have been doing now. It's only me and Sipix back from the old lineup. We changed both Dupree, Magic and Device, and it's 3 really good players, but we also brought in some really good new talents, so I'm looking much forward to see if we can win some tournaments. I'm really excited to work with Config and Blame. They're 2 extremely good players, and they're also really nice persons outside the game. They bring something extra. They have a huge lot of energy. I think this team has a lot of potential, especially with bringing in Blame and Config. I think that will help us a lot. We only have been having 2 weeks of practice with this lineup. For now, I'm doing the in-game leading stuff, and of course, Blame is going to help me getting his own maps to be the in-game leader. We haven't decided that yet, but maybe in the future, we don't know if it fits the team better. Of course, there's a possibility to do that, but for now, it's me. I think it's a really exciting journey we have been starting, to be honest. We're working really hard. We're doing everything we can to get as good as possible, as quick as possible. But we also know that it's going to take some time, and I'm really excited. Both because it's a new lineup and there's a lot of energy coming into the lineup. Both Config and Blame feels like they are extremely motivated, but I'm also really excited to play in the Royal Arena again because it's in front of the Danish home crowd, and I'm looking really much forward to that.
Well, here we go. That was the new Astralis, and in the meantime, we've got everyone back on the server, so we should be good to get the game live. It's Liquid versus Vitality. We're starting on Mirage in this best of 3, the opening game of the fall finals here at Blast 2021.
And what I expect to see here, Anders, is just an out-and-out brawl between both of these teams. They've both got firepower. I mean, Liquid literally just surviving off of firepower right now. That's all they've got.
Yeah.
Liege, NAF, like those guys, if ever there was a time to pop off, it is now, going up against the likes of ZywOo on Vitality. So this is it, a perfect map to start off the tournament. We could just get an out-and-out brawl between both of these teams.
Fallen looking at his teammates, waiting with the smoke in hand in the T-spawn while the rest of them are setting up and execute into the A-bomb site. Shox is in position with a USP ready to click some heads if he gets the opportunity. Should be a good chance here. There's not going to be that many nades. Maybe some flashes to follow it up. They run deep. Grim goes down. Apex with the opening kill of the tournament. And it's a 4-on-4. They're trying to get onto the bomb site, trying to get that quick bomb plant while they're pushing CT spawn. I think it's a great idea. But Kyojin, he's already taken one. Saiwu's shown up, and he's going to get one more. And Elige now fighting on his own with a Glock. And actually, he might have brought it back. It's a 2-on-2 now, and a chance to turn it around. What a triple kill for Elige here. Now it's just all on Saiwu, and he's going to go fight them out in the open. He only gets the one. Fallen barely stays alive. That was a quad kill for Elige, and they win the round.
Oof, do not expect that to go through. What perfect play coming in where they face together. Of course, Fallen is going to back his teammate up in a situation like that. Elige, well, Fallen the real hero of this, because not only does he get the last kill where Elige goes down, but he also sets up the flash for Elige to take that fight into CT, where the utility actually makes all the difference. So sick play there. Also, we saw a little bit of use of the new grenade mechanics, where they're dropping smokes around, making sure that, you know, like one guy can chunk all of them. So seeing a little bit of everything here in this first round on the pistol for Liquid. So perfect start for them.
Yeah, that's a good catch. You're right. That's really important.
And if Elige is the one who's going to be, I mean, 4 kills in the pistol round. So, I mean, if he's going to be the one hitting the ground running here, this bodes extremely well for Liquid. This is exactly what Liquid have to hope for, that they're just going to get carried through by the sheer skill of that man on the screen.
Yeah, we know he has a lot of say in Liquid, and I feel like it's been a while since I've seen him really justify that with on sort of a mechanical level. So I'd love to see that. That'd be really cool to see Elige back on that high level. We know that he's got it. That's not really the conversation, but yeah,
he is just that good.
Yeah, he really is. Now, that was there's a cool strategy for a couple of different reasons. I love that 3-man push towards CT spawn. A lot of the time, you can catch people off guard. I think it was good. I think both Kyojin and Saiwu realized that they were being pressured, and if they actually ran to take the fight, they'd be out in the open. So it's smart for them to realize. But then they also got the bomb plant at the same time. So they actually accomplished a lot of, they got the sort of the real estate in CT spawn. They got the bomb plant at the same time. Really good job. Cool strategy for Liquid.
Yeah, it's key that they actually push CT spawn there and not let Vitality get that rotate in for free and start pinching them onto the bomb site. So Liquid showing up with the aggression. That's what I really wanted to see here out the gates from Liquid. Just aggressive play, looking for fights, counting on your hard carries to get the job done. And that's what we saw now. So in the pistol, it's a perfect start for Liquid. And, well, early smoke to just get some room to work with here in mid. And Vitality, like, Apex just zipping all over the place with that scout. Doesn't save him, though. Stewie with the insta-kill. All right. So already man advantage here for Liquid going into the follow-up round. And if they can get the anti-eco round clean, this is going to be as good a start as Liquid could hope for on Mirage.
Ooh, did he try to body block it there?
I think he did.
Did he actually do that?
Yeah, that was sick.
That is that takes some skill. You can hear it because it bounces on top of the roofer connector, and it actually bounces, I think, more than once. So maybe you can do that if you're quick enough. But that is some heads-up play. All right, second round here. It's a bit of an attempt from Masuta, but he's going to get shot down. Shox, though, he'll find one, and another headshot. Kyojin finding 2 in a row. That is such a good return into the round, and it's another 2-on-2 here to try and see if they can maybe clutch it again, Liquid. They're going to get the bomb plant at the very least, but Shox is still alive. He's got another deagle. He's going to get caught. Actually, that was Kyojin. So now it's just on Shox.
Oh, it's going to be so hard to pull this off. He had to hit the perfect headshot there in order to pull that clutch off. Shoxy, he's so good with pistols, but that is a tall ask. It just has to be perfectly timed. But here it is. Yep, spotting the smoke. Perfect body block. So good. I love it. Details like that, man. That's so sick. Oh. Kyojin, man, I mean, I agree with Maniac, our analyst, right, going into this match, that, he said that Kyojin underperformed at the major and that really, he is kind of struggling to show that individual level that I think Vitality brought him onto the team in the first place to show, right? He had some crazy highlight frag reels coming onto Vitality.
Yes.
He's got the aim. It's just a matter of showing that in officials.
It's true. Well, I think Maniac's right. This is the chance for it, right? 3-1 of the betway odds there. Still in favor of Vitality, or at least so far. They haven't really done much to change anything yet. It is early on, so I'm not really surprised. Deep Molotov, that's actually perfect. Right on top. That forces them out. And with Stewie pushing the apartments at the same time, it just couldn't get any better. So a bit more of a relaxed round here coming in from Liquid. I have to say as well, if Maniac's the one that's that's kind of laying on a bit of criticism. He's such a nice guy.
He is, actually.
You know, you have to take it seriously. You know. I agree, though. I think he's right. So.
Ooh, I like that. Nice little detail there, Zywoo with the keyboard, the French flag on it. Okay, then.
Representing.
Represent. Let's go. I like it.
That's something that I feel like a lot of other sort of the CIS scene. We've obviously seen it with Bit and someone like Monsi. You've got all these players that are that have been inspired and are now coming up to play at the high level. I feel like I need more of that out of the French scene because I mean, the population of France is massive. I was about to guess, but
it's like 80 million or something.
I was going to say 70, but okay.
Hey, you were far.
So we've got a lot of people. We've got a long, proud, I think, tremendous history of Counter-Strike going way, way, way back, right? There's always been impressive French Counter-Strike players. So, you want that next generation, and not that they have to replace everyone on the Vitality or anything, but just it'd be so cool if there was more talent scouting going on in that region because they've got to be out there.
Well, pray for the Pones.
That's it.
I mean, dude, it's amazing that those guys have not found an org yet, right? Like, it just speaks to it. But I'm glad that they're still in the mix as a roster and still, trying to survive in the online hell that is online qualifiers, right? Ruthlessly brutal. And it's just not fun. But they're still in that grind. Nice little boost here from Shoxy on short. Catches Stewie at bench. Man advantage now for Vitality. Hoping to get on the board here in this round.
Ooh, they're going back. Again, yeah, because they hear the smoke going up and they think, well, fine. If they smoke it off, maybe they won't even check a second time. They'll find Apex and Cyber as well. Grim with a good kill there. It's now back to a 2-on-2 again, but they will get the bomb plant one more time. Naf is taking that long-range fight. That could have been fairly risky, could have left his teammate in a 1 versus 2, but when he wins the fight instead, it's going to work out fine. Misuta now 1 versus 2. He's got plenty of time to sneak in. I kind of don't blame him for going for this one, even if they are going to lose everything if they lose the round here. Misuta, he's going to walk right in front, and Grim will take him down. Good double for him, and a good double for Naf. And yeah, like I said, I don't really blame Misuta for going for that one, because he's there when the bomb is planted.
Yeah, he has a lot of time to work with. Any Naffers in the chat, I'm sure, just popping off right now, because this is a man fight that Naf takes with Shoxy. Both of them pretty much just decided, we're taking this fight.
Yeah, we'll do it.
This is it. Nobody's backing off. I love to see those fights sometimes between the players where they just decide, you know what, I'm standing my ground. I'm not backing off. Let's go. Who's going to actually win this duel? And to take on Shoxy and win like that, okay then, Naf. Speaks to some confidence. And right now, Liquid, I mean, this is the best that we can hope for Liquid. 4-0 start. Everybody taking duels and winning them. They're hitting their shots. This is the best that we've seen Liquid in what feels like forever.
What? I'm gonna need to see the replay from Kyojin's point of view. He just blew him out of the sky. That was
Give
gross.
Kyojin a deagle from now on. Don't even let him buy a rifle. Because I mean, he's had 3 kills, all of them with deagles, right?
Yeah, he's.
Or no? Am I reading that? 5 kills. Okay, so never mind. 3 of them with deags.
Yeah, he's on that stuff right now. It's perfect. It's so weird how that works sometimes, because obviously in the real world you're really not just going to be buying a deagle, but sometimes you do feel like some players just have more of an impact with it. Forward position for Shox. He's not hearing anything either in the A apartments or down at the A ramp. Misuta and Cyber are going to be put to the test. They're just going to be jumping right down here, and with only pistols to defend. Oh, Cyber! I said it too soon. Big headshots coming through. He's finally going to go down, but that was impressive. Apex and Shox are left, and that scout does some damage. Now it's on Fallen to try and see if he could clutch it 1 versus 2. So a lot of these rounds have been 2-on-2s that Liquid have just won. Vitality, they could maybe pick this one up.
Oh, and the passive play as well from Vitality. They know that Fallen has to kind of try and make a play here, so just holding mega passive out of the angle. Fallen would have to really commit. And now the bomb out in the open as well on short. Fallen should get spotted here in a moment. Not sure. I think he did see him.
Oh, he's way in the middle.
It's done.
I feel like he could have picked up that bomb in transition to the A bomb side, because then he actually could have kept pushing, but the fact that he kind of sidestepped it meant he had to come back and pick it up. So here's the jump.
Oh.
Go to sleep.
At least his reaction says it all. Mid-air headshot. All you can do is shake your head at that one.
Cyber making it look easy too. I swear the recoil does not reset that quickly when I'm using the deagle. I just don't understand. I don't understand.
Freaks when it comes to pistols. I was just too good at it. I'm convinced. Glad to see Kyojin.
I'm convinced when you make your Steam account and download Counter-Strike now that it has like a random seed on the deagle, and you either get a good or a bad one. I refuse to think it's just it must be something.
Oh,
Grim, is that it too?
Oh, that's a... Nope, he does get the tag on a Stu. Okay, fair enough. ZywOo hits that shot, but what another... I mean, dude, if it's just going to be Kyojin and Grim popping off with Deegs all match long, I'm fine with that. Let's go.
Someone up the level and bar it. Get an R8 instead.
Oh, dude. The troll plays. It does make me wish that we could see the R8 in play, though, because it's such a sick pistol and it sounds so good.
They need to remove it from the Deagle slot.
Yeah,
they need to make it its
exactly.
own thing. I don't see any reason why it should be the other way.
Exactly.
Well, Grim has gone down and Masuta will find him. Obviously, in terms of the economy and everything else, you guys all know this, but they need to win this round, Vitality. They've lost 4 in a row. They finally win 1. Need to keep that streak going and preferably keep the rifles alive. That is dangerous. And Fallen will come through with a scout. Don't give it back to him. Look at Shoxa and Masuta. They're already tagged up.
And they get a bomb plant in this eco round, Anders. That's so important for Team Liquid's economy going forward. This is actually a huge win for their round. They've gotten 2 kills and a bomb plant out of this. Anything more for Liquid would be tremendous.
How much can the scout do? He's going to get 1 more shot on Masuta. And like I said, all he has to do is land some bullets with the Glock, and that scout could do the rest of it. Hiding back here, there's another tag. ZywOo, he gets the return kill, but Fallen, he's got the lineup. He's going to get the shot as well now. He's not defusing inside of the smoke. 2 seconds left. He can't find it with the Glock. Even all the bullets expended. He's going to no-scope him at the end. It's a wonderful finish for Fallen, but it's not going to be enough. How many kills did he get at the end there? Was it 4?
Got them all, dude. Followed. That is so cool. That's like scouts. I mean, that's the advantage of going Deagle scout combination. If one of them tags, you got a 1-shot kill with the other, right? So it always works out to the advantage going into that. Just so unfortunate. What a shot from Grim.
It's a good start. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating for Apex. Fair enough. It never feels good to get headshot, to get 1 deek like that.
Apex is high on my list of favorite players just for all the reactions, whether he's excited or frustrated, or he's just such an expressive player. I really love it.
Are we already calling? No. Yeah. We already call a tactical timeout? No.
Mixed with some, I think.
We're just figuring out some audio issues here.
Yeah, Xtas maybe like having a bit of an issue.
Nope, never mind.
Should be good. Hopefully soon. Yeah, that was, you said it. Getting the bomb plant in itself was a bit of a victory, but then you get all of the kills on top of it. He's so quick on this one. That's against ZywOo. That's not an easy fight to hit now. I mean, maybe he could have... maybe he could have had that kill even at the end with the Glock, but just falling short.
It's just the fact that they all die that is so important going forward for Liquid. The fact that they've just put a huge dent in Vitality's economy. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, you got the defuse and the smoke, fair enough, but you're gonna have to spend all of your money again, and your buy compared to ours is not gonna be that great. So right now, again, a little bit of a tech timeout coming in here. Unfortunately, kind of throwing the rhythm, because it feels like Liquid are in a position where they could kind of start running away with this again. It was looking real good for them at the start, but now that was a crucial bomb plant, crucial round, and a real chance now to just break Vitality's back and take a real lead in this first half. So it's a real shame that we're getting these delays here.
Just a bit. Yeah, I think I think it's just one mic issue. So hopefully, usually, can be fixed pretty quickly. NAV staying hydrated at the same time, that's important.
Always important, yeah. Everybody hydrate.
Good reminder, yeah.
Yeah, hydration check, everybody. Make sure you get your drink. You're getting your water in.
You can get apps for that now, can't you? Where like they sort of remind you, I think.
Does.
People have that.
The trick is like you just have to like just get a bottle that you know is a liter.
Yeah.
And then fill that bottle 3 times a day.
All right.
So you have it in the morning with you. First thing, you get your bottle, you take a chug out of it, get the juices flowing,
You
right?
put it in the fridge, so it's nice and cold.
Yeah, you just have the same bottle. You just know it's a liter, and you need 3 of those a day. Boom, down that, and you're good on average.
Easy.
So get
easy.
after it, guys. Come on, no excuses.
Well, we've got all the water already stocked up now. 7th round is going to be coming up. It's ZywOo with big openings in the middle from that M4A1. Oh,
Wow, I thought he had it.
Close. That is so close. All right, ZywOo's at it again. 3rd kill in the round. This round just exploded for Liquid. I have no. They just lost the round in 10 seconds.
Everywhere. Double kill as well. Ramp and Palace. The A push just completely annihilated at the same time when Liquid are trying to bring it back. Now you got Fallen alone out here. He's going to hear those steps, so he knows that something's amiss.
I am really starting to feel like I'm not really complaining. I don't mind the M4A1. It's not that I think it's super overpowered, but it's actually changed the game a lot now because of how much you can run and shoot with it.
Yes.
I feel like people underestimate, because normally when someone takes a wide swing, let's say you're holding an angle with an AWP, and someone is swinging wide against you, normally at one point they sort of have to crouch into a fight if they have an M4A4 or an AK.
Sure.
But it feels like with the M4A1, sometimes a wide swing just becomes sort of almost like I'm swinging wide, but I'm just going to shoot you at the same time. I actually, you know, it's really wild. So you almost have to sort of like recalibrate how you think about some of these rounds. Quad kill for Saivu. Not going to be any more for Fallen that round, so 4-3.
They can't save the AWP, though. That's the important thing. Fallen dies just a little bit out of range. But yeah, here we go. Saivu just immediately into the spray. The other thing is it's got such a tight spray pattern. You can take those long-range fights in this manner and just obliterate everybody because of that damage spike. So the A1S is really strong now after the recent update. And well, we're just seeing that everybody's kind of shifted over to it. It's actually the exception now to see an A4 in play instead of the A1S. And,
yeah.
you know, knew it all along, Anders. I'm glad that everybody else is catching up now.
Eventually, winter is coming, whatever it is.
It's been the way.
Semla's always right eventually.
Indeed. I'm like a broken clock.
It's way long enough.
Eventually, I will be right.
Man.
Just wait.
Kyojin has gone down at the beginning here. It's a pretty tight game right now, 4-3 in favor of Liquid. They are considered the underdogs coming into this game, but 4 rounds on the T side already. They've got the economy looking a little bit tough on the CT side, so if they can keep winning, keep getting the kills in these rounds, it should make a pretty big difference. 4-on-4 right now.
Holy dude, look at this aggression from Apex. He re-pushes, so he lets Stewie see him go back in the connector, and then he comes back out again. Stewie never expected that aggression. That's so sick from Apex. Realizing that this was an eco round, they're just not showing any respect now, Vitality. Especially now that you've eliminated the AWP. Just get in here and fight him.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's got his teammate coming in as well. It's a really good idea, and they're going to be... They should have been able to trade that right away. That is a little bit swampy. Probably should have been a straight re-kill there, but instead, Nav trying to back on out. He's going to get the bomb. 30 seconds. Might actually be worth saving the AWP here. They can't rebuy it in the next round, so I doubt he's going to be able to do much in terms of actually winning the round.
Dude, he's faking it, is he? No.
He did, but...
He's got the smoke down on A. Does he hear this footstep?
I mean, there's no way. There's no way he's going to win this fight.
Misuda has to kill him here.
Yeah, he will as well. Knives out. I don't mind that. I think it's all fine. You have to make a bunch of assumptions if you're Nav. I think he was playing that the only way probably that he could have. So fair enough.
I don't even think he had the time to plant.
No, it doesn't seem like it, does it?
So it's just, you know, you're just kind of going through it. But I really like this re-aggression from Apex. That is such a power play. That is really cool to see from him.
You know
what? There you go. Yeah. We just need to go to Apex every time, please. It's so perfect.
You know, we're talking about writing French Counter-Strike history, but I mean, Apex could have a whole chapter on that on his own because I really still am impressed by the fact that he started his career as the entry fragger, which seems like somewhat of a, I don't want to say mindless role necessarily, but you are someone that's thrown in first, and then it is not clear that you could have ever transitioned into being a leader or anything else. And like, he's evolved so much in his game. It's actually really impressive.
It is. It's a legendary performance by Apex. Just whatever the team needs, he does. He is the true professional. It's amazing. And he talks a lot. He talks a lot about it in interviews. It's really good to listen to. He's well aware of what he needs to work on and what the team needs. But here we're gonna get the pop out from the apartments. Liquid need to manage to make it onto this bomb site. Misuda with 2 kills.
So crisp on that second headshot. He goes for more without reloading, and Elish will just barely take him down, surviving on 7 health. There's going to be a lot of Molotovs into the market, and Apex, he can't escape Elish. That's some great spray, and with only 7 health to get that second kill, super important. Kyojin and Saivu in here, I wonder if it's worth going for. It's a 2-on-3, but how do you actually get it? Oh, the carronade. Yeah, that's going to blow up Elish. Is he going to trick them into it? That was the opportunity, wasn't it? Oh, he almost had it. Maybe could have done it. He's going to get the kill anyway on Stewie. And now it's Nav on his own. He's going to get overwhelmed. What an incredible retake for Vitality.
Dude, he wall bangs him through Kyojin. He shoots through his teammate to get that kill.
Whatever it takes, you know?
That's so sick.
I think your original call is good. Yes.
Oh, cool. We can hear the players, too.
Which one?
Oh, I love it.
Just go like top mid, like 2 top mid and 2 under. Because I think that we really need to take mid. It's like putting a lot of pressure on us.
There we go. Fair enough. Really got to take mid. I don't think that that's intended, but I'm really appreciating where that mic is positioned right now. So thank you very much, guys. Good work on that. And let's see if Liquid are going to be able to take mid here, if they're going to be able to find that fight.
double up on the CT side. So if you combine that with the idea that Liquid might want to put some pressure on middle, I mean, that's something that this map is so well known for. It's really hard to open middle because you are going to get grenaded everywhere.
Indeed, indeed. Zaiu's been pretty reliably taking these fights. And here it is again, putting himself, Shoxy putting himself in a position based off a spawn by the looks of it, because Zaiu's now joined him on short. So they've got the 1-2 combination here. Both AWPs in play in mid. So Vitality also aware of what could be happening. Nice shot from Shoxy, gonna be able to get out of here as well. And now Zaiu in position, doesn't even back off, dude. He's so confident. He's just so confident. He doesn't need to fall back at that point. He knows he's gonna win that fight if he gets it.
Double up middle like that feels like, you know, like the castles on a chessboard or something.
Yeah.
Just covering each other.
It's
Even
so
flashed.
brutal.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to deal with. And they were playing in front of the grenades. You noticed that Liquid were throwing down. Liquid were Molotoving, obviously smoking the window. Everyone does that all the time, no matter what. But they were also Molotoving the connector. They already smoked that off. They were just in front of everything. Flashbang. It actually did not even hit Shox, but Elige just has the perfect peek against that position. And it's going to be a 2-on-4, and this is where Vitality just need to hold on to the rest of the rifles here as much as they can. Oh, Naf, though. He is on point. Again, another perfect peek. He peeks so that Zaiu has to actually swing against him, and then he's just on point with the AK. Naf is turning up to play right now.
Yeah, this is where you get involved in that meta, where it's like trying to make up your mind. Are you going for the jiggle peek, or are you going for the wide swing? And instead of going for even the slightest jiggle peek, he's just like, wide swing around the corner. No way. Elige knows that he's on the bomb side as well. This is it, but there's a crossfire established. Still, Naf there to help out. Elige on point, gives away his position.
They're turning it around. Elige, he's going to get that kill. Mitsutori's just there in time. Otherwise, that was nearly a 2-on-4 that was won by Liquid, but instead, Mitsuta, right place, right time to save his team. Absolutely huge. That's actually a concerning... I mean, it's a round 1 for Vitality, but not in a confidence-inspiring way. That's the kind of round where you think, how did they get to this?
Oh, so frustrating. Yep. Elige and Naf, though, those are the last two that you want alive, essentially, for Liquid, the two heavy hitters for the team. So if you can put them together, there's so much firepower that anything is possible. Again, though, with the early aggression into mid here from Vitality, Zaiu setting up the one-way. And it's gonna work. Gets 1 kill and a second as well. Top of mid barely gets the job done. But that's a double, and it sets it up for Shoxy to get a third.
Wow, they're getting slaughtered in this round. It's gonna be a 7th for Vitality. Incredibly well done.
Allez, parlez un peu plus, les gars. Oh, okay. I'm not quite hearing it.
We'll get them. We'll get them next time. We're covering a fairly, you know, a fairly broad sort of range of languages here. Anything in French?
I've got you. Swedish, we got covered. English, we've got covered. Danish, you're good.
We could do a lot.
You can even do a bit of German. So.
I can do a bit of German, yeah.
Dude, Anders, that's it.
We've got everything.
We've got it all.
No, the Russian, Ukrainian, and Navi, that's going to be...
Well, we know a couple of the key words. I think we could kind of, you know, go from there, right?
True. True. We can build on. It's going to be fine. Tremendous round there for Vitality. That's the kind of round that they were looking for. It means they've won, what, 7 in a row? I actually forgot about that. Liquid have won 4 in a row to begin with, and Vitality, even though they've been struggling, because it's been a bunch of 2v2s, but they've won all of them. It's pretty impressive.
It's crazy if you think about it, because these have been some very close rounds, and it's been Vitality playing very aggressive this entire time as well, not wanting Liquid to get comfortable. And there's the opening kill. Once again, Shoxy coming up with the goods. 11 kills for him. And Zaiu through the smoke just guns him down. This is getting a little awkward, though.
Just a little bit once again. Costing them more than maybe you would have hoped for here. Naf and Elige back at it again. Kyojin can't see anything. He's got the Tech 9 out. Knives are out. What is happening on the ramp?
Looking for the knife. How awkward. I legit thought that Kyojin was going to go for the flying knife there, though. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that content mindset like Naf does. You know, it's like Naf was thinking, you know what, I'm going to die anyway. I might as well make this a highlight if possible. Go. 8 in a row for Vitality.
Oh, yeah, Liquid right now. Talk about frustrating when you realize what it is that you need to be making adjustments for, right? How they need to refocus up on mid, and then you just get blasted in the face repeatedly because Vitality are also going for early aggression in mid, just like this. Apex, early pressure there, that spray into top mid, it's so annoying for Liquid as they try to make their way across. They don't get tagged, but it's putting them on notice, and it means that they have to slow play it instead of trying to charge. They have to be worried about Vitality being around here somewhere.
Yeah, and like we heard earlier, one of the things that Liquid kind of wanted to accomplish was trying to get that top mid control in general, and that's been hard to come by.
Oh, okay. So are we going back into an A execute here? It looks like
Leaving Elige alone in middle. Yeah, you could. Why not? Have him put on some pressure. Actually, he's going to run away. I love it when you have that one lurking mid player, because when they rotate in from the B-bomb side, if they choose to go through middle, sometimes you can catch them there as well. It's going to be a lot of people in apartments.
oh, this is going to get spicy real fast here. Kyojin, unfortunately for him, as soon as this smoke clears, he's going to be caught in a crossfire, and it gets real awkward for him real fast.
Throw the nades first. Saiwu finding his 18th kill right there. And they're going to get slaughtered, even with the Molotov on top. He's doing everything. This is looking crisp right now. And again... what is going on?
I can't.
I love it. I love it.
I love Apex. Never stop playing,
No.
please. The day he retires is going to be a sad day for Counter-Strike.
He's so unreasonable, Saiwu. It's so cool. Oh. Yeah.
And he gets the molly kill and ramp that kept Kyojin alive. You know, Kyojin's a dead man 100% if Zywoo doesn't time that molly right as the smoke clears. That could not have gone better.
We could probably justify having an Apex cam that's always on him live. Like, you know, you have the player cam at the center, but like just one in the corner somewhere that just is Apex all the time.
The dude is just feeling it.
Yeah, it's great. No, but that's the what you. Oh, there's a gap there. Saiwu knew. You can't sneak anything by him. He's out of control. He just can't be stopped here. 20 kills in 13, 14 rounds. That's pretty much what he's clocking in at. Gonna hit more. Doesn't seem to miss anything. Grim and Naf trying to stay alive. He's killing them all somehow.
I believed briefly, Anders, at the beginning when there was 4 rounds in a row for Liquid. I was like, wow, okay then. We're cooking with gas.
That's what I thought. I was like, this is sick.
And then Vitality were just like, enough of that. Zywoo in particular now.
It's also because in the next 6 rounds that they win Vitality, there's one of them where everyone is alive, but otherwise every single one is a 2-on-2 or worse. So basically 5 out of 6 rounds that they win in this streak Vitality are all really close clutches. That's also why it felt like, oh, Liquid are doing really well. They could turn it around any minute now. But then Sarah's like, no, you cannot. Would you not? Well, I won't allow it. You can't win any more rounds.
The struggle is once it starts getting hard, like once it starts going against you and you miss shots, how do you get back into it if you're not a team, right? If you're not kind of looking out for each other.
Yeah.
That's going to be the main thing, because then it's just, ooh, this is awkward.
And they
Fallen heard that? Yeah, gets that shot.
Good job. They also caught Saiwu in a bit of an awkward transition back into jungle or window there. Misuto's going to find one of them. It's a 2-on-3 that they really should be winning here. Liquid a chance for a 5th round. Could make a huge difference come into the second half. If they can win this round, win the pistol, suddenly it is looking a little bit better. So Smoke is up on the bomb, and Shox is going to find a kill. Can they go for that smoke defuse once again? They already did it the one time. Grim is going to get the kill, and now Shox, yeah, he's going to be found by Elige. It's a 10-5 half at the end of it in favor of Vitality. Absolutely impressive. We'll see how it goes in the second half. It's coming up after the break. A 10-5 first half in favor of Vitality here, the opening game of the fall finals, and it's just looking good for the French right now. They're rocking it. They won 10 rounds in a row. Liquid won the first 4, and then they had a single round at the end. Not quite good enough for Liquid. They need to do a lot better here. They probably need to win this pistol round.
ZywOo decided that was enough shenanigans. I'm very curious to see if Elige is going to get another chance to pop off here. Because funnily enough, Elige was the top performer in pistol rounds at the major.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
And we saw it here, 4 kills on the first pistol round, so now, can he do it again?
Fallen's in good position, but only the one headshot. There was a chance for a second one. There's Grim showing up. Close range. The bomb awkwardly dropped on top of the box. They could probably just pick it up, but want to be careful at any rate. Grim really fighting at all angles. Where's the backup? Where are his teammates? Just not even showing up, and that's a running, strafing headshot from Apex. That's disgusting. And NAF is going to be in a 1 versus 3. He's been playing really well so far in the first half, but ZywOo has been playing better than everyone. And that was his 23rd kill right there.
I'm sorry, Elige. I cursed you.
I know.
That was so filthy from Apex there. The running headshot is just so brutal when it happens like that. You don't even get a chance. You just get insta-gibbed.
It's a shame that we've never managed to monetize on the whole caster curse thing. I think we could make some good deals with the players beforehand, you know?
Yeah. Could have been an angle there, Anders. Definitely.
I'll take 5% winnings for saying ZywOo is going to win every single round and see what happens.
The thing is, I was just so indomitable that he's got 143 ADR right now.
I know, it's out of control.
He's just like, you know, he just decided after the first 4 rounds to say enough is enough and no more fun for you, Liquid. We're not actually going to draw this out and turn it into a real map. We are going to blast you. And keep in mind, this is Liquid's map pick as well, which is why I was a little skeptical going into it.
You did say that, yeah.
Then, you know, Liquid go on Mirage. Maybe they know something we don't. But
that's an incredible improvised run boost.
Yeah.
Same as you could do on Inferno running to the B-bomb side. I often sometimes wonder if that's something you could actually practice to you know, not just have it happen randomly, but really set it up. I mean, maybe a little bit absurd thing to spend your time on, but it would be fun. Here we go, onto the A-bomb site. Stewie and Fallen standing tall right now, trying to see if they can get a bit more. Grim is there, and they finally get the kill on ZywOo. That's a huge step in the right direction. Misuta and Shox should not have a chance in this round. They're kind of locked in. NAF is already behind them. So, yeah, deep breath right now on Liquid. Make sure to communicate and don't give any chance here to get back.
Very cool discipline being displayed here by Grim. That is so well played. He doesn't peek. He forces the use of utility. He doesn't care about using his smoke because his teammates are now it's more important that he stays alive on that bomb site. NAF trying to close the door on him. Long spray from him, and he gets both kills. Well done by NAF. And Liquid, man, that was way too close for comfort.
It definitely was. But finally, a chance here. 3rd round, actually, to pick up. It's not bad.
But Grim, I mean, I really... Credit where credit is due. Grim staying alive on that bomb site is so important for Liquid at that point. It forces Vitality back, and that is really well played on his part. Great discipline put on display there by the young gun, so good on him.
Hard position to play. He was playing in the pistol round too, trying to dance back and forth. Definitely not a cool position to be in, but yeah, he did real well. They've got Deagles on ZywOo and Kyojin, AKs on the rest. Shox able to control the burst well enough, but he's going to get counter-peeked immediately. The rest of them being held back. I wonder if they didn't want to go as that was happening in the middle, but they kind of couldn't because of the Molotov. It's going to be straight on down to the A-bomb side. And a 4-on-4. Good chance for a bomb plant right now for Vitality.
Without a doubt, Elige's going to try and quickly rotate open, and they are going to try and get in here, Liquid. They still have the firepower necessary to make this retake happen, and they're quick in because the bomb has only just been planted. But look at this long game coming in here from Apex. He was thinking about rotating into mid. Looks like he's going to post up instead with the rest of his teammates.
Now it's awkward. Misuta with that headshot. 4 versus 3. ZywOo's going to be running out there, trying to get close with the Deagle, but not quite. Oh, that is beautiful. What a transfer from Misuta. And it's a 1-on-1. They're both low on health. He just has to try and stay alive a little longer. There is a kit on Elige, and he's going to find it right then and there. Goes straight for it, and I think he'll just have enough time. It is cutting it real close at the end, but Elige will survive on 1 health with a quad kill and get a 7th round for Liquid.
Yeah, there you go. Star players stepping up, but what a spray transfer from Misuta. I hope we have that on replay, because that was sick. That's exactly what I want to see from the young gun as well here, dude. That is so good. But here it is, Misuta's round clearly. That is as clean as it gets.
he just dragged that spray forward right into him. That was cool.
Man. I love it. That is so cool to see. And Fallen, early peek. No, yeah, he gets that shot and the follow-up and another one. There we go. All three. Gets robbed by Stewie. For shame, Stu. Using an A4 as well.
Actually, so is Elige. What's happening?
Well, there's no accounting for taste sometimes, Anders, you know. It's just the way it is.
Living in the past.
Just don't want to let it up. One thing, oh, this is nice down here, but is this Liquid actually starting to pick up some steam here? Do you think it's too early to tell, Anders? Or do you think that, you know, them getting an 8th round on the board, economy building, hitting shots?
I mean, it's totally doable. If you look at the scoreboard, it's crazy. Elige and Fallen, 16, 14 kills, 12 on Grim, 13 on NAVI. They have a great core right now that's actually outputting a lot of kills on the board. So there's no real reason why they couldn't come back in the game. And it's only a 4-round gap. So I don't know about the mental side of it. That's the big question that we have around Liquid right now. But in terms of the numbers, yeah, they can definitely make a comeback, I would say, in this second half right here. The problem, presumably, will be Saivu. You have to assume that's where the
Took him a couple of rounds to warm up in the first half, right? So maybe,
True.
yeah, he just needs to get the flow going. Shoxy creating some room for his teammates, throwing himself in there first, getting that opening space. Misuda there to trade it, and now Kyojin trying to work the A-bomb site. Stu is chiming in, though. Grim is in as well, and these are some big kills coming up for Liquid. But Apex blind! He's got Fallen's number.
Oh my god, that was crazy. He's back for more. Out in the open, no one. Stewie will find him. Pulls out the sidearm and takes him down. So 9-12, no bomb plant, and no money on the side of Vitality. Could probably justify going for some more deagles. But outside of that, I expect them to be laying low for a bit there.
Well, Stewie has certainly come alive in this second half. Good to see. He's had a few solid rounds, puts him into double digits on the kills. He had a really quiet first half, so hoping to see a little bit more there out of young Stu. He's such a veteran now. Do we get to keep calling him young Stu?
I was just about to say, how long do we keep that up?
Yeah. It just feels like he's going to be young Stu forever, you know what I mean? But he is maturing, although he is still ripping his teammate in that interview. Not going to let that go.
Listen, if nothing else, I appreciate the fact that it's not boring, you know? To me, it makes it interesting.
Okay, fair is fair. He did clarify on Twitter afterwards, saying that, you know, Grim didn't always get his spots and wasn't always given the best chance to shine. So,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
he did clarify afterwards, but still, man, brutal interviews.
Sometimes you just have to say some things out loud, you know, and maybe that'll make a difference. Misuta, that's a good headshot. The nades are falling down. Can we have another one? Nah, NAF will take it away. That's unfortunate. It was building up into something funny there. But it's a 10-12 scoreline. They're really coming back into it now in a big way. Liquid, they've just won 5 in a row, and only one of them has been a bomb plant for the enemy team. So they've been clearing them out pretty nicely. They've managed to put a bit of at least a temporary slowdown on Saivu. That's everything is lining up perfectly right now on the side of Liquid. So well done. AKs across the board for Vitality. Grim playing inside of the A-bomb site. Again, playing that triple box, which is a very hard position to be in. Ooh, they try and get through, but he gets the shot on Kyojin. Perfect play.
Brilliant work. Grim is really coming alive here. Apex again, though. Apex has just come alive for his team. And there's Misuda, who's just been plugging away all of this second half. Stewie realizes somebody else is here, but he doesn't drag the spray onto him. That was awkward.
Very awkward, yeah.
What a shot!
Catches him anyway. I was going to say, Grim had actually set up a perfect kill there for Stewie, right? Could have worked out just fine, but didn't quite get the transfer. Now, Apex has taken the entire second part of the map, or the entire other part of the map here, all the way. He's going to be catching Fallen. There's no way that he's going to check. A little bit of an awkward spray, but it works. He's going to get him. Now it's on NAF, and Apex will go hunting and find a third kill right there. Vitality winning a round here, finally breaking the streak for Liquid. I don't know, I feel like because of where Grim goes down, there's no way for anyone to suspect a second player to be in that bomb site. So the fact that Stewie didn't get that spray, it's a little bit disappointing.
That's a tilt-worthy round for Stu. There's no getting around it. The fact that Shoxy then obliterates him after he screws up that spray. I hope that Stu's going to be able to stay focused after that, because he's starting to actually pick up some steam after a really quiet first half. He's starting to get some kills on the board. And we are going to get a tactical timeout this time called by Vitality. So a little bit of a chat going on.
I think it'd be interesting to see one of those double A Palace pushes. I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen those on Mirage. Obviously, those kind of things go in and out of style. You do it too much, people start to expect it. But that could be fun to see that from Liquid, to try and take some of the initiative away from Vitality and make sure they don't just have things all their own way now that they finally won a round. MP9 on Grid. That's especially if you have an MP9. You should go for it. Get up in the Palace.
No, hesitation. It's not going to happen. Instead, we're getting the run boost in mid here from Vitality. Elysian Naf showing a little bit of presence in mid early on here. Apex doesn't look like he realized that there was somebody ladder. And this is just slow stuff coming out here from Vitality now.
Elige, first point of contact. Doesn't actually get the kill. Looked like there was a big opportunity. Fallen will pick off Cyber. It's a good start, but Misuta unfazed and not feared at all. Going to be taking a kill. Naf will get the double. Triple would have probably won them the round, but now it is still in contention. 2 versus 2. And the bomb is awkwardly out by the catwalk. So very odd position to be in right now if you're on the Vitality side. Yeah, they're going to use the nade to make sure they can pick up the bomb. That makes sense.
Really nice coordination here, but Kyojin easy in position to put a halt to this. The headshot coming in. Apex again getting the instant kill. Man advantage now for Vitality. And Grim going into the retake. This is hard. He has to win this 1v1 now.
But he got the first one even. That could have been the end of him right there. No bomb plan yet. Apex, he can escape. He can get out, but he's going to get the headshot instead. Good double for him. Landing his team a 14th round. That was a really, really close one. I've got to say, Naf probably made that round possible at all by getting the double to begin with. Could have gone down, but yeah, and Elige, he got the dink with the M4A1, but not the kill.
Not the kill, yeah. It's just so close. The finest of margins here. But it feels like, at least at the beginning of these halves, that's been the story, right? At the beginning of the first half, it was a lot of 2v2s. And here, Vitality actually have one of those going their way. So 14-10 and a full buy on the side of Vitality. Wow, interesting that Liquid decided to go for an eco round, essentially. Just a couple of deegs picked up here.
Yeah, they just weren't feeling. They really didn't have a lot to work with, so I guess it's fair. Everyone
certainly just warmed up now.
Yeah, and they're all getting a chance here at the bomb site. AK headshots across the board.
You know, going forward for Vitality, it is actually a thing where you need to focus on Misuta and getting him as comfortable as possible, because in interviews and talks, you know, Apex is more and more saying, you know, like, Misuta is a hard fragger. Misuta has that talent. And we've heard in past interviews as well where they said, you know, it's just a matter of getting him comfortable, where he believes it himself, where he feels like he has the leeway to go ahead and make those plays, to play aggressive and go out there and, you know, just follow his intuition, right? Because if you're new and you're lacking experience, maybe you're kind of holding back, you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit, you're not necessarily going for the plays. But in this map, at least, it feels like we're seeing Misuta just go out there swinging and just take these fights and look for the duels.
Yeah.
So, good to see.
Well, I feel like when he was picked up as an unknown player, really, that's what we saw from him at the beginning, too. He looked really impressive, right? And then it seemed to be a moment there, and maybe that was just a role change on the team. It's hard to say, but it did seem like he went missing for a short while there. But yeah, if you can get that player up and running, it would be really cool. Hire a hypnotist or something, get him, make him believe.
Hypnotist or the performance coach.
Anything. Test it out. Do both. Elige with a very important kill. Backs against the wall right now for Liquid on their map pick. We're on Mirage, and yeah, they need to win 5 in a row. They've already proven that they can do that on the second side. They've already won 5 in a row on the CT side, so just do it again. Grim is pushing T-Spawn. It's a huge play right now that could definitely win them the round, but life is timing, and he has to hit it right in the middle, or it's gonna blow up, and they'll lose the A-bomb side in the meantime.
Spotted Fallen as well on the site itself, so they have that information to go off of. Now Vitality. Stewie, he's got an off angle though. Good chance, but he doesn't capitalize on it. Misses the chance for the kill, and he goes down immediately. Not pretty here for Liquid.
So unfortunate. I think Grim, he got spotted and couldn't find the kill in the middle on Apex, so he had to now only not didn't get the flank in, but it's also kind of worthless because they know that he's coming. It's a unwinnable position. 16-10 on the first map in favor of Vitality. They take down Liquid on their own map pick, and yeah, they just looked pretty much unstoppable in the first half. Saibu did so much there. That's going to be hard to deal with. We'll go to a break, and then we'll be ready with the second map coming right up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Betway and Blast are proud to present the second installment of the Full Games.
Ladder on pretty low. I'm smoking short, guys.
I got my flash ticket.
Short zone.
Flash ticket. Short
Planning opposite.
On same spawn.
Got one ladder on AWP.
Okay, I'll go over. You can play there. I'll play there.
I'm hiding.
I
One
have
top
a
mid
flash
dead.
for CT. I have a flash for CT.
You flash deep.
Yeah,
flash deep.
Short with me one. Short can pick you guys now. I'm hiding for.
I see him. Spawn clear.
One jungle. One shoot call now. One top stairs.
Okay, I'll let you play.
AWP.
There we go. Let's go right there.
Sitting fire.
One bench.
Good
Oh, it's still
jungle.
good. He's still just gone. Just gone. Everyone's coming close triple now. Close triple. Blind.
Blind.
Dead. That's guy's opping. He's gonna play slow. You see him top stairs? Nice.
God bless.
Let's go.
A moment of glory for Liquid on round 15. We thought they might be able to roll it back coming into the second half on their CT side, but unfortunately for them, the Frenchmen would prevail. A scoreline indicating 16-10 as the Frenchmen steal away the map pick of Liquid Maniac.
A very streaky first half, yeah. Very momentum-based first half. We have Liquid with the great start, these 4 rounds in a row, and then a couple of key clutches, a couple of 2v2s that we know can define how a game turns out, and then it's Zywoo taking off. And it's gotta be the talking point. It's gonna be the one point we hammer home is that 22 kills in the first half. This is what your superstar is supposed to do for your team. He is launching you in orbit in order for everyone to come and chime in again and warm up. That man, he took over the first half, literally.
Yeah, and there is literally no taking him out of that zone. When Zywoo gets in there, he is staying for the duration of the map. And it's exactly as you said, Maniac. It's what we want to see coming up from the superstar. We've prefaced this as this is the time for the individual to shine. We know there's going to be roster changes galore for both sides of the server. So we want to see the individual stepping up.
We absolutely want to. Personally, I have my eyes on Zywoo for a very clear reason, right? He started playing Counter-Strike, he was a professional. Back-to-back, best player in the world. This year, I can already tell you, he's not getting the best player in the world award this year. We know who this is going to. We know Simple is sitting on that throne. So what I'm keeping an eye on right now is the reaction from ZywOo. How well do you play Counter-Strike now that your sovereignty has been put in peril? You are not the best player in the world anymore, and you have to go back to that throne. I want to see a reaction, and if this is what we're getting from ZywOo, now we're talking.
Yeah, that's the stuff we really want to be seeing. And of course, Dust 2 is going to be our second map in this series. This is Vitality's pick coming into things. I was kind of questioning this, but then when we look at the side of Liquid, I don't know. I'm kind of torn in half because it's not like a heavy strategical map for Liquid, and we know from that Stewie interview, they haven't exactly been practicing coming into this.
No, they haven't, and the problem, and it's something that was brought up by Semler at the cast, is that how selfless and how much solidarity can you have in a team that might be at the end of the rope, right? That's the problem that I have with some of these teams, is that if they are facing a draw of rounds in a game, right? Who is going to be the one man that steps up and say, come on, guys, we have to be in this together. Let's go, let's push back. Is there that safety net anymore? Yeah. I don't think there is. So if we're talking about Liquid, we're talking about the chances and I guess the win conditions. It has to be a good start. It has to be a momentum. It has to be some sort of fire, because I feel like backs against the wall, they'll just dissolve, just what happened on Mirage.
I mean, that's the thing. When we go back to the beginning of Mirage, Liquid did start off pretty hot, and then Vitality come in with 10-round streak of their own. So Vitality, yeah, I mean they're looking pretty hot coming in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. We have a good start from Liquid, 4 round up. Everyone is, happy, smiling and whatnot. Couple of hard clutches, 2v2s, and then suddenly the rounds start becoming very easy for Vitality. You have the double AWP chiming in, and there is no resistance anymore. And that is my problem. How Liquid react when backs against the wall, when suddenly nothing is working, that's the problem. I don't think they have the weapons. I don't think they have the resources. I don't think they have the resilience to come back into a game.
Well, they are firmly placed up against that wall, and that wall will come in the form of Dust 2, the second map of this best of 3 series, and Vitality's pick coming into it. We're heading to a quick break. We'll be back with all the action with Anders and Semler in just a few.
First map is down. It was picked by Liquid and it was won by Vitality. Heading into the second one, you can see the odds there. I mean, they were already favoring Vitality. They haven't really got any bit of Liquid.
No, and I think Maniac really, drove it home. 22 kills from ZywOo in the first half.
Damn.
Liquid didn't really have an answer, and it feels like that's the win condition for Vitality is that ZywOo shows up. So that certainly got fulfilled.
Yeah.
The win condition for Liquid, you're kind of left wondering what is it, right? Because Elige and NAF, they start showing up, they start popping off. But as soon as things start to go against the team, you can tell that they're kind of dead in the water because, again, it's a team that's going through some conflict right now, some internal struggles.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Not even internal anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they had a lot of kills in that first map. They had that whole streak, 5 or 6 rounds, where it was down to like 2v2s. I guess if you're Liquid, you could justify this saying, well, if we'd won some of those clutches, maybe we actually win the map or at least get closer. So, I don't know. It's unfortunate because now we're on Dust 2. Vitality picked it, and it's going to be right off with the round starting. Grim and Stewie getting a kill each. Flashed in. Really good job. There was a counter flash coming out from Shox, but it still didn't work out. Now, he's no longer throwing flashes. Bullets instead. Taking down Fallen Misuta. He's just swinging wide for the fight, and he doesn't get a single kill for it. Shox trying to reload on top. Apex is there, trying to get the job done. Shox with more headshots. Kitty actually saved them in this round. Apex doing a throw. 360 jump to get the kill on NAF as well. And now it's Stewie. One-on-one versus Shox. He's jumping for it. That is dangerous. Shox is going to take him down at the end of triple. And Vitality, they will win that round 2-on-4.
They can't even believe it themselves. Apex is just freaking out.
He did the 360 on him.
I'm so happy we caught that on camera, the 360.
He's officially just twerking on Team Liquid now. Crazy.
Dude. And now they're all just talking trash in the chat as well.
Of course.
The Shoxy pistol man from the young Stu. That is so sick. What a save from Shoxy, considering I think he team flashed both of his teammates. When they went in for that fight originally at Long, you saw the assist, coming in from that flash grenade that Shoxy threw.
Yeah.
So he needed to come up big to save the team there, considering he was the A anchor at that point, and he does. So tremendous work from Shoxy. What a start for him. 3 kills in the pistol. Vitality again off to a good start on the map. And now let's see. What do we got here? Slow stuff coming in here from Liquid, at least to start.
It's now almost 7-1 on the odds favoring Vitality.
Yeesh.
Pretty brutal. Well, Shox is all the way at the back plateau. Great position to be in. Scout, though, maybe the weapon to pick him off here. He's waiting for the contact from Misuta, you have to assume. There it is. And yep, he's going to stand up right behind. So that's a fairly non-complicated 1-2 punch. Quad kill as well for Misuta with the MP9. Everyone's happy.
I'm imitating Apex there with the chef's kiss because, for one, Sanders, all the SMGs kills.
It's true. Make
Just
the money.
Max money on that anti-eco. Thank you very much. That's what I want to see. Just farming money. Misuta starts this round with 58.50 in the bank. That is mountains of cash. You can just hand over an AWP to ZywOo if you want. You can do whatever you want at this point. You're guaranteed an AWP. That makes such a huge difference. Oh.
Well,
Okay,
it is. Yeah, it's the new version of Dust 2. People do this a lot now. Pushing into lower dark. They do it in all rounds. They know, though, on the Liquid side, Grim, yeah, that is not worth it. Not worth pushing. The problem, though, is you kind of have to react to it. It would be different if Liquid had already taken long at this point, because then they could ignore what's happening in upper and lower dark. But eventually, they're going to have to go clear this out.
It has kind of stabilized a little bit, but because it was a bit more CT-sided when the update first happened on Dust 2. Now it's pretty much 50-50 CT-side win rate in the last 3 months on Dust 2. But for a second there, it was pretty CT-sided because of this, because of these aggro pushes in mid. But teams are starting to figure out how to deal with it as well.
I actually think this is done. It's done so much to try and bring the map back and sort of make it a little bit more interesting. Perfect flash setup and a perfect peek to follow it from Grim. So, I mean, they spent a lot of time. Don't underestimate that either. We're down sub 50 seconds by the time they have control of upper dark. So that's a bit annoying. Good little shot there, but he couldn't fall back in time, or didn't want to at any rate. It does leave ZywOo alone inside of the bomb site. Not a great position to be in with a UMP. Less than half health as well. They're all coming for him, and he's in trouble. But somehow, he gets out. Wait, where's the AK? Grim. Surely had one, yeah.
Yeah, he had one, but I don't think ZywOo was able to pick it up fast enough. He was just over that body and out of dodge as fast as possible. Now you have a 3-on-3 retake.
Oh, this is awkward. This should be Liquid's round every single time. Apex goes down, Elige. clean peek to pick that one up. Side was trying to get through the smoke, but he's not going to be allowed. And they will end up shooting Kyojin in the back. It's a good round for Liquid. Good to see them stabilize. Would have been unforgivable if they would have lost that round.
Especially given the fact that ZywOo just does that run and gun drop out of nowhere. That is so sick though, because he realizes the timing that the window is closing. If he's getting pinched, he has to make a play. And of course, it's just it's Grim that gets bopped.
Yeah.
He tried to pick up that AK. Oh, that's so annoying. He gets caught with going for the swap afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunate.
But
it had Liquid stickers on it. Maybe that's why it's like, oh,
cursed AK.
I'm not getting that.
He just threw it away immediately afterwards. Oh.
Double AWP in the 4th round. That's rare.
But that's that MP9.
True.
The quad kill MP9 play with ZywOo getting a UMP kill. It's just that $600 instead of $300. It makes a difference. It stacks up fast. So now you can go right into this. And we saw a similar strategy from Vitality on Mirage as well, where they went immediately into a double AWP on that CT side. And that really kicked things off strong for them. So not wasting any time here, Vitality. And again, this is Vitality's map pick. So they want to go on to Dust 2 here against Liquid.
FAMAS?
What a mad lad holding this angle with the FAMAS.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not afraid. I mean, you are hitting headshots at that range, but Stewie will barely stay alive. And it's a 4-on-4. Both the AWPs are still alive. I don't think that they even know Liquid yet, that there is a double AWP in play, which that can make a big difference. If you have the comms to figure that out along the way, you can start to play the round differently, without a doubt. And it's definitely going to affect how you're going to try and get out, especially maybe on catwalk or long, right? Definitely going to want to make sure you have the right smokes up and running. Looks like they're all going to be regrouping to try and hit the B bomb site. Masutra and Apex are holding it inside. They don't have any more nades or anything to work with, so this could get a bit awkward, but it is the 2 rifles. Good spray. Masutra gets the headshot on Grim, tries to follow it up, and it's Apex holding that backline as well. Good double for either one of them, and that looked way less impressive for Liquid. What's he doing? Apex, man.
You never know what you're going to get with Apex, man. I love it.
He's just in the club. Can we get an edit where we just add some generic 90s techno music?
Just feeling it. Oh, yeah, dude. Masita, I'm so impressed with him in this series, dude. He's like showing no respect. Top fragging right now for Vitality. So that is so sick to see. What a shot from Fallen, though.
Okay.
All right, then, yeah. Get that scout in play. Oh, did he manage? He did not manage to save that AWP, though. Oh, he did. Just barely snag it. And there it is. Shoxy chiming in with the kill of his own, taking Stewie.
Double up confirmed.
Love it. And a chance here. Naf was looking to try and follow up on this. Yep, he's got that Deeg. Not out of this yet. I mean, it's still very much a threatening round here from Vitality, or from Liquid, rather, because we've seen just how powerful these players can be once they have their hands on some Deagles and Scouts.
True. And, I mean, the previous map on Mirage is one of those heavy Deagle maps. Dust 2, obviously, maybe even more so. So wouldn't be surprised if we get some more. And that Scout-Deagle combination, we mentioned it earlier, even if you just get the body shot with the Deagle, Scout can follow it up, or the other way around. It works really well.
Dude.
All right. Shox is hitting everything right now. This is not bad. Naf, though, he will get him down. Can he throw away the orb anywhere? I feel like it almost would be worth it. He's going to get the kill on one of them. Almost followed up. He did tag Apex, and he's going to be pushing forward. They don't know about it. He even saw the boost coming. My God, Naf he's fired up right now. But it is a quad kill for Shox at the end of that round. It's a 4-1 lead for Vitality.
Dude, he tags him through there as well. It's like he can't miss a shot. Shoxy as well is just hitting everything. 184 ADR so far for Shoxy in 5 rounds. It's like, okay, he's just popping off right now. 8 kills, 2 deaths. And yeah, it is an anti-eco, fair enough. But still, good to see Shoxy just taking fights and being brave here on the server. That's what you want to see out of an opper, especially on Dust 2. The op is all about confidence. You need to know that you can hit the shots when you take those peeks. Nice little nerdy lineup coming in here from Elige.
Yeah, he's counting the pixels. He's like,
1, 2, 3. Oh.
Missed chance there. That's dangerous. Grim, what an opening out long. Dodges the AWP, goes for the swing with the Galil, and now Shox is in trouble. You could see him yelling into the microphone. Please, please, send back up. I don't want to be stuck out here.
Though, if he can survive this pressure, this is really interesting, because now he doesn't even need to... I mean, they've just wasted a molly to try and force him out of that position.
Stewie actually in a position that could have won the round. If he wins that fight against Masuta, I don't even know Vitality can really rotate heavily, so he had the jump on him.
This is so cool from Shoxy, though.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, now the Molly, with that smoke down, they don't know if he's there or not. And so they have to use even more utility just to see if they can clear him out. And Shoxy hits the headshot on Fallen in the meantime. Shoxy is feeling it on Dust 2 right now. This is so sick to see. And there's Zaiwu on the other side. The brackets. What year is it? Are we back onto French double op on Dust 2?
It has been a very long time, hasn't it? But, yeah, that used to be dangerous. Zaiwu goes down. Someone, yeah, Apex is going to show up to try and recover the AWP. Of course, the longer you can keep that alive, the better it is. Grim out here running on catwalk, taking the fight to Shox, but he just can't be stopped right now. He's picked up another double kill, but overall in this first half, he is 10-2 right now. So pretty impressive. I've got to say, Stewie probably should have won that fight against Masuta.
Yeah, Stewie is having a real rough time of it so far. Even though he's got 5 kills, it feels like he's getting picked himself fairly quickly. And that was Shoxy. Dude, they just could not get rid of him from that position. It's so impressive from Shoxy, just staying alive. Sometimes that's the most important thing, is if you can just stay alive, you will get your chance down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, don't throw away yourself too casually. And you're right about that too. You know, they use the Molotov, the smoke. They maybe don't even know if he's there.
Yeah,
they have to use more. It's very frustrating.
It's incredibly frustrating, and that really just ground that whole long push to a halt. Because remember, they picked Kyojin at the beginning of that round by Liquid, so they've got to be thinking, great, fantastic. We have the opening kill. Now we can start moving our way up long, and Shoxy puts a halt to all of that. Now you've got Liquid on this weird. Well, it's just a pistol half by,
and they're going to split the B-bomb site. This actually can be very, very dangerous, because if either Shox or Masuta goes down right off the bat, the bomb site will fall no matter what in a couple of seconds. So you want to be real careful. I love the fact that Apex he's playing close for that reason. He wants to be there to help. Now he is going to get traded in the middle. Masuta, though, it buys some time. Grim, what a nice peek, and he's going to turn around for the kill on Shox as well. Grim has had so many openings in this first half already, and that might have just been the round that he just gave them.
Think so, Anders. Think so. It's going to be time to back off. The money here for Vitality, because of how close some of these rounds have been, is not that good. So they're looking to back off and save what they've got. They could still go for a double AWP in the next round.
You can see, actually, yeah, this is so clean. Oh, instant turnaround. What a job well done.
That was after Masuta still Masuta gets a kill there.
Yeah, he does. Just the one, right? But Apex, the way that he plays in the middle, because he gets smoked off in CT spawn, but again, because he is someone who just goes all in every single time, instead of other players, maybe they would have tried to jump up on the box, they would have tried to play over the smoke to try and spray through and see if you get it. Apex knows that his teammates really need him, so he's like, I'm going to go for the fight here, and he did get one of them. If he would have got the other one, they win the round easily. So, yeah, I think that was another sign that Apex is just an intelligent player in that moment. He kind of understood the weakness of that B-bomb site, but couldn't get the double. 5-2, man.
It feels like everywhere. Well, it feels like Shoxy is the one he gets caught in the open and isn't quite able to get any impact with that AWP on that B-hold. If he picks up even one kill to take the pressure off of Masuta,
yeah, that would
be looking at a totally different situation. But that's just one of those rounds now where you got to shake it off if you're Vitality. Fallen really taking his time to line up this smoke. Dude, that's not every day that you see somebody actually scoping in with an op just to make sure they've got it down perfect. And now Grim, once again, hoping that he's going to be able to find that opening kill. Masuta with a little bit of an off angle here. We'll see if it works.
It's the one that lands on the door, right? Like, yeah, that's the smoke.
That's very cool.
That's unbelievable geek levels that we've reached in. I love it. Huge fan.
It's very cool, though. That's the kind of thing you want to see after all this time on this map. Players really just coming up with the goods. And, well, Grim, unfortunately, has not found anybody to take a fight with over in Upper Dark, but at least he's, spotted that nobody's pushed for info either. 55 seconds left on the clock here for Vitality. And there's Zaiwu swinging into it, and a Stewie is going to go down again.
Wow, what's the plan here? 40 seconds. Fallen and Grim trying to make a bit of a play out the middle. The rest of them up on catwalk making more noise, but they're really running out of time here. 35 seconds, a chance maybe Just the shoulder peek there. Not enough to get the kill for Fallen. And now their hand has been played. They know what is coming next here on the side of Liquid. Trying to put up a bit of a defense Vitality. Elige, actually. He's going to get the kill on Shocks. This is interesting. Bomb is going to be planted with 15 seconds left. And there is a chance now for Elige and NAF to do something here. Catching Apex off guard. He was not ready for it. More is coming, and it's Kyojin to take down Elige. Now NAF is on his own. 1 versus 2. Kyojin's low on health. But that AWP on Saiwu. Up in the window. He's going to catch him. The flashbang, it doesn't do enough. But Saiwu still walks in. NAF not reading it. Might have thought that he was just flashing himself in.
That one stings.
Yeah.
That one stings if you're NAF. So obviously, that's the other thing, right? If you catch a guy like that with a nade in hand, you have to be wondering what's the setup. That shot right there is bonkers from Zywoo, though. The no-scope onto Fallen. Oh, he's so crazy. But, I mean, again, another round that Vitality are just winning by the skin of their teeth. They had so many of those on Mirage as well.
Yes.
It was a one-sided scoreline in the first half, but Vitality had a few rounds that it could have just gone their way. We could have been looking at a totally different situation. But now, Liquid, again, kind of getting kicked in the teeth here. Fallen, not going to find the shot. A little bit of info gained. At least he was able to spot a body, but that's going to be it. And we're back into the standoff. Very curious to see if we get some more aggression in Upper Dark here from Vitality as an answer.
Yeah, they've slowed that down just a bit, but 6-2 scoreline. You're right. Vitality with some close rounds, but if they keep winning them like they did on Mirage, then, well, there's a good start. Saiwu to take down Fallen. Awkward standoff there. They're getting a lot of these openings, it feels right now. On the side of the French, it's going to be Stewie to fall next. So now the problem is, it was really Shocksome as Suda leading the charge. Saiwu, that was his 8th kill right there. If he's going to start to wake up too, then it's time to pack it up if you're Liquid.
You know, it's been a long time since anybody on Liquid has really gotten many kills. It feels like. I mean, Stu's been sitting at 5 kills.
Yeah.
Since, what, the first 3 rounds or something. It's just, he feels like he's just getting picked every time now. And Liquid are just not getting these duels to go their way. So Vitality. Just doing work right now.
Interesting smoke. Puts a bit of pressure on if you're trying to walk through. He's just at the edge. Grim will fall. Again, he's been very good with the openings, but this time it's just too much. NAF running around with the AWP, 15 seconds. They are going to come hunt for him, and I can't really blame them. They don't have that much money in the bank on the side of Vitality, but it doesn't really matter at the end. They could go for the elusive triple AWP.
They could. They could. Rarely spotted, but Zywoo's just beasted him this round. That shot on Stu, because I'm pretty sure that they hear the scope from Cat as well, so they know that there's a possibility of that peak coming. So Stewie's got the angle. So Stewie, that's got to be one of the most just tilt-worthy duels to lose, because I feel like Stu knows that that peak is coming, and yet he still loses the fight.
Here we go. The aggression is back on the side of Vitality. They're running all the way to top mid, catching them. Oh, that's a huge surprise. The bomb is on the ground, and a 2-for-1 trade so far. Well done. Vitality just pausing, playing slow for a long time, and then just as Liquid are starting to feel a little bit safe around that CT aggression, it comes back with a vengeance. Nice shot from Elige, down from pit.
Sit down, Shoxy.
Here comes the flash, though. Elige, he's staring right at it, and that is a good spray. Could have just as well been a triple. Yeah, they were looking intently at that flashbang. Eyes wide open.
That was a perfect, perfectly timed flash. I really like this round from Vitality, even if right now it's close, and we'll see. I don't think Fallen has any reason to expect Zywoo to be pushed up here, so he is going to get caught. Easy kill for Zywoo, but I love that Vitality, they had an accurate read on Liquid's economy, knowing that it was going to be a weak buy, and this is the power play you go for, where you show, like, if they've got pistols, you just go and bully them. Charge them. Go and look for the fight. You've got the superior firepower. Just go out there and bully them. So I think that's what Vitality's game plan was in this round, to just go out there and just smash Liquid. It was a little bit closer than they would have liked, all things considered, but a nice round from Vitality. They saved both AWPs. That's what really matters.
Double versus double scout. Which one will come out on top? I've got to guess myself, but love to be proven wrong.
It's just Fallen zipping around every corner here.
Well, that's kind of the power of it, isn't it? You can be that fast. I like the peeking around the smoke that's just landing, because sometimes players on the CT side will make a mistake in that moment and be like, it's going to be smoked off, it's fine. And then someone walks in right in front. But Misuta, again, he has been playing really well this best of 3 so far. He's able to get a double there. Grim, awkward position. Gonna get caught. 3rd kill for Misuta. And that leaves NAF. 1 versus 5.
I gotta give credit to Misuta, though. He's been so clever with these off angles. It's been really annoying for, I mean, you see Fallen, he checks the usual angle that Misuta, if he was holding down ramp, he would be standing pretty square in the doors. So Fallen checks that angle, doesn't see anybody, and so you can see he's just already swinging wide, not expecting to be challenged. And then, lo and behold, Misuta's just sitting in just off angle, just a little bit off, and gets a free kill and follows it up. So, Stu's face kind of says it all right now.
They're not loving it.
They are not loving it.
9-2 in favor of Vitality here. 2nd map as well. And they obviously won the 1st one. So Inferno is the deciding map if we can get there. It feels increasingly unlikely. Launders is out there somewhere in a panic. He picked Team Liquid.
Did he?
Because he's out of his mind.
We knew that a long time ago, though.
That is true.
Oh, Launders. He sometimes he just decides to swing for the fences.
I appreciate it because obviously when everyone else is picking Vitality, you feel like you can win everything at that moment, you know.
I mean, to be, I'm kind of surprised. If the real one that's going to be all over the place is Nip Astralis later with predictions. Which one did you go for? You went for Astralis, didn't you?
I did.
You mad lad. Nip are going to savage him.
I think so.
It's going to be good.
I think Config could win.
I think that's the one where I think we're pretty divided in terms of who's predicting what.
He could probably bench the entire Nip lineup.
You know who did an insane bench yesterday or the day before? Rain. Apparently he benched 140, and he said it was easy. I'm like, okay then.
He's Norwegian, you know.
That's so sick.
Did he just send Saiwu to pick up nades? That's when you know you're a cap. No, do it again, Saiwu. Come back with it. Yeah.
He is.
Yeah. Command those troops. That's
way.
The kind of discipline. And Apex is going to get the kill, of course. No, not even any kind of honorable mention for say he's forgotten by history.
So it's the hard fate of the support player.
The French grenadier.
There it is. The pomegranate just going to hard right there.
He just relegated Saiwu to his.
I love it.
His personal grenade assistant. Shot. Amazing. Saiwu goes down, Fallen, wide swing, and he's going to find Kyojin as well. Apex lurking down in the smoke, but he's going to be found as well. Fallen has decided to win the round, all in his own.
Good on him. Finally deciding to turn up. They can back off on this Vitality and still get that double operational again. But Misuta's kind of swinging around on catwalk if he can find somebody out of position.
Now, if we could get a mic'd up moment for that Apex and Saiwu situation, that would be gold.
Take notes.
Misuta, he is hoping for someone to peek into that AK. Kind of pushing the envelope a little bit here. Oh, okay. Comes cruising back in the middle for a headshot on NAF. That is pretty impressive. Shocks down here, hoping to save the AWP. They are going to cross. That's a bit careless for Grim, but Fallen will find his 4th kill of the round. So that's impressive. Yeah, I hope. I can imagine. It's like, yes, Mr. Apex.
Yeah,
I'll get it.
Well, listen, dude. Apex, he calls the shots. He's the IGL. He says jump. You say how high.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't even question. And Saiwu, he's always about, I play for my team.
Yeah, look at it. It's like, okay, here you go, sir.
That's so good. I love to see it. That is so good. These guys are just having fun right now. And I mean, to be fair, they should. It's 9-3 on the CT side. It's a 50-50 map, so you've already won the half, essentially.
Yeah.
And now, as far as Liquid are concerned, there's no... It's just individuals who are going to make the difference here for this team. Fallen is loving life. Dren is there. Fallen... Dude, he looks over as if he was going to get a fist bump from Stu and then realizes, oh, wait, no, and then just turns away. Dude.
No. Sadness.
What was sadness, exactly. But, oh.
That reminds me of that old clip between Artosis and Idra. The failed fist bump.
Oh, dude, that happened several times, didn't it?
There's one with like music to it. I'll
Release
tweet it
the
later.
Kraken.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Classic.
The glory days of GSL, man.
Yeah, classic esports history. I'll
So
tweet it
good.
later on. Find it. Shox opening up the round to take down Elige. Not bad. And doesn't need to play it any more risky. Kyojin will go down in return though. Unfortunately, out on long. Saibu here on the other side with the AWP. And Apex has taken over. Might have been expecting to peek an AWP there, but instead it was Apex. So 3-on-3. Some trading going on across the map. Saibu is kind of out playing on his own. He doesn't have any teammates with him here. It's just him. Dangerous position to be in with the AWP. But then again, he makes his own rules, I guess.
He heard the footsteps.
Yeah.
He heard the footsteps. He knows somebody is around here somewhere. And Shoxy's trying to put himself in a position to help out as well. Nice smoke going down on a minute mark. That's going to leave Team Liquid wanting a little bit here. Yeah, they were thinking about it. Oh, they were thinking about it. They're like, do we want to go through this or not? Do we dare? But then, you know, you've still got enough time. As the smoke clears, it's going to be around 45 seconds. And now they swing together as a group, and this is all on Zywoo. He has to hit these shots. Do they have any utility to work with here, Liquid? They are so sparse on nades.
Yeah, that's a big issue. They need smokes and flashbangs to get rid of Saibu. You're absolutely right. The lack of nades really hurting them here. Double kill for Saibu as they try and get onto Catwalk. The double AWP will stay alive into the 14th round, and no bomb plant for Liquid means they could probably justify forcing it up, because if they don't, they're probably not going to do much in this first half, so might as well go all in, but the money is not looking good. Counter Molotov as well there is brutal.
Yeah, and the near double spray for Apex. That was a close run thing. Another timeout getting called here by Liquid. I can just barely make out Vitality.
Trying to hear in the background.
Yeah, I can just barely make out Vitality.
What are they saying? Yeah, Apex has been playing really well as well. 10 kills on him. Top is Masuta actually at 15. So taking everyone. It's pretty impressive.
He's been putting on a really strong performance here all match long. Shoxy's kind of calmed down, but I feel like that's just, you know, it's the way things go. It's hard to always be in the right place at the right time. And he had a couple of quiet rounds there where he got bopped. But TAC timeout is over, and we are going to get into the thick of things here. Two rounds remaining in this first half, and I feel like we're literally watching Mirage over again. It's just a round difference. It was 4-10 going into the last round. Now let's see, can Liquid actually replicate the score? Shoxy going to miss the shot. Early aggression out long, and they're just trying to put the pace on him. That is sick. Fallen going to get caught by Shoxy, but that was close.
Molotov is perfect. He will get traded, but did a lot of damage to Stewie from beyond the grave. Kyojin, who's had a bit of a quiet time in the first half, he's, well, going to be put to sleep once again. Stewie will take him down. That's actually a really nice peek.
Oh, dude, Stu can't catch a break. What? What? What was that?
I don't know where the bullets went, but not into Elige at any rate. Naf will go down, and Elige to fall next. Saibu, a bit of an awkward fight up there at Catwalk, but he managed to get the double kill. It's 11-3 now, so that mirror of the first half on Mirage is kind of out of the picture. I don't know, man.
That was the opening kill against Fallen, who admirable play there from Fallen. Really just trying to turn up the pace, really just trying to get out there. This one here, what happened? Moved just as he pulled the trigger. That was weird.
Yeah.
Apex as well. You know, it's just like, I do not believe.
It's great.
Oh, this is sick.
Yeah. 15th round coming up. Pressure on lower dark. Shox is holding it. They jumped past. They knew that was coming, but they don't know about the second AWP that's in there. Tries for the no-scope. Please, Sidewoods, too much. Give them a break. They've already won the fight there. 1 versus 4, and that's great. And Stewie is back, making entries on Catwalk. He got 2 in the last round. 1 here again. It's not bad.
Oh, looking for it. Not going to quite get that kill. Zywoo's still alive, and so long as Zywoo is alive, there's a chance for Vitality. He's got that AWP, catching the bomb out in the open.
Now, if the bomb had fallen down in the CT spawn, that would have been a disaster, but he's back for more. Chewing them apart. Unreal. And Naf goes down. Now it is a 1 versus 1. A suitable fall. Stewie with a quad kill. That is impressive. He ends top of the scoreboard for Liquid. As we exit the first half, we'll be back with the second after the break.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long.
I don't know. I like the Krieg meta.
You see the map pool? All the 7 maps? It's gone.
I think definitely the most unpopular opinion I have is Vertigo is a good map.
I think that Vertigo is a pretty good map. I think that you have pretty good reason to go B sometimes. I think it's nice because CTs can both retake, but they can also play offensive, and there's more and more new ways to play Vertigo on the CT side, but also on the T side.
I think the hate against Vertigo is not really... I don't agree with it. I think maps like Mirage and Dust 2 should actually be getting more of the hate, in my opinion.
It's a map where there are a lot like hidden gems undiscovered yet, and there's like so much potential for it.
I like Vertigo, and I would love to see like Valve changing map pool like in 1 year. Every 1 year they change like 2 maps, because sometimes it get boring to watch all the maps over and over again.
The model skins, you know, that they introduced to the game, I really don't like them. I don't think they added anything to the game, and I think we've heard from a lot of people who are colorblind, for example, that they actually have a hard time seeing these model skins when they're playing, which I think is like super broken, to be honest. I think it should be equal and fair for everyone, so I think there actually should be a command to like disable them, you know.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion because I would love, for example, to have really something new. Of course, the best will be a new CS if it can come, but if not, we can still do something with CSGO. But I would, for example, love to, like Valve is coming, saying, you see the map pool, all the 7 maps, it's gone. And you just take 7 new maps that no one know, never practice, never see, never play, whatever, like totally new, and like go on, have fun.
Well, here we go. Second half coming up. Second map as well. It's on Dust 2, and it's 11-4 in favor of Vitality. I mean, just cruising through this second map in a fast pace. Liquid have not been able to stop them yet.
They have not. They are very much they've passed into their Steam form and are easily passed through. It feels like they need to figure out how to turn to ice now.
21-1 at the odds. Oh no. Well, it makes sense. Naf is alone on the bomb site. He has some backup outside, and actually, maybe they can get there in time. Fallen with 2 big kills. Cyber, he's going to answer back, and so will Apex. More headshots from the Glocks are ringing through. They're kind of stepping in one at a time. Liquid, where's the coordination? It's going to be Cyber with the final one. Hear the woos coming out, and a triple for Cyber.
All right, so Apex was literally just complaining in the chat about how his throat hurts. He's like, it hurts all the time. It's really boring. And then you see him do that. It's like, well, yeah, it hurts all the time if you're just popping off every freaking round.
Stop yelling. No, but we don't want him to do that.
No, we don't want him to do that. No, Apex, take one for the team. Well played. 12-4.
I really felt like Liquid, because it was a little bit unfortunate that Naf was on his own in there, but they had 3 or 4 people outside. They could have probably gone together, but it felt like they kind of ran. They kind of were jiggling for peaks. They went down, no chance for any revenge, anything. A bit unfortunate. Fallen on a cool mission while the rest of them are out long. If he can find shocks, maybe something could happen here.
They just wish that they'd invested in some deagles this round.
True.
Because, I mean, it's just a hard eco coming in here from Liquid. They only have the USPs. We have seen teams win these rounds before, but you really need the element of surprise. You need something to break your way, and right now it's just Misuda kind of charging forward, and there is not a hope nor a prayer for Team Liquid. Vitality locking it down, and Vitality not even messing around, just going quad Galil AK, just
yeah,
not even going to bother re-upping for the next round. They're just fully equipped already. They just get nades and they're good to go.
I love that they're doing the war cry. in this round. It's just, they don't care. They're like, yeah, we got him.
Well, they're not sitting side by side in where the teams are playing. There's 4 setups, right? And so you're alternating. So you're always going to have a team between you and your opponents. But I imagine if you shout loud enough, your opponents are still going to hear you. So if you wanted to pop off and try and get in their heads, it's still a thing. You're going to have to just shout really loud.
Maybe that's why Apex throat is hurting. Just trying to yell across the arena. Wild. 18th round. We've got the early kill from Apex there. Galil versus Fallen to take him down. And now they're going to be putting a little bit of pressure on the bomb side. That's a beautiful headshot. Elige goes down, and I don't think he had any. I think almost none of them have head armor here. So the Galils are doing a lot of work.
Shoxy, he's on the site again with the Galil, though, but they had the nades. Somehow it's able to recover that bomb. That's hysterical. The fact that he gets that down is unreal here. Liquid had a chance, and now they're getting flanked completely. Caught off guard by Masuda in mid. No way does that happen.
So unfortunate timing when they try and go for the boost.
It's just like unending entertainment.
It really is fired up. This is a really, really clean shot from Kyojin. But yeah, that is nothing you can do about that.
Just realized too late. You just realized too late. Oh, it's pain. Elise should not look like he's enjoying watching his teammates get shot that much.
I was gonna say, he looked like he was like...
He's like, yes, shoot them more. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
It's 14-4, and same strategy coming out from Liquid this time, where they are going to go for just a half buy and play for overtime unless they can pull off an upset here. Scout on upper dark. There it is. Headshot coming in, but Apex is there for the trade.
It's possible that Elige is playing this the way that I play Dota. Sort of, you know, if we're going to lose, at least you guys have to be more miserable than I am.
I mean, everybody on the server is miserable when you play Dota, Anders. You're playing techies.
It's true.
There's no winning there.
No, it is true, unfortunately. Grim and Elige, okay. Good headshot. Grim putting in the effort still. And Elige trying to run through 1 versus 2. That was almost always going to end that way. 15-4. Vitality 1 round away from defeating Liquid in this opening best of 3 of the fall finals.
And really just putting all doubt to rest here. Vitality, they're here to do a job. They're here to just utterly murder this team. They made top 8 at the major, and they're continuing in fine form here. Liquid, I mean, well, they didn't mess around with coming into this tournament and pre-tournament interviews. They were saying that they hadn't played together since the major. They hadn't put any effort in terms of prep. And so it feels like we're kind of getting what we could have expected from Liquid, all things considered. Literally, all they had was individual performance, and if they don't have that, they don't have a leg to fall back on.
Yeah, it's not been the best that we've seen out of them.
And they
definitely
got blasted in the major as well. They only won a map against ENCE on Dust 2, but again, ENCE had the horrendous performance at the major. So, you know, is that much of a win to write home about?
No, probably not. Probably not. Saivu is getting found at the end, but I was going to say he is 23-7. He's only died. That was his 7th death right there on Dust 2. So just a lot of things are working against them. But they managed to win that 1 round. First round on the second half for Liquid. Just 10 more to go, Semler.
Yeah. And, you know, they got mountains of cash on Vitality side as well. So full buy versus full buy. Liquid buying themselves a little bit more time to work with here. And, well, as far as, again, the aggression into lower dark, this is not going to matter, though. Vitality straight out long. No time wasted. Grim taking advantage of the smoke on the corner, though. Manages to catch Apex as he gets into the pit. And so man advantage here for Liquid. This is really good.
It is, yeah, I mean, it's very, very late to start to wake up. They don't know that Fallen is down there. That's very interesting. He's kind of walking back out, pretending to be one of the side of Vitality here. He's going to get only the 1 kill. Shocks 1 versus 2, and he's going to be found by Grim, who finds 2nd kill of the round. Grim himself is up at 13. So him, Stewie, and Fallen kind of leading the pack a little bit here for Liquid. It is another round in their favor, though.
Yes. Chaos reigns, continues to reign. I mean, if you can keep throwing random strats out there like that, where you just try and get chaotic, got to give it to Grim. If he gets overwhelmed long early, it's just Vitality making the perfect counter strategy to Liquid, where Liquid, you know, they push lower dark. It would have just been them on opposite sides of the map, rotating around, and everything would have been fine and dandy. The only thing is that Grim stood his ground, got that kill, and ground that push to a halt. So well done on Grim. And now, well, as far as Vitality are concerned, it's just a round of pistols coming up for them. No bomb plant last round. No bonus money to work with. And Fallen just hungry for kills. Give the man the stats. He needs to hit the shots, though, for that to happen.
Yeah, it feels like all of Liquid are just sort of fighting in middle. Might not be necessary. Kyojin will find another Deagle headshot. Now you want to be real careful you don't give this one away. There's no reason to lose to Deagles. Stewie and NAF will close out the round, so Liquid will keep it going, but both Stewie and NAF were kind of low on health.
Well, okay then. Yeah, that got a bit too close for comfort. But they saved the double op, so they'll have that to go with here in the next round, Liquid. Stu finally getting a chance to just try and pop off with some shots. That was a nice one onto Masuda.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, solid. He's just having fun. Surprise. Surprise. Mild shock.
It is good to have these player camps back in this way. It does just make things so much better.
I mean, we aren't yet on LAN, you know, because we're not playing in front of the audience just yet. All the teams here at Blast will get a chance to, even in their elimination matches. If everything goes wrong for them here at the beginning of the bracket, they will still have an elimination match to play, and they can play out in front of the fans, in front of the audience here in Copenhagen. So we will have LAN. We just quite haven't made it.
How does he get that? Fallen is actually, he is escaping that scenario, but Misuta, he has been so on point with his AK. Trying to swing further, does duck down so Grim can't find him, and that's obviously important. Goes for it again here, and he's going to win that fight. Huge double entry. That might well be the map in the series won by Misuta here in that moment. Bomb is going to be planted. Shox is in T-spawn. He's kind of far away, but Stewie and NAF, any retake here is probably pure fantasy at this point. I don't see how they're going to be able to get close. Stewie's walking in. He's going to find one of them for free, but scout headshot from Sairu, and it's going to be a 1 versus 3 for NAF. He is picking them apart a little bit here, but he does not have the utility. He doesn't have a smoke, which he would need for a defuse here. They're going to go double peek him. He actually gets one and nearly the second, but now Shox playing a bit further back. He's going to win the fight at the end. Close round, but it is the victory for Vitality. 16-7 at the end as they take down Liquid.
Yeah. And well, tough result there for Liquid. Kind of just shaking it off. I mean, they're all grinning. They're all having a good time by the looks of things, even though they're getting blasted in the face. But Vitality, that's the decisive win that you're looking for from Vitality. And I mean, Vitality, there's still a great match that can come up here in the upper bracket semis, because I feel like going up against NiP or this new Astralis, that's going to be just pure entertainment if Vitality can perform at this level. So that's going to be very cool to see. Liquid, will see who they go up against in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Misuta was playing, it looked like he'd sort of come into a really good, just a good style of play on both maps. He looked confident.
Yeah. He's coming into his own.
So him plus Sairu alone, right, is a good start. Apex, I think, has been playing really well for a long time. They've got a cool trio right there. Now, luckily for us, we do have the winners interview ready.
C'est la crise au mic.
We do indeed. I do have a very hyped Apex down here on the stage, a dominant performance on Mirage. Apex, of course, we've heard some of the roster change rumors. I'm not going to ask you to confirm or deny any of those, but I want to ask just what the atmosphere and the mentality is like in the team with those kind of rumors circulating recently.
Well, we don't really care about rumors. We came here with a lot of fun. We together. We really like each other. We have no problem, and it feels just good to play again here. So whatever happens next, we just want to have fun and just take care of each other at this event as well.
For you, how does it feel as a captain to be back with the boys? The LANs are back again. Give me a few words.
Well, to be honest, it's just what we are looking for. It's just what we want. Playing CS on stage, playing CS on LAN. I mean, the last 2 years online have been pretty tough, even though I gave my best. I mean, playing here is way different. So yeah, it just feels really good. So we don't want to waste anything because we don't know what's going to happen next.
Were you learn anything coming off of the major? Unfortunately, we saw you guys losing out to NAVI in that quarterfinal, but obviously Kyojin's first time making that stage debut as well. Did the team learn anything from that experience coming into this?
Well, yeah, I think he was pretty scared, to be honest. He didn't play his A game at all. He played even bad against NAVI, but he knows that, it's fine. He just want to show how he's good now, and I mean, he showed us some really good thing in practice, and he just needs time to step up and be a really good individual player.
Well, now we're talking about players, actually, it makes me realize Mizuta had a really good series. He was not exactly at his best for the major, maybe the time that he would have needed to shine. So can you maybe help me understand why we see the big old, you know, premium Mizuta right here?
Well, Kevin has some weird problem in his head sometimes. Like we had some graphic card, some AMD graphic card at the major, which was pretty weird. But when we have experience, I mean, we don't really care. But for young guys, when it's different, he felt pretty bad, and he will always changes his settings on the AMD, etc. And he wasn't feeling good. But me, I mean, I just want to learn him that I was playing, I mean, around France lately. I played the blast at a place, and another one, and another one, and I changed my chairs, I changed the tables. I just told him like, don't care, man. It's just like just have fun, just focus on CS. Don't focus on what is above you or around you.
Well, you said the team is here having fun, just doing their best. How confident are you feeling going forward with this first win under your belt?
Well, as we know, Liquid is a dead team, as I heard, at least. But yeah, I mean, we want to show that what we're capable of. Losing to NAVI was normal at the major. They were at the A game. We were still close, though. So we just want to show that we're still one of the best teams of 2021, and that's it.
Well, you definitely started off very, very solidly here, Apex. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your first win. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, it's FaZe taking on Heroic in our second game here at the full finals.
The Fakey boys are back in town. Thick skin compulsory to bear their crest. This band of brothers have only grown more unified and comfortable in the settling dust of controversy.
Just getting ahead of the push.
Unpredictable, fast, and unrelenting. Old dogs, but a bag of new tricks. Carrigan continues to steer this squad of stars, new and old, to glory.
That smoke is key, yeah.
Running straight in, Rain goes right to the back of the site. It's a slaughter.
The land buff is real, as they have demonstrated. But will Copenhagen bear witness to FaZe in fighting form?
The hometown heroes are ready to make their stage debut as Heroic are here taking on FaZe in our second game of the day. And it's not exactly going to be an easy task for FaZe, considering what we saw of Heroic just at the major. The question was, can they keep up their online performances? And managing to make their debut there, at least most of those players on that grand stage, they look pretty hot.
The least we can say is that they stepped up. Heroic stepped up massively at the major. They arrive in this competition with, you know, the title of a team that had everything to prove. They had everyone against them. Everyone was pointing them, saying, you know, maybe onliners, they need to do it online. We haven't seen it yet. They've done it. They had a beautiful run at the major. They earned our respect. They earned our credibility. They made it to the semi-final. Huge game against G2. So now it's a Heroic that is proving themselves on LAN very dangerous.
And that's the thing. We were talking about, you know, LAN jitters. If you're, you know, 4 of the members of Heroic, that was their first time on a huge stage in front of an absolutely incredible crowd as well. They're going to be guaranteed to be doing that again here at the Royal Arena. So do you feel like that kind of, I guess, warm up here for the home crowd at the Royal Arena? Do you feel like they're looking good going forward?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. Not only had they had that first experience at the major, right, where we saw players stepping up, because you have to remember, Heroic is a game that relies a lot on individuals making plays. That takes courage, that takes bravery, and they showed all of that at the major. Now you fast forward to a Danish scene, the Royal Arena, looking at these players on stage, with the fact that what they've shown at the major, this is looking really good for Heroic.
Anything specific that you were really digging about what Heroic showed at the major?
Honestly, Stown has to be the man. Stown has to be the talking point. One of the questions that we had and everyone has about Heroic is, who's the superstar that's going to save you when things go wrong? Like, we know they have a deep roster. You're looking at these players right there. There is definitely an infinite amount of skill and level, but you need a superstar to shine. And that was that man at the major. 1.15 rating. He was out there making plays, making the difference. He's going to fight Brokey.
And we're comparing him to Brokey for a very good reason, just in terms of what he showed at the major as well. Unfortunately, not able to make it to that playoff stage in front of a crowd, but still looking pretty hot doing so.
Very influential major from Brokey. In fact, he's molding himself into a star as well. The only difference, one of the main difference between Brokey and Stone, these two players, is the success of their teams. If we talk about the success of Heroic, we have to try and talk about the failure of FaZe Clan. You might be tricked into thinking they had a good major, but you have to take a deeper look at the the teams they were facing. Are we talking beating EG? We're talking beating Liquid, losing to the all other components. So that for me is a problem. But Brokey was a shining light. He's the man we have to focus.
Yeah, they literally just beat NA teams. And if you've
So
just
what do you
watched the game, Vitality versus Liquid, you might be seeing how deflated Liquid are at the moment. So not some huge results there from FaZe. A little bit of a smokescreen maybe when we're talking about some of those results at the major. But I kind of want to touch upon the development of FaZe that you were talking about as well, because we've been seeing it over the past months. I feel like that there was a quote from Carrigan maybe 6 months back saying, I need 3 months with this team. Just give me 3 months.
We're past that.
We are way past that. So do you feel like there should be better things that we've seen from FaZe in recent months?
Absolutely. We've run out of all excuses possible, right? You could start with how long he needs to perform. That excuse has run out. Then we could talk about online versus offline. Hey, the major was on LAN with the crowd and everything was there, and that still didn't pan out. So we have run out of excuses for FaZe Clan. There's no more narrative. There's no more smokescreen, as you're talking about. This is just it. It's them facing their limitations and what they can bring to the table.
But then when we're talking about the LAN buff, maybe this comes on for the side of FaZe Clan, because I know you were alluding to Rain and the kind of some better performances that we've seen of him in the past recent tournaments.
Rain was a really nice surprise. Rain was buffed by the LAN performance, as you were talking about. He had a monstrous performance compared to what he is used to do, and this is what we're trying to talk about. We are trying to take players, put their performance in context to what they were doing towards the year, and Rain played way better at the major when he had that pressure, when he had that environment. And now that we're here at the Blast Fall Finals, they're going to make it to the arena and whatever, then I'm hoping to see this same kind of performance.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The fact that they've been one of the teams that really been saying, we need to be back online, we need to be living and breathing in front of that crowd. But then for Heroic, man, they're going to be coming in front of a home crowd, and we know how much that home crowd advantage can help teams really explode.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But at the same time, I feel like hiding behind the LAN topic is, it's limited over time. You cannot do that forever. I mean, the major has passed now. We're going to have the roller arena. If that doesn't pan out, then where do you go to from that point on? For FaZe, again, we're running out of excuses. We talk about superstars. We're talking about people who have to step up. Twist is the man that needs to be talked about. He was brought into this lineup to be a superstar. He said it himself. I want to take the roles. I want to take the space. I want to take the responsibility. I've just seen a good Twist at the major. Barely passable. I've seen a good player. That is it. I haven't seen a superstar that is going to carry a team of the caliber of FaZe to go deep into a tournament. So it's now. It has to be now.
Where do you think it's specifically lacking then for FaZe Clan? I know we've had this conversation kind of time and time again. We're looking back at the groups, looking back at the showdown where they found themselves making it through as well. But just in terms of how the team has kind of been forming, is there anything you're kind of seeing still lacking after this team's formed?
Look, they've had issues with the defense. They've had issues with the defense, and just as much as I don't like to pinpoint players, it is true that Carrigan has been insufficient. Olofmeister at time, same problem. And unfortunately for them, the offenses against, they knew how to use that. You talk about Ancient, you talk about Mirage. These are places where Carrigan is going to get targeted. So when he's got a beautiful challenger day one at the major, everyone gets hyped and say, oh my God, that is it. Eureka, FaZe is back. But then you move on to the legend stage and the ghost of yesteryear are coming back. And at least individually, that's not enough. And that gets abused.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up the challenger stage results as well, because I feel like FaZe really did blow everybody out the water with that 3-0 performance. But again, it wasn't exactly the caliber of the teams that would really be that impressive. It was only really the VP 2-0 that managed to cement their spot there that for me really stood out as a super impressive result.
You said it, a smokescreen. And I kind of fell victim to it. I fell victim to it because when I saw that FaZe 3-0 lead in the challenger stage, I was thinking, well, that is it. Actually, all of these narratives around the LAN buff are coming in together. Rain was beautiful. Carrigan was even overperforming by 300% what he is supposed to do. And I started thinking, okay, with these pieces, I can see the puzzle. I can see FaZe Clan. But the truth is that was nothing but a white lie. We went back to the legend stage and that was a whole different story.
I love the fact that we are down so close to the players as well. We can just see FaZe setting up in the background. Carrigan's having fun,
to your soul,
as always, with the camera. Absolutely love it. But I do want to talk about Heroic a little bit more as well, because we talk about superstars and the fact that you brought up Stan really being a shining light at the major, because we were looking at which individual would be stepping up from Heroic, because in terms of that star power, they're a pretty well-rounded team in that regard.
It is very much spread across. That has to be one of the biggest assets that Heroic has. They have a pool of players who can show up on a day and just take over a game. But I have to say the reason why we pinpoint Stan is that specifically at the beginning of games, he was a key factor factor. And people have to understand how much it means. When you help your teams get into that comfort zone, when you help your team win some of these key rounds at the beginning, some of these key clutches, that everyone starts feeling confident and build that momentum hype train.
Yeah.
He was the architect. He was the man.
Yes. No, it is really impressive to see, considering, as we were kind of reiterating, this was one of their first times that we saw them on a huge stage. Well, it was all of their first times at a major playoff, which I think really blew my mind when you're looking at Cadian. The fact that he was at the first ever major, playing on a professional team, and this was the first time he managed to make it to the playoffs.
We used to play against each other. We used to play against each other in 2013, 2014. I mean, the story of Cadian is a story of not giving up, right? And going through hardships and disappearing from the radars of top Counter-Strike for many, many years.
Yeah.
But then he comes back anyway. And he comes back, and what is so crazy is that he comes back with the etiquette of a rookie. We would not look at Cadian and say, he's a veteran, he's been out there, he's done all these things. No, he hasn't. He was in the same situation as all his comrades and teammates. They were in this together in this new challenge. And this is what I really like about Heroic. It's a team. It's a unit.
Yeah, I think the word that comes to mind when I think of Cadian is just resilience, that pure fortitude, the pure mental fortitude really going forward. I remember seeing him back at the FaZe Minors when he was playing on the side of Rogue. He'd moved over to Las Vegas, moved all of his life over there, and they managed to qualify for the major. Unfortunately, didn't make it to the playoffs, but you could see how much that meant to him. I remember going up to him, interviewing him, and he was literally in tears at his desk. It meant so much to him. So the fact that he managed to do that, and they're now coming back onto home soil with Heroic, I just think that's really impressive. I'm really excited to see what he delivers.
It forces respect. It forces respect as well because, again, you have to think about all the hardships and obviously, I would say, some of the problematics that Heroic ran into this year.
Yeah.
And it would be a lie to say that it didn't impact them on an individual level. Of course it would. They're out there, they're players, they're reading the comments, they're watching the news, they know what's happening, they know what's the vibe, they know what's the atmosphere. And again, they came to the major with the targets on the back. Everyone was saying, okay, now do it. Do it without the coach. Now we're online, let's do it. And they showed up massively. And I think this whole period, this whole hardship transition from Heroic built such a tight relationship between them. They are a unit. They really are what we represent as 5 players being more than just a sum. They are something special. They are something in it together. And that to me is a big asset because it's going to help them dig themselves out of holes they could be in.
And I think that's what is really extra impressive for the side of Heroic for me is the fact that they were kind of, they were one of those teams that we really exemplified in the online era. The question was, are they going to be able to translate it to LAN? But the fact that they can build that mentality as a team, that camaraderie, and they're doing it online. We obviously saw them being in those boot camps a lot of the time together, but I think that's just a really impressive feat for them to overcome and be having all those conditions as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, and also because the Counter-Strike they play is I don't mean to be vulgar, but Counter-Strike that takes balls. They play the Counter-Strike. They're really out there. They take the risks. They make all the plays, all the initiatives, and this is usually what people would criticize online, on the internet. People would say, I know how you're playing Counter-Strike right now. I know the risks and the duels you're taking. You will never do it online. And Heroic said, hold my beer. I am going to do it. They actually did. They play the same kind of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And this is what I really respect. They stuck with the plan. They knew how they wanted to approach the game. They knew how they were supposed to win it. And by their own method, they did it.
Yeah, and they managed to make it to the semifinals of a freaking major, which is a huge achievement as well. I do want to kind of compare the playstyles that we should be expecting coming into this when we're seeing FaZe pitted up against Heroic. We're talking about this super explosive, this vulgar playstyle, if you will. I like that wording from the side of Heroic. How are we comparing that to what we're expecting FaZe to be showing? How are they going to be going toe-to-toe?
So here's the thing. Heroic is a much more proactive, fluid, ever-changing team. And that is one of the biggest, I guess, challenge to face when you go up against Heroic, right? On their defense, they won't mind just leaving sites completely blank, just so that they can find that extra information, that they have that extra man right behind you with his hand on the shoulder protecting you, right? They're very mobile. They're proactive. They go for the information. They refuse the status quo. They refuse the status quo completely where they don't know what's going on. If they have a doubt, they're going to go and get the information. They're never going to get tricked. If they make the wrong gamble, they save. So on the other side, FaZe is a team that tries to play the more universal defense, but then it puts a lot of pressure on the individuals, right? You need your player in set position to make the trades. Otherwise, you're just completely out of position. So to me, that's going to be the problem. I think the defense in Heroic is much better, much stronger than FaZe.
Something that I really wanted to pinpoint about the Heroic defense as well. I remember when we were doing DreamHack Opens back in the day when Heroic were coming through the echelons of that competition. The double AWP setup between Stan and Cadian as well. It just throws me back to Train, particularly. Obviously, it was in the pool, the rotation back then. But that was something that was really, really beautiful. We did see it kind of dip away for a while, but back at the major, a few recent tournaments, I think it's been looking pretty good. I'm hoping that we see a bit more of that coming out.
It's been a great weapon in their arsenal, I have to be honest. And also because they have such different styles. And I think it combines so well. You have Cadian, who obviously is going to be more out there. He's going to be looking for the kill, is going to be looking for the initiative and the opportunity. And then you have Stan, who's a bit more in a punitive position, right? He's more of a defensive AWPer who's going to select pinpoint angles where he has to go back to, but also very able mechanically. So as a result, you have kind of the two sides of the coin on the AWP side, right? Where they can be aggressive, but they can be punitive. And you have to figure out where they're at, because they will change. It's not always going to be Stone in one position, Cannon in the other.
Yeah.
If there's a spawn, Caden's going to take it. So it's really hard to know what's coming at you when you play Heroic. You never really know.
Yeah, an absolutely deadly duo indeed. I do want to touch upon Refresh as well, because historically he's been a player that a lot of the other pros have really been hyping up in terms of, you know, the ones to watch coming into some of the most recent years. And then it was really exciting to see him joining the side of Heroic as well. So what have you been making of him in recent tournaments? Where have you kind of seen his impact?
Well, honestly, I feel like you are dressing a portrait that is really positive of Refresh, which I share, but you have to be honest, he had quite a lot of chances over his career that he didn't really take, right? The uptick moment, he stood up for Cloud9 for a while. It wasn't always pretty. Sometimes he was struggling to find his place, to find his position, to find his role. And I think it's also a story of resilience. It is also a story of a player who refused to give up, who kept on trying, kept on practicing, kept on improving. And in this very troublesome period I was talking about in Heroic during the year, he was one of the shining bright light. Yeah. He was out there making the difference for them. He was carrying them through the hardships. Now he's a little bit more laid back, but I truly believe that his input made a huge difference in Heroic, stabilizing in some of these very troublesome moments.
And when we're talking about resilience as well, on the flip side of the server, I do want to speak a little bit about Carrigan. I had the chance to catch up with him yesterday on our media day, just having a bit of a chat with him about his history as a player as well. And he has so much history, so much depth to his career. The fact that he is still playing and still really hungry to be that in-game leader role, although FaZe haven't been putting up as many impressive results as maybe we would hope with some of the weapons on their roster, I've still got to give it to him in terms of some of the in-game leadership that he's been showing.
Well, I mean, you cannot argue with the experience and the palmarès that the guy has, and you cannot even argue his will and his investment in Counter-Strike. The man lives, breathes, eats, sleeps Counter-Strike, that is for sure, and I think for as long as he can be at the top, he will be invested in the scene. But this is where it hurts. We are actually here together trying to answer the question, can he still compete at the level? Can he still be influential individually? Because we know he's got the brain, we know he's got the game sense. I mean, he understands Counter-Strike to a level that very few can, and I think he's a great captain to be behind. But we've reached a time in the Counter-Strike, in the modern Counter-Strike, I'd say, where you need individuals to deliver. Think about the teams that are at the top of the game right now. Think about the NAVI, think about Gambit, even think about Vitality, Heroic. That's what we're talking about. Deep rosters, talent all across, differences coming from left and right, coast to coast. You look at Carrigan and you say, okay, he's got great reads, but I need the frags.
I do think we need to talk a little bit about the map veto, the pick and bans coming into this one. Maybe start alluding to what we should be expecting from this. What are you thinking should be brought into the pool? Anything you're kind of hoping to see?
Well, honestly, the question is that, are we going to see Ancient? Are we going to see Ancient? We could. I mean, it's been a little bit of a heartbreak for FaZe, obviously, in that VP game that we were mentioning. You know, Ancient was up there, and they allowed the comeback to come and bite them in the butt. Yeah. So I wouldn't be sure, but it has been a punish. They have the opportunity right there. But I have to say, Heroic is a client on Ancient. So do you really try and go for the punish? They go for the safer pick. Like, they go for the middle ground, the agreement. Mirage is a good map for FaZe Clan. It's not exactly a bad map for Heroic, but it's also not at the top of the list. It's not the map that they pick.
Yeah. Anything that you're expecting coming out of Heroic?
How would I try to mess around? Well, I was going to say a tactical map. Nuke is a possibility, of course. I didn't know if they were going to go for it, to pick that Nuke game from Heroic. That is going to be great.
I mean, we've seen them looking pretty solid on it thus far, so I think it kind of makes sense to be picking that against.
And I mean, they have a very dynamic T-side as well, which is really hard to follow. And it is one of the quality that Cadian brings to the table as well, is that it's very momentum-based type of IGLing. Whenever he feels like he's got the upper hand on you, the rhythm just starts snowballing, and you don't really know what's coming to you. We have Inferno, the classic third map of Counter-Strike, which I really like, so I'm not going to complain about it. Yeah. Overall, this is a decent veto. FaZe will have to survive on you. I think Mirage is a must-win for FaZe.
Hopefully not too much BM on the side of FaZe. Maybe we should talk about Mirage a little bit more, because you were prefacing this as, you know, a pretty decent map for the side of FaZe, but not a terribly bad one for the side of Heroic either. So how do you think this is going to play out?
Well, this is where we start having a deeper conversation of the map pool, right? The problem for FaZe, and we were alluding to it, the results haven't really been there. They haven't really built a map pool so deep that they can punish top-tier oppositions. That is my problem. When you go up against Heroic and Mirage is your pick, that means you don't really have anywhere else a bit more exotic, a bit more gimmicky to go to. You have to go to your basic. Carrigan obviously a historical leader on Mirage. We know that, but how much of that is us living in nostalgia in the past? I'm not exactly sure. You know, maybe we just live in the past.
Well, the mentality from the side of FaZe is sounding pretty
Having
good
fun?
thus far. Yeah, no, they're definitely having some fun. I love that we get to be sitting down here with the teams as well to experience exactly what they're going through heading into this best of 3 series. Of course, it is going to be Mirage to be starting off the proceedings in our second series of the day here at the full finals. It's FaZe taking on Heroic. FaZe's pick coming up first, and let's see if they can come in home.
We are ready with the second match. It's going to be FaZe versus Heroic here at the Blast Fall Finals. I really can't wait for it. I think it's going to be an amazing game. Samla, how do you feel about this upcoming match?
I'm just excited to get to cast some FaZe here because this is, I feel like, a make or break moment. It was touched on by our analyst going into this Maniac. He brought that up where it's like you're running out of room for excuses here, FaZe. You need to start coming up with the goods, and you need to start now. This is pretty much the last LAN of the year. If anything, that was like the last holdout that we had with this roster where going into the major, I'm like, if they can just make it to LAN.
Yeah.
The experience that's on this roster, they could step up in front of the fans and they could actually do some damage. That's the only thing I was holding out for. It's like they just need to survive the group stage and make it to LAN. Well, here, they all get to play in front of LAN. So they all get to play in front of the fans. This is the best chance that FaZe have. The only difference is, are they in an elimination match or are they in an upper bracket match?
Hopefully not. I mean, if anyone has earned the right to an extra bit of runway, it's Kerrigan, right? Like, if any of you push your trust in anyone in the world in terms of building a roster, right? Like, it's got to be him. Okay. But it is taking longer than you expected. Sure, I agree. Well, I'm just saying, if you were going to give someone like the benefit of the doubt, probably
you remember that he said that last time we had him for one of the post shows where he was talking about how he needed like 6 months. You know, just give him 6 months, right?
Yeah.
But he's had 6 months now. You know what I mean? So at what point does the machine start kicking into high gear and we start seeing these guys start to smash some faces?
Yeah, you've got to say that time is running out without a doubt for everyone here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they will play. And obviously, Heroic are looking like a super scary team right now. There's no doubt about it. They're a hard opponent to play against, and I'm sure they're going to be tricky. And we've got some kind of Danish rivalry going on a little bit. Maybe I'm sure that.
Do you think that there's a Danish rivalry?
I'm sure that Carrigan would love to take these guys down a notch and beat them up. And we know they're going to be loud as well. Carrigan himself, no stranger to shouting at his opponents, and obviously, you start shouting at Cadian, well, you know what's happening.
Yeah, so, buddy.
It's enjoyable. The match itself is obviously a best of 3. In case you missed that, we're going to be playing on Mirage Nuke as the second one, which is kind of a classic for Danish teams all across the board, it feels like. And Inferno as the deciding game if we get to it. I hope that we will. I would love to see this one go the full distance, because I feel like this could have a lot of explosive Counter-Strike inside of it.
So there's a lot of firepower. Man on your screen there, Twist. You know, he's got a lot to prove himself as well. You know, made the shift over here to Europe. He is fully committed, living in Germany full time now. So I mean, like, he is fully committed to the task of stepping up and becoming a star here on European soil. He was the North American hero, joined the roster, bringing the firepower. He himself, you know, in many interviews now, he says that he's way happier here on this team. That, you know, it didn't end well with Liquid when he was on that roster, but now that he's on FaZe, he feels much more happy, much more comfortable. So it feels like Carrigan and Roban behind him are doing a good job of creating an atmosphere where their players can feel comfortable. Now it's a matter of them connecting that comfort with headshots, right? They need to start actually bringing the results that we know that they're capable of.
Yeah, that's true. We are lacking some of the results that we'd really like to see, because in terms of the firepower on this team is absolutely outrageous. That seems to be sort of not the only thing that FaZe have had from the beginning, but it's always been like a star-studded roster all the way through. Even without Carrigan, it was like that. So hopefully they can make that work. Bit of a huddle going on here on the Heroic side of things, and then hopefully we can get right into the action. But the last encouraging words coming out. Heroic themselves, obviously, in terms of firepower, are also going to be doing incredibly well. So I think no matter what, it is destined to be an entertaining game. I think that's the real takeaway here. No one's going to be bored watching this.
Well, these guys are, I mean, they're tight now. You know, it's like they've survived crazy drama around the roster. Cadian always brings the hype. These guys are ready to perform. We know that they can bring it on the server. We know individually they're almost indistinguishable. That's the crazy thing, is that they can all frag, they can all clutch, they all know how to play, and they all play at a very high level. So it's the one thing that Heroic have that really just swings their way. Even the support player Shush, he'll top the scoreboard. He'll come through in the clutch. He'll enter. He'll do everything, right? So it's one of the main strengths that Heroic has, is that they're all dangerous on this roster. So it's very cool to see, and I think it's a golden opportunity for them to just continue to dominate. Now,
they got Exist behind them.
There is still, and Exist, obviously, major champion, standing behind him. So he's bringing a bit to the coaching side of things. We'll have had a little bit more time now to get used to the playbook. That was the one gripe going into the major, that he didn't quite have the playbook on lock, but obviously he was bringing that coach and experience element to the fore. So, you know, the team appreciated that. But going into this now, we could have a potential, if Heroic keep their cool today and beat FaZe, we could have that Navi Heroic in the upper bracket semi. And we didn't get that in the finals of the major. If we could get it here in the upper bracket semi, that'd be pretty sick. That'd be pretty sick. One can hope.
We got baited. They launched it and then they immediately stopped it. Well played, teams. Well played.
Debate.
Yeah, production got thrown under the bus on that one. I think it would be cool to see NAVI play Heroic. I think that could be a fun time. But I mean, I don't think it's not destined to be. I love the fact that in that assumption we're just also throwing big right out the window. We're like, then not even a discussion, is it?
Oh.
But maybe we're all going to be wrong.
Maybe we will all be wrong. You know, Gade playing on home soil, maybe that just energizes him. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it is on LAN. Anything can happen. We still don't know how much NAVI have been affected by winning the major. I mean, it could be amazing, or it could be, you know, could go the other way. You never know. Here we go. I think now we are officially live. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's FaZe versus Heroic in a best of 3 here. Second match of the day. Even after this one, we have 2 more best of 3s that are going to be covered by Scrawny and Launders a little bit later on. They're going to be amazing games. So you've got your whole day planned out already. And we've got a B rush that's coming in. They've already boosted up into the corner. It's a 3-man setup here at the bomb site. They actually have a huge plan to deal with this on the side of Heroic. Early kill for Stown. Refresh will follow it up, and that's like really good lockdown. I don't know how they bring it back in this round. FaZe, they're in a lot of trouble. They've been slowed down. Brokey will get the one, but there's way too many people on the other side. And now it's on Rain and Brokey to try and fight their way back in a 2 versus 4. They're actually finding some good openings right here, and they find another headshot. Rain finally goes down. Otherwise, the king of pistol rounds, and Brokey is now on his own.
That was it. That was it. He's going to walk into the crossfire now. He does a good job of closing off the angle, but it's not enough, Brokey. That was so well played, though. Keeps the pillar to his left, so he turns it into a 1v1. It was the best case scenario for him. Had he been able to get an instant kill there, there was a real chance in that 1v1. So close. But Stown, the presence, they didn't even realize then. Kerrigan has no idea how he's dying in that situation, and so there's that element of surprise. All right, Heroic, always hype. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, they are. They're also the favorites according to the odds, as you could tell. It is pretty close, though. Not a huge discrepancy, in my opinion. So, interesting game.
I think this is fair. It's not a 50-50. FaZe are definitely underdogs.
Yeah.
But it's not out of control. This is a favorite setup for Heroic. They love to go with this one.
True.
1 in window, 1 top mid. Twist is there to trade and takes Stown out of the picture.
That's huge. That's absolutely fine.
And that AK already coming into good hands. Good use there from Twist. Rain, see if you can get anything out of this as well.
Oh, Tess's, the timing is unbelievable. But yeah, now he's in that kitchen in the hallway. And it means they can just stay, they're staying grouped around the middle, the other 3 members of Heroic. I think this is a really, really good setup. He's going to have the advanced warning. If they come up connector or even out onto the A ramp there, they can just kind of snipe at them at a distance. All of Meister going to be the first point of contact. And very hard to clear this one, maybe especially against an MP9. That's an easy kill. They're already rotating out of middle, though, and that's actually could have been very dangerous. Could have been a double there for Rain, and that would have maybe blown up the round. 40 seconds still left. Brokey and Twister in middle with the bomb.
Yeah, the only issue is that they have to deal with Shush. Shush doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with, though, so that's the one thing that they have going for him right now, FaZe. It's just that Shush needs to play it passive. Shush with the ramp push as well, trying to get some information early on with 25 seconds left. Realizes now that the site is open, and he's going to be calling in the rotation. His teammates, however, all the way on B site. Longest rotation of their lives to get back over here.
And Twist is going to be holding that with the AK. There is a world in which he can win this double fight, but it is not easy. They don't have any flashes or anything. He's going to get the one, but Tess's good spacing right behind him. They did almost line up for it. And now Brokey with the deagle on his own. No one has any nades left, so it's just going to be down to the raw mechanics here. They don't actually check it all the way. Brokey walking out and executing Shush. That's a nice kill. And Tess is now down below. He's got a bit of time, but no kit, so it's going to be the full 10 seconds. And Brokey's playing this one perfectly. Comes out, almost finding him. Still 3 seconds left. Tess's. He gets the kill, but loses the round. FaZe, what a great victory already.
Oh, terrific stuff. Getting pumped up and fired up. They know that they have to provide some results here, Anders. They know that the pressure is on them, that they fell short in the major. There was a lot of expectations on FaZe. There was a lot of waiting anticipation to see what they would do when we got to LAN, and I think they fell short on the major, and I think they know that too. So coming into Blast Fall Final, I think that they themselves are acknowledging that they need to step up and actually need to provide some W's here. So
definitely
big round here to win at the beginning of this map, not letting Heroic run away with it. You got to check Heroic early, because if they start rolling fast, it's going to get so hard to deal with.
Yeah, they really seem to be one of those momentum teams.
Really cool to see the early aggression in Palace, though, from Heroic. Double push into Palace, really looking for the fight. Nobody from FaZe, though. But at least that's some information gained here for Heroic.
Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. Just still working together. Shush and Tess is walking around as a little team, checking out the ramp at the moment. Middle being worked by FaZe. But they're taking it real slowly. They don't want to walk into any weird traps here in the 3rd round, especially once you've you've got that early victory on the second one. You want to make sure you don't give it back too easily. Sure, a little bit further up there. Could be interesting, but otherwise, there's no real shenanigans coming out here for Heroic. They're keeping it pretty cool at the moment. Smoke is up, allows them to see if they can clear the corner towards the catwalk, and it looks like they're going to be trying to split that B bomb site. Deep in there, yep, that got spotted. Refresh missing the opportunity for the instant headshot, and he will not get a second one either. Rain will take him down. And it looks like they might actually cancel out that B part. They're sort of faking it, and now they're going to be going back through underpass. Stown goes down. Shush out here. Nice position for the M4A1. And with Tessus on a kill on Rain, they might have overthought this. They might have overcomplicated it, FaZe.
24 seconds left, and they know that somebody's jungle as well, so they have to waste time coming over here looking for this fight. Nice double clear. Olafmeister takes point. 15 seconds left on the clock, and they still need to get the bomb planted.
Oh, how did they do that? It's not easy. It's made its way on. Shush, he's up in the apps as well. Is he going to swing for it? Bomb not planted, but he can't escape. He was out in the open. He had to swing wide for it. Otherwise, if he could have got back in behind cover, they would have won the round. There was no time for a second bomb plant there. FaZe will once again win it. That is so close, but they do it.
My jaw is just hanging open after that one. How does that happen? Did they not realize? They didn't realize it. It's all so quick that they don't realize that they killed the bomb planter and there's no time left on the clock. That's exactly it. Shush commits to that fight. If he's still in Palace, that's it. The round is done. FaZe are losing it. And that's actually something that we saw in the major as well, where FaZe, they overcalled some rounds. It's like they were just overcomplicating things. Instead of going for the easy answer, they were just like, oh, trying to think 3 steps ahead. You know, let's get clever here and try and, you know, pull a fast one every single round. And that ended up costing them in the major. So we'll see if that's going to continue to be a problem here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's also tricky when you've got someone like Carrigan who is, you know, has all of that experience. I mean, one of the, maybe the most experienced in-game leaders we've ever seen. So he's got that deep playbook without a doubt.
But he needs to think like that, you know, what is it, the Copenhagen interior design, you know, just very simple, straight lines, nothing monotonal, monochromal, just, you know?
It's true. We
do
have
Danish design, interior design, you know, he just needs to think like that right now.
Clean lines. Yeah, it's true. Keep it simple. I mean, I'm sure he probably also has that side to him, right? But if he's trying to develop the playbook and has been for a while now, maybe he's leaning a bit heavy into the other side of it. That was a good round, though. They managed to get in with the MAC-10s, get the kills. It's 3-1 in favor of FaZe leading into the 5th round. And a bit of a heavy early sort of, they were running B in case it's a B rush. And then they all group up in middle. But it means that basically playing this A bomb side as a retake, which you can do.
Certainly one of the easier bomb sides to retake, because you can get out here with some clever nades, start to create some room. Good pressure getting put out here by FaZe as they push onto the bomb site, though. This is the power of the M4A1S, though. You can just spray through that smoke and you don't even care because there's no tracers to give away your position. Look at all this damage that they're just cranking out. These guys on FaZe, none of them have died yet, but they've taken some damage already.
2 smokes on Molotov on the side of Heroic for the retake. It's not that much to work with, but it could be enough. A little bit worried because that bomb is actually pretty quickly down, and Heroic, they need to think about that. They need to have enough time to actually get the smokes onto the site and everything else. Shush will get a kill, but Tessus goes down in return, and it's still a 3-on-4 right now. Olafmeister, did he do much from the ramp here? Twist is going to be out of it, and he will be alone. 1 versus 3. They're going to tap the bomb, but a headshot on Shush. And that bomb, yeah, they just did not leave themselves enough time, and I think they also misplaced the smoke. And they're going to lose it. FaZe again? That's what, 3 rounds in a row that are super thin, super narrow margins at the end of it, but they still keep winning.
And Rovan himself, his face says it all, or he's kind of just like, can't believe we're getting away with this, but good job, guys, good job. Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep doing that. Same thing over and over again here. Whereas on the side of Heroic, I'm assuming that this is them calling a tactical timeout. So a little bit of a break coming in here. 30 seconds on the clock where Exist can chime in with some thoughts. And it's not like it's not like they're not getting kills either. Cadian right now is sitting on 0 kills. Fine, fair enough. But he's not exactly the driving force behind it either. The others are all kind of hitting their shots.
Yeah, they're doing all right. I mean, I think the story so far it is all those really, really close rounds. But in one way, it's hard to say psychologically how it plays out on the team. But on one level, if you keep having close rounds that you barely lose, you can say, well, you know, a couple of things go differently and we win that round, don't worry, you know, get back in action, we'll win the next one.
Right.
But obviously, if it happens consecutively 4 rounds in a row like this, eventually that becomes a really sort of hollow thing to say, and people won't really trust it in the same way. Nice little boost there to try and look over, and nearly could have had the opportunity. 6th round is coming up, and hopefully from Heroic's point of view, they can start to turn this around and win some of those important clutches. Stown with a good kill on Rain is a nice beginning to the round. And I don't know how much info they have behind it, but there's no one in the middle at the moment.
That is such a filthy grenade as well. Starting to see that come back into the flow of things as well. That jumping peak towards B apartments there used by Tessus. It's nasty, and it gets you a lot of info very quickly. And unless they're prepared for it, odds are you'll get away with it like we just saw. So now FaZe, at least they've shown some presence over here towards B, and they've still got a mountain of utility to use. So look at the comparison between how many grenades FaZe have going into the later part of this round and how many Heroic have. So there's a big opportunity here for FaZe. The only issue is that Tessus has been boosted up, and he's been pushing B apartments this entire time. You can see the rotation coming in from Heroic now towards the A bomb site. Tessus has gotten them all of the info. FaZe Clan are about to walk right into the blender.
Yeah, this should really be a checkmate kind of play. I don't see a way out of this. Less than 40 seconds. It's all being signaled. It's all being telegraphed. They know exactly what is coming. They have 4 people on the bomb site and a 5th one flanking them. And FaZe don't even know about it. They think they're being very clever about all of this. Like, yeah, we're going to find a way to hit the bomb site, but they know everything. Shush goes down as the only player so far. Olofmeister's going to fall next. Cadian getting a kill, and a double, in fact. It's a good round for him.
Oh, what a nightmare for Brokey at that point. It's like, where are you turning? You're just getting shot from everywhere at that point. Hard counter. It doesn't get any worse than that. And that was played perfectly by Heroic. They set the bait. It's like winning hand in poker, you know? You're just trying to bet just enough to keep them going into the site, right? You're just trying to, you know, hide it just enough so that they're following you along, because you've got the winning hand. You know you've got the winning hand. Yeah. You just need to slow play it to bait them into the bomb site. That was played wonderfully by Heroic.
Or could be maybe a bit of a quick one here, depending. It might just be depending on whether or not they can get the opening or not, but you could see Rain is already setting up one of those smokes towards the B bomb site, and then the rest of them presumably going to be flashing their way through. Tessus, nade in hand, it's going to go past them. It might do a bit of damage, but he still has to deal with the front of the push here. Down in the underpass as well, Refresh slowing them down a bit. That's actually interesting. Cadian with a kill over the smoke to take down Kerrigan. And FaZe, yep, they're out on the bomb side, but once again, they're kind of already a little bit, I don't want to say locked in, but there's a lot of reinforcements here. They do fall back Heroic. I'm not sure why.
Are they thinking, I mean, hesitation on their side, which is a rare thing? It looks like they may just be trying to reposition because the bomb has yet to be planted. So Refresh and Cadian now buddying up to take over short together. Rain is going to have to take point here.
I wonder if the slow bomb plant is what threw them off a little bit, if they were wondering if there could have been some kind of a fake involved there. It's looked like they were a little bit hesitant. Dangerous move, going back out of the window. It's a 4-on-3, though, for the retake. Stown with a good headshot to take down Twist. Olofmeister and Brokey trying to stay alive. It's a strong, clean headshot with the AK from Brokey, and Olof will follow up, and they just keep going. The last defenders here on the B-bomb site, and they're doing such a good job. Cadian has to back on out. That is, again, FaZe. That's a 2-on-4 that they managed to win.
Well, beautiful work in the post plant there from FaZe Clan. Heroic showing some hesitation. And that's all the way before the bomb even gets planted. It feels like Heroic are kind of hesitating on how they want to go about that retake. Very odd situation there from Heroic. Not characteristic at all for them to be kind of pussyfooting around like that. But Heroic, they get it done. They manage to actually hold on to that AWP so Cadian can back off. And with his money, he's able to get his teammates re-equipped, so they will get a buy here, Heroic. It's not the end of days, but FaZe Clan have got 5 rounds on the T side already. It's a nice hold there from Brokey. That was sick.
Looking really good right now. Rain, I think, fixing a bit of an issue, and then he'll be right back on. Shouldn't take more than a couple of seconds here, but yeah, I've got to say that was a huge round, and it's remember. Heroic won the pistol, and then they lost 4 in a row, and then they had another round, but it's really scattered, far and few between here. They need to start building that CT side economy in a different way. Otherwise, this could be a pretty miserable first half. And again, we're down to those heartbreaking losses, right? 2-on-4s in the B bomb side. That retake, otherwise, from Heroic was looking so dead on. They were getting all the kills they needed. Even the fact that they slowed it down didn't really come back to haunt them, because like you said, the bomb plant was super delayed, so they had time for the retake and everything. And it still kind of blew up in their faces. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting, and makes me wonder what is going through their minds right now. Just because we have a quick tech timeout getting called here, guys. As you guys can see, tech pause. We had one of the players drop out. We should be able to get in here soon enough. But I
believe he's almost there.
Yeah. Quick sec. We get the reload. We're good. We're good to go. We're going to be getting back into the action pretty quick here, guys. Just wonder, I mean, Heroic are in that situation now where everybody expects them to win in that sense, right? So there is that a little bit of pressure on you when things start to go against you, where, you know, you feel like we're the favorites, we should be the favorites, why are we losing these rounds? And, you know, it can kind of get at you. So this will be one of those tests for Heroic to see if they've got the wherewithal to just regroup and get it done.
Well, also, like we said, and like Maniac was talking about, maybe Carrigan had sort of exceeded the allotted amount of time for building this roster a bit, but that could also just mean that it's going to happen now. You know, it could just be, oh, well, you know, he was a bit overdue on it. Now maybe they are ready. They are certainly looking pretty good right now. Some of these rounds, I mean, if FaZe get 1 or 2 openings instead, and they actually, instead of having to fight their way back in a 2-on-4 or 2-on-3, if they're actually ahead, it could be even more one-sided. Double AWP has been picked up now on the side of Heroic.
Well, the thing is, Anders, you know, Batman's got all the money. FaZe have got the Batman logo, right? You know, so they've got all the money too. But Batman wins. So FaZe need to step up on that front. I think that's what everybody's waiting to see here. You know, Batman doesn't lose. Batman wins.
The way to defeat Batman usually is by kidnapping someone he likes, isn't it? You don't defeat him directly. Try and go another way.
How do we do this?
This is a good question. Maybe, I don't know. We can work on that a little bit. I was gonna say they could kidnap Pimp, but that's just, he was on my mind, you know.
He is on your mind. I don't know if the FaZe are gonna be losing anything over that one though.
Tessus and Cadian in the B bomb side. Rain is in the middle, so the rest of them are going to be hitting that B bomb side really hard again, trying to test the defense over here. They got in last time and they won the 2-on-4, so it's hard to blame FaZe for wanting to retest the setup out here. Cadian with a good double kill on that AWP is back for more. A bit risky on the third peak, but he is still alive. And now he can slow it down. 20 seconds.
Wow.
Tessus, that was really, really awkward. I am shocked that he got that kill on Cadian. It looked like he was looking straight up into the sky. Rain, yeah. Oh, what? There's no way! Down is on his own. Brokey and Rain have found their way back into the round, and they could get the bomb plant as well. They have not just enough time for it here. Wait, did they come off it? Why? Why is this happening? I am losing my mind.
What happened? What happened there? There was enough time. He started planting with 5 seconds on the clock. We'll get a replay, I hope. This is one of the most beautiful transfers as well. Sick control there by Rain. What happened? What causes them not to plant?
Yeah, I mean, nothing.
No, we don't see it.
Listen, if it's a 1-on-1, you could absolutely justify going for a fake plant because you don't know for sure someone could be peeking you, but 2-on-1 like that, I have no idea. That is...
I am mystified.
Yeah, it's an absolute and unmitigated disaster.
It happens. Human error, right? I mean, it happens. You can make a mistake, but that is a round that you really want back. If you're FaZe Clan, you'd lost the round thanks to Cadian just doing tremendous work and fought your way back into it only to lose again. I don't even know. Heroic now, if this fires up Heroic, FaZe are going to be kicking themselves.
It surely must. I mean, you're going to be laughing all the way if that happens. Shush. Playing that triple box, going to be shut down eventually. Tech 9 at range.
Yeah, what? Tech 9 at range? Like Twist making the Tech 9 look like a deagle all of a sudden?
I don't know. It's wild times. Well, we promised you at the beginning that this was not going to be a boring game, and so far it's shaped up that way. Brokey, good shot, under a minute now. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. He's got the health for it too. Not impossible that he could win this one, and he even makes the escape out there. They have a smoke for the bomb, and yeah, so picking up the ult might not be the best case, but actually, if he gets a flick like that, he's going to be caught right afterwards. I was going to say, the problem with the AWP is if they smoke it and try and go for the defuse, that AWP's obviously a little bit less reliable, so...
Okay, so this was a replay. I mean, it was a replay from when they came off of the bomb.
They had...
Olafmeister says it all, like... Olafmeister's face there. Because he started planting with 4 seconds. That's it. You only need just slightly under 4 seconds to get the bomb planted. It may just be, I don't know. Human error. We'll chalk it up to human error.
I love all of Meister's face at that moment.
It's the expression that says 1,000 words, even though it doesn't change. Just that one hand gesture. Yeah. Says 1,000 words.
Wow. Well, yeah. It's mistakes were made without a doubt. Now they're back to Deagles, and Heroic are back in the game. That absolutely changed a lot. That is a round that we're gonna go and revisit later on to see how much of an impact it's actually going to have, because we're still dealing with the consequences here. Cadian is pushed up really deep into the B hallways. He can look deep with that AWP. It's always good. Tessa's not going to be caught here. And he had down on the crossfire. He was in jungle, so he could just swing in. Even if Tessa's got traded, probably would have won that fight anyway overall.
Oh, did they go for more? Wow. Sorry, bud. Stavin was ready for that one. Close enough to hear those footsteps, and this is going to be a little bit of a weak round coming in here from FaZe, just getting picked off one after the other. Not a single kill going the way of FaZe Clan with those Deagles, so unfortunate turn of events, because that's going to revitalize Heroic's economy now as well. Heroic going to be able to get the full nades going as they please, a full buy. And we're tied up 5-5, and this is really where FaZe, I think, need to come up with some spades here. Maybe some going back to the mid control, just start to get over, just kind of reset.
Yeah, it felt like they've been trying to test that B defense a lot. And
early mid.
Yeah, they're going for it. Ooh, nade. It's gonna soften up Rain a bit. That's nice.
Dude, this is like, it's just these M4A1s and mid spam. That spam through the smoke is so brutal.
It's not fun being on the other side, is it? Shush and Refresh and Tess is all pushed up really far into the A site, all the way to the ramp. And Cadian feeling probably a little bit alone out there, but then again, he's kind of the captain of the team, so yeah, it's his choice, right? So you guys could lean deep as you want on the other side. I'll defend the B-bomb side on my own. It's going to be fine.
He's worried about short as well now, but Stavin's rotated over to help him out. In the meantime, info push.
Yeah.
Shush and Refresh down ramp. This is big.
Yeah, but they're going to come around the corner. Huge mistiming there for Shush, unfortunately. He was so sure that someone could have been hiding up there. He had to be thorough and check it. And the fact that he was pushed up that far, yeah, they're going to be paranoid about more people being there without a doubt. So really unfortunate timing there. Otherwise, from just a pure Counter-Strike point of view, really cool move from Heroic, but sometimes timing is just not with you.
Oh, this is such a sick read from FaZe, though. If they go towards B now, Cadian is here alone. Stavin is only just now rotating back through CT spawn.
They are definitely going to test him again. Oh, missed timing almost, but he turns it around. They're jumping out the window, trying to avoid that AWP. He's got Stal down there with him as well, close range, and the timing is actually really good for that peak. Cadian finally goes down, and they're going to find the kill in the middle of us. Olofmeister, he snuck through the window to catch Refresh before he could be there in time, and that is what will ultimately win them the round here. So, not bad. Tessus will have to make his escape, and FaZe will find a 6th round.
That is some faith in your teammate, though, from Cadian, where he knows Stavin's got his flank, so he's not even looking away towards the bomb site. That is some sick discipline. I love to see it. And he nets another kill off the back of that, right? So both kills go in the way of Cadian in this round. Stavin dropping the ball a little bit there. But it is still an all-important 6th round getting important. Here's Twist perspective, annihilates Cadian. And this was Olofmeister catching out that flank, or that rotate, rather, from A.
Yeah, huge play.
Well, this is where Heroic are really happy that they had that the 5 players survive against that eco earlier. They have a little bit of money to work with in this round. If they wanted to go for the buy, they could. Wouldn't be the prettiest one, but it's an option. Yeah, and it's looking like they're going to go for it as well. So, fortunately for Heroic, it's not a real chance for FaZe to just run away and start getting another round on the board against pistols. Heroic can put up a fight here and still end this with a respectable 9-6.
They could. The economy for either side is super questionable. It's possible that Heroic could win this one and then almost get a free round on top of it. So yeah, there's lots to look forward to. I think everyone's kind of shown up to play. This just started such a wonky game, but now it feels like we're kind of getting back to a little bit more of a normal rhythm. Shush is playing in a dangerous position if they have Molotovs. This is a very commonly Molotov position that could just get him killed right away. Nice find from Cadian. Playing at the edge of that one Molotov. Now they throw a second deeper Molotov, but no one's going to be grenading Shush, and he gets a straight headshot to take down Kerrigan. So defense is looking decent right here. Tessus is going to find Olofmeister, and it's another 2-on-4, and there should be no way that FaZe win this round.
It shouldn't be possible, but at the same time, it is still FaZe Clan with Twist and Brokey alive.
Well, they've already won a couple of these outrageous rounds, so...
Dude, Brokey's got 14 kills right now. Twist is the runner-up on the team with 7. So if you have these two alive, you're still cooking with gas if you're FaZe. 44 seconds left. They just need to take their time.
Yeah, you see Twist is communicating a bit as he's checking the middle. Really weird off angle there. Hard for him to check. I don't know how he would have done that. Stound's going to catch him. And Brokey, 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's got the op.
Yeah, that's probably the better weapon to try and keep alive into the next one. So it's going to be a 6th round for Heroic here. Again, more of a normal end to the round. Normally 2 versus 4s end up this way. So not that bad. I mean, this is setting up to be such an amazing game. This is only the first map, of course. Second one is Nuke and Inferno deciding it.
Yeah.
Now, Inferno deciders are always delicious.
Exactly. We need to get there. I assume that Heroic will do very well on Nuke. So this is a must-win scenario, I think, for FaZe Clan.
That's a good point, yeah.
Heroic on Nuke are a real threat. So it's like FaZe have got to be feeling at least a little bit of pressure here, because if they lose Mirage, I think their lives get very difficult going into Nuke. Whereas, you know, you win Mirage, okay, Nuke goes either way. You don't have the pressure then. And then you can get into Inferno, where it can get a bit more scrappy. So there is still a winning formula here for FaZe, without a doubt. But Nuke is not a good map for FaZe whatsoever. So they need to get the job done here on Mirage.
Well, they've got that boost in the middle, trying to look over. Not finding anyone, unfortunately, but it's a nice idea. Bit more of a lean towards the B-bomb side, or I'd say Tessus and Refresh are lean so deep in the B-bomb side that they can't help out the middle too much at the moment.
This is one of the things, though, coming in from FaZe, which is really interesting, is that Brokey is sitting with 14 kills, but he has 0 opening duels, and none even attempted. It really plays into his style. Like, his style is not to be the aggressive opper. He doesn't go out there and look for duels. And he's caught some heat in the past from analysts on this very topic, right? You're on T side, you're the AWP, you should get out there and you try and make some plays with that 4750 gun, right?
Yeah.
You have the expensive gun. You should be out there trying to find some kills. He does so in this round. That's solid. But it's really not Brokey, you know, creating the room for the team.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. There are some different flavors of all players like that, for sure. But it is really as a huge tool, isn't it? If you could just find that one shot to open the round with. He nearly had it there, but I think some of the bricks out there took more of it. They do look pretty dense. So 30 seconds left. They're going to go for a bomb plant, and they're actually going to be successful in planting the bomb, which is wild. They plant the bomb without killing anyone in that round. Cadian goes down. Brokey with the 1 kill there. Now nades are raining down everywhere around him, but he's still alive. Tessus is coming in on the flank as well. He's going to win that. Oh, actually, Refresh gets a double before Tessus gets that one, and they know where both Kerrigan and Twist are, so it's not going to be easy here. Twist trying to take the fight, but on the other side, he has to worry about the bomb, and he's just fighting here for a long time. There's the kill from Shush, and they're going to have enough time to get the defuse in at the end. So close round, considering that was what, Deagles and an AWP, and they almost lost it.
That was Brokey proving me wrong. He finally gets that opening kill, that first kill of the round, but the bomb is pretty much already in a position. You're already in a winnable situation there if you are FaZe Clan. But that is definitely something we want to keep an eye on going forward here in the remaining rounds of this half. You know, is Brokey going to be able to get out and kind of take the initiative and create some room for the team, or is it falling onto somebody else like Rain to get that moving for FaZe Clan? So as far as FaZe are concerned, though, I mean, still a respectable scoreline so far. They still have 6 rounds on this T side of Mirage. It's not done yet. There's still rounds in the half, and change of pace coming in here from FaZe. Brokey really hoping that Cadian or Tessus was going to be aggressive and be apartments this round.
And they've been a lot, right? It's actually a smart play, sort of based on the local history of this particular game. It makes sense to try and go and find someone out there. Shush is playing forward. I think this isn't the most aggressive CT side we've ever seen, but I think it's just enough. It's really cool to see Heroic. They keep putting a couple of players a little bit forward, even just on the ramp, even just a little bit in the B hallways, but they try and get just a bit more information than some teams certainly get on the CT side of Mirage.
It is the calling card of Heroic.
Yeah.
They are always pushing. You have to assume that they are always pushing and being proactive on the CT side. And that's when Heroic look their worst, is when they aren't playing to their strengths. Their strengths are to get out there and to look for info and to fight.
Shush, right on the other side. Refreshes here. It's a mean crossfire, but part of it is already broken up. Stown with a very important kill to help out Shush, who otherwise could have maybe been overrun. But Brokey is feeling really alone in here. He's got the bomb. He still gets the kill on Tessus, and he supports that jump. Oh, that's wild. He should have been dead. He was in a three-way crossfire with the bomb and an AWP, and he managed to fight his way out anyway. Unbelievable. 30 seconds now. Stown setting up for a kill. Yeah, and he had time for that one, so makes it a bit more awkward now for Twist to try and get the bomb down, and he won't be able to. Cadian has found him, and now it's 20 seconds. 1 versus 1, AWP versus AWP here, and this one could be everything for FaZe. Like you said, this map is important to them. They might not have much of a chance on Nuke. It's going to be 10 seconds now, and Brokey, is he going to fake it or just go straight for it? Nope. Ice cold. Puts it all the way down. At least they'll get the money, but he cannot escape. Stown had already walked out, and that's a big clutch coming out for Heroic.
Ah, so painful to lose that one round. What a frustrating situation for Brokey. I mean, he's getting all these kills, but then to fall short in the end in the clutch.
How does he live through this?
That's so nuts that he hits that 180. Bam. Takes Tessus out. But Stan, he was just ready for it. Brokey was really trying to be a step ahead. He was really hoping. Yeah, nice try. But he was really hoping that Stan was going to play a little bit more passive than that, and that Stan was thinking that Brokey was going to be the one to take initiative and get aggressive. Yeah, it just doesn't pan out that time.
Oh, Carrion is kind of quick in the middle here, running on the other side of the smoke. That actually could have worked. He actually almost caught him. But the rest of them are up in a palace, and if they go quick right now, one good flash against Shush, and he is probably going to get overwhelmed, but that smoke is making them really apprehensive. They could go for it here. This could just be if they just walk out, even without the flashbang, if they just walk for it, Shush could just get completely caught. There's a bit of a spot down. He's still going to be found, but the lineup is there. They're trying to fall back, and Shush is going to catch both of them. Not even worried about the reload just yet. Molotov? That's a bit awkward, isn't it? Could have been probably a kill there on Olofmeister. He was already low on health, so that might have been a chance now for FaZe to get back into the 15th round here. Last at a half, of course, Kerrigan. Headshot on the Shush. Tess is walking up here, and Olof, yeah, he's so low. He is a bullet away from death, and the gun barrel is showing. But Rain comes in for the rescue.
The hero. The Norwegian Viking.
Yeah, they got to help each other out, don't they, up there? Rain is sneaking through. They really are trying to use him to pry this round open. Still have 35 seconds. And Refresh looking for the lineup here, but it's Rain coming in with more headshots. He's actually doing it. Cadian is on his own. Olofmeister's right in front. Easy no-scope there. And yep, he knew Rain crossing onto the other side here. I think he saw him. Maybe he didn't. It looked like he saw him. And Cadian expecting for him to come take a look, but Rain is just waiting inside. Doesn't worry about it here. Cadian. Oh, the timing is so good. Oh, but he's way too quick. And it's going to be Rain to win the round. Absolutely amazing stuff. They get 7 at the end of the half. We'll see if they can continue into the second half. It's coming up after the break.
Window tanked.
2 guys kitchen.
2 short then.
Kitchen dead,
One more.
Hey, hold. I'm holding
long.
it.
Only long. Long dead.
Short,
Last is half
short.
Peek in your contact.
Running away.
He's running away.
Nice! Nice job, guys.
Good push.
Love it.
That is that's a special war cry from
just
Brookie.
you know, embrace the LAN, you know, embrace the pop off, and also against a team like Heroic, pop off every chance you get because you know those guys are howling on the other side, and you're definitely close enough to hear them do that. So let them know. You win a big round like that, you better let them know.
You know what? It wasn't the most intimidating war cry, but it doesn't matter. He's got 17 kills in the first half. Brookie. He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Exactly.
It's an absolutely amazing performance from him in the first half. Second half is coming up. FaZe are now on the CT side, Heroic on the T side, and this is a dead even game right now. No one can predict this at the moment here. Kerrigan and Olofmeister holding the B bomb site. This is all just a fake. Bomb is at the A ramp, so they're trying to make as much noise. If they can find a kill over here, that's when you really sell it. But this, I'm not sure. Look at FaZe. They're not moving. They're like, yeah, not impressed right now. Not buying it.
FaZe don't flinch.
They really are sticking to their guns at the moment.
Man, look at this, dude. None of them have moved in the last, what, 20 seconds?
Odds still looking pretty much the same as they did at the beginning of the match, which makes sense, I think, given how even this is. Brokey might be the first point of contact here. Looking into the middle. Oh, the timing, and he jumps. If he hadn't and had just gone for the peak, that is probably a kill. Now they're going to be setting it up. The bomb coming out of the ramp. 3 in middle and rain. Nice range for the USP, but he is getting shot at the side of the head. Brokey will be able to help him out. And this is looking good. Trading 3-1 in favor of FaZe. If they can win this pistol round, they are well on their way to winning the map as well. Stown and Refresh, 2 versus 3, 24 seconds. It is not a lot of time. They're not even going to fake it. If someone peeked CT spawn here, they'd have nothing to do, but they just go all in on it instead. And Brokey will run under the site and close out the round. And he's playing so well. It's 3 kills for him in the pistol round, and he's up to 20.
Dude, he's just going crazy right now. This is a star-level performance from Brokey. Redemption for the young lad because, you know, the major didn't go the way of FaZe, but if they can just get some results here on LAN in Copenhagen, that would be terrific. There we go.
3K,
Pop it off.
baby.
Loving it. And now Heroic are going to be the ones on the back foot, although they get the bomb plant, so we'll have a round of eco here and then the buy in the following round after this round of saving. So nothing too crazy here. I like that from Heroic, though. That was an interesting round. But, man, you really got to give credit to FaZe, where they just did not flinch. Nobody moved. After Heroic make a little bit of noise towards B, everybody held their lines for like 20 seconds.
Probably helps as well that one of the players that was over at the B hallways is Kerrigan. So he's the captain of the team. He has a direct sense of what's happening. He's like, yeah, I'm not really buying it. This doesn't feel like it's any kind of a B hit.
That is actually a really, I mean, Kerrigan versus Cadian in terms of calls right now. The IGL.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder if there's going to be games within games here. It's obviously 2 Danes.
For sure, right? I think you have to, long term, you have to put your money on Kerrigan still. But it's not all down to that. And obviously, you know, maybe Xis has had a bit of time too to look into what FaZe are doing and how they like to play. Could get interesting. So far, the Deagles in this round haven't really done much. There's a good chance now for FaZe to get into the lead, even if it's just a 1-round lead. Feels a bit better to have that going on. Stown on his own. 1 versus 4 here. Could we request another Deagle headshot potentially? Oh, Olaf, he's low on health.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Don't overpeak that. But I do want one of the FAMASs moving closer here from FaZe Clan so that they can snag that M4A1. Yeah, that's a freebie. Can they save this M4A1? FAMAS? Yeah, nice. Okay, well, at least they do that, and then they just lost another FAMAS, so whatever. They save the 3 M4A1s. That's what matters here for FaZe Clan. And now we'll get the buy round coming up here for Heroic. And so now is going to be the big round here for Heroic. I'm very curious to see what it is that they decide to hit the ground running with. They have the AWP from Cadian, so they'll be able to take some time around that if they want. And it's looking like what? At least initially, we will have some presence in mid from Tessus. The rest of them going to be apartments. Could go into a mid crunch here later on.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Could be...
Oh, dude.
Good,
So FaZe know this. FaZe know what's up.
Yeah, but it might be too late. Heroic, if they pull the trigger right now, yeah, they're gonna have the information, but they can't rotate anyone else out here. Strong kill for Karrigan. That is important. That's gonna slow it down. And now that flank that's coming in is making such a big difference here. Heroic, they don't even know yet, but they've been absolutely figured out. Karrigan with more frags, and it's down and Tessus that are left. And Tessus, I mean, he would have been in such a cool position had his teammates actually got in and got the bomb down, but now it's just kind of nothing. So, yeah, Rain and Twist, it's a bit sad for them because they've been out trekking this whole time.
I think this is homework. This is prep from FaZe. There was no hesitation there. They knew the instant rotations coming through. There was no bite on that A hit. They were pushing ramp immediately after that first smoke goes up, right? Because Tessus is, or not Tessus, one of the Heroic players is out there making noise and then rotating back to join the rest of the team.
It's true.
Even before, like almost exactly as he starts rotating back to join the rest of Heroic, there's already the push coming in from FaZe. So that feels like FaZe just knew what Heroic had planned for this round, and we're just ready with the homework.
Down the middle we go. The entire Heroic lineup running and nearly catching, in fact. We'll be catching all of Meister off guard. Gotta be careful here. Strong headshot from Tessus. Should be able to recover this scenario, though. Shush is actually so deep in. I don't think they're going to be realizing this. If he comes back here, Brokey, is he going to be checking for it? There's an opportunity. Almost shot in the back with Shush. He still might be, but he turns around and takes down Brokey. That is a spectacular double kill. They did not see it coming, and Twist is already low on health. Now the bomb awkwardly is in the middle. Yeah.
He's about to find it, too.
We do have the best observers in production, don't we? No one can match this.
Shout out to
And, yeah, Twist trying to fall back. He sees the bomb, so he knows he has to play around it. They don't have well, they have a Molotov, but smoke would have made it a little bit easier to pick up the bomb. And they're trying to be real quiet with a Twist coming back and discovering, like a detective, wait a minute, there was a bomb here, and now it's guys doing that. The numbers are in front of his head, the equations. He's like, where has it gone? Where
it has
could
to have gone short, because anywhere else he would have seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He himself is something of a magician, but they just pulled a bit of a trick on him, didn't they? The disappearing bomb act, but he's made his whole head disappear, and that is magic. 25 seconds, Twist is relocating, and actually this is so cool because, yeah, it's going to take some time, but in a one-on-one, and especially with low health, that element of surprise is what is ultimately going to make the difference. Tessus, you could tell from everything that he's doing, he's still expecting him to come from the other side. He's not really aware yet, and he doesn't see him there either. Now, there is one more no, he hasn't picked up the Molotov. Tessus, I don't know if it's on the ground somewhere or not, but that grenade could make a huge difference. Twist walking around looking for him now, has to make a bit of noise. Yeah, he's running out of time, unfortunately. He's going to go check all the way through. Some damage, but not enough for the kill. There's the Molotov I was talking about. He pushes him out, but it doesn't matter. Tessus, if he had a bit more health, that Twist, maybe he could have won that fight. It is so well played, and you could tell just how experienced Twist is with some of those situations, but he can't win the round.
You can tell that the comms are on point with Heroic as well, because they know what Tessus knows what the variables are in that position, that he could have picked up a Molotov. He pushes as the Molotov is in the air. Tessus is already moving, so he's one step ahead. If the Molotov gets deployed, he's not going to get caught off by it. He's already within the arc. He's already looking for the fight. And so that's just Heroic. The awareness on their side on how they want to play that out is so sick. Yeah, Tessus just... You got to wake up early in the morning to catch him off guard. It just feels like anybody on Heroic right now. They're such a threat. In true Heroic fashion, top fragging Shush with 16, bottom fragging Katie with 11. You know, it's just like everybody. So there's no weakness on this team. It's so crazy. It's just, it really is. I mean, it's such a rare thing.
It's very, very, yeah, because we normally talk about that. A team with a lot of firepower, you always, the sort of the common refrain is something like, yeah, but, you know, how many of them are really going to be playing well in the game? You know, it could be like 2 out of 5 that play well. What about the rest? But I agree with Heroic, what you're saying. Very often it seems like it is kind of all of them doing a lot of work. Brokey is still ahead of the pack, 21 kills on him, so he's been playing real well. Karrigan is looking deep into the B hallways. Something that Cadian was doing as well on the CT side. Just waiting for the opportunity. And, ooh, Rain, he was all the way... Did he have a fight with Shush just then? Shush is kind of looking that way. I feel like they might have actually stumbled into each other. Not that much to work with on the side of FaZe, and unfortunately, that one rifle is already gone. Karrigan just caught with a really nice flashbang. Brokey's down here, actually doing some damage with the USP, but eventually it should all come to an end here as Heroic are looking to tie it up.
It's the tickle fight. When you're not hitting headshots with the USP, it really feels like you're doing nothing at all.
It's true.
So you kind of get in there, but in the end, not happening, and the pressure is going to start mounting on FaZe. Because again, you're going into Nuke. FaZe have got a 0% win rate on Nuke in the last 3 months. So out of the last 4 times they've played it, they haven't won any of them. So it's not like they're going to go into a map where they're comfortable. They're going to go into one of Heroic's strongest maps next. So pressure's on for FaZe. Now they need to show up. It's 10-10, tied up. And already Brokey, passive stuff with that AWP. And it's worth reiterating, you know, it's just, it's not Brokey's style to get out there and hunt with that AWP.
No.
So we need to look to elsewhere. We need to look elsewhere on FaZe. Who's going to get out there and make plays?
Yeah, because we talked about this when Heroic were on the CT side. Just the little bit of info, pushing down the A ramp, you know, getting Carrigan had in the last round trying to look into the B hallways, but any little thing like that can make a big difference. But if you do none of it, then you're really blind as a team. It's really hard to make early rotations. You just won't know. This feels like a bit of a fake setup towards the B bomb side, although I feel like it can't be that much of a fake. If it's just going to be a smoke and refresh running in for, so a smoke, 2 smokes, and maybe some flashbangs to follow it up, I wouldn't say that's a huge sell, but it is kind of working on FaZe. They are rotating that way. Twist, though, massive kill. That is important. That might bring them back. That might be the thing that makes them think, wait a minute, why is there someone there when they're actually trying to hit the B bomb side, which, of course, we can tell they're not.
Timing there, but they don't know, they can't expect twists. So this is going to be big. Yep, twist, golden opportunity. Traded 1 for 1. Hey, at least he did that much.
Oh, wait. They're running back with the bomb. They want it because Refresh is clearing the B bomb side. So they have to run the whole way. Cadian cannot stop. It's a long trek to get there. So knife out, just speed up or you're not going to make it. If he slows down on Olofmeister, he catches him on the ground. It is over. They're never going to get the bomb back. Now Refresh has gone down as well. Oh no, they made that call immediately. Cadian, yeah, just keep running. There's no point in stopping. He has to go the full distance. And no, I don't think he has it. Oh, it's such a shame. He needed 1 more second, and he would have had the bomb plant at least, and it would have been a real interesting 2-on-2. And Tess is going to be found on top of it. Oh, no. It's 11-10, but that is a heartbreaking round for Heroic.
What a play from Tessus as well. He makes noise just in time to pull them off of the B site. They knew that it was going to be a B hit until Tessus shows up and starts making noise on A. There was a window of opportunity there for Cadian. Yeah, that's about how it felt at that point. How that sounded is about how it felt for Heroic at that moment because, man, there was a chance. There was a chance.
There was.
What a play from Tessus. That was so cool. But it's not enough, yeah.
Every millisecond mattered there. If we go back and find and check the whole, we should do that. We should find a replay of the whole route that he ran and see if he at any point missed a jump, did any, bumped into a wall. If there's anything like that, that's what cost him the round.
Yeah, we could have done that once upon a time.
Well, here we go. 4 of them in the middle, trying to get that control, pushing up through underpass as well. Shush with a double opening will give them almost everything they need right here. And it's so early on. Now they occupy everything. This is really awkward for FaZe. I almost feel like at this point they should try and retake middle with Rain, Brokey, and Carrigan, because if they stay with Rain alone in this A-bomb site, that doesn't feel like a winning formula either. Shush. Yeah, they try. Carrigan really wants the information, but all he gets is a couple of shots of that AK. 50 seconds now, and Rain, how much could they ask of him? Yeah, lone wolf on the bomb site. He needs some kind of help here. Oh, he spots Stalin at least. Gonna try and smoke it off, but they're gonna find him. That's a nice attempt. But it will be the round going to Heroic here. And Brokey should definitely make his escape and try and save that from us.
And just the tug of war continues between these two teams back and forth. As Heroic are the ones who are going to establish dominance again with the money on the board. Now they're going to be able to actually start to get quite a flow going. Although Brokey showing some fight, takes Refresh out of the picture. If he can save this AK, actually, that'd be a pretty big play for him. Considering the rest of Heroic, there's a gap for him to exploit. He could actually make his way out.
Yeah, how far can he get? Don't want to stick around, but you obviously can't know what we know. There is a clear path in front of him. He's going to turn around. Hasn't seen anyone yet, but they're all going to be coming for him. There's the initial grenade to let him know, and the FAMAS will fall eventually. Yeah, unfortunate. Shush with a nice triple kill, and that'll tie up the scoreline once again, 11-11. This is such a great match so far, and I mean, some of the rounds have been really funky, but it's been real entertaining, and it's only the first map. We still have, at the very minimum, Nuke. What is this incredible replay?
Nuke, which is Heroic's playground, so still all eyes on FaZe. And now it's going to be the half buy coming up, or the force buy. Never mind, they're going all in on this gamble from FaZe Clan.
He was real blind.
He was very, very blind, but fully invested as well here, FaZe. So if they lose this round, instant call coming in here from FaZe Clan. They're going to rotate 3 to B. Really like this. I mean, this is the full-on gamble now. You have to hope that you're going to be able to get in here and be able to do some damage.
Yeah, it makes sense. Karrigan is he's really escaped. Cadian, though, he seems to be aware. They might have heard it. Certainly knew Karrigan going to feel like he was being read there, which he was.
Which he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. Shush and Olofmeister are awkwardly close to each other, so it could be a bit of a weird scenario there. Olof going to be walking out. That is a nice kill. But the bomb is going to be planted in B. So regardless, it's going to be 12-11. It will be Heroic with a lead. A very tentative lead. The money is really what's making life hard for FaZe right now. You said Batman had all the money, but he's run out.
He's run out, yeah. This is, I guess, what we're witnessing is what would happen if Bruce Wayne was middle class. I don't know. Just the absolute struggle.
Not nearly the same, is it?
No, not quite. When you can just buy all the toys. Like this is.
What is there a new Batman movie coming out that I don't know about? What's happening?
They never end. I think come on, it's Hollywood. They haven't had an original idea in what 60 years.
Could be true. Could be true.
What can we do with? I mean, what can we do with FaZe Clan right now? Because what they have AK, they have a Scoot. They don't really have a whole lot else to work with apart from a Deagle.
Where is Sadakist when you need him?
Yeah, a boot.
We should have a soundboard, At least a soundboard. I mean, yeah, the problem really is until they fix the economy, this will be Heroic getting easier rounds without a doubt. And because we're so close to the end of the map, they don't have that much time to fix it either. The AK, the Scout, a couple of Deagles here. We've had some crazy rounds in this first map already, so maybe this could be one of them for FaZe. They would love to start this out with a couple of clean Deagle kills. And, Olofmeister's got a Deagle. He's been known to flex that in the past. Molotov will, be forcing that AK a little bit further back at least. Ooh, Twist, he's back for action. He actually got pushed back here. Able to pick up a kill and a headshot as well to take down Shush. That is massive. They actually pushed him back into the Fender B bomb site. Oh, that is brilliant. Stout and Refresh now, 2-on-3. The bomb awkwardly on its own here. Karrigan trying to stay alive. That Scout, can he get the job done? He's just playing hide and seek, and Brokey shows up. It's going to be FaZe to win the round. That was the magic that they needed. Absolutely brilliant for Twist.
And Heroic are going to be feeling a bit hard done by. They literally walk right into the one place they want to avoid on the entire map off a contact play. That's not the contact that they were hoping for at this point. They needed to get the kill immediately on Twist, but that angle from Twist is so clever. He forces the 1v1. Instead of peeking into multiple targets, he's getting the series of duels that he was hoping for with that freakish claw grip. It just seems
his
like
poor hand.
I mean, dude, him and Tessus both, man. The goblin grip, I don't know. Can't handle it. He can't handle it. But they go right back to it. Heroic. Straight back onto B.
Yep, here we go again. Round 2. 25th round, of course, in reality. It's going to be some trades. The MAC-10 is there. Refresh. Going to pick up the kill and pick up the AWP on top. Bomb is instantaneous here. And so is FaZe. They're all ready to go for the retake. Gun barrel showing and Refresh. Not traditionally an AWP, but he's going to get that kill and they're backing out. They know already. Wow, yeah, they went straight back. They decided, you know what? We deserve that round. We're going to take it anyway.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's like they just call it out as a fluke immediately and say, yeah, okay, we'll just go ahead with the execute this time around. And with that MAC 10, it changes everything. That change of pace, you can see he's just so fast out onto the site. And you can see the really effective players at that who are known for it as well. I mean, Maniac comes to mind as well. You know, just extremely effective players at throwing themselves out of the apartments and creating space for the rest of the team. Refresh plays that perfectly. And Heroic, a 13th round on the board. Pressure mounting on FaZe Clan now.
It's so cool to be able to do that as a team. You sort of struggle, you lose a round, and then you're like, we're gonna make a similar call. Let's just go for it. Kerrigan, yeah, just trying to
do there at that point.
I think he threw a flash into the air. So I think he was maybe trying to dodge his own flashbang, maybe. Double up on the T side is a bit of a rare sight.
It's just, yeah, that MAC 10, just, you're gonna be so fast. You can't get clever with the flashes. You know, the guy's already in your face. And, well, this time around, grouped up and ready to go off the A ramp.
Yeah, he was down there quick,
mid.
wasn't he? Mac, 10 of these bullets in your face.
There you go, man.
Rain playing Shadow on his own. Very lonesome position here, and there's no chance for anyone to recover that. He hoped that would be enough of an off angle to catch someone off guard. That's very awkward. Molotov in the corner. Twist, he cannot escape. Oh, man. Kerrigan looked like there was a bit of a lineup potential there, but he's only going to get one of them. And they need to save the rifles again. Unfortunately, FaZe, the money for the last 5 or 6 rounds has been the primary problem for FaZe. Otherwise, they're looking really competitive, but they do not have the money to keep up the fight.
I feel like, I mean, they're like Heroic right now, barring the one fluke round where Twist happens to be in the right place at the right time with that AK and is the hero. Heroic are just playing so aggressively.
What is happening?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No!
What?
He ran out of bullets? Why were you playing Counter-Strike in the Bermuda Triangle? What's happening? Like, what's going on?
Oh, that one hurt, Anders. That one hurt. That actually hurt my soul a little bit.
This is such a weird game.
I mean, that's a couple opportunities now where...
I just don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, all right. One thing that we do know is going on is that Heroic are just changing the pace up completely. They go from slow to the past couple of rounds have been very quick. Quick execute onto B, and then the lurk out ramp this time. Yeah, that's so weird. He just fat-fingered his pistol out? Like, what happened?
I feel like he ran out of bullets, but I mean, he wasn't. I don't understand.
Rain's face.
Cut to Katie and dancing, of course.
Of course.
Wow. Well, we're certainly getting our money's worth here. Okay. We're in the 27th round. Rain is in the middle with the deagle, but the smoke is up right in front. That is unfortunate. Throwing random bullets through the smoke is usually not the way to get kills, but whatever it takes, I suppose, at this point here. 14-12.
I just wonder if we keep... we are seeing still Heroic just applying the pressure early.
Yeah.
Within a minute 30, they're already in mid. They're already popping out onto A. Twist has just traded places with them. This is going to get all sorts of awkward.
Yeah, a bit of a chance there. I like the idea, but he's out of bullets, trying to get the knife in instead. And Tess is not touched so far. 3 versus 5. They nearly lined up for a good little double there. Refresh, you're going to get a second chance for it. No 2-for-1s yet. Felt like that was a good moment.
I love how he's still holding on to this op as well.
Yeah, he's like, if the Counter-Strike gods gift you an AWP, you don't throw it away.
Yeah, you don't throw it away.
You don't anger them like that. Olaf gonna go down to Shush. It's 15-12. Heroic are a round away from winning the opening. And we said this is so important, right? By the way, Refresh has overtaken everyone. He's at 25 kills. 1 ahead of Brokey, who's at 24. And then otherwise, it's Shush and Twist who are in 3rd and 4th place there in terms of the frags overall. But that's impressive. Refresh has been... his career is on this crazy upward trajectory.
He's been a real threat in Denmark for a long time, but now, yeah, he is really starting to sit at the top of the pack. It's really awesome to see. And just all-out aggression from him. No fear whatsoever. FaZe after the round of eco, though. They're trying to get proactive here. I love to see this from Rain. Straight through, and he doesn't catch him off guard. Tessus is just ready and waiting for it. It's heartbreaking. FaZe trying to make the plays, but Heroic... This time around, it's like they actually sit and wait and play default.
This also is the first time in 7 rounds, something like that, where FaZe actually have some kind of buy, you know, actual rifles and not just sort of a scout and a deal. It's been really awkward. It's a really awkward way to end the map potentially with just kind of, you know, trickling out of there with not enough weapons, not enough to fight back with. It's really awkward. Kerrigan is alone at B, 3 people at the A bomb side. Seems like a good call right now, but how long are they going to keep them there? This is probably down to Kerrigan and how much ice does he have in his veins? Because if they start to throw grenades in here, if he calls people back from A, they probably lose the round. Refresh, making noise. Kerrigan is still sticking around. He's not calling anyone out. Again, he has got so much experience. What a genius. He's kept the rest of the troops in A, which is objectively the right call. Now, they still have to win the fight, and that might be tricky with Shush getting that instant headshot. Brokey trying to get up and catch him as he was spraying through. 30 seconds left. Kerrigan is now back in middle. Is he going to expect for Cadian to be here? No, he's not. He makes a jump down, and that is too much. He goes down, and Twist is on his own, fighting every angle. He's going to get one of the kills, 18 seconds. He actually could win this. He might be able to do this. He's ready, and he's going to get the 1-on-3. What a god.
Oh, golf clap for that one, Twist. That is sick. If given the chance, the guy has still got the aim. He's had a few rough rounds so far this map where he wasn't quite able to come through in the clutch. But that time, given the chance, he had the AK round, and now he's had this round that made all the difference for FaZe.
Truly.
Totally winnable.
Yeah, this is, the mechanical skill of Twist is such a delight to see. It really is. But I've got to say as well, I'm beyond impressed that Kerrigan didn't call for anyone. There were grenades, there was Refresh jumping down, and speaking of which, he's now on the A-bomb side instead, tearing it up. Brokey, that's a dangerous jump. He is still alive, trying to find another one. And he actually made it down into the underpass now. Nade at his feet, more grenades, shooting at his teammates. It is madness in the middle, and he still gets the kill on Stown. What's going on? They have the bomb at top mid. This game is one of the crazier ones I've seen in a while.
This is all over the place, Anders. Now, the money is not that good.
No, this could go into overtime. I mean, it's very, very likely that it will.
Dude, do they get off of overtime, off of that Twist round? That's nuts.
They Refresh just
a minute 4.
Yeah, and Shush is making the long trek around. I mean, the fact that it's even a 2-on-2, why? They are both so low on health, Shush and Refresh. But with AKs...
I mean, AKs...
might not matter.
One-shot headshot. We're going to get Brokey's perspective again. Talk about coming up once again with the heroics here, Brokey. Twist had the monster round, but Brokey's still sitting at the top of the scoreboard with 28.
Crazy. Crazy performance out of him.
Yeah.
36 seconds. Let's see if they turn this around, Heroic. I mean, it would be a fitting end to this map, given how crazy it's been. Refresh is looking for it, but yeah, they don't have the health to stick around in that fight. It's going to be 14-15. We are going to go to the 30th round. This is, I mean, I feel like we deserve it. This was hyped up, and I think for good reason, to be such a cool matchup. It's only the first map still, but we've seen almost the full spectrum. Yeah. I don't think we've had any knife kills yet. No Zeus kills, but otherwise it's been crazy.
No, Olafmeister is wishing he had his knife out when he had that one flank going. But, you know, we'll forget about that one. And this is a timeout called by FaZe. They've used 3 of them so far. Good time to do it as well, because the flow of this game is definitely favoring them. They're the ones who seem to be in control here these past couple of rounds. Twist with the monster one, Brokey in the last round coming up with the goods. They weren't able to save the AWP for Brokey, but he will still be able to afford one. And this is it. 30th round. Heroic themselves actually going for it. Now, I almost want to see Heroic just continue to go back with the aggression. Just go for the B pop and just blast onto that B bomb side immediately.
It is tempting, isn't it? It's been working well for them. Hard to disagree with that. Looks like they're slowing it down a bit already. They are maybe expecting for FaZe to come up with something here. Blowing up the chairs, at least.
They were definitely making it look like they could get aggressive here, Heroic, towards that B side of things. Cadian. There is the smoke. Beautiful work, man. Best of the best.
No issues there.
The observers, so good.
Twist is going to be pushing that. This seems like a wild and crazy idea. Twist, please. He's going to be found, and Shush.
Not like this.
He took the opportunity. He's like, you know what? I'm feeling that. Second kill for him. He's been quietly getting a bunch of kills, Shush, in some of these openings here. And they're going to be catching Brokey as well, like you said. Not like this, but Heroic have a different plan in mind. They don't want to see that overtime at all. They're going to be shooting Kerrigan into the back. It's a third kill for Shush, and Rain goes down. It's 16-14 FaZe. They built everything up to that moment. They had it ready to push it into overtime, and they just fall short at the end. That is heartbreaking. They needed to win this map, and now they're going to be in trouble. Nuke is coming up as the second map, and it'll be after the break, so stay tuned.
Hey guys, Kerrigan here. Right now we're watching CSGO screenshots, and I'm doing that versus Boomage, and hope you enjoy the content. Jesus man, this one is tough.
It's two things in my head. Maybe it's map the overpass or ancient.
Actually, it's not tough. So this is definitely on vertical, like we're building something.
I remember like it's something red, top of an A site on overpass, like a red billboard on A site on overpass, but I didn't remember this screen.
T-spawn is probably there, around the T-spawn area. Could be A as well, so I'll go with T-spawn.
But like, yeah, I will say it's maybe the overpass. Like top of on A side maybe, but I'm not sure. It's really hard.
Yeah, it was A, man. I knew there was something above up there. I knew it. I was about to say that.
I don't have chance on this map because NAVI not playing vertigo, so.
What map is this?
Let me think.
It's for sure Nuke because of the textures. I'm pretty sure it's Nuke. Now I'm just thinking where it is.
I don't know what this position, but I think it's the Nuke maybe.
That would be probably the locker room on the window, you know, like above, on the heaven. There's a locker room where you shoot the windows. I think it's there.
It's in lobby.
Aha, but it's Nuke, 1 point, easy. I'm pretty sure it's Dust 2.
I think it's Dust 2, B side. Like then you're going tunnel for T side, and right corner it's their car staying.
It can only be where the car area is, where the car is on B. That's what I'm thinking, above there, but...
Jungle dead.
Stairs,
left side. Stairs, opposite and stairs.
Not close ramp. Do you have flashes?
Jeg holder Palace. Olaf midtlyk, måske. Bump ligger foran stairs. Palace må fade nu.
Nothing.
Short
Red side ticket.
One is gone.
On sandwich og stairs.
Han ser mig kort. Han low. Tetris.
Flash in city.
You can take the bomb, guys.
Can I?
I'm holding city.
Hey, Leo.
What can I fly for?
Hunt for short.
Hold it. Chris here. Or city.
He's too low.
I can't play
Hunt for
right
short. Hunt. Just. AV sidste.
Han er et eagle-skud for dig, Karen.
Jungle.
Hvad skal jeg sige? Det vil drop.
Con.
It was close.
Beautiful clutch there from Stan in a map that turned out to be an absolute nail-biter. We were coming into this one, Maniac, with the expectation of FaZe. This is a good map for them. But Heroic, they aren't half bad on it either, and they showed that with the result.
Absolutely not bad at all. This was a must-win for FaZe, honestly. This is the story we painted at the beginning of this game, and they made it very competitive. We have to give it up to Brokey. We have to give it up to Twist. Two players we mentioned needed to show up. They did. Unfortunately, not enough.
Yeah, individual success, obviously not enough to pull them over the line. I do want to throw it back to that first half, because I know there's a particular moment that you want to be picking up on when we were prefacing what Heroic we're going to be showing, particularly on that defense.
Absolutely. We can go back to round 6 very quickly to kind of show you the DNA of the Heroics defense. It's something we mentioned. Look at this push coming in from Tezes, 45 seconds on the clock, and this is why on your radar you see a bunch of CTs all clamped up towards the A side, and FaZe have no idea. They're completely oblivious to the situation. They are getting staggered with that execute. You see the counter utilities coming in. Tezes is coming in the back, so all they have to do is survive. Trade, survive, play in the long game. No one has any idea about the ninja position. Refresh is staying alive in the CT spawn, plus 1 kill, and it's actually perfect from Heroic. FaZe completely fell for that one. They fell into the trap of Heroic, and this is the kind of proactivity we were praising them for on the CT side.
And unfortunately for FaZe, it really did come down to the wire. They had the potential to push this one to OT. Unfortunately, closed out 16-14 in their opponent's favor. And there was a moment from Twist around Connector where he was really pushing and getting very aggressive, and it seemed like, you know, that's almost what cost them in this game.
Yeah, you cannot really fault him for that. I think Twist took the game into his own hands towards the very end, and he was also very influential. We had a 1v3 the round prior where Twist completely decides the fate of that round. So going through that smoke, the round you're just mentioning, I wouldn't mark that as a mistake. I wouldn't name it a mistake, but unfortunately for them, Heroic were ready for that. They had all the contingencies in places, all the protocols, and he ended up giving away the first kill that then dominoed into the 16th for Heroic.
Yeah, of course, we're going on to Heroic's pick now. That is going to be Nuke, and if we're looking at the stats lines, the last 7 times Heroic have played this map, they've won 6 of them, and against some big scalps as well, the most recently being G2 at the Major.
The problem is FaZe played it 4 times. They lost it 4 times. So you put these 2v2 together, and it is getting a little bit complicated. Look, last time FaZe played against Heroic, both Mirage and Nuke were played. FaZe won Mirage, but then they went on to lose Nuke. That was a 16-11 win for Heroic off the back of a very strong defense. So I think that's going to be an enigma for FaZe.
Well,
can you actually pierce the defense?
Yeah, we're going to see if FaZe can bounce back. It is the second map of this series. It is coming on to Nuke. Unfortunately for them, it is Heroic's pick. However, we're going to see if they have the ability to bounce back into this one after this break.
we have returned again onto the second map. It's Nuke. The first one was crazy on Mirage, and the odds have swung even more in favor of Heroic. They already were. I think it makes sense. It's fair, but man, so close, 16 to 14.
It's just a testament to FaZe's skill that they're that good on the map because they pushed Heroic to the limit. But you know, once again, that's been the story all throughout this tournament, throughout the major, and throughout this tournament. Now what we're seeing is that FaZe are getting close, and then they stumble right before the finish line. They stumble right before getting the job done. They managed to push it all the way 30 rounds. They could have had it. It was within their grasp to take it to overtime, and yet here we are. They're down a map again, and they're going into one of Heroic's strongest maps.
What if they just planted that bomb in that round?
There's that round. I mean,
there were a lot of rounds.
There was definitely a few opportunities where had things gone a different way in the round, we could be looking at a totally different situation. That's Counter-Strike, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. But now you're going into, I mean, Kerrigan, he is definitely the pick ban master god, right? You got to wake up early in the morning to the full Kerrigan, right? In the veto. So I'm sitting here thinking he has to have something prepared for Nuke. It's just a question of how comfortable you are and can you make up the gap to Heroic, because this is one of Heroic's maps. This is one of their home maps. So you have to be extremely on point here if you're going to take down Heroic on Nuke.
They're actually so hard to deal with. Their CT side, I think, is pretty good. I think their T side is just ruthless. They have so many tricks and so many options to go for. Yeah, they're a really fun team to watch. Nuke, one of my favorite maps. So, yeah, watching them on this one is pretty much always a good time. It looks like Heroic are going to be starting on the T side with FaZe on the CT side. So everything is on the line. I would love it if we could get to see that third map. I think this is a great series so far, but if it finished off on Inferno, that would be even better. So I'm rooting for FaZe on this one, but I think it's going to be an uphill struggle the whole way through here.
It is going to be an uphill battle, but hey, that's the beauty of CS, right? It isn't over until the score's on the board. Now, there is a chance for FaZe. And I saw Roban, he had his sheets, you know, he had his papers there. A lot of writing on those papers, Anders. You know that they've been doing their homework. So
no
can
doubt.
they execute now on the fly, live, here in Copenhagen against Heroic? Whoa, buddy.
Ooh.
Well, that did not work.
They caught him, and now they're coming back out. What a crazy pistol round. They're running into twist, though. Can he land another headshot? He's got a couple of bullets left, and that buys time. Enough for a reload. Stam will take him down eventually, but now Rain is shown up. I can't believe that FaZe are actually turning this around, or at least were. It is still a 2-on-2. Cadian sneaking up, and he's going to be able to get that kill on Kerrigan, leaving Rain on his own. 1 versus 2. A lot of time. The bomb is in plain sight in front of him, moving around to try and see if he can catch anyone. Oh, but the knife. Oh, wait, he could have been dead already. I can't believe that he lived through that. I think everyone was so surprised out there that no one actually got the kill, but eventually Heroic will win the round. That is a good little, that's a microcosm of just how versatile Heroic can be on this map.
Yeah, talk about getting just caught with your pants down there from Brokey. He had nowhere to go. He was stuck in the vents. He was never expecting Heroic to swarm him like that. And from there, it's just all out of control. Twisted the best that he could. Rain did as well. But very quick round coming in from Heroic. Again, keeping that pace. This is a team that doesn't necessarily need to always go for the standard stuff, running down the clock. They will turn up the aggression early in the round like we just saw. And like we saw plenty of times on Mirage, which I really love to see. It's good to show a variety in your playbook, and that's what Heroic are really strong at. They can play slow, they can play default, but they're also comfortable turning up the aggression and playing a faster pace, and that can really throw some opponents off guard.
Imagine calling or the communication from FaZe inside of that pistol round, like, oh, they're all down below. Oh, wait, they're all up the vent now. It's hard to call out. This, though, is great. Kerrigan and Olofmeister with a kill each. Deagle and Scout and more to come. Olofmeister deceptively hiding behind the life raft there. Not
redemption.
Yeah, not meant to save anyone at this moment. Shush now, 1 versus 3. And with a Mac-10, bomb is inside. What do you want to do here? What is the... He's got time. That's maybe the only positive thing right now.
I mean, it's almost a meme to say save the Galil, but 1v3 with 40 seconds left, he can go for a peekaboo, and that's what he's hoping for. Yep, walks up.
That's
just
clean.
Catches Rain. Yeah, that's so clean. Not sure if he realizes that's an AK down there. But,
will
now if he has an AK to work with.
It's doable, but man,
that tag is so annoying.
69 damage for the memes. Just 20 seconds. I don't know. I mean, again, he actually gets one more headshot, but Carrigan has relocated himself, and he's never going to guess it. He knew that was a scout. There's no way that he's going to be checking this, and when he misses the shot. That was worrisome, but it's a nice triple for Carrigan, double for Olofmeister, and FaZe will win the second round.
Olofmeister gets redemption for his flank in the pistol round where he got blasted in the face. He got nothing done. This time, 2 kills for him. Quick rotation down. You could see the angle that he was holding as well. He knew that somebody was down there somewhere, and he just happens to catch Cadian looking the wrong way at the wrong time for Cadian. So holds his own there, Olof. A little bit of a quiet Mirage from him, but if he can get into if he can get into the flow here on Nuke, Olofmeister's got a lot to prove. I mean, one of the legends of the game.
Oh yeah. I mean,
well, not the only one, but to attend all of the majors. One of the few players to attend all the majors.
Not been many.
What a beast.
I've got to say as well, Shush did look so calm in that 1 versus 3. Like, I'm going to just go around finding the kills. If Carrigan would have been, still in position by the ramp, it's possible that he could have landed one more illegal headshot, and maybe that would have been the end of it. So pretty impressive stuff from Shush, even as he did lose the round. Third one is coming up. We've got the single AK on Tessus, and then Deagles, Glock, Tech 9 on Stown as well. It's something to be feared, potentially.
The big smoke wall, mollies, everything. You just got to see all the nades that Heroic get into the yard to just fully control that space. There isn't really many options for FaZe at that point. And so Heroic showing it. Oh, man. Through the smoke, Twist gonna find a kill.
Yeah, all that effort.
Yeah.
And still, they managed to lose a player. Rain, I like this. Good little bit of improvisation to look on top of it. Yep, he's well aware. They have such a good read out here, FaZe. They're not getting surprised by that aggressive AK. And now it's just a question of dodging the remaining 2 pistols here. Don't lose anyone if you could avoid it. We've already seen what happens on the CT side if you run out of cash like they did in the last map. Refresh not going to be able to connect with that one. Now it's just down. 45 seconds. Getting a little tour of the map over at ramp. A minute away from finding anyone still. I don't blame FaZe for not hunting or being too aggressive with finding him. Actually did get the dink on him there, but he's going to lose the round, and no one from FaZe dies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is definitely one of the things. Just catching up real quick on the map statistics here between these two teams. I mean, the last time that we saw FaZe play it was actually in the Blast Fall groups, where they played Nuke twice against Complexity and lost both times. But that was a while ago, right? That's like a month and a half, pushing 2 months. Not a whole lot to go off of. Heroic have played Nuke 5 times at the major. So there's a lot of tape to go off of.
True.
Where they're going to be prepared. And clearly FaZe were pretty prepared for some of the strats that Heroic were throwing out on the T side of Mirage. Makes you wonder. Kerrigan's definitely not the guy to shy away from doing some homework. And Robon's going to be there to help out as well. So could this be the chance here for FaZe? I mean, again, you don't really fool Kerrigan and Vito's. He's the one that fools you. Now, could he have baited them into picking this Nuke play, thinking it's a safe pick, and yet he's here ready and waiting for him?
It's definitely possible. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, yeah, he has got the depth for that kind of thing. And like you said, they played a lot Heroic, so, that makes it even more doable.
Fair, they win a lot.
They do win a lot.
On Nuke, it's definitely a winning map for them. It's just that there's a lot of tape to go off of, right? So, and all you need is one map. It doesn't matter if they go on to win it 3 more times. So long as you win this once, FaZe, that's all you care about.
Close to a 5-to-1 betting odds there. So still looking a little bit grim if you were going off with that for FaZe. But they are up 3-to-1 in this map. Olofmeister, nade, bounce down. Will do a bit of damage to Cadian. Not really a lot. That one, though, definitely hurts. Let's see. Can they go for the retake? Full 5-on-5 retake with 3 people coming in from the high ground. Bit of a smoke. And that smoke is... I don't know. You want to risk it? They set up one of their own. Yeah, here we go. Full-on retake. They don't want to wait. They want to go straight in. This is a very hard thing to get done on the CT side. And Shush is waiting down below. Yeah, cancel it off. They're like, Olaf and Twist, you go look, and if it's dangerous, the rest of us will just walk away.
Oh, Kerrigan's still hanging around here. Oh, clench. Not happening. Not happening. That's such a shame. Maybe the 1 kill, but then hanging around for more ends up costing them. A 3-player surviving would have been really nice there. I mean, they have good money FaZe. They'll be able to get a full buy going into the next round, but had they been able to save a 3rd rifle, that would have been pretty good for the economy there for FaZe. So a little unfortunate. Obviously trying to make it more expensive for Heroic, but Heroic showing some fight. 2 rounds on the board now on this T side.
You know, Exist has always had that very stern look. We used to always try and find even a single tournament where he was smiling at all.
Yes,
but
it was always the meme of, you know, all the emotions that exist.
Exactly, but in the role of a coach, he's got that stern look. It's perfect. It's like he's made for it, you know. I appreciate that. Here we go, 6th round, and a lot of spam coming through the smoke. It's Kerrigan to pick up the kill on refresh. They're still trying to get in here, and the flashes just never end. Twist couldn't see anything for a full 5 minutes inside. Brokey and Rain are going to be on their own 2 versus 3, and I mean, they have time to try and look for a kill, angle for something here. The smoke goes up. The timing is nearly good. Rain, he maybe could have caught Shushi that one moment. He was a 10th of a second off, maybe. And now Tess is going to be looking for it and finding Brokey as well. That's a nice round. That's tying it all up 3-3 now.
Yeah, and this is where you really start to get a little bit worried if you're FaZe Clan, because it's tied up 3-3, but they have just plowed through that A defense. And again, that change of pace from Heroic. This is all happening within the first 20 seconds of the round.
Yeah.
Just straight out onto the A-bomb side. No hesitation. So Heroic go from slow, measured play to just, bam, cranking it all the way up. No hesitation, straight out onto the upper side. And that's so hard to play around with because FaZe, you know, you're trying to kind of play clever with your nades, you know, trying to maybe save one here, save one there. But if you do that and they play fast, you can lose the round outright. So FaZe Clan now, it's not completely out of control just yet. They've gone for the Deagle buy. They've gone for a scoot on Kerrigan.
But that's also the kind of confidence that comes with playing the map a lot, right? If you're Heroic, you're like, well, we know this A rush. You know, we know all the flashbangs. I mean, I think Twist, he was flashed like 2 or 3 times in a row. And he's just sitting there, crouched, hoping that no one notices. But that only works with T-Rexes, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Sitting still.
Counter-Strike players can see it, whether you're standing still or moving.
They can, in fact, yes.
It's so brutal. See, the next stage is to do what those guys have been doing, like the memes, where, you know, they tape the LED lights around their monitors, so when a flash goes off, it actually blinds them in real life.
I've seen that, yeah. On the one hand, it does look incredibly cool, but it also feels like you're kind of, you know...
ridiculous.
Yeah, you're kind of designing an obstacle for yourself, really. Okay. That would have been nice. I want to see the next version where someone gets like a smoke machine.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, that's
just pouring smoke.
Completely out of hand.
But even though New Year's is coming up, don't do the grenade one.
Or the molly. Definitely.
Leave those alone. Olaf and Rain, 2 versus 4. I was excited for a brief moment for a bunch of headshots from Twist. It looked like he had the kind of setup for it that where you could get a couple in a row there. Didn't really work out that row. It means Heroic are going to be leading now, 4-3. Rain could try and look for a rifle maybe on the ground if he's feeling real good about it. But other than that, yeah, they're just guarding everything. Didn't want to escape with anything. Ooh, one more kill is not bad.
Oh, that's frustrating. Tess is with a grin, but that one stings. You know, he's just smiling, so you don't see that one hurt a little bit. Because he should not be dying there.
Yeah, they lose a little bit more, probably Heroic than they would want. Only 2 people surviving. The FaZe, they are back with some more rifles. Can they hold them back this time? I feel like if they can't win this round, it's already 3 in a row for the Heroic side. Leaning towards the ramp at the outset here. But you could see so many of the nades from FaZe are used in the first 10 seconds because they're so worried about the aggression.
Yeah. That's the advantage of going for these quick changes of pace.
Oh no.
Oh, Brokey.
He has no idea. He threw the flashbang to try and relocate himself up there, but they actually went while he was making that jump. So he doesn't even realize as they're making it around the corner that everyone is coming for him. That's devastating. Rain's got to be real careful out here as well. They are pushed up. Shush is looking for it, and he's been terrific, but Rain is just way too quick this time around. Then he gets back around the corner, smokes it off, and tries to escape. They need this round badly on the side of FaZe. They really do a good headshot.
Second highest performer at the major, Rain. And he's really coming to his own. He is a LAN player, after all. I feel like he's one of those players who really suffered in the online era. But now that we're back on LAN, you get to really see what the Norwegian can bring to the table. Still a real threat.
Yeah, he really is. Fun to think about him and Olofmeister in the LGB days, you know?
So crazy. That's like one of those orgs. When you look back, you're just like, that was a thing. LGB was a thing. And they were smashing. That was in one of the most competitive eras for Swedish CS.
It was.
We just had like all the teams, NIF, Fnatic, you know, and just everybody going hard. It was amazing.
All right, absolutely pivotal round here. Ties the score up. They steal single AK. They have that AWP on Brokey. This is where they need to just take control of the game. If they win this next one, the money is not good for Heroic. They probably can bounce from 4-4 to 6-4 in their favor. And if they could do that without losing too many rifles on the way, then we've got a real foundation to build a half of. Okay.
There it is. Oh, and he spots the drop down from Silo as well. He knows that somebody's on mini. Yeah, but Tessus sees him too. Sick play from Tessus. Brings it right back. We're tied up 4-4.
So what we were talking about earlier is everyone on Heroic is at that level. It's like you think you've got the jump on them and somehow it doesn't work out. Brokey and Twist, though, answering back in a forceful way. Stout and Cadian, they are not really next to each other. They're going to have to work individually to try and bring it back. And that's not happening either. Cadian taking a walk back into T-spawn.
That's going to be a long wait.
Why not? I mean, that AWP is expensive, so throwing it away probably is a bit of a shame. But yeah.
This is the impromptu
it's got the scenic view.
Timeout.
Yeah, it's
true.
You're
just going to kind of sit back here for a minute, have a discussion about what you want to do next round. Great awareness from Tessus, knowing that Rain was going to be playing behind that container. But now, I mean, it feels, man, why does it feel like we're watching Mirage all over again? You know, just tip for tap, back and forth. Like, neither team able to really pull ahead just yet. I mean, it finished 8-7 in the first half of Mirage, and I'm getting the similar vibes here between both of these teams for Nuke, which is amazing considering, well, again, it's just reiterating on this storyline, right? That Heroic, this is one of their home maps. No question about it. They play it loads.
Definitely.
But FaZe, that just means they have more opportunity to study and figure out what it is that Heroic want to do on this T side. What are their go-to strategies? What are the comfort plays? And then once you counter those, it starts to get harder for Heroic to get the ball rolling. So guys like Robound and Kerrigan, that's what they do. They will go through those demos and watch and remember.
Yeah, it's one of the most, you know, underreported parts of Counter-Strike is the kind of research that goes in. And I mean, obviously for good reason, people don't want to share what they're doing. But so much of it kind of gets done before the game even starts. And it is one of the more interesting parts, without a doubt. 10th round is coming up as a 1-round lead for FaZe. They managed to save the AWP on Heroic, obviously. And they're looking to use it as a tool to open up the round with, which makes a lot of sense. Kerrigan getting kind of overwhelmed, jumping Tech 9s in his face. But tragically, the bomb made its way forward. It's been lost to them. And I have no idea how you would recover it here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Perfect view of just how lost that bomb is in the middle of nowhere. Now you have to wrap Mini, play off the AWP. Missed shot by Cadian. That's so unfortunate. Oh, Rain spots out the guy on Mini as well.
Oh, if Rain would have gone down there, that actually would have been really dangerous. That had me real worried for a minute. Just a deep breath here. This is the other part of Kerrigan's leadership that you're going to be looking for, right? Calm everyone down in this situation. You have the cards on your hand. You've got the better weapons. Time is running out for them. You know where they have to end up. So just make sure they can't sneak around and let them try and show up. They don't have any nades either on the T side. I mean, this is all setting up real well for the FaZe side of things. Just don't panic.
Exactly. And Rain might very well get caught here. As the smoke clears, though, closes off that angle. Now it's on Brokey, first line of defense, misses the first shot. The angle shot out from under him, though.
All right, Twist is back. Determined to win the round. Absolutely brilliant triple kill. And Olof will take down Stown as the remaining player. So there's that 6-4. A little bit of a bumpy road to get there. No bomb plant on the side of Heroic. In spite of that, they can put together some kind of buy here. It's not going to be amazing, but they still could be dangerous. It's so good for Twist.
Yeah, losing that bomb was a catastrophe. But again, Kerrigan, he's so aggressively quick up onto Hut, and he's got that timing down where it's clear that the molly isn't covering all of Hut, so he's able to get in there faster than Heroic may be expecting. So let's see. Again, we have those smoke nades. Again, they're hoping to punish anybody getting frisky on the side of FaZe with the wall bangs there. Rain just trying to figure out what's going on behind the wall of smoke out in yard. And there's Brokey again with a chance and not hitting the shot.
Yes, difficult flick to hit. Twist though in a nice position. They line up in front and it's a triple at the end. Absolutely amazing. They just, that timing could not have been better. They knew they'd force the AWP back. They wanted to put, and they've been doing that a lot. They've been trying to push Hell over there. And even though he was flashed, absolutely knockout play. Triple for him. Twist is 13-6 after that little engagement.
Doing terrific work. And now 6-4. What do you do if you're refreshing a 1v3?
I mean,
not a whole lot that you can do with 45 seconds left.
Especially when the bomb is in that position. So there's no easy way into ramp, right? There's no way he can sneak his way through. So yeah, he's just hoping that someone is way out of position and he can find a kill, make it a 1 versus 2. It's unlikely. He's had a single chance there, but Rain will take him down 7-4. This is starting to look way better for FaZe. I'm impressed at the recovery here. They did lose 3 rounds in a row, remember? And those were impressive rounds from the point of view of Heroic. So it's good to see, yeah. Wow.
Couldn't be better. Yeah, frustrating. Then that's just the worst case scenario because you have all your teammates in front of you. So, you know, if the first guy's not getting the kill, what are you going to shoot through him to get the, to get the twist? Like, it's just such a difficult situation. The answer is yes. Well, I mean, we've seen that some guys are cutthroat enough to do just that.
It's really hard to do, though. I mean,
Ziwa will shoot through his teammates. He doesn't hesitate. No hesitation from him whatsoever. It looks like, the Danes need to toughen up a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Take a lesson.
Get a bit more ruthless, guys. What's going on here? Do you want to win or not?
Exactly. Just get him out the way. It's so tricky because sometimes you're not even really sure exactly what you're shooting at in front. You only see your teammates. It's definitely difficult. We've got more Tech 9s. I like it. I feel like they found a reasonable spot in the game right now. Tech 9s not as overpowered as back in the prime, but they're still definitely dangerous. Some random spam, some nades, some more bullets flying through the smoke out here, and it's a very soft Heroic team that made their way past. No one died, but 3 of them almost did.
Rain is in a good position, though. He's hearing this, so yeah, they're going to be able to rotate down here, FaZe Clan. They know that they're... Oh, what a shot from Shush! Oh, that was sick!
They're jumping on top of Olofmeister, but he's got his trusty buddy with him, Rain, able to pick up a couple of kills. It's now Cadian and Tessis. I can't believe this is a 2-on-2, but they should not be winning this round, Heroic. The bomb is planted, though. In the middle of all of that, they even got the bomb plant on top of it. 1 bullet for either player, and they're going to be out of it. And that's all they need. A single bullet. There's one. It was a headshot as well on Tessis, and now Cadian on his own. They have a Molotov. If they throw it to the right spot, he's dead no matter what. Kerrigan will find him. Scary round. Way too close. But it is 8-4.
Way too close for comfort. But yeah, that's the thing. And here we're going to get the shot here from Shush. All right, get out of here. That is ridiculous. I mean, fair play to Brokey. There isn't a whole lot you can do against that.
No, there isn't. Yeah, that's hard to explain, but well done, Shush.
And that's off the back of FaZe having the early info. Rain being in a position to hear them running down, softening up Heroic to the max, essentially. I mean, you can't do much more damage without killing him. And then we still turn it into a 2-on-2. So terrific round for Heroic. They get the bomb plant, they get a full buy. Everything they need here in this round. Oh, Rain, I don't think he has any idea. Nope. Gets caught by Tessus this time.
There's too many explosions out there. He's no idea. Making the jump down, though. Almost looked like he sacrificed himself to Brokey. The Molotov back there will force, well, stick Cadian around for a minute. Brokey, though, not aware that they were pushing up. He probably thought he had already caught Tessus and that was the front man and there was no one else going to follow. Nice read as well. Cadian to take down Kerrigan. Captain versus Captain, and now it's a 2-on-4. Heroic looking to pick up a 5th round here, and it's looking really good for them right now. Twist is still alive, though, and he's been having himself some really impressive moments so far, so I don't want to count him out just yet. And Heroic have called for a huge pause, waiting to see if someone from FaZe is going to be wandering into a crosshair somewhere.
Finally, some information. They get rewarded for their patience. Spotting a man in hell, that gives them a little bit of room to work with here, Heroic. And wow, to say that you've been camping that spot for this entire time, Stavin, and Twist still shoots you in the back, it's ridiculous.
He was not aware that there was a gap in the smoke, I think, so unfortunate. He took a risk. He wanted to capitalize and close the distance from the first kill to the second. And I can understand that, but it is Cadian to save the round. I think he got a triple in that one. He got Kerrigan too, didn't he? So, pretty good round here for Heroic. 5-8. We're getting into the last couple of rounds of the half here. And unfortunately for FaZe, again, the money is not really with them. Oh, this is actually a disaster. They could end up, if this ends up 8-7, partly or maybe even mostly because of the economy, that would be so hard to stomach.
It would be so fitting, though, considering how it's played out.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I'm watching Mirage all over again between these two teams, right?
It's true.
You got rounds breaking away. They're just so close. Rounds that shouldn't be close are close. And it's all over the place, you know? And here we go. Kerrigan nearly getting a double. MP9 swinging around the corner. Just surprise, surprise moment. And a little bit of pressure getting put on this upper site here from Heroic.
They don't have that many nades. So 2 Molotovs and some flashbangs in there. They have another set. So it could just be that, you know, they throw the first round, they wait. I mean, FaZe don't have any nades at all on their side, so that one doesn't do what they wanted either. It's getting more and more awkward now. Yeah, it is. And they started to push in. Olofmeister's playing deep in that angle. And, you know, people check this a lot, but if you do it once per half, you might get away with it, although Shush, I feel like he's so accurate on those entries. They make the jump down, and Rain will catch Shush as he falls. 45 seconds. It is still a 3-on-3. One of them has already crossed, and second one, Refresh, doesn't think to look. Cadian kicks open the door and takes down Brokey, and he's ready. He's trying to catch them. He knew, but it doesn't matter. The bomb is on the ground. Twist showing up with that absolute lethal accuracy. Stown is behind them, so they got to be a little bit careful. If he had been there 5 seconds earlier, maybe he could have shot them both in the back. Got the AWP very low on health, and this does not seem winnable on any level. FaZe, if they can come up with this one, and they will, 9-5. That's an absolutely critical round for FaZe in this first half, or maybe even in the series.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. And Rain again, given the chance, this guy, he just keeps coming up with the kills. Round after round. This is unreal from Twist, though, that he wins this duel versus Cadian. That cannot happen. And so Cadian, he played that so smart. It just wasn't enough. And now we go into the last round of this first half. And, well, both of the teams are fully equipped, essentially. Just a little light on nades for FaZe. But Heroic have to go for a Galil just to be able to afford a full buy. Kerrigan. No chance, though. Just patient play. And Heroic, you know, there was a lot of aggression from them at the beginning of the half, but that has certainly changed going towards the end of it. Much slower.
Just a bit, right? They have to keep it cool because, again, when you're lacking some of those nades, and especially if you're worried about FaZe having too many Molotovs to throw at you, maybe you just don't want to risk it. Let's see, Brokey. That's a curious
that is a
smoke.
Weird smoke.
But it was thrown from the CT side, so I think it's intentionally one way like that. Kerrigan right in front. He's got Rain right behind him in Mini. This could be a little bit of a setup without a doubt. Kerrigan, baited into it. Tessus will take him down. And let's see, Twist up on the hut as well. There comes the crossfire, but they still fight their way through into a 3-on-2. That's unbelievable. No scope. Not hitting this time. Are you going to try it one more time? Cadian is there. He wants to take this fight as well. This is so awkward. And all of Meister goes down. There's nothing they could do. It's 9-6 at the end of the half in favor of FaZe. I think that's pretty respectable. They might have a shot at getting to the third map. We'll find out after the break. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, Betway and Blast are proud to present the second installment of the Full Game.
Nine to 6 at the end of the first half on Nuke. It is a tentative lead for FaZe. Maybe even good enough to bring us on to a third map. It's at least possible. Heroic have looked pretty dangerous, and they're going to be on the CT side now trying to defend it. If they can win the pistol, then all bets are off. It's entirely possible, once again, that they will make the comeback. Nice start here. P250 out in the yard and taking down Refresh.
Basically the best case scenario there for Kerrigan.
Yeah.
With that P250. Gives you that one-shot headshot at a greater range than the Glock, and that's exactly what he was hoping for. He wasn't hoping for that part.
No, that wasn't on his list.
Snuffs him. Stavin just drops him like a sack of potatoes. Nice flank coming in from Rain, though, and Cadian caught completely unawares.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That ladder really throwing him off. They're so quick when they're sort of either, you know, skating up or jumping off. He just couldn't adjust in time. Tessison's down 2 versus 4 as the bomb is planted here. But this is looking like a brilliant start for FaZe. Maybe there really is a way that they could do this. Again, like you mentioned, I mean, this is pretty much a home map for Heroic. If FaZe just come out of nowhere and beat them on it, that would certainly be interesting.
It'd be amazing. I mean, it would be a terrific upset to kick off the tournament within the first 2 best-of-3s. I mean, Vitality dismantled Liquid earlier in our first best-of-3 of this tournament.
Yes, they did.
This is the second one, and if FaZe, I mean, it just goes to show that, man, if FaZe don't fumble Mirage, just think of the different situation that we could be in right now, where Heroic could be feeling insane pressure. Instead, Heroic are still up 1-0 in this map, and we may actually get Inferno.
Yeah, it's definitely possible now. 4 Deagles, 157, some smokes as well on the side of Heroic in this round. So they've got some chances. They actually spent all of their money in this round, so could be dangerous. They had an interesting pistol round in the first half. We'll see if they have actual strategies or tricks in a round like this. Those smokes, I suppose, are just really for buying time. You could see them sort of smoking off the squeak door. Probably going to try and keep doing that for as long as they can.
Yep. Yeah, stop any kind of pops through there.
Yeah, there we go.
And in the meantime, FaZe content to sit and wait for the aggression from Heroic as we approach the minute mark. It's about now where Heroic on their CT side, it would be true to form for them to start pushing for information on the map.
Yeah, bit of a jump. No connection on that Deagle. Door is gone, though.
What did that door do to you?
I don't know. Vandals. Rain will take down Tess's Shush. So flashed and doesn't get a chance with that 5-7 either. Stoun's outside. You know, win a single isolated fight out there, but shouldn't make a big difference. Bomb is on the side, but they're being really careful about not getting too crazy with the bomb plants and not just rushing in there. They really want to make sure that they're not giving away anything here.
The bait and switch.
Yeah.
Please. Push me! Push me!
He really wants to. And they will eventually, but they're just increasing the odds that they can actually win the fight here. Down below, Brokey, Galil in hand. No, that's unfortunate. Would have been nice with a little bit of extra cash in his pocket, but FaZe enjoying that lead now, 11-6. And this is going to be probably a free round, more or less.
Should be, right? I feel like,
I know,
given how close some of these rounds are, I'm not going into any of these ones making assumptions. It feels like anything can happen, even with USPs. But this is a hard eco coming up here from Heroic. So FaZe, you don't get any easier rounds than this one.
Flashbang headed to the ramp. I like it.
Yeah, a little bit of the trap set. Shush keeping an eye on upper, making sure that they can't get out totally for free and without being noticed. And in the meantime, the rest of the team gathered up on ramp, just hoping that FaZe, this is where they were going to hit.
And it's not, unfortunately. Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, it's always worth it. $200 investment. If it turned out that way, you would have been in a good position. Brokey, I think, smartly trying to shield himself with the smoke, and he's just not going to find him. Okay. A lot of bullets with the USB to get that one.
This should long-range Mac 10.
Yeah.
It's so stressful.
Some players just know how to do that. 12-6 scoreline is... I know we've been joking about FaZe kind of throwing away some of these maps, you know, right at the end, but that's a sizable buffer, right? That's a pretty big lead. You just need 4 more rounds after that.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's still Heroic, and if they can hold on to this Galil actually from Stoun, this would be pretty slick, but it's not going to be the case. Do we lose Refresh as well? Refresh just wants to die to anybody but the Mac 10. Unfortunately, he dies to the Mac 10. So, again, bonus money picked up for SMG kills, and they recovered the Galil. So, about as good as it gets there for FaZe Clan. And that was just, yeah, fortunate shots through the smoke from Refresh. Nicely done on his part. But yeah, it's a lead. It's a huge lead, but Heroic are still on the CT side of Nuke. This is still, at least mildly, a CT-sided map. It's not as bad as it was once upon a time. But the advantage should still be with Heroic here.
Yeah.
And it's a question of how polished the T side is going to be for FaZe. You're right, though. They only need 4 rounds. And really, they only really need like 2 against full buys.
Yeah, that's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah, if you have a good strategy, if you're FaZe Clan and you predicted that Nuke was coming, and you have a good strategy ready to go, let's see it.
Nice Molotov into the corner, but they managed to put it out in time, so it doesn't actually get the kill on Refresh there, and the defense is holding real strong at the beginning here. Their first real rifle buy here in the second half, and so far, they've won every single fight. 2 versus 5 right now. Brokey and Twist not going to be able to do too much here. Maybe some damage could be done. They're making the jumps past, baiting out that shot for Cadian. He's not even falling. He doesn't have anyone to back him up. He's just sticking around pretending that he does, and that's actually going to catch them. I don't even blame them. I would have thought either he's going to run or there's going to be a second player to help him, but he just did that on his own, which is crazy. Fighting him and ultimately losing is Brokey.
Oof. Okay, now hopefully you had 2 strats, bro. Hopefully you had another strat ready to go.
Yeah, you turn to that second page and strike and it's just empty. You're like, oh.
Oh, well, shucks. I guess we're in trouble. Look at the spacing on this. Oh, okay, so they were, what, trying to pinch through Mini at the same time?
Yes. Well, they were almost trying to do what Heroic was doing at the beginning of the first half, right? Of sort of going initially for that wild aggression and just blowing up the squeak door and
no,
getting the crunch.
Or rather, yeah, I agree. It's just a little off on the timing, perhaps?
Quite possibly. All right. Refresh goes down at the beginning, Olofmeister. Could even be a kill out here, but didn't quite check it. It looked like maybe the smoke was just covering Kerrigan a little bit as he was walking around the corner there, so that's unfortunate. 4 versus 4, and they are down below. They've left Olofmeister behind to make sure that no one's sneaking up behind them, but the rest of them are going to try and see if they can get this bomb plant down right quick before anyone else from Heroic shows up to defend. Tesses, though, good kill on 1, but Rain going to do 1 even better, and a double for him. Headshots on that AK. They know that Olaf is out here, but I mean, all right, I was going to say they're spending time finding him. Not that much time, it seems. That's why you wanted to stay alive, right? As long as he just lives, they have to go and look for him. 2 versus 2 now. Stown coming in on the one side. Katie ain't going to be found, and that might just be the round here. FaZe might be taking one big step in the direction of Inferno. Rain comes up with a quad kill. He survives on 4 health as well. Some kind of synchronicity there.
Oh, wow, man. Exactly. Rain, what a play. Monster plays on Mirage from him. This is another huge round. His team desperately needed it. And he's sitting at the top of the scoreboard now after that one for FaZe Clan. So well done on his side. 19 kills. There you go. And so now it's going to be the question of whether or not they can get the follow-up here because, again, Heroic survived with all 5 alive in the round prior to this. They have a full buy going into this one. Nice nades, though. Full-on bombardment, catching Cadian out in front of the squeak door. That is awesome. Refresh down to 1 health as well.
Yeah, that actually worked so much better than I was expecting. Stown, they're going to go check. Yes, they will. 1 on top of the box, and Twist, well, he kind of got the
rough end of the deal there.
Yeah, he just did. Unfortunate. 3 versus 4, but like you said, Refresh is practically dead. Rain is all the way dead. And that's the power of having 1 health and an AWP. I mean, in some ways, it is just a big equalizer. Back into a 3-on-3 now. This started so well for FaZe. If they lose this game of this lead now, could just be a little bit awkward. Olaf flashed in, so they know that someone is there. Still has the better angle against Shush, who's coming in, only head showing. And they're going to make the jump down. That's definitely being heard. Yep, Tess is going to be calling it in, but what can Refresh do? He can't really run here, so Tess is on his own, and they're going to make the jump past. There's 1 kill. He gets the follow-up, and there is no Kerrigan nearby. He needed to be right then and there. Did they line up? Oh, this is so dangerous. They almost lined up for the spray. They could have both been dead right then and there.
19 health, 1 health.
Yeah.
That's unreal. And now Kerrigan is in such a tough spot. 24 seconds left on the clock. He's going to get spotted, and there's no way for him to go.
He wanted to escape to A.
Oh,
he wanted to get up there.
Agony. This is an agonizing round to lose, considering you had such a tremendous start. Look at this. The full-on bombardment into Mini works wonderfully. Rain, though, just going to get caught by Refresh out in the yard. And this shot right here, the jump for information from Brokey, but Tessus is too quick. Tessus is too quick.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a very, very hard fight for him to win, isn't it?
It is. I mean, and the fact that he gets both of them, that's the real frustrating thing there. You know, that he gets the 1 kill, okay, fair enough. But that he gets both, FaZe Clan missing out on another huge chance to close it, to seal the deal and force a 3rd map. Ooh.
Auto shutty.
Well, okay.
Hitting up, couple of kills. That is such a violent sound still. You know, it's very aggressive. Underestimated.
You gotta appreciate it. I mean, oh, the ragdolls.
terms of the scoreboard, it's actually Rain leading the charge. 20 kills. Right behind him is Twisted 19. So, I mean, that's probably a good part of the reason why FaZe are still a little bit ahead here. Only a 4-round gap right now. Obviously started the half with a 6-round difference. So they are closing it, Heroic. They're getting uncomfortably close, in fact. FaZe, don't do this to us.
I know, right? Just watching it all slip through your fingers, 1 round at a time. I mean, agony.
It is.
Time flash that lets him get up high. Oh, does he see this coming though, Rain? Timing is everything, and it's whether or not Tessus decides to get aggressive. Tessus, instead of just playing it passively, waiting for his teammates. Not overcommitting.
Just a silent standoff out here. Nobody wants to make that mistake. And they are actually calling this freeze all across the map right now, FaZe. They're worried about the lobby push as well. You could tell on the other side they're kind of set up for that. And Tessa's just waiting for a long, long time. Rain is starting to make his way a bit closer. Some noise being made in A, but we can tell that's not where they're going to be immediately attacking. The bomb is still far back, and Tessa is going to find the perfect timing. Rain is down and out. The bomb is outside of T spawn still, so they need to do something. Kerrigan is snuck deep in on the CT side of the map, but they're losing players too rapidly. They still need the bomb. Yeah, Kerrigan, he's all the way out here. He can walk up right behind Stown, so he's not even checking. He doesn't know. Oh, that is unfortunate, and now the round is definitely done. Wow.
This is just, it's so painful.
It
Endless
is.
pain. I mean, feels like some, I don't know, like metal band or something like that. There were, you know, it's just the title of the album. But Heroic right now, they're just inflicting so much hurt on FaZe Clan. Like, look, Shush is so just brazen that he goes out there with an auto shotty and looks for long range fights.
Nice, man.
There you go.
They're loving it. Yeah. Stown is like, wait a minute, you're not wearing the right uniform. You don't belong here.
Mm-hmm. Now that's so, I mean, just Kerrigan can't catch a break, and now we get out into the yard where it's just going to be pistols here for FaZe Clan. Don't have a whole lot to work with in this round. And they're, at this point, just kind of hoping that they're going to be able to put a stop to that, because they're not going to have any easy rounds now.
No, they really won't. That part is done. That's true. And you can tell that Heroic's confidence in their defense and how much they, you mentioned it, they've been playing this map so much. So they know exactly how good they are. And they're kind of displaying it round for round here. Now, the Deagles, if anything, need to do some damage here. They need a couple of kills, preferably 3, but at least 2 in this round. They have to keep that Heroic economy low, because this is now obviously going to go the full distance. You can tell Heroic are at least going to hit 30 rounds in this one. And at the end, it's going to make a big difference whether or not Heroic have real money to buy, or if they are going to be, you know, slightly broken. That's the only thing FaZe must be thinking about right now. Is just, let's just find a way to make sure that they don't have that strong economy, which they already kind of do. But yeah, everything matters here. Stown continuing his reign of terror. Triple kill for him in this round, and it's 13-11. They have a disgusting amount of money on that CT side now.
Wondering how Tessus's wrist is doing now as well. Did you notice he doesn't have the tape on the back of his wrist anymore?
Oh, really?
He's got like the real Goblin grip. So I wonder if after the major he was actually able to take some time off and rest his wrist a bit, rest his mouse hand.
Hopefully. I mean, I'm always worried about that kind of thing, because I feel like once you've done damage to it, it feels like it's going to be
really hard to come back from it.
It feels that way, you know?
Well, it's so hard to take enough time off so that you can rehab it properly, so that you can then come back.
Yeah.
Without, you know, just being on the bench for 6 months or something like that, right? That's always the conundrum that the players find themselves in. Because if you're missing that much time, then, you know, can you make a comeback, right?
Yeah, that's really a big question. I hope that it's just a temporary thing that's gone away on its own. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, or that, you know, he finally changed the grip and he's not going full Goblin anymore, and he's got a little bit more of a, I don't know, claw or something like that. Because that just looks, I mean, it just hurts my hand even trying to replicate it.
I know, I try to do it sometimes just to, and I'm like, I have no idea how, like,
or even
10 minutes.
Even Twist's way is like, uncomfortable. I don't get it.
I don't know. Maybe once you learn, you can't unlearn it. 25th round. It is 11-13. FaZe is still in the lead, but I don't know how comfortable that lead feels anymore. They're going to try and see if they can crunch the bomb site. That was a team flashbang, though. He will still get the kill on refresh. Up on high. Tessus, that's tremendous. Absolutely amazing spray transfer. He probably or maybe could have saved them here. It's down, though. Oh, that's a big mess up. He's lucky to still be alive. The nade could kill Twist if he has the right timing for it, and he's waiting for Cadian to walk in on the other side. That's a very, very awkward battle right there. Oh, and Cadian missing a shot. What is happening? Just trying to get the wall bang in, but not really connecting here. Twist is down below. Yeah, that's the right idea. It's going to land right on his face. That is such a good underhand. And now it's all on Rain. He tries for the one tap, but he's missing all the bullets. And finally, going to get one. Down is not in the fight. Why is he not peeking? And there it goes. It'll still be heroic to win the round, but there's a lot of ugly counter-strike in the last 20 seconds of this round.
Man, and that is a painful loss for FaZe Clan in that round. But where was Stan when Cadian is out in the open there? Where is his teammate? It's just fortunate at that point. I mean, it's just that you win the 1v1. But there's no way. There's no way. Unreal. What a clutch round to come through for. And then, yeah, that was winnable. That was winnable for FaZe.
It was. 13-12. If the only upside here is that it takes a huge chunk out of the heroic economy, right? They end up in a one-on-one. And you got the bomb plant down on the FaZe side. They're going to try and see if they can crunch the lobby. Shush able to do that against Olofmeister holding it on his own. Used to be, still is one of my pet peeves on this map, holding lobby alone.
Yeah, yep. This is one of those times where it exactly it works against Olofmeister and he gets overwhelmed. And Heroic now starting to feel it as well. Calling an aggressive play like that when they're on a hot streak. Sick round. Cadian. Not gonna miss the shot.
Yeah, good job.
Man advantage now for Heroic in this round, and FaZe are kind of just sleepwalking their way through this round. They're just getting picked off one at a time.
Yeah, no resistance, and from having that 4-man kill or the 4 kills in the last round to taking no one with you here.
Not like this, Anders.
I know, it's so painful, isn't it? They have now just lost 6 in a row, and only one of them they've got a bomb plant in. So in 6 rounds, they're getting a single bomb plant. That is trending very badly in the wrong direction. Tied up, 13-13. Heroic reasserting their control and their dominance on this map. It's looking very grim at the moment.
It's amazing. Yeah, no, it is. I mean, talk about utterly brutal. 6 rounds in a row now for Heroic. More damage getting cranked out. Oops. 2 kills coming through, however.
Yeah, one of them a team kill.
No, that's not good. That is right.
Oh, wait, what?
How does he live?
He just froze in time with the knife. I was like, oh, if I don't move, maybe they won't shoot at me anymore. And he was right about that somehow.
Sadly, Tessus is alive to shoot at Kerrigan. And Kerrigan was moving way too much. No smoke. Too much movement. And the Tech 9's not going to be good enough either. Heroic stay on fire. 7 rounds in a row now. 14-13, taking the lead in the second half. All right, and do we have a timeout left? I think we were at 3 out of 4 used. Or do we have a timeout left for FaZe Clan? Or is this the time to call one? I think so, if you have one in the bank.
24 kills on Stown, 22 on Rain.
Yeah.
What a streak did they put together here.
Stown is just taken off. The crazy thing is that, I mean, Shush is just out there hunting as well. Him and Tessus just relentlessly looking for opening duels. And Shush has won 6 out of the 8 that he's taken so far.
They look so comfortable on this map, Heroic. They really do. And I mean, you've got to give it to FaZe as well. They were ahead so far at one point in this. What was it, like 13-7, I think? 13 or 12-6. I mean, they were up like 6 rounds at one point. So you can't even really blame them for picking the map and for taking the fight to them. Remember, the first map finishes 16-14 in favor of Heroic.
That this was all going according to plan for FaZe.
Yeah.
That they're just like, okay, we'll get Mirage, and then Heroic will pick Nuke. We'll leave Nuke in it. They'll think that that's a winning pick for them.
It went according to plan right up until the moment when it didn't.
Exactly. Precisely. That is how it goes sometimes. Oh, Kerrigan got a nice little cheeky line up there.
No smoke.
Massive gap in the smoke wall, so there's a lot of information gained here for Heroic. You're seeing that nobody's crossing yard towards Secret, and that gives a lot away.
Here we go. Trying to see if they can break that A defense once again. Shush gets taken out. Oh, it's a big opening right now. Stown, he gets 2 in return, and Kerrigan, what is happening with his mouse?
Freaking out.
Please. I feel like that needs to be looked at.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Tess, what a duel. No way.
It gives a chance. The problem is Cadian would be retaking Mini with an AWP on the other side. Kind of a tricky proposal here. Tess says he's going to win the fight against Olofmeister, and Kerrigan, he's going to be so careful. He gets shot in the back, and they lose the round anyway. It's 15 on the board of Heroic. I just can't believe it. They should not be winning that round, but but they do anyway.
And FaZe, they're like they could hear that. They're howling on the inside right now, guys, because this is, all right, this one right here, Tessus, that is ridiculous. Brokey in a monster off angle, and Tessus still gets that kill. That cannot happen. Yeah, Brokey just wondering what is going on. I always wonder how Cadian is left with a voice after each event, seriously.
I have no idea. He must be used to it by now. I looked like there was a small earthquake happening when that was going on. It was crazy.
Seriously.
29th round, ladies and gentlemen. It is not that far away, and Cadian will open up, taking down Kerrigan out in the yard. And he can't really see if there's much else going on out there, but FaZe have got to feel pressure to do something now, because when those smokes fade, Heroic will know that no one else is yard, and then they can probably guess where the rest of it is going to be happening. They've made the jump down. They're all going to be going for the B-bomb side. Tessus is calling it in. He's going to go for the fight. They line up for a near double kill. Olofmeister surviving on 4 health. They can maybe get a quick bomb plant here, although Refresh is on the other side, busting open the door, and the timing is dead on perfect for a double. And it's Olof on his own. 4 health, 1 versus 3. Absolutely and definitely unwinnable here. They have to just wait him out. He has to go for the bomb plant eventually. Just make yourselves hard to find, and it's going to be the final kill for Cadian. 16-13 as they bring down FaZe in the opening best of 3 for them. What's happening on the cam?
Heartbreak, Anders. Heartbreak is what's happening. I mean, FaZe, that is a gutting loss. Utterly hopeless loss. You had it in the bag. You had Mirage and you had Nuke, and both of them slipped through your fingers. That is an agonizing loss for FaZe, but what a win for Heroic. Again, I mean, that's the thing. You may be in the lead, but it still takes your opponents, to show the grit, to stay in the game round after round. That's what we talk about when maybe your opponents are 6 rounds, 7 rounds in the lead, and it's going to be a long comeback if it ever happens at all. Well, there you go. It's possible if you keep focused. Heroic showing you that even if you're so far behind in a map, it's not over until the score is on the door.
Definitely true. Yeah, they had it on lockdown. They knew, they trusted in that CT side setup. Even though they were far behind, they understood that that they have the formula to keep it on lockdown. Really
Please.
Impressive.
Can't see it. No, stop. Please. The pain.
Fist bumps all the way around. Yeah. I mean, I've got to say that just, it kind of shows why they keep picking the map or keep playing it Heroic whenever they get a chance, because they do look really confident on it. So just all around well played.
FaZe, wow.
For FaZe, yeah, that's a painful loss on both maps. When it gets that close, all you could think is, man, we could have had that 2-0 instead.
It's tough. It's tough. Rain is jacked.
At least there's that.
At least he has that, man. He has a 140 kg bench press. Let's go.
Well, so we have Freya ready with the winner's interview, so take it away for us.
We do indeed, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the game, and thank you so much, Refresh, for joining us after that match. First of all, huge congratulations. That looked like an absolutely intense game in those final moments. And can you just talk to me about that?
I mean, it's a important game for us because we met FaZe at Cologne, and yeah, they just completely destroyed us there, and we really wanted to prove ourselves against some really experienced like players. So it was a really tough game. I mean, it gets as close as possible, right? And yeah, we are just like really happy for the win. Yeah.
You talk about that game against FaZe in Cologne, right? That was on you. That time you won the map with a very good defense again. Did you feel like you had a good game plan for the defense? Because you made a great comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we knew like our CT side is strong, and to be honest, Nuke it's not like FaZe's best map, and we had a pretty good idea like how they played. We used some of the counters we had on Mirage on Nuke as well, because they play like the similar style, and on Nuke it's much easier as CT to control the rotations, the map, cancel the smokes. Yeah, so it was a bit easier on Nuke at least.
I want to go back to Mirage just briefly as well, because that came nail-bitingly close for you guys. It was down to that final round, number 30. Can you talk to me a little bit about the mentality of the team going into that final round?
I mean, first of all, it starts on the first half where we like struggled a bit, and we got like the first 10 rounds was like some weird rounds, some land nerfs for the first game, but I felt when we got into the second half we got like more control, and the last round was, yeah, I mean a chaos round where we like split the map, because we know that FaZe likes to like rotate a lot, and we abuse that on the T side.
Right. I would like to talk to you a little bit about your major run. Obviously, that was beautiful what you guys were able to achieve. Now that a few weeks have passed and you had time to sleep on it, what are your main takeaways? What are your main feelings about what you were able to do there?
The major was an important milestone for us as a team. It was the first time we performed like really well on LAN, and that like gives us a lot of confidence. We for a long time people have said like we onliners do it on LAN, and now we have proved the haters wrong, and we're really happy to get a top 5 to our first major. I mean, it's a big accomplishment for us as a players, and of course for the organization. So I mean, we want to keep building on that performance. We don't want to be just a fluke and get a top 4 and not getting any results like after that. So we are still hungry for each lane game.
And one of the first times that we saw the entire squad, performing in front of a huge crowd as well. How did that kind of help prepare you for what you're going to be facing in the Royal Arena in front of a home crowd as well?
It gives us more calmness, because now we know what we are able to do. We just need to keep focus, being calm in stress rounds, and I mean, top 4 at a major, it will show that you can perform on LAN.
Yeah.
So we are just happy that we got that result, because now it gives us like confidence and more belief that we could do it.
And the flip side of that, now you had a very great major. You're in Copenhagen. You might play in front of the audience. Do you feel like it comes with a little bit of pressure? Do you feel like you have to perform here in front of your crowd?
Personally, no. I just try to take it like one match at a time. It just makes it like more fun to play in front of a home crowd. It's the first time for me, so it's gonna be, and also the other boys, of course. So we're just gonna take it as an experience, but we want to, of course, do our best and get the best result like possible.
Of course, you're going to be facing the winner of the next matchup. It is Big versus NAVI. I feel like most people are favouring NAVI coming into this one. You're along the same path?
Yeah, of course, NAVI are huge favourites, but of course, at some point, they're going to lose. So you may never know like when it will be. They went to the major, not dropping a map. But I mean, for how long can that like go on, So at some point they're gonna crack, and we hope to do it at this tournament.
Do you feel like NAVI has to crack for them to beat you? If they are 100% right now, you feel like you can take them down with the full NAVI experience?
I mean, I think every time we have played them like really, really close. We feel like our playstyle matches up well with them. They have great players, and we also do. So I think it's a good matchup, across the board. There's like no weak links, strong map pool. We are both like good on Nuke, so I mean it's always going to be fun to play NAVI.
Well, if it does come to that refresh, I'm thoroughly looking forward to that. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat with us. Of course, you can go and join your teammates and celebrate that win. Thank you so much, man. It's great to get a little bit of insight from Refresh as well in terms of just how the team are feeling coming into Copenhagen, coming on their home soil. And I don't know whether you guys at home, you probably could hear them screaming and shouting throughout that match, especially right at the end. That's what I love about being back on LAN, just getting that environment.
Yeah, they're fully invested to it. You can see emotionally what it means to them. And this is why I try to poke him just a little bit. Like, I can't believe that there is no pressure. I cannot believe that if you're Heroic right now, you're just off the back of a beautiful major, let it be a disappointing semi-final. You're going to play in front of your own crowd. Look at this, look at the feeling, look at what it means to them. And now they have a chance to do the exact same thing in the Royal Arena. I do not believe this doesn't come with the pressure. They have to perform here.
And we know that they can perform under that pressure. I think that is the most impressive thing, and why it is incredible to see, that major just preceding this tournament as well. The fact that that was really a testing ground for some of these teams that have been labelled as onliners. And I love that we got to hear that from Refresh as well, proving the haters wrong, and he is confident they're going to do it again.
I mean, one step at a time, you're going to earn that respect. I think the major obviously was a very great start, but what if they bomb out of this tournament? Yeah. And suddenly, Bird starts chipping again. So you want to put that all to bed. You want to make sure everyone knows you're an offline team, not an online team. And what is great for them, they had to battle it out against FaZe. We're not talking a walk in the park, not a 16-4, 16-4. No. Really hard round, very fierce clutches as well. Mentally speaking, very draining. So it gets them into the flow. They are in the game now.
And maybe that's a good thing on the flip side for FaZe. Of course, unfortunately, in losing outs, that does mean they go into that elimination matchup. But potentially, a bit more than we expected of FaZe, particularly coming onto a map where we know they've struggled previously against Heroic.
I would like to argue, I would like to take a step towards you. I just fear, a little bit just like Liquid, I fear how they're going to react to that loss. There are a couple of teams out there at this event to which I don't really know where the safety net is. How much is a loss going to cost them mentally, psychologically, moving into the next round of this game? I mean, we're going to see them in the arena. We hope that it's going to activate the beasts out of them, because that is the caveat with FaZe. Yeah. But still, they're going to have to bounce back from that one. They were 13-7 in the lead on Nuke.
And that's one thing I really love about this format. We are guaranteed to see all 8 teams there in the arena performing in front of a crowd. But we can take a look at the bracket to see exactly what is on the cards next. Of course, we have cemented our 2 teams going forward in those upper bracket matchups, Heroic and Vitality. The next matchup, NAVI versus Big. That's going to cement who goes up against Heroic. And I like what Refresh was saying there, he was kind of prefacing it as NAVI need to be crumbling. And I'm interested in that attitude, because it's relying on NAVI to be the ones falling rather than them to be better than NAVI.
Yeah, it is sometimes how complicated that can be to go up against such an ogre, right? If you go back to the Astralis era, people had a similar thinking. They were thinking, oh my god, Astralis has to slow down a little bit so that we can beat them. It feels like NAVI is going in that direction where people are kind of already integrating the fact that 100% NAVI is not beatable. But he said it. He said across the board, I think with the lineups, with the map pool, we can go up, we can face NAVI, we can beat them. I think they have a shot. I think anytime they play against NAVI, it's a great matchup. We could have seen it at the major, but we get it here.
And I'm really excited to see NAVI taking to the stage as well. That's going to be an absolutely beautiful thing to be witnessing. The big boom there, of course, world #1s at the moment, claiming that major crown for the first time. We saw how much that meant to Simple as well.
Absolutely is. And from now on, the target on their back is gigantic. Every step of the way, every matchup, every event, every tournament is an occasion to confirm that they own that major, that they deserved it, and they're not going to leave the throne.
Well, the German Giants really are going to have to step up to the occasion if they're hoping to take down the current reigning major champions. James and Chad will be back with all the action after this.
They basically went from being the #1 team in the world to not really winning a lot.
They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I think that the team that could have been around a little bit longer was the C9 roster with Golden, Flusha, Tim, Rush.
I really wish the Cloud9 roster worked out, because I'm obviously fans of Floppy and Zeppo.
But I do think that they were a good team, that they had a lot of potential. If they could have figured out the logistics side of it a little bit better, I think that they could have been good, and I think that they still could have been like a thriving team, maybe with 1 or 2 changes.
My ex-teammate Floppy, like he's a great guy and he's a great player. It's just I don't think the team got the chances they deserve.
The old Mousesports team, you know, that won the Pro League and all those tournaments, it was really surprising to me that they didn't end up winning more tournaments. You know, they basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot in the online phase of Counter-Strike. So that was like quite surprising to me, actually.
I mean, the FaZe roster they had with Carrigan and Guardian, that was a pretty good roster.
I don't know if it's the first FaZe or the second one that went to the grand finals on the major, on the Boston major.
I think it was just a superstar team, and they won a lot of events, but they just didn't win the major, basically.
I mean, I think after that the team just went to a slump, but on the paper and on like all the names they had, I mean, they were like a superstar team. And I think if they managed to win that major, I think it would be like a total different storyline nowadays.
It was sad for them that they never won a major. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
I think they were super strong, and if they were like on point and, you know, like getting the flow of the game, honestly, they were really, really unstoppable. Like even Astralis in their prime had big troubles against them and even lost in grand finals against them in a couple of tournaments. It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win.
Hey guys, Kerrigan here. Right now we're watching CSGO screenshots, and I'm doing that versus Boomich, and hope you enjoy the content. Jesus, man. This one is tough.
It's 2 things in my head. Maybe it's map the overpass or ancient.
Actually, it's not tough. So this is definitely on vertical, like we're building something.
I remember like it's something red, top of an A site on overpass, like a red billboard on A site on overpass, but I didn't remember this screen.
T-spawn is probably there, around the T-spawn area. Could be A as well, so I'll go with T-spawn.
But like, yeah, I will say it's maybe the overpass. Like top of on A side maybe, but I'm not sure. It's really hard.
Yeah, it was A, man. I knew there was something above up there. I knew it. I was about to say that.
I don't have chance on this map because NAVI not playing vertical, so.
What map is this?
Let me think.
It's for sure Nuke because of the textures. I'm pretty sure it's Nuke. Now I'm just thinking where it is.
I don't know what this position, but I think it's the Nuke maybe.
That would be probably the locker room on the window, you know, like above, on the heaven. There's a locker room where you shoot the windows. I think it's there.
It's in lobby.
Aha, but it's Nuke, 1 point, easy. I'm pretty sure it's Dust 2.
I think it's Dust 2, B side. Like then you're going tunnel for T side, and right corner it's their car staying.
It can only be where the car area is, where the car is on B. That's what I'm thinking, above there, but...
The long-awaited major trophy secured, the king crowned, and now looking to expand his kingdom. Red hot in their arrival to the Royal Arena comes NAVI.
For a really long time, what an angle being found by Perfecto. He keeps charging through and he'll take every single kill.
Transitioning back to their native tongue has breathed new life into the Berlin-based squad.
It's the spirit. Oh, he peeks, he's got it! No, he's got it! Hampton!
Is the Royal Arena where they hit their stride, or will they end up tongue-tied?
It's time for us to move into our next best of 3, and this is the #1 team in the world, NAVI, coming up against Big Clan, who last time around, at least in the best of 3, were able to take that win, but it's a very different NAVI who continue to improve and show a devastating form here from start to finish. And I would say that if there is teams that can beat NAVI, Big certainly have the capability, the style to do it, but do they have the power within them? That's what we're about to find out. This is going to be one epic matchup for sure. And I'm joined by Chad. Mr. SPUNJ Birchall, you were ready for this one, mate. This is a game that certainly has better potential than what people may give it credit for.
Yeah, might do. Got to shake off a bit of the rust here, James. You know, back on the desk without a desk, so I don't know how I'm going to go here.
It's a bit strange, right?
Yeah, this is a bit different, but first and foremost, I do have the #1 NAVI fan in the world right here, so I might need you to help guide me, because you see NAVI continue to improve. Do you reckon they can keep improving?
Yeah, Blade is always saying at the moment, like, oh, this wasn't perfect, this wasn't good enough. He came off the major and said to me, we're like, we made mistakes. They just won it.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing, right? With this team right here, you set them up on a nice pedestal, so did Alex in that little hype piece just there coming on in. This is the favorite to win the tournament right now.
Yeah.
And this is about establishing an era now for NAVI. Winning the next LAN, right? 3 in a year. If they can just continue to do so, and if Simple can continue to have stats like this with the supporting cast of obviously Electronic, Bit, another breakout prodigy player on our screens, Perfecto doing his job, and Boomich calling fantastically, this team is the team to beat right now. There's no question about that. I don't think anybody can hold the torch to this. It's about who is the #1 contender. And right now, I don't know if anybody can answer that question. So this NAVI team, right? You look at this year, you just bring up their nuke. What are they, 18 in a row right now on nuke? You look at the depth of their map pool, yeah, they ban out Vertigo. Well, so do a lot of other teams. So they're in a really good position across the board here. And yeah, you're talking about the chances for this matchup to be closer than people were considering. Well, that was what you mentioned, right? About last time round in the best of 3. Now we have to go all the way back to August.
Yes.
Now that matchup that we're talking about back in August was in Pro League. It was against Big. And that was the last time that NAVI lost to a European team. Otherwise, it's just been losses to Gambit, right? So Big have been able to do it. They've been able to do it with Gade, but that's the question mark. Is this, right, going to continue to go? They're lost to Gambit, right? That is in the finals of the RMR event.
Didn't really matter.
It didn't really matter at all. And then you go back to the big game, and that big game, I was casting that match, and I remember it vividly. It was Dust 2, it was Mirage, and Big, they had Tabson let off the leash. Now, he's the in-game leader of the team. Right? I think he let himself off the leash. They played Mirage a little bit fruitier, a little bit more aggressive, and he was able to find a lot of openings. And I'm looking to Tabson again to be not the hard carry, but the man dropping bombs against NAVI if you want to see a competitive matchup here.
And that's the thing, right? When you're looking at this Big Clan at the moment, Gade's come in and people talked about his firepower, right, and what he could do against...
I think he talked about his own firepower.
Yeah, you know, he was saying like, yeah, okay, I can put the numbers up the same as Zontaros. We are yet to see that, Chad. It's not the difference maker in here.
And you're right, you bang on. There's 2 players with a positive rating in this team. They played 65 maps, right, with Gade in the roster. Now, the 2 positive rating players are the ones you'd expect, Tabson and Cirrus in the primary AWP. The rest of them, it's not going great. Now, Tizian, we know he's the hard supportive element, but we do need more out of Gade and more out of Keto. Now, the language element, right, the fact that they are back in German, right, and speaking the Deutsch, that's one positive step. And that means if we can continue to get extra gears out of Tabson, sure, but the rest of the players need to show up, right? We spoke about the supporting cast in NAVI. If Big want to go toe-to-toe, they need that cast too, right? It can't just be one man carrying.
No.
The only way that plays out is if we're in the post-major blues for NAVI, but why would anything be blue? They've just won, right? This is the whole situation with NAVI is, if they're saying exactly what you're mentioning about Blade, and you know, we know Simple's mentality, if we know that this team is legitimately here to continue to win and just smash everybody, and they can keep that rock-solid mentality, I don't know what Big can do. We just haven't seen enough out of them, right? Last week, we had them in V4. They lost to Gambit, the team who ended up winning the tournament, but they made it third, fourth, right? That's not bad. And before that, they lost to Fnatic in DreamHack Open. Now, we do have the veto on screen. No surprise seeing... Well, actually, Big have been flirting with Ancient, but I don't think you want to leave it against NAVI. Now, here's the difference, right? Big picked us 2 again. Do NAVI go with Mirage? No, they don't. They go with Nuke. So they're going to look and see if they can extend this win streak to 19 now, right? So we're just going to see if they can try and catch up on some of these other records we have. Third map, oof. I think this is where, yeah, all right, we're going to be
Mirage
seeing
or Inferno.
Mirage there, which was the second map in the map pool last time around when they played. Now, with Big, I want to see them play looser Counter-Strike. And I know that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but when they won on Mirage last time, it was loose. It was Thompson pushing connected with Deagles and getting big headshots and unraveling Na'Vi. And then when you move on to a map like Nuke, there's so much tape right now on Na'Vi, right? Then, okay, maybe you do want them to be a bit more strategical, but we've seen every time Na'Vi have been pushed to the brink on Nuke, think about that Vitality game, think about the G2 game in the major final, they've always found a solution. And this man right here on your screen is that solution. So I just struggle to find a way and build a recipe for success for Big unless everybody on that team is on fire today.
Well, let's find out if they can be on fire, Chad. It's time for us to get into the game. It's time for us to see how this match is going to go down. It's time to us to get with Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, let's get with it, folks. Welcome to the casting desk. We're about to jump into our third best of 3 of the day, 3 of 4, opening day here for fall finals. Launders, we're on LAN.
Yeah, we're on LAN. We're on LAN. We're back in the rooms that we remember from way back 2019, 2018. It feels like forever, and I'm sure for some of you who have been watching Blast since then, like, you know, you're familiar. It's a good feeling. It's good to be back. And here we are with a Na'Vi that is, you know, obviously better than they've ever been coming off their major win. And Big, who made a roster change, made it kind of work, but they don't look like they could compete for top 1 in the world. That's kind of their biggest problem. And right now they're facing the #1 team in the world.
Yeah, incredibly difficult matchup to begin with for Big, right? One of 2 teams coming at us. I would say, like, you know, as untested underdogs, I was going to put Liquid in that camp as well, just seeing as they came off of the showdown. Big obviously clearing groups, as they did. 2 years, man, of clearing Blast groups and getting tickets straight to finals, but never before has that finals been a LAN for Big. So let's see what they can offer us here on their map pick. It's going to be Dust 2, and it's going to be Perfecto to open up, dropping bomb in that suicide lane. I love this little bit of CT aggression, but there is a chance for Big to claw it back. Lower tunnels being held onto. If they can pinch middle perfectly, then maybe they get these CTs stuck up in these forward spots. Searson will find Simple through smoke, but Perfecto backs up. And what about Boomich? Well, he's got a headshot at the very least, but he's still surrounded. Bit in with a kill. Perfecto comes in for second servings, and this is looking like it's all done and dusted.
That was a dirty disengage there by Perfecto. And the loose piece was Boomich at the top of mid, and he had the freedom to roam around and take the first duel. He was going to be the first contact, and today, Big Boomich delivered. So that's the deal right now with Dust 2. It's very powerful to do mid walk-ups, very powerful to go underpass. The irony of the changes to the new map is that there has been more utility usage going back and forth from suicide to the bottom doors than ever before. Now people are mollying the cross. Sometimes they're mollying from the T side, which is interesting and actually causes some kind of a good balance. But at the same time, the map is becoming more CT sided. However, it has equalized a little bit. There was the fear Kerrigan put down that said this is going to be the most CT-sided map in the pool. And after, you know, Alexibi had that 1,000 utility damage half, people thought it was going to be real. But since then, it's not been so bad. There have been too many maps where it felt like that.
Crazy that we got such a good example of it from Alexi B so early on, but then we haven't really seen somebody else go like kind of, you know, as dominant. And that's one of the cool things about Alexi. We praise him even prior to the nade update for having such consistent utility usage and damage. And then he just gives us that whirlwind of a record. Still, nobody else putting themselves on that caliber.
Alexi did qualify, Scrawn.
I know, man. I just, you know, I'm going to use any chance I can to talk about that.
Friggin' sucks.
Friggin' sucks.
Cat has become one of the most contested and powerful spots for the CTs to fight back against. Even though it was easy before, now because of the amount of angles that you have to throw nades onto it from either mid or from CT spawn, has made it treacherous for the Ts to get any kind of map control early. But yeah, here's a little bit of that utility damage. Coming in now, Electronic on the site. Nice spot when there's no mollies.
Yeah, exactly. So he's good for now. Just tucks in, waits long enough. Pops up, finds Keto. Electronic gonna go out into the open here. Seeing as Long's being pushed, this does prime the scout player to take him down, but Electronic still stands on 28, and that's gonna be enough HP for him, Perfecto and Simple, to lock down this A site.
Yeah, he missed, Searson missed a couple of scout shots there, and we expect a high efficacy T-half from Searson controlling middle. It's one of the best maps for an op or a scout, just because when you pry through those mid double doors, you are guaranteed to learn about rotations while you're holding those mid double doors. doors. And the CTs have to expel utility to deny you that information. And sometimes people will throw empty flashes over the cross to make it seem like you crossed in case a scout is holding, and then they can no longer guarantee that info. But other than that, if no one does throw anything, that scouter op is going to have so much undeniable information.
Betway odds ever in the favor of Navi coming into the series, and even more so now. 2-0 start, nice and easy. Glocks, P250, Desert Eagle between Gade and Keto.
You can see the top suicide smoke from the CT side makes things tricky. And it's interesting because those boxes used to be used, but now they're so integral for how those engagements go down. Bit will take his risk of the rounds. Peek into mid, see nobody. Well, after he kills one. And this leaves Big with very few options.
Simple gonna look to do his bit. And, ooh, even doubles down on it. Okay. Third for Simple, easy angle down from the CT spawn, and Navi off to the race.
I was half terrified he was going to win the major and say, I'm done.
Right?
Right? Because it kind of felt like...
I need a break after it.
Yeah.
No.
But
work.
Yes. No, he's joined that short list of players that have beat the game with this major win, the MVP, you know, the #1 titles, especially this one coming up this year, which is crazy because I don't think there's ever been a year in history where it was just a foregone conclusion who would be #1 this early on. But there's still the idea that Navi could desperately, you know, want to put down an era while they're hot, and I think that is pretty much the last thing that Simple or anyone on the team really needs to be able to say they've done it all. So hopefully they don't get that era, and then they'll continue to play for a very long time.
Forever and ever and ever.
We'll always get to watch Simple play over and over again.
You know, he said he wanted another Intel Grand Slam to be the first team to win 2 Intel Grand Slams.
That would be great because it pairs with the, you know, online Grand Slam that had Cologne in it, but not, you know, not totally on LAN.
And then, you know, also just casually, maybe a couple more majors.
Why not?
Because it's, for some, seemingly so easy. Nice little bit of mid-control here from Big, playing with the grenades over top of it. Electronics got an angle, and I like this. Boomich, he's found a bigger box than that on Banana, and he's going to stay perched on it.
Yeah, always going for the high ground, wherever it can be.
We call him Big Blue Boomich. And Tizian, well, we'll see if his patience can pay off as he remains tucked inside of the long door. Simple.
You can tell they smell this already. Electronics waiting for the rotate, and Simple will go and check on long as well. And they see the lower player as well, which is going to make it so unnerving here for Big, and they're covering all the positions perfectly. Why did Simple just have the deagle? Oh my god.
Because style points. Yeah. Electronic comes out of that CT smoke, clears Tabson right away. So total long shutdown. Nice opening pick from Electronic into underpass or bottom tunnels, making sure that he deals an easy and early opening blow. Closing out on the retake as well. Big Clan, you can have your bomb plant. We've got 4 alive for Navi and a very comfortable start to their CT side.
I saw Blade in the elevator on the way down to the hotel. And I don't know if I've ever seen him before in person. Maybe I have, actually. ESWC. Yeah, no, I have. But we never talked. And he looked at me and he said, "Where are you going?" So I'm going blast. He said,
That's all you got?
I was wearing a goddamn suit. And I'm in Copenhagen. Yes, I'm going to blast. I'm going to cast your game. And that's why Navi are so hard to read.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. All right. Armored upgraded pistols. Nice bit of utility here for Big. I'm down with that. Here's the problem. If they die before they use that utility, it's all for nothing, and we're not going to get to see some kind of orchestrated genius from a half-buy like this. Simple inside of the doors. Whoa, that's a warning shot for Gül.
Don't say his name properly.
Gül. We did a podcast here, a first live podcast recording yesterday during the media day, and it was nothing but a Danish crowd. I was talking about Big, and I said, you know, God, did I pronounce that right? And every single Dane in that little crowd looked back at me and gave me a different pronunciation. Okay. Not even the Danes can agree, I tell you. Okay. So we'll continue with Gade. Gül. There's no L in that.
Man, it's so clear. It feels so clear to Navi exactly what Big are doing in each of these rounds right now. You can tell the smokes getting thrown down at the correct timings. Of course, they're throwing down one on Cat just in case as well, but Look at this position from Bit, and he's standing right in front of where the flashes will pop.
Oh, that's beautiful. No intimidation versus Bit. So ready for them to commit. And Perfecto gets his names on this easy frags as well. So 5-0 for Navi.
I know you want to say 60-0, but don't say it.
Excuse me. Oh my God. I don't want to say anything along those lines.
Okay. I'm usually the guy who says it.
Yeah, exactly. That's now you're just putting it through me so that you can blame me for the jinx.
Yeah, I need you to say it so I don't have to.
No.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
There's no reason to doubt that Navi are going to continue to win rounds at this point, right? There's nothing that we can see from the round so far from Big that they looks like they have any edge. I mean, Searson's not shooting hot right now. Their T side looks obvious to Navi from what we can see from all their utility and setups. Like,
Lauders, 3 of Navi's players haven't even died yet.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's an issue.
7-0.
And meanwhile, 2 of Big's players haven't even killed yet. They've only got 3 kills in total this game.
Oh. We can get enamored by tactics and strategy, but at the end of the day, you got to murder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the right reason.
And when you put it like that,
find your cause.
No easy site to go to. Establishing space on T side is such a nightmare, but they save for their utility. And if they're careful and they work hard enough in the round, of course, they can eventually push the CTs back. It's the re-aggressions that are going to be difficult. We'll see if Boomich pushes this round or if he just chills.
Ooh, there's this consistency in the flashbangs. Every time Searson tries to get his eyes into the site, he's met with utility. Wow. Good frag grenade, and a nice opening from Bit. Perfecto's locked in behind the car, goes down. That's what they need. Okay. That is the B site cracked open. Keto and Tabson doing a good job, but they do still have 2 players on Big who are low. And so we'll go into the retake from Navi.
I don't know. This is normally a round where you just be like, save, but they're winning by so much. And there might be a free kill here, actually, for Boomich. Taking a long route all the way around through spawn. However, he's starting to back off, so they can actually camp both exits. And you still... Searson can save, but Keto and Tapson are, I think, too low to save in the side. I'm not sure exactly.
Oy. Tabson, hey, that was your chance to exit. Instead, how dare you peek simple into CT spawn?
You know what? They got to, though, right? Because if they play scared, they're going to be even more predictable.
1 and 2.
Yeah, I guess they're a little bit worried. See, those are the 2 players that couldn't save in the site anyways, but they knew they couldn't go tunnels. So Searson will stay alive, probably the most important target, since he has the op to take over.
It's Perfecto who goes down without 1, and Bit's just not able to get a second. Doosh. Down goes Tabson. So a solo Searson save as Big Clan take to the scoreboard. But Navi, healthy economy. That's still a comfortable start.
Ooh, they added layers to the timeout music. That's good. I like that.
Okay. I've heard rumors.
I feel my skin crawling.
No spoilers.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard rumors that
Don't spoil. Are you spoiling?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
We can't spoil. It's LAN.
Well, you can get in trouble, but they can only do it afterwards. Right now, it's live, so you can tell them.
That's true. Let's barricade the door closed.
Yeah.
And nobody can stop us. I'm just saying, keep your ears open to some spicy soundtracks.
They turned off the music. Yeah. They're like, you don't get music now if you're gonna go ahead and spoil that. There's gonna be new arena music.
Yeah, blast. I didn't say that.
Whoa.
I didn't say that.
I slipped out.
You said that.
It's gonna be good.
This is going to be such a sick week of Counter-Strike, man. Blast 2 years of online productions.
Yes, sir.
And we're back at it where we belong. Simple. Getting a little adventurous here. Searson tagged down to half health. Again, this grenade damage that comes through on the tunnels is good, but Searson's going to disrespect this smoke. It's a bit poofier, a bit plumier, and Perfecto, a little bit of a different position. Not tucked behind the bricks, but instead stands on top of them, and another grenade comes in. It's such a struggle for Big to get beyond this exit, and yet they've found an entrance to the site they'll go. Tabson, gonna have his hands busy, but none of the CTs are here towards the double doors. None of the CTs are outside of window, and as that smoke begins to fade, we're gonna watch all that's left of Navi work around from tunnels.
Yeah.
Smoking a frag grenade on Boomich. Simple still playing that op.
Yeah.
Tizian worried more so about the doors, and Tabson's gonna look back here. So he's got that little bit of cover inside of the site, just beneath the window. Can't win his duel. It falls onto Tizian. He's looking for the trio of frags, but he looks away because he would have never believed that they went for the all-in on tunnels, and it's an excellent call for Navi's retake to give them a 6th round win.
Yeah, just as you characterize it, it's a pretty rare thing to do to go for the triple tunnels retake. We see Navi retake in a number of ways. You can't do it the same way every single time, but that one they moved so quickly, it was going to be hard to read. read, right? Especially with the timing that Boomich came out of the tunnels after they had all walked as well. It's only because they were so deliberate, so quick. And no matter how you swing it, even if they were coming from door, window, and the tunnel, it's going to be tough for Tizia. So you can't put all that blame on him. But you do need results right now if you're big.
And there's one. Searson with the boost on Tabson through Suicide, catches Perfecto down the mid lane, and we've got Navi, man disadvantage, right out of the gates of round 8. Oh, but as quick as they fall, they recover.
Yeah, this is a
Simple
good,
stuck in.
This is a good round to push lower, and I'll talk about it in a second. But somehow, wow, that was tricky from Gade. He does a little dance, and gets Simple to miss.
Little Danish two-step. Meanwhile, Boomich got the cover. Nice. Oh, wait, that's not his second kill. It's a Searson team kill in the middle of Boomich's double. 3 casualties for Big on long, and that takes any success that Gade was looking to create in middle and just upends it all.
That's tragic. What can you say about that? They needed that trade. Boomich didn't even have to fall back on the smoke that he had. He was going to probably take a duel, drop that smoke, you know, connect to the car to the wall, stay there if they try to molly him, delay for time, but instead, all 3 frags. No problem. So Simple takes this free lower kill, and the reason that it's possible, it's a good round to do it, it's because they're low on utility, and you have to use extra utility in taking lower now, because there's so often that a CT can push since you can't spot it from T-spawn. And so, you know, it's tactical when you decide to go for the lower pushes, not just when you feel like it's a good read. That was both a good read, but also a round where Big could not just like waste utility throughout the round. And it's just become so demanding on the T economy. And it's not actually just the economy, because things are cheap. It's just the fact that you have a total amount of utility and then a total round time. And the CTs have all these options right now. And you've got to decide, like, where are you going to flash the opera off? How many times are you going to do it? If you're going to layer the flash, and then in some of those peaks, you're going to take some risks. You know, maybe you don't want to alert somebody that you're flashing lower, or taking cat control in a certain way. It was a nice shot, though.
It was.
Yeah, clean. That was Mafia style, right in the back of the head.
They never see it coming. They never see it.
I think we're getting to the point where Navi are going to start trolling. I'm not kidding.
I mean, right at the moment, we've got Keto 1 kill, Gade 1 kill, Searson 1 kill, Electronic 0 deaths. The fun begins for Navi. Yeah, the fun begins, huh? This, of course, being the first chapter of their next book, you know? Coming off of the major victory, or maybe the first sentence of the next chapter. I like that analogy.
Of the first book?
No, they're done with now I'm confused. Okay, it's a library for Navi's success.
Oh, they got a whole library.
This is the...
You're going to need the Dewey Decimal System to figure out what chapter.
Dewey Decimal.
Okay.
What a stupid name. Sorry, Dewey's.
Yeah, what about Dewey? His name was Dewey. He didn't pick it.
Well,
imagine being named Donald, though.
Oh, Donald.
Sorry, Vu.
AK for Gade. Saved from the last round. This is a quick one. I like this. Big Clan kind of at least, you know, playing around with a little bit more tempo. We've seen them come through middle. Ooh, I like that. We're seeing utility being left in the T-spawn, and we'll see if that staves off Big Clan's commitment bit. He's going to very quickly attack them from the back as Boomich cuts one off the front. It's a desperate attempt at the bomb plant, but hey, they've got it. Headshots in abundance from Navi. Clear cookie cutter kills. 8-1 lead.
In some ways, Bit is like a crocodile because he's like a shark or something. He's like a dinosaur that survived, right? Because he's proof that the M4A4 is worth using. And he's the only living proof of that right now.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So,
that's true.
Yeah. I guess, wait, alligators aren't, they're not dinosaurs, right? It's sharks are, though? I can't remember. I'm sure our producer Joey could tell us, but...
Okay, Joey's not our producer anymore.
Well, his name is producer Joey next.
Oh, it's a title, an earned title. Yes. Okay, my bad. Alligators and crocodiles are both dinosaurs.
Are they?
Do you know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
You did say it loudly. The name?
One has a rounded snout, the other has a pointy snout.
Which one's which?
I don't know. That wasn't my question.
Okay, well, we'll see if Big can point their snout into one of these sites and get a successful bomb down. Because it's been hard for them. They got close on the cat play. Marginally close.
Marginally. But Simple looking to chomp down on somebody top middle, but his smoke begins to fade, so he backs up cat. I like that. Calculated risk, doesn't feel comfortable. confident to just let it go and try elsewhere. Look at his mobility, throwing himself over towards long to help out Boomich, who I believe is on blue box yet once more. No, he's behind it.
It's interesting because this game we haven't even prioritized HEs for Navi. They've just gone with like regular sets of utility, and maybe they bought ones that they used earlier on this round. I'm not sure. Actually, if we could take a look at spawn at some point, but it looks like the B hit might come down now.
Yes, sir. Yet once more, bit on top of boxes. Good first kill. Collapses back into the car position and looks for his second of this B site hold. Easy peasy for Bit, and Perfecto commits to the peak, finding bomb and leaving Searson all alone towards Cat. Tizian back in tunnels. An unfortunate one for Big Clan yet once more. It looks like they were given a little space. You know, they weren't fragged out the moment they tried to get out tunnels. They weren't smoked off as they tried to inch their way closer, as we've seen with previous rounds. They were given space to work, but it was all just a ruse. It was all just one big trap.
They're making a big decision to try the contact plays. They could be throwing a full B exec. Navi have a fantastic one that they'll probably show us in the second half, but they could be throwing a full B exec with nades through the sky or through the ceiling. But they're deciding to go with the contacts. And there's not anything inherently bad about that, of course, because if you exec, sometimes you become too telegraphable. But in this situation, they've tried the contact play like 3 times, and they've gotten decimated a couple of those times. Or it came very close, right? They were able to get both kills, but it's by a very fine margin. So it feels a little desperate. And right now we're seeing the defense on the B site get calcified, get very comfortable, and Big are just giving them reps, right, to talk about things between rounds and making them better at their own game. And, you know, if this was back in May, I would say there might be an easy site to go to. Who knows how well Bit would have been playing back then, and, you know, none of the players on Navi were as good as they are now in May, right? But right now, there's just no easy site to take. They've just got so much talent between the 5. And it's as simple as good crosshair placement and reactions there on that hold, right?
And also doing a good job of just kind of separating the tether that was between the second and third player out of tunnels. You saw Tabson trying to hunt into the backside, draws a guy right into Bit. So, snip with the scissors.
Electronic, 10 rounds in, yet to die.
Oh, you mentioned it again. I was waiting to see how far we could go with it. But now you know he's going to die. And it's all your fault.
No, I called the 16-0
it's all your fault.
Okay.
You did call a 16-0 once at like 4-0 into the game. Yeah, that was cool.
But I also thought that Liquid were going to win today.
Well,
maybe it was Hopium. It was Hopium.
If you know, if it helps you feel any better, you also thought FaZe was going to win. So at least you're consistently wrong.
Yeah, that one was less trolly and also a little close.
Okay.
Very disappointing.
All right.
So that one I don't regret, but I am sad about it.
Sure. I like this position from Electronic.
Oh, he's gonna die, isn't he?
Ah.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, you rat. In all the best ways. Electronic.
Okay.
Look, he's got a hand off his keyboard. He literally, okay, he's back. Back in action. 2-hand gamer. Simple. Nice distraction from inside sight. Electronic springs his trap, and Simple's going to confirm numbers over towards long. Tizian's AK, good for a few headshots here. Gade's going to get cut off on the corner, and there's just no time at this point. So, Tizian, you better run, and you better hide, and you better hold on to that AK for everything it's worth, because we've got Navi on fire. 10-1 CT side. Electronic is 12-0.
He's 12-0. He hasn't died yet. And on that play, small thing, but they used the setup smoke on Cat to look for the one-way on the ramp, and they kill his teammate on the ramp, and Electronic doesn't walk far enough over that he can be spotted. So he was very careful about how deep he went into that smoke so that they looked through it, basically, didn't see him, and he comes out like an apparition in the night and is their worst nightmare.
Like some kind of poltergeist. Navi with a little bit of black magic. 10-1.
Big are one of the only teams in the world that I felt comfortable saying that they should pick Dust 2, because Big are one of the teams that actually found ways to innovate on Mirage and Dust 2, and you know, they worked as Gestalt, and they, you know, made up for the fact that clearly they don't have, you know, enough top 20 players to be a top 5 or better team consistently throughout the year. And they've always done really well with what they have. But, you know, versus Navi, who don't have any problems on Dust 2, plus they've got better players, it just supersedes the tactics and the little kinds of innovations that you can come up with.
Sure. Navi gonna unleash two beasts. Simple down here in tunnel. Bit to the top of mid, and both endeavors are successful. One of them is cut down early. Simple traded out straight away, but this does still leave Bit lingering in top mid. Nobody's gonna come help him just yet. Electronic starting to round the corners of Cat. Bit doing a good job of trying to extend time in that situation. However, Electronic isn't able to trade it back, so we do have Big formulating a even 3v3.
Oh, finally, an interesting mid-round to try to pick apart. So
finally, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got down to a 3-on-3, and Navi have to think. So what will they do? They're in a good position to rotate off Cat, but they don't know if it's going to be a late long play from Big. So a lot of emphasis on Perfecto's hold.
He's just going to tuck
they
in.
They pushed.
Yeah, made some footsteps. That's going to be the trigger for the call. We can see Navi starting to clear out middle. Keto's looked in and locked into the fight. Does just 20-something damage. Gade trades it. And the CT is looking to split. Incendiary over the top. Nice shot.
Yeah.
Searson hits it. Gade's molly on point. Boomich inside of the grenade. 80 HP. Oh, Electronic from beyond the grave. And Boomich took a second, but he realizes he's already won.
He's out the window. He's coming in the door.
Oh, no, dude. Bermuda Square.
Diamond. Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious. That was nice. Perfecto. What he's doing there is giving them a little shadow, and then he's swinging out again.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get them to crouch and shoot, and then trying to swing. And on the first guy, he's using audio and trying to pre-fire. It's a spot. It's a handshake agreement. They know you're there. You know that they're coming, and it's just a matter of time before they clear out all the other angles, where they're going to surely take you down. And Perfecto plays it so well. Get that damage. I think he said grill pit. He was in the grill pit.
He's in the grill pit.
Yeah.
Oi, oi. More utility damage. Ooh, late nade usage. Electronic. Ooh, gets the better. Distracts very well. Boomich, 2 kills. Tabson right back. Nice headshot onto Electronic to try and activate this long push, but Simple's locked in. And yeah, Molly not going to flush him out. 2 ops in this situation for Navi. Flashbangs and grenades in abundance. They're going to launch a man over top. Hell, it works. Some ambitious no-scopes trying to connect, but it looks like Big just want to leave that. Oh, Searson just kind of flirts around too long. And for that reason, it's turned back to the 2v2.
Yeah, they don't have the bomb down just yet. No way they got away with the cross.
Wow, a dry cross.
Yeah,
He's still in the open. Perfecto, 100 health, but Tabson firing hot. 3 kills in this round. He got that one versus Electronic. He's able to push forward, kill the last 2 guys down in CT spawn, and gets it done. And, I mean, that's just Tabson, I think, kind of opening himself up to try and find impact. He's standing on the car cross. He knows Keto's locked into sight. Just looking for duels and taking them away, because at this point, Big needs something.
Well, it was a confidence move there from Tabson. They really need it. And he's the guy who leads from the front. You know, he's kind of an aggressive IGL, can be a top performer, volatile position, not having an amazing game, but overall is someone they rely on to frag as well as lead. So, heavy long control here from Navi. But I think they do it on kind of like grenade, so it won't be totally clear to Big. There'll be so many players out here.
Oof. Traded perfectly. Boomich with the double. Bomb down, Simple blind. Go! And then he regains vision to regain control. Navi 10-round lead. A CT side on Dust 2.
They are.
That's borderline perfection.
Yeah, they're pretty jubilant at the moment. I think what they did there, I think they actually didn't molly the door and used light grenades on the 8-hit. So they played 3 long and hoped that Big would come. And then Big just came out with a delayed long hit. There was no friction whatsoever. And they just fell into the trap of 3 players holding and waiting. But, yeah, that could have been just a gamble.
Simple going to let loose. Runs to the top of middle. Op in hand. Tizian. Oh. Distracted. Tabson attacks him from the bottom of tunnels. And this is a good little bit of mid control from Big. Where do they go from here? They got a man advantage. They had to work hard for it. Looking for a 3-12 half. 3-12 half.
You know what's nice about this round?
What?
Big don't have to play this half anymore after it.
Oh, that's a silver lining, I think. Oh, but Bit headshot in through mid. He knows that Gade's up close. BUMJ going to do a good job of cutting another player off of middle, but it's really this attack through the tunnels. It slips out, but they're not watching window, and Keto, with just the deagle, cannot make it happen. 55 seconds for Gade in the 1v3. They know exactly where he has to come in from. They know exactly what he needs in that bomb, and he just needs to look for some crisp, clean kills, but that's not going to happen. Point blank pistol execution and a clinical execution from this NAVI CT side.
Well, it was pretty and quick. It was pretty ugly. It's not as nice as the Royal Arena, though.
Yeah,
take a look at that thing.
This is where we are. We are inside of that building. Everybody, including Navi, maybe Big is.
Yeah, we'll see.
They're somewhere.
When does the game start?
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. It's tough when you're playing, you know, just so what is it? Oh, that's right, major champions.
We get to play CT side Copium.
We'll see if it can make any kind of a difference.
Oh, okay. That was a nice shot.
Simple. See you later. Navi, odds skewed as heavily in their favor as possible for the Betway. You know, that's really the confirmation. That's the confirmation I need, Betway. Thank you. But it is a 5v4, and it could be a CT side that's got a little kick in it. A little life, a little pizzazz.
What are the Scovilles? Say
9,000.
9,000? A little habaneros.
Just a little over 9,000.
Yeah. Okay. Some Vegeta habaneros.
Kakarot.
Okay.
Yeah, CT's a little bit timid, huh? They know Navi's getting closer and closer, but nobody looking for a follow-up frag. They do peek off of the catwalk, but it looks like Navi want to go through mid, and that's a great grenade. Bit takes a ton of damage, and Big are poising themselves nicely, but ooh, they just gave up Cat.
Wow, they
gave up Cat.
Man, they're gonna hear all these steps too. Whoa, Navi are going fast.
Oh, but Tapson's got at least only one. Searson's still down into the CT spawn. It's a 2 versus 3 to the favor of Big, but the retake, well, that's not to their favor at all. Boomich. Oh, tried to keep his head down. Now Perfecto's going to have to come in with the clutch, and he locks himself into the Wizard's corner. This is where the magic happens. Perfecto dead. Dead to rights. And Big Clan only trailing by 10 rounds.
It was a very confident way that they took Cap because Big Clan just showed face like 2 seconds before that, and then Navi said, all right, they might go ahead and try something different. They ran up Cat, got that bomb down, which is huge. And moving on to this next round, it's tough. It strains the CT economy because they got to invest a little bit more than they'd like to, knowing that Navi are going to invest right away. That being said, because of the scoreline, Navi were going to buy in this round no matter what. Even if they'd not got the bomb plan, I guarantee you. Full kit for Perfecto. And an 8 apiece. Oh. That was beautiful.
Well, see you later, Keto. Hope you're having fun.
It was 1 of 3 targets.
Keto
drew the short straw this time.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wow, and they all just got decimated at long, too.
Easy pickups here for Navi, so the force buys worked out, but check out the damage. Ooh, could have primed the scout very nicely.
Wait, he's using a blood in the water.
Bro, 3 out of the 4, Mohan. 3 out of the 4, tagged low, and Gade's got a FAMAS. He just needs as many kills in this round as he has all game long.
No way you try to make this sound like he can win.
I'm just saying.
You're such a kid.
Don't
do the movie voice.
There
and make
are
it
as
seem like
many
you could win.
stripes on this FAMAS as kills that he needs.
All right, dude.
And when pressure mounts,
okay,
heroes come to play.
Pablo Francisco over here.
With a smoke and a molly, he waits.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, so is Gabe. He's just going to save. No chance. You just don't do it anymore. 2021, 1v4, no way. You don't even think about it.
Just save, man.
You just die with the bomb.
Everybody's just investing in their futures nowadays.
So smart.
God.
So annoying.
What happened to living on the edge?
Yes.
What happened to throwing caution to the wind?
Live a little. Go for the highlights. Live your best life. It's 14-3.
Look at this one, though.
Oh, man, that's... I don't even know.
It's gross, huh?
You don't even see the flick on 0.25 speed.
It's gross. In all the best ways.
Mm-hmm. Like Sloppy Joe's.
Oh, great comparison. Yeah. Yeah. That's nasty. All right. Well, that FAMAS is not alone. Big Clan will also have a scout and a few upgraded pistols to work with. But that 11-round lead is looking more and more daunting as Navi get to the cusp of a win on Dust 2. 3 players into the tunnels from Navi straight away. Wow. 2 defenders on B from Big.
Look, they called him out again. Electronic saw all that long presence and then did the thing where you get to the outpost behind blue bin. You're supposed to wait and let them retake you, and then you either escape and make it seem like you're there, or just delay for time. But he calls them out that they're going to leave off of that, and then immediately takes long control by himself with everyone in tunnels. The CTs are doing nothing right now, and Navi have options right now because of Electronic.
They're not doing nothing. I mean, they are trying, Launders.
Yeah.
They're trying their best, and maybe they'll be able to corral some of these T's in middle. Grenade down to the tunnels will be good enough. That's a quarter damage on Bit.
Right now, they're expecting the mid push and the cap push. You see this Molotov come out. We see, like, presence here.
Yep, and it's off to a good start. First frag, second as well. Oh. And if the pistols can come into this mix, then maybe Big can throw a wrench. Oh, no. Into the works. Boomich gonna do some work. Shuts down Tapson on his escapade from Catwalk. Keto, I like this, though. Not waiting around in this B site, not just sitting back on his haunches, but being proactive, making a move forward, and maybe the timing works out for him versus Boomich. Boomich snaps down, but he will still fall. So Perfecto is on for the 1v3, and he's got a quick, fast track into this B bomb site. It's all about whether he gets caught on the cross, and Searson will be smoked off. So now it becomes that much more daunting. Perfecto, as long as he plants with cover towards tunnels, shouldn't be stopped, but Tizian, with a very narrow angle, will deny the bomb plant and deny a 15th for Navi. That's Big Clan with their 4th.
Oh, the setup works out beautifully. I thought that Navi were going to be good because they got the molly down on Cat, and if the mid door was disjointed from the Cat push, then maybe they get caught off guard. But there were some nice pistol shots that got hit. Keto also hit a really key 1 right there. That would have opened up tunnels on the B side. 2v2, that would have been insurmountable to come and try to retake the site when they were that far away. And oh, there's the blue spruce. He had borrowed the, he had leased the
He'll never
water.
change. He'll never change from the blue spruce.
Thought he did once, but
he did, and he regretted it.
Yeah, never again.
He'll never go back.
Maybe it's time to change though. He's not having a
oh my god. Smoke over top. Keto's like, I can play that game. So, a little exchange of utility here towards the tunnels, and Boomich, ooh, looking to parade his way around the cat corners. Doing his jig, dancing around in mid. And more smoke grenades to kind of stop things. Electronic, though, that's one of the players you don't want to run into at the moment. The best equipped member of Navi, Perfecto, and co have walked out into this B site. I can't believe that. Oof. The mid presence is enough to just vacuum the players out of B from Big. A 5-on-5 situation, and they evacuated both of their B players. Navi slip through into the site, plant their bomb, and establish man advantage. And desperation. That's what Big stink of in this situation. Simple scout headshot into gate. It's not looking good for Big one bit. Oh, what a tough pill to swallow, and they're just gonna go chasing, go prancing down around the mid doors, chasing every single player. What a perfect call from Navi.
Yeah, boom the tank. That's what, like you said, I gotta give it up to Electronic. He's been really good at grabbing attention, and he did it at long that other round. They still lost, but not because of him. And then now on this one, did so much by himself at mid, and yeah, he's the kind of player who knows exactly how much presence to put down to draw in a lot more than he's giving. And with that, I mean, the call's fantastic, right? Like the exec on the site is very careful. They don't just run in. Nice shot.
What goes around comes around.
A little revenge for Keto on the previous rounds. But this could still very easily beat the last round of the game. Bits watching the mid push here from Tapson. And that slows down the attack a little bit. Only 3 here to stop him.
Let's see it, Searson. It's got to be here. It's got to be now. He gives up a little bit of space, and that gap he was hoping to abuse is smoked off. So a bit more pressure falls on Tizian. Looking like he wants to stay committed to the cover. Looks like he wants to take one with him. Oh, but a missed first shot will land the second. That's decent enough. And we get this quick flank in from Tapson. Bit currently not looking back the other direction. Tapson takes his time, misses his chance, hits the damage, but it's not enough for the frag. And in the meantime, Navi doing a good job of cutting everybody down. Searson trades it, and it's on to Bit for the clutch. The AK's good to close. And Navi with a demanding 16-4.
Man, that's the heater. That was the most tense moment of the game.
Yeah.
But it was still 15-2. Of course, Bit comes through to close. That was a clinic. Not fun to have to go through that. Even less fun to have to think about Nuke next.
Oh, dude, imagine, right? You're talking about a team in Navi that is on an 18 win streak on Nuke, shooting to make that 19 after we come back from this break.
It's Ren from FaZe. Today I'm playing CSGO Screenshot versus my old teammate Nico, and we'll see how I do. I don't know how my chances are here, but hopefully they're better than his. Nuke.
This is Nuke.
This is coming down as T.
I'll say it's a decon, it's like the right side.
I'm pretty sure you're coming down secret on the right side.
Maybe I'll... No, okay, okay. No, it's when you go down secret to the right.
Yes. Alright.
I figured it out in the end.
This is Dust 2.
This is Dust to the T-spawn.
This is on Long. Long Dust 2.
Ah, it's on short. Ah. Okay, I was so confident it's T-base. I don't know why.
No! Okay, yeah, that's why I've seen it so many times. Okay. I think I even have some lineups with this sign. It's like a walk lineup, so
It's only one. On Inferno, I think we have 2 of those. Mailbox.
I feel like I've seen this, maybe?
I'm trying to think if there's any mailbox on other maps. Not on Dust 2, not on Mirage.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Inferno.
I'll just say Inferno Banana. I don't know. I cannot think of anything.
But second mid, I have no idea. I actually don't remember where this box is. Okay, it's there, okay. Because there's one, maybe it's a green one in second mid you line up smokes with. That's the only thing I remember.
Okay. I knew it was 2. I thought they were connected, so that's why I wasn't sure if it was Banana. This is a Mirage, but...
Na'Vi were not going to fall short on Dust 2 this time around against Big Clan, as they absolutely dominate from start to finish. There wasn't really a time where Big felt they were in the game, and now they've got to face Na'Vi on Nuke for the second map, and that certainly isn't going to be easy, Chad.
No, not at all. I think here we can beat around the bush. You know, we can say, yeah, look, you know, Big, they were slow starters, they didn't get going there. That's not the case at all, right? Na'Vi, they're just carrying across this major momentum, right? And you look at the way this game started, we can list off the doom scenario here for Big, right? What are we talking? 3 rounds in the first half? No, make that 2 rounds in the first half. 3 opening kills. They averaged 1.6 kills per round in that first half, right? So it's just not getting any frags. And we're going to go through the highlights. We're not going to see anything from Big, right? It's all going to be on the Na'Vi side of things because everybody was doing what they needed to do, right? We don't even need to sink our teeth into this. They're running up mid. They're taking full control, getting into lower. These are things we've seen them do in the past, but they were getting away with everything, right? And this is the Na'Vi that we know and love. And unfortunately for Big, they have to play the best team in the world. This is game number 1.
And we often talk about Counter-Strike being a game of confidence, right? And that's what Na'Vi have massive amounts of right now. They look unstoppable when it comes into games like this.
Yeah, and the problem is we are continuing into Nuke now, as you mentioned, right? And this is the map they're 18 in a row on. So if they can continue this forward, it's going to get a bit more difficult, I think, just because of all that tape on Nuke that people at home can look into. But they're looking, they're looking like there's not going to be any dramas today. And that's what you want, right? Get through, quick 2-0, smiles on the faces, they're having fun with it. And this is the Na'Vi you want, right? This is the Na'Vi you want to see. And when we're talking about them being the favorites for this tournament, picking up their 3rd LAN trophy this year, this is great signs for the early start of the tournament. For Big, not so much. They need to go have a bit of a look at themselves in the mirror, I guess, if they want to be competitive at all.
But what can Big do when it comes to Nuke? Because it sounds so negative, Chad. Is there some positive in maybe you anti-strat in some way, or is that not even possible?
They have, well, they get to start on the CT side, so I guess we can start with a positive there, I think. So with this for Big now, they need to stop electronic crawling yard. That's one thing. If they can do that, great. But then if you do that, then you need to stop Bit getting out squeaky door and making it down the vent. So if you can stop those 2 things, you're going to find yourself in a pretty good position. But here's the deal with Na'Vi and their T-side look of Nuke. It looks very similar, right? A lot of these rounds, but they're doing so many different things. They're getting control of a lot of areas of the map early, and it's making life very, very difficult. And then when you do have Na'Vi on the CT side, Simple is the best CT-sided player in the world on this map, right? He's the best player in the world, but Nuke is, his CT side, he's so great at rotating around, backing everybody up. Now, I said I wanted to see Big play, you know, looser and maybe have some of their individual stepping up. Nuke would be a map where I'd go the other way and I'd say, yeah, look at all the way that Na'Vi approached the map and see if you can find some gaps in that game plan. Look, Perfecto, he wants to be back in bed, mate. He's having a yawn. That's how easy
this is. It's his birthday today. He wants to relax, mate.
Ah, that makes sense. Well, happy birthday for Perfecto. I think the gift is the quick 2-0. But here's the thing. If Big, I know in the past against formulaic Nuke teams, right, with the smoke walls and this, they've been able to, through Tabson, stop some of these yard plays. Now, I'm going back in history a little bit here. I think I'm remembering complexity games with Blame F. So I'm going back a little bit, but they're going to need to do that. Someone is going to be needed to be tasked with making sure that Electronic cannot have a field day yard. And then, well, if you deal with Electronic, as we saw at the major, Boomage comes through and he'll fill that void, and then you have to stop him as well. So it's not looking good for Big. I think everybody at home knows that, right? This is not going to be fun for them.
Sometimes we have to be realistic, Chad, but that's all we're going to look at when it comes to this nuke. We're going to be kicking it to a break. When we come back, we're moving into the second map. It's Navi's pick, and it's looking like a 2-0.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like in-save record and everything? 2014 they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into that.
NIP 2014 ATF.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 A also. I'm an authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during other tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back.
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaZe Clan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014, I was seeing these emotions, and I don't know, just want to put it to the B.
Actually, maybe that's why they should be a B tier. They can idle at the B tier.
Cloud9 E, it's not an era, they did really great at this tournament, but
We just want more than maybe 50 rounds of Counter-Strike if possible. Big, after losing Dust 2, leave that up in the air. I mean, it was very one-sided, and now we go over to Nuke, where Navi are looking to make it 19 in a row. There's not been a team in the world that have proven they can beat them. You know, maybe if Nico was on him. I hate to keep bringing that up. I love that part. I would like to say, you know, if it wasn't for Navi, Nico would have been MVP of the whole major. But of course, we had to have that one moment right at the end, didn't we?
Yeah.
We did. But even when it was like 14-8, I was co-streaming. I said, Navi, you're going to win this game.
You felt it?
I just said it. I mean, the CT side's that good. They made the comeback.
It is, man.
Each and every time. That's the hard part, right? Oftentimes, teams will, because Navi are picking Nuke, will play their CT side second. And no matter how much of a lead they have, Navi will always come back because Simple is actually the top performer on Nuke. You know what's interesting about that? Simple is the top performer on every single map in the pool this year, in the world, as an individual, apart from Vertigo, the only map they don't play.
Damn. So who takes that spot on Vertigo in your mind? Nothing to do with Navi, nothing to do with Simple.
I'd have to think about it. Maybe Shiro has some good numbers.
Floppy probably, or
little Flopsy.
Yeah, probably Floppy.
They have Flopsy.
Yeah.
Floppy OC.
Yeah. Yeah.
That combo. Yeah, the OC, the simple of NA, as we like to say.
Yeah, we do like to say it.
No one can stop us either.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech.
Not saying everyone believes us, but we definitely say it. We shout it from the rooftops.
Simple-esque.
Simple-esque. And we'll be shouting the Navi players from the rooftops too, because this is their 19th.
I think it was put crudely by someone in an interview recently where they said, or I think it was Refresh, and he said, you know, eventually their streaks will end, and that's just the case. Like, we know eventually Navi will lose Nuke, but it won't be for no reason, right? You still need to have a couple of things line up.
Yeah.
And the reason that it will happen is because eventually it becomes so studied, and it is a best of one, and they'll have an off day that eventually they will get rocked. Will Big be the team to be able to do that? That's the big question, and I personally don't think so, but why should we ever assume so? Let's just watch and see if it happens.
Yeah, let's let them speak for themselves. And Searson, well, he's singing. That USP, 2 taps outside, yard push gets completely called. I'm talking 5 alive for Big out of the CT spawn. Maybe it will be Big.
That's a mood changer right there. That's a nice one after Dust 2. They didn't have anything going for them, and I'm sure they're, you know, I mean, these are a group of friends. And I'm sure they ride the positive energy momentum wave.
Oof, really get out of my face.
Yeah, nice round from Searson. Not a great map on Dust 2. Another signature position for him, of course, as with all budding oppers in Counter-Strike. Of course, top 9 last year. One of his most important positions was CT side nuke. But Big are not coming into this game with a great nuke win percentage.
And Navi obviously flawless in the last 3 months. 100% win rate. Rounds like these. Don't you dare let this slip through the fingertips. Searson to a quarter health. 4 members of Navi outside, just trying to face, seeing what they can get done. It's just such a, you know, it's like striking fear into the hearts of your enemies by doing nothing. CT super cautious with some of these peaks, but Tapson gonna go ahead, take a little bit of a risk, and it's paying off nicely. 2 frags from his on the FAMAS, tapping away for the third. Gade's starting to feel a little empowered here. He's got teammates all around him. Nice triple, a full house on the FAMAS outside, and an easy second round win from Big.
We saw a nice one-way smoke from FaZe in the last game where they smoked off Secret when they saw the 3 smokes on the cross outside, and that was cool because you had, you know, $300 to counter $900 of utility, and more than that, the majority of smokes in a round. So the thing is about nuke is that it's everything to do with outside, even if you don't use outside at all, and that's just because 70 to 80% of the rounds you're using some variation of smokes at one point or another to draw attention from the CTs, and that's the #1 way Ts cause rotate. So that's where a lot of the emphasis will be for both Navi and Big this game.
I like that, Keto. I really like that. Gets up into the smoke, knows the lineup for the Molotov, puts down the molly to take further control, and then even takes a bit of a risk by running into the flames to challenge lobby. Really nice opening play from Keto. You know, your calculated risk and an apparent reward. But, however, in the meantime, Navi just doing a good job of cutting them down one after another. Into the A site they shall go, and Searson all that's left over. Now, a single scout shot to each of the 3 players still alive would give Big the 3-0, but it's just too much to ask of him, and looks like he'll concede.
It's actually a lot to unpack here. This is kind of an interesting call because there's no cross smokes outside, and Navi do a default and hold where they're holding lobby. They don't put like super pressure on Squeaky or even do any kind of fake or anything like that, but Big kind of run into them where they expect them to be. Now, the irony of lobby for the T side is sometimes it's best to just leave like 1 person there because once you get crunched upon, there's not a lot of good places to stand. So in a default, sometimes you'll just have 1 person sitting there, they try to get their kill, or they have a good advantage to get 1 kill, but then they get traded out, and then you see where the CTs go, and then you squeeze for outside control or whatever. So sometimes, I guess when you know they're there, it can be a good time to attack from all sides. But yes, I mean, Big must have realized that they were probably going to have a lot of duels to have to take. It's one of those, it's like tug of war, right?
Yeah.
But like the Squid Game kind of tug of war, that if you lose, you die.
Oh, whoa.
And you have to get that first kill, then peek from the other side, and then you fully collapse. And it's kind of like whoever wins has 3 alive.
Yep.
Right? It's all about momentum and those micro decisions that happen on those lobby crunches.
I'm digging the new tunes. Ominous.
It's Kavinsky vibes.
Yeah. Who's that?
Guy who did Night Call. Remember I can't remember where it was. We listened to a song, you liked it, had these vibes, and I was like, that's Night Call. And then I have a goldfish memory, so I can only remember that part of the story.
Okay.
But it was...
yeah, that's the start of it.
I'd like to say it happened.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
And I just have to believe you.
Yes.
I just have to believe you. Are you surprised by the fact that kind of we're seeing Big get this kind of all-front assault into the lobby, straight onto the CT side? Like Keto taking such a risk. He's pushing blind through a smoke, knows that Incendiary either puts somebody onto him or somebody back into lobby. But, you know, I was like, damn, aggression out the gate from Big.
Yeah, I mean, they know how much money NAVI have to work with, and they kind of had an idea that it was going to be a default with lobby involved. So the idea could have been if NAVI were setting up for an upper take or something like that, you stop it before it starts, and you actually know that they have better guns than you do, which is the other problem that's in your head. So they're trying to trick them, and also it would be a nice confidence win to grab a round like that, right? If you kill them inside a lobby, and it feels like a power play versus the other team, and that kind of stuff really is important, even though it's unquantifiable in CS. You know, it's when you play a fast round and you lose it badly, you're kind of betting a lot of confidence on that round, right? Either you gain a lot or you lose a lot, and right there you do lose, which swings it slightly back into, like, it feels like NAVI right now are in a power position mentally, right? And I'm sure they share that same sentiment. But yeah, because the CT economy is so tricky right now, you got to make some weird decisions. It feels like you have to overcompensate, you know? You're the little guy in the big car.
Yeah, I need a booster seat.
Yeah. You're Danny DeVito in the Hummer.
That's the strat, though. You make sure you get, like, a really big car.
You're Maui in the G-Wagon.
Does Danny DeVito drive a Hummer?
Probably not.
Okay.
He's too cool.
Yeah. Maui drives a smart car.
Way too cool for that. Smart cars are cool, actually.
That's what they tell themselves.
More room than you'd think.
Yeah.
Okay, I did go to a local LAN once with Steel, who's a Valorant player that you might know.
Yeah.
And he pulled up in a smart car and pulled out his computer, and we made fun of him 30 minutes in a row.
And that's why now he plays Valorant.
That was actually something else.
Smokes and frags. And a nice opening pistol kill from Tizian. You take those. A little bit of wallbang damage on top of it. Can Tizian get himself another? Ooh, come on. He's right there. Prime for the popping. Bit's gonna tuck in behind the vent. Simple kills Tabson. That's through the mini smoke that Simple's managed to line that one up and then trades Bit right away inside of this site. Simple, down beneath you is the Galil in the hands of Searson. Looks like Keto wants to go to heaven. Oh, and he sends Simple to hell. 2 versus 2, minute on the clock, bomb dropped, and Searson looks like he wants to spring this trap whenever the time may come. Thing is, NAVI, they've already got their footing inside of the bomb site. They've picked their bomb back up as well, and they'll push it around towards Heaven side. I like this reposition from Keto all the way back around towards lobby. Searson's been found out inside a vent, and now he's so locked in because Electronic's not going to give him the cover of those blue boxes. But maybe, just maybe, the squeaky peak can get Electronic off of this, allowing Searson to come through. But no, it's got to be the trade in from Keto. Deagle to the face of Electronic, and Perfecto smokes himself inside of the back site. Time ticking quickly, and Keto trying to give chase. Perfecto through smoke, back and forth he goes. And Keto trying to make him peek around. There's the headshot from Keto, but there's just no time to defuse.
Yeah, no kit to work with, and they'll have to run from it. At least 5 down here for NAVI, and some nice shots from Keto as well. That's 5K every headshot, you know, so that'll make a difference. It might have a knock-on effect. Tizian chimes in with a sick 1 dig as well. This round is all about squeaky control, and squeaky is one of the most interesting parts of any map, in my opinion, and it's such a focal point on the on Nuke because of how if the door is open, you can see that cross is kind of like mid doors on Dust 2. You can use it for early kills into mini. It controls vent, which is one of the 3 rotations to lower, which makes it incredibly important. And it also allows you to cause rotations just by threatening that someone could have dropped, even if they didn't.
Critical turning point here. Guns up both sides.
Oh, man. Wow, that's some money spam. Not fun these days being a mini player.
No.
Never
it's
has been
not.
actually, but yes.
Yeah, it feels like, oh, Boomich eats the team flash. Tries to run all the way to cover.
He's got to get his brakes checked.
It just skirts to the back of the site, and everything seems to be going well for Navi. They clear Keto out of the rafters. There's just going to be Searson left. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a runaway train on A site.
Forgot the e-brake and parked on a hill.
Yeah. He almost got it. He almost got all the way to the box, but it was the player on top of Hut that kills him anyways.
What the hell? He was doing like a few damage.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Every step or two. Didn't know about it. We'll have to show him after, I guess. What? That's great. That's how you create space, by the way. Never stop. Just because you're blind.
Sure. Yeah, that's creating something. Searson has to concede this one. Looking to hang on to the op for the next round. Navi early lead on this T side after the 2-0 start.
No, but it is like, so even like to make that serious for a second, like he's crossing to that box in the corner, right? He knows he's dead. I mean, he lives, but in his mind, he knows he's dead, but he's running out. And the thing is that the guy on the back of the site is constantly having to give up angles by like following him over to the box. And as soon as he does that, second guy out immediately has an advantage on whoever was shooting. So just the simple act of literally running, even though you know you're dead, is so important at this level, because these flash timings, they only get you like half a second, you know, to a second of time where you can actually react. And every moment of that execute, when you have committed, means you have to full commit.
Perfecto and Bit just cleaning up what was a frazzled A-site defense. Once Boomich broke down the barrier.
The reason why Navi are so good at this map is because of simple CT side, but also because of, in my opinion, their upper hit being so strong. Like,
okay,
their upper hit is so incredibly strong. Like, they can pull it off. They do it like, in my opinion, like 3 or 4 times a half on average. Whenever I'm thinking like, oh, they'll probably do it like 3 times as half. Usually see about that many. But the fact they can always hang it over your head because they have such a high win rate on their upper execs.
What makes it so special?
It's just their flashes and it's a combination of an exec that a lot of people actually copy, but also the players behind it just make it so strong. Like, it's already really good, but if you didn't have the talent to actually come through with the entries, it would make it that much harder. But it's just kind of like an ace in the hole on the map. Like, there's not much you can do. There's not much you can do to stop it besides the usual flash dodges and whatever, throwing a smoke down. And there's slight variations, of course, but just stopping the pure force of like electronic followed by bit, or Boomich coming out followed by electronic and bit just makes it such a nightmare.
Well, haunting big at the moment.
And we'll see in the second half that Perfecto is an absolute god at defending the upper site. Best flash dodges maybe in the world. And that would be one way to counter a really strong upper hit. So if you have an idea of the timings. But this stuff is so high level, it's like there's so many combinations of team versus team where there's mind games about when they throw their nades and which ones they're going to throw, that obviously we can't know about all of them. Like, you could look and learn every single matchup, but you'd have to learn literally every single matchup of the game.
Damn. And nobody got time for that.
It's so detailed for them.
And nobody got time.
But a little bit easier for the individual teams to just focus on their opponents, of course. It's crazy how much information you can store in that beautiful head. You know what I mean?
Just gotta dig deep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
Valve are watching.
Hey. Oh. Got your nose. Oh. Oh. I never got that. Why are we trying to entertain kids by
stealing their nose?
Yeah, ripping body. Haha, rip the body part off your face. Oh my God, get away from me, Uncle John.
Did you ever give it back?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Honestly, he smelled awful.
Oh, he smelled awful?
Yeah.
Any more Uncle John stories?
Nope.
Okay.
There's no Uncle John.
Oh, he never existed. Color me surprised.
Just lying to you and everybody else at home. Sorry, guys. We have everybody back in the server. We're all readied up, so thank you for your patience. Time to watch Navi either pull ahead on this T side or tie it up at 3.
And if you think that Navi on this next round are going to do upper exec for you, you can't do your aggressive outside control.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
There's something that, like on Mirage, you do aggressive mid control, you can still retake A. Upper, a lot harder.
Yeah. Keeps you so timid, keeps you so kind of, you know, in tune with what the hell could be. Oh, hold up. Aha. We've got 2 players down in vent. Bit and Perfecto wasting no time. Already challenging downstairs. I believe Boomich has also joined them. So that's 3 members of Navi, plus Bit coming around through ramp, and Electronic with his passive outer play, just making mincemeat of this round versus Big. Oof. The only silver lining is maybe Keto gets to escape with the op. This wasn't a full-fledged buy from Big either, but you definitely hope for more than this in terms of the hold, regardless of the purchase.
Yeah, that was slippery.
Very, very clean.
And it's the smoke they throw.
No op save.
Yeah, that's no op save for the next round as well. That's a tough one. That's another good round. So like in that Dust 2 match, we saw Simple pick the perfect timing for the lower push where they were like low on grenades. It's also very resource intensive to try to defend against Squeaky. Now you can actually throw a body inside a Squeaky and counter, but honestly the reads from Navi have been so good that it feels like the prep coming into this game is just perfect, and they just have so much confidence versus Big. But yeah, one of the most clear-cut ways to counter a play like that is to have someone drop onto the ladder and wait, at least for some of the early round.
Bit surprising to me, the Bit, excuse me, not Bit, but Boomich actually is also able to slip in with like no contest. You know, the first 2 guys were so quick and they had the covers of the smoke, and then a little bit of timing in between the first wave and Boomich, and yet he also got down without being stopped whatsoever. So, you know, but you alluded to that before this game went live. It's tough, man. Or it was SPUNJ, rather, excuse me. Can't give you all the credit.
Yeah.
Can't give you all the credit just because you look alike.
Yep.
Boomich, again, just so fast. Wrapping around outdoors.
Oh, he knows about the setup too. He's looking for this loose player.
Yep.
Wow, they're so careful about, oh no, they're taking ramp at the same time.
Oh, Boomich will get caught though, so that's something here for Big. Still, we've got Navi scrambling for the lower site.
They're everywhere, man.
Dude, they're chasing like crazy. Tabson making so much noise that Electronics on high alert, and then once they stop that first CT on flank, they commit down into the bomb site, find it clear for the taking. At a 4v2 in the post.
How you? Whoa, okay, nice shot. How you win rounds on T side? Nuke stress the communication as much as possible, to the point that it's literally impossible to keep up with the number of places that you go. One of those ways is to get down the vent really early into the round, because then you put stress on the ramp guy to communicate, and the rotations towards outside. If whoever has to refresh the ramp guy as well. And in this round, they took the lower control, but they also took ramp so quickly after going outside, and there's just too many things going wrong at that point to be able to come through sensible rotations. And the idea behind communication is that since you don't have 5 screens on your monitor or 5 different POVs, you're using the communication to connect these different parts of the map. But when a round is moving this quickly, you are going to get caught up at every single turn.
Yep. Really hard to keep it rock solid, and that's 2 rounds in a row as well where Bit's able to kind of come in onto the ramp room, can join with that lower hit. Last time he was on his own, this time he had a second player with him, so just that much more of a clear commitment towards B site. Navi 5 rounds straight on the T side of a map they hold an 18 win streak on.
Yeah, we're not even on CT side.
I'm not trying to paint a dire picture for Big Clan, but they need to, they need to connect with the brush here.
Yeah.
Give us a stroke of brilliance.
They have a thimble, and they're trying to keep their ship afloat that has holes coming in from both sides of it, right? So right now, like, they could do the catch-all solutions, but then they'd just be like weak outside, for example, or they could try to play someone in secret early, maybe someone in vent as well, and then maybe, their ramp could get attacked. Right now, it's just whatever Navi want to try to do
is working.
Yeah, will probably work. So, okay, 5 in a row here for Navi.
Yep.
Looking for 6.
AK and an op on Big side. Deep smokes from Navi and an opening pick in from Bit. It's not towards ramp, but threw a smoke on Squeaky. I would love to know where Tapson died. We've already seen him get spammed through smoke thanks to Simple, but a good answer. Searson's off, able to find one, and Keto pops up from the box. Great timing.
Yeah, but that's information on 3 lower. Keto just dropped. They had the op shot come up from Searson as well. But they smartly also put the smoke down in front of Squeaky. That's huge. Wow, I'm actually shocked that Navi don't just attack upstairs this quickly, but they now find an open ramp.
Yeah.
However, it's probably going towards heaven because of what they've known.
Oh, Keto good for a second this round on the Deeg, but there's also an Opper right there. Boomich. Oh, he's serving as a distraction so that Bit can sweep Searson under the rug. And now they're going to go sprinting down to this B site. But look at the hell, 37 HP for Navi's players combined. Tizian and Gade hot on their heels. That's going to be weapons in the hands of Big Clan, but the bomb plant's safe enough. And Bit, quick execution versus Tizian. Gade's got the incendiary, a flash, and an attempt. A deep commitment in the corner of control room, and Boomich on top of the bomb. The Molotov goes beyond, and Gade's looking for the challenge, but Bit steps up to both. Headshot, and Navi with a 6.
I know there's Zaiwu who got the #1 player in the world in his rookie year. I don't think anything will ever beat that, probably, but Bit obviously has a great argument outside of doing that with getting, winning his first 2 lands, basically. I've also just never seen someone improve so damn fast where it felt like the moment I watched Zaiwu, he was already insane. Bit coming onto Navi looked so uncomfortable on day 1, and then after periodically watching him play at different points in the year, it's insane how much he's actually developed. Went for this overly disciplined player to playing his spots to perfection, but not being able to focus on his aim, having his notebook out, trying to keep track of everything. To someone now who knows how to take the exact right risks and has got everybody else scared of him.
Yeah, this is a bit of a cluster of around here. Keto, he sees the feet. Perfecto. This is the same opening move that we got out of Keto in the first gun round from Big CT side. That incendiary last time forced the CT back into lobby. This time we see Perfecto try to play the smoke, and we get Tapson outdoors putting on a show.
Very clean. Didn't even have to look down to make that. Perfect.
But Bit's alive and kicking. Okay, Simple, settle down. Settle down, I said.
Not doing any damage there.
Yet. There's an Opera in the back of the site with low HP, so... Oh, nice grenade. Yeah, a little chip damage, a little something. Puts Bit one step closer towards death. They wait out the smoke grenade on Squeaky, and I'm sure they're going to wait to see if they can catch somebody. We've seen them find Tapson at times inside of Mini. Gade with the grenade. Oof, but he gets the headshot. Tizian was there just in case things went south. Simple taking damage will confirm the audio that he is in fact in here. And now everybody from the defense looking to collapse down upon him. 20 seconds up, and Simple gonna take a player with him. But then Gade trades, and we've got Big Clan putting an end to the streak of Navi, their 3rd CT round win.
Yeah, that's good that they can actually keep up on the default, win some opening duels. Nice round from Gade, of course, 10-4 now in this game, and the ramp play. It's an awkward one, but Keto does not freak out. Waits to see a little feet, and that's all he'll need. Everything else goes swimmingly. So they convert the 5v4 off a nice aggressive tactic. They don't go crazy with it and try to collapse on the lobby right away off spawn with like a bunch of players, but they do it tastefully. That's enough now for the 6-3 lead, but I don't know. We have to see more, of course, from Big. They got the first 2 rounds of this game, right? So we're seeing one strong rifle round 1 versus Navi so far. Coming into round 10, they just got to show us a 2 in a row.
And then 3, and then 4, and then...
Yeah, well, let's not get crazy.
Come on. No, let's get crazy, Launders.
Okay.
Let's get crazy.
He's using his weird voice again.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll put that back. Put that back in the depths of which it came. Much more aggressive utility usage out of Navi here towards lobby, and Searson, not Keto, gonna post up on the peak. Is a point-blank attempt from Perfecto. It's gonna be a screen full of T for Searson. Just gotta click that shot. Come on, Perfecto. How many times are you gonna fake us out before the swing? Meanwhile, good frag. Oh, they move at the same time. No way they both wait that long.
I was so careful of him.
Meanwhile, outdoors, it's going to be Navi taking away some space here, trying to challenge in through heaven. We really haven't seen much of this. One time, Boomich comes out, gets a frag, and doubles back towards Garage. This time, he wants to attack the A site through heaven, and you can see Tizian down beneath him looking up. Gade's more focused on the front side of the site.
He just clears top hut here for his teammates, who can now put pressure on Squeaky.
Oh, but they're going to try to make a move, and they start going forward towards hut itself.
They're flanking heaven as well.
Yep, Boomich, he's going to get attacked from the back, but it looks like he wants to continue to clear things out. Oh, nice double peek, but electronic in from Garage, and the trades go well for Big. Bit left in the clutch. Bomb in his possession, 20 seconds on the clock, and an exit route. I thought he was going to go to ramp. He could still attack vent, go down, or just get this frag versus Gade, and you're good to go. Oh, the peek from Gade, well timed. Felt like there was a bit of a chance for him to make a move, and him doing so locks in a fourth for Big Clan.
Actually, a fantastic half from Gade so far. I mean, despite his other teammates not doing much, he's 13-4. That last step just shows he's got a little confidence, believing in the timing there. If he had played it too passive, early Bit was about to clear him. So overall, nice. This is quite a convoluted round from both perspectives. The amount of trades that come down, all chain reactions off each other, and whoever's making the last audible is always the next to die. But that'll cause Big to win the rounds. They got a star player at the front, some good protocols behind it.
Perfecto, this is fast.
Oh man, this is the...
Holy hell, cranking the dial.
Oh, Jesus.
Just hitting this one with the NOS button fully engaged. Dude, this is so quick.
That's the one.
And it kind of comes out of nowhere. Like you were saying, right? Every once in a while and a half,
they hold
2
it
to
over
3
your head.
times.
Yeah.
And then a slap across the face. We've got Navi back to winning ways. A 7-4 lead.
Damn.
Wow.
You know,
I had been lulled. I had forgot about it too. And then it comes out of nowhere and Big are just strapped.
Yeah, from the perspective of conditioning, it's obviously really hard to be like, all right, well, here's the one it's going to be. Because it's just an upper hit, you don't need any map control to do it. You don't even have to throw like your outside smokes or anything like that in the beginning. That's the scariest part about it, really. Like, you can do it out of spawn in any given round with the right amount of utility. And Navi, they are doing a great job of picking the correct rounds. There was potential for a hold there, actually, because of how well Gade was playing if he got that second frag. But Perfecto just had a beast entry, denied that refrag potential because there was a bit of a displacement. He was the only one outside here, or upstairs, after getting this first kill. And his teammates are only out of Squeaky a little late. So it's an unbelievable shot from him. But look at those flashes.
Yeah, the whole time Gade's trying to chase it. Had he just kept going, then maybe he cuts off other players. Weird one. But tip of the hat to Navi. Changing things up and doing it in the blink of an eye. 7th terrorist round win to their favor. Silver lining, Big survived with 3 players, and it's an immediate rebuy. But it's also the waning few rounds of this first half. 4 to go. Okay, Searson, more aggressive inside of the hut. A deeper angle being held in lobby. There are players here who could eventually walk in, but for now it's going to be outside with the 3 men down secret.
Yeah, this is a very weak defense from the CT side. Look how open this is. No one even made the early rotation downstairs. No one in control room. Keto's super late, and he's getting this info now. He can call for rotations, but they don't even know if it's a fake, so it's really bad, yeah.
Caught by doors. Looked like maybe he would be able to slip by the control peak, but the doors swing wide open, and Perfecto kills him before he can lock into the rafters. Now Tabson's going to try to make something happen. Slips down through dark, plays close smoke. Ooh, Boomich stops covering control, and Tabson, he just can't manage the kill on the plant, but he will catch Boomich. Oh, dude, he'd need a full-fledged ace.
All his teammates died on rotation.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, that is dirty.
Dude, the calls are so good from Navi. I mean, people who doubt Boomich as a caller are just crazy, because like at this point, he's actually had so many good maps of calling that whatever problems he may have had in the past, like everyone should be entitled to the, afforded the gratitude of believing that they're going to get better. We can see from the results, like he has been fantastic actually. a great round from them, but obviously a glaring gap in the defense there for Big. So they decide to leave Secret totally open. No one spotting the cross. Keto has to rotate without any information except for maybe, oh, there's a timing called, please rotate. It's not even his fault, right? That he relies on everyone else's communications to make that rotation down lower. They also don't play anyone in Secret, and they don't have anyone in Vent early on. So this is just not great from Big. But they take a big risk, and Navi find that gap once again.
Two recent examples of Navi just playing the fastest possible timings right out of the gate. One time into the A site, this time into Secret. Showing an affinity for all sorts of paces.
That's the thing. When I watched the semifinal back, the overpass game of Navi versus Gambit, literally 15 out of 15 rounds they had a different CT setup. And not just slightly. Like, the amount of variety that they've actually brought into their game is absurd.
Tough to get a read on, and even harder to get a hold of. Navi doubling the round count of Big, 8-4 on this T side of Nuke. Tizian's got a shotgun frag to kick it off, but Simple immediately succeeding outside. Bit looking for the double from the door, and a third challenge. Ooh, but interesting. We've turned this back to the 2v2. Keto kills Simple. Gade refrags through Squeaky and goes one better. He's actually pushed so far into lobby that he would have just heard Electronic, but Electronic then starts to climb up top. And Keto, just individual 1v1s being figured out. They have all the audio cues they need to know. Electronic, his position known. And he is stoppable. Good round from Keto on the op. 3 frags to his name for Big Clan's 5th.
Nice little bit of a movement showcase there from Electronic. Actually, unbelievable movement. When he defaults outside on T side, there's a couple of moves he does. Maybe we'll get there. We'll probably see a default or two, but that's just a perfect serve from him as well.
All right. A flash in the pan from Big towards the end of the defense. 2 more to play. Keto looking to get up close and personal, and check this out.
All right.
I like that. Searson challenging at the bottom of silo to the top of roof. And it's going to cost them a lot of HP across the board here. Fights unfolding in all directions. Look at this. We get the run out from Boomich. Straight through the Squeaky door he goes. There were multiple players who could have caught him, but it also looked like he could have slipped a frag to the kill feed before falling. 2 of Big's remaining 4 tagged up heavily. Minute on the clock.
Some good practice here for Tabson to drop the vent, do some maintenance. Just make sure they haven't missed the timing and they can clear out and do a rotation, which can potentially free up ramp. I don't know exactly where he's going to go from here. They can also turn this into a lobby crunch slowly. Get ahead of any timing, but Navi, for the meantime, going late outside. Simple staying inside of Squeaky. So somehow, again, this might be the perfect response. And oh, they're smoking mini outs. That's tricky. However, Searson doesn't care.
Deep. Oh no! He stands in the open. Gets caught out. Now it's about pinching Simple at the perfect timing. And Tizian, shotgun to the face. It falls to Perfecto. He does find an evacuation route. Fakes the sound, comes back up. And imagine a world where he kills Keto. But he does get shut down. Nice movement, though. Just tap of the feet, flies right back up.
Yeah, and he did silently up the ladder as well.
Yeah, really nice moves.
Little tricky.
Tricky.
Oh, got that kill. Wow.
Yeah,
right in front of Tetris.
Sends him zooming. Searson's going to be kicking himself for going for that flashbang in the open, but luckily it gets recovered.
What could have been sick about that is they smoke mini out. So they smoke mini out to make it look like an upstairs hit, but to take attention away from outside. Then the 2 players walk through, and once they walk through that smoke, if they do, they have mini smoked as well, which is key for them.
Two pistols for Navi to close out the offense, but they're just going to go back to what has worked. It's going to be a simple ace split. We've got a CT still on top of Hut, though. Gade and Keto lock it down. 2 kills apiece, and Big giving us a sign of life at the end of their CT side. But they're going to have to come back and face the best nuke defense in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Betway and Blast are proud to present the second installment of the full game.
Well, what felt like a blowout at the start of the first half had a little bit of kick to it, just a little spice. And we know it's hard to find spice in Denmark, damn it.
That's so true.
So it's nice to have a little here inside the Royal Arena. But Big are still sitting in a difficult position because now they've got to break through NAVI, who are comfortable on this CT side.
That's actually very often that NAVI give up halves like this and then still, you know, come back in the most dire circumstances as well. So we'll see, but that was actually, you know, they quietly just came back into that half. It felt like it was going to get real ugly. Big even were able to have a couple of really strong upper defenses, so that's nice. Signs of life. I'm having such a hard time like investing myself into the idea that Big could win, you know, after Dust 2 and the fact that it's Nuke. But of course, wouldn't it be wonderful if we were wrong?
That it would be, my friend. Betway odds very skewed, and an even pistol for the time being. Bit. Ooh, can he stop him? He's being distracted and he knows it. Tries to turn around onto Tabson, and Searson gets through this window, but in the meantime, it's lobby control to the favor of NAVI. So that forces Big downstairs towards B, and Electronics already in position. Searson right in front of the window, jumps up, gets cut down, and the bomb's still planted. Tabson gets tapped back by Electronic, and Boomich with the final frag.
Production, can we just see where Electronic rotates when they take outside? Immediately, Electronic gets into the vent when they go for their outside wrap, right when he's the mini player, meaning he knew that they were going to eventually end lower. They were that far ahead on the strat, and then he gets into control room as they're crossing. And this right here, after we see this, and the trades come down outside, Electronic drops. And then Bit, of course, has some pressure inside of control room, or inside of Hell, but look at Electronic. All 3 frags because he'd made this rotation early. Well before it looked clear that they would make it down there at all.
Damn. Feeling themselves after the pistol. think that's going to be like, a prime example of the comfort of Navi on the defense, dude. We talk about how, oh my God, Nuke is just all about those confidence rotations, and the pistol had a prime example of it. Simple 2 FAMAS headshots through smoke because 1 is not enough, and the AUG of Electronic cuts down Gade.
This is some sick anime reference, but going down on Nuke, going down the vent is easy.
Okay.
Coming up is hard. Like in Made in Abyss, all right? An anime everyone should watch.
Yep.
And you'll go home and watch this.
Nope.
13 episodes.
Ooh, that's doable.
You could suffer through it.
That's doable.
It'll make you hate everything, though, and you'll probably cry.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound nearly as enjoyable.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, some people were into it. I got Anders to watch it. Of course, he loved it.
That's convincing. Yeah, sure. Or he just lied about it and never actually watched it and just wanted to make you feel proud.
No, he referenced stuff.
I don't know.
He did his homework.
You never know. Anders is a slippery snake. Cheeky devil. What do we got? We got Searson on the op. And we've got Keto looking to cut through these smokes outside. Electronic trying to phase the side of this one, but it is Keto downstairs. Obviously, the possibility has been called because we get Navi to rotate down through vents. And a little bit of pressure here. A dink through the smoke puts Boomich in a tough position. Perfecto going to be talked. Oh, it's the barrel of the op that gives it away. He fires off and falls back.
God, that's so well handled for both of them, actually. They stay alive. They don't die in their positions.
Ramp
they have this ramp set up with 2.
Oh, Bit tethering very nicely with Simple. Total shutdown on the front of the ramp room. It's at the base of heaven that Tabson will fall, and Keto's opening down towards Secret ultimately means nothing.
That is such good decision-making from the 2 guys upstairs. You have a spot where Perfecto, off of his decisions inside of Hut, doesn't get opt, just shoots at the upper, doesn't get a chance to kill him, but is able to fall out and get into upstairs. And then they can't exec upper because they don't know about inside of Hut. And Boomich, when he gets shot down and dinked in front of Squeaky, doesn't shoot back. Doesn't blow his spot whatsoever. So then Big think, all right, here's time to try to hit the ramp. Meanwhile, Navi, that's where they overstack.
Yep. And they stacked it perfectly, man. Bit, you saw him just about to go for the swing, and we talked about his improvements as a player. Didn't jump the gun, allowed for Simple to get the first. Bit will smash the second. Searson never taking that scope off of the Bit commitment, but it doesn't come through. Not before Simple kicks his teeth in, and we're going to get a fast one. A quick clash from Big past the defense on the A site. Into B they shall sprint, but Bit gets ahead of this, and so a bomb plant will be desperate. The window was busted open, but nobody came out. Bit just staying focused on sight, dies to the pistol of Keto, who then gets snapped back by Simple. But Tizian is succeeding elsewhere in picking up frags and picking up AKs. That'll give him a chance. A good chance, in fact. As all of a sudden, Big are in a comfortable 2 versus 2. He's got players both above him, and Tizian not sure which side he needs to peek. He could have fallen back by now, but instead he is locked into this fight, and as he starts to second guess it, all of a sudden, he goes down. It falls to Gade. A 1 versus 2 in the back of this bomb site, and the utility's here for Navi, but it's going to be about timing on the peak, and he's not sure where they're at. A 1 tap from the Tech 9. The defuse coming through. Perfecto is denied.
Let's go. That's a clean one. Free haircuts from Gade. That's a nice shot, and they were quite low, but that headshot was very convincing.
Oof. Kept it clean.
Well done. Well done. And Tizian, at least he gets info on the 2 rotators, so Gade can feel comfortable defending from there. Looked like the hold was going to come through, but Tizian extra frag on the ramp is what made the difference, it feels like. That's a nerve-wracking situation. But now it's 8-11, 3-round game. We're into the second half, and you can tell they want it.
Yeah, that they do.
They got nothing else to do today.
There is no doubt in my mind. Big, they qualify for finals. That's what they do. Blast finals, that is. But
okay.
Listen, I have a very strong opinion. I hate people who play up on top of that roof, and that's what you deserve. A 1 tap. Simple gets reconfigured.
That's a great nade.
And we are left in the 5v3. Tabson also succeeds in dropping Perfecto. It falls onto Bit. He's got 2 players testing him, but this is an excellent round coming out of the Big Clan.
That was nasty.
9-11, very close to tying up, and just a convincing attack towards ramp. Plus outside.
Outside, yeah.
Dude, that tap onto Simple is dirty.
So nasty. That was really well done. I think Bit Silent dropped off the front of the ramp boxes. I don't know if there's like a small box there or if that was a sound thing, but that was actually kind of interesting. I thought he could actually have gotten a kill. Okay. On to pistols here for Navi. Nuke streak on the line. Now we're talking.
And who would have ever tried to tell you that Big would be the ones to end that?
No one. They're not even top 5 on the list of teams.
And yet
that'd be expected to do it.
We are 2 rounds away from the tie. Still plenty of rounds to play out on Nuke. But I always try to warn people, Big's first series at any single Blast event.
Dust 2.
Well, let's forget about that. Focus only on this. Keto? Ooh, he didn't see him. There are 3
they're everywhere.
CTs here. Oh, dude, Keto doesn't realize, man. He is in the bear's den. Oh, simple over the top. You know, it's poor Tabson who ends up paying the price. Keto's like, yeah, man, it's clear. Come on over. Now, he's been cut off from the rest of the team, but they will use ramp room to go down and attack this B site, where, sure enough, Navi get their pistols in position.
Okay, dude.
AK dropped and acquired. Boomich still playing with the power of Zeus.
They missed it. They missed the volley is bad. Oh, but they get him off the plant.
Yep, that's
Bit's
one
still
thing.
up.
Smoke in front of him. Spray through doors, and he's just going to go for the cover. Fading on the other side, Searson with another crucial op shot inside of this bomb site. There's Gade to get the better of Simple, and it's going to have to be Bit 1v3. Plant, easy. Tap there, second is his, and it's just Bit with Gade in the back of the bomb site. We saw Gade clutch the 1v2, but now it's versus Bit in the 1v1, and he's thinking about where he'd be. And he's on victory lane, baby. Big clan, 10th round secured.
Oh, man, always posing a risk. No armor on Bit in that one, and nearly is able to win it. They miss a crucial molly. They bounce it through control room, and it's supposed to land in front of the door, so you cannot chill in that spot. Searson gets a critical frag through decon, and this round is really smart from Navi. They're actually trying to be like a ghost that's haunting you. Opening the doors on the left and the right of you, trying to spam through the smokes, get your attention, deny the bomb plant, and you see the clock. It's coming down, 30, 25, and they're just trying to get to a point where someone has to have their hands busy and everyone attacks. But all the while, Big hold their nerve, and they get the kills in those closing moments. And yes, it's just pistols, but after the Bit, one tap out of the vent and the kill outside, it was looking like the eco was likely. Navi picked all the right spots, exactly where Big were trying to attack, and were there first. So at the very least, it's expensive, but right now it's just talking about the actual merit of the tactics right now. That might be scary for Big Clan, but at the same time, it's nice to see that they're even able to win there, because of course Navi have ecoed better teams than them.
Oh, okay. Messing around with the smokes outside. This game's starting to feel a little tight. And Simple, good night. One frag after, and Tabson trades him electronic into the mini fight. Ooh, sees the shadow, but won't win the duel. Commitment on the spray from Boomich. Tabson comes in, and Perfecto goes big. 2 frags to lock down this A site and force Searson into the clutch with the op. Plenty of time to play. But he's going to have to peel them off one by one. It's the Heaven Peak plus the commitment over towards the vent. Searson gets out from Hut. And the silo's going to give him cover. Oh, and he gets the first one.
A great clutch.
But Bit's 22 and 12. And we praise this kid for what feels like everything he does.
Oh my God.
Oh,
instant double dink, dude.
Stands out in the open.
Yeah,
he doesn't play scared.
Yeah, he's super confident. I mean, there's very few players who are better than him at this point. That's insane. There's just so many good players. Look, even when everything fails, look at Perfecto with this high action defense. Stops them both, and there's some damage done from every single player along the way. Simple gets his 1 kill outside. Electronic does damage to both players in mini. So there is some information as the attack is coming on, but comes down to Perfecto. Nice attempt from Searson, but yeah, it's just yeah. Bit's got great clutch stats too.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. Every element of his game just deserving some sort of praise. He'll be back at bat Many players pushing past, or at least trying to. He'll get the one and fall. And so will Big. Down into this B bomb site. Already being held by Simple on the control cross. Thinking about coming in for second servings. Has support all around him, so this is a very comfortable setup for Navi. Yes, there's a player who attacks their secret, but it was tabseN in control that throws the biggest question into the round. Gade, Tech9 still half health op in his hands.
Top performer, 21 frags, 1v2.
And a minute to work. He's already gotten out of control. He could just slip up through heaven onto A.
Not known that much for being in the clutch, so this will be a real test for Gade, but a real good opportunity.
He goes back. And they're right here, ready to trade one after another, and he just doesn't nail that first shot. Even had he done so, Electronic's gonna swing with the op on cycle. So Navi, stellar stuff.
I think he had a right idea, but overthought it. Could have pushed for that ramp control, taking it upstairs. Navi doing naturally what they would do, but doing it together. It's a good counter for the op. I actually thought that I thought that Bit actually played this a bit too aggressively, considering his position and no one being downstairs as soon as they was. But he believes in himself, of course, and he's taking more risks than ever. And he's almost always having a good game no matter what. 24 and 13 for a Bit.
That's a big one.
He's got his paws on every round.
Whoa, hey there. Keto, not expecting somebody to be standing on top of Blue, completely cuts off his attempted route on top of Mini. That's an easy pickup for Electronic. Plucking the duck out of the sky. But still, it's big to group up.
Oh, man. That makes all these kills so much easier. Just that little bit of damage.
Especially when we have Boomich working with the FAMAS. Or Bit, excuse me. But they don't commit to it, Mo. They fall back.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go?
Anything can work, anything can fail. They have got tabs into that Electronic spot, sitting inside a secret by Electronic himself.
Ooh, if tabseN doesn't come in, though. Or if tabseN's ready for the fight, but Electronic wins it with sub 10 HP. And Simple will opt Tizian out of this one as well. So 2 versus 5 situation, looking a little bit too desperate for Big. And Navi's CT side starts to come back alive. We had some good moments here from Big Clan, but now it feels like it is truly starting to slip. And that 19 wins in a row on Nuke is looking likely.
One thing you'll notice is wherever the real magic to the CT side is that just for whatever reason, Simple is just so good at the information and the experience of the team he plays. He always knows where you're going to end. And if he has made that final rotation of getting into upstairs, that's when you know that they believe, the whole team believes that it's going to end upstairs, wherever they put that up, because you have the freedom to rotate if you're hell, heaven, ramp, and outside, all between each other. But as soon as you go into upstairs, you can only now rotate by taking over lobby control and going all the way around or going down the vent, which is extremely, dangerous for an op to do. So if you see Simple inside or upper, that's usually where the round's going to end.
Okay.
That's usually where they're coming.
Thing is that you not only have to know where he's coming from, but then you've also got to be able to stop him. Never the easier part of the two. Desperate situations from Big from here on out. We're going to have the op, AK, and pistols in the 25th round of Nuke. Navi looking for that 15th round to secure OT at least. And searsaN maybe looking for what Electronic offered them last round, some kind of an exposed position working above Blue, somebody trying to stop them from attacking the roof of Mini. You just threw your first frag away in that exact same spot last round, so why not look for the pick? But he sees nothing, and he gives it up. Now joining his teammates inside of the lobby. Maybe opting to try and find the first frag on A. And it looks like Navi are going to be very content to just lean back on a round like this.
They're actually super close in front of the HUD as well. They're just, as soon as someone makes a noise, they'll probably get some information. Like the rotation's coming over from Simple to reinforce with Bit.
And Bit's got the first, has good cover as well. Oh, he hits the wall bang, sends him a message. And then falls back passively as Bit also moves down onto B. And he's not going to go tucking into the back of the site, but instead sits around on ramp, 4 players on the cusp of this, and he cuts down the AK first. 2 pistols in front of the op, but it is easy for Bit. 1, 2, 3, and Navi on 15.
How many kills does he have? He's on 28, so he's been the star of the show somehow. That's actually insane.
Hot damn.
No, I mean, this actually might be one of Simple's lowest ratings on a map win on Nuke in the last 19, because Bit's just taking so much of the shine at the moment. It's not even because the team is struggling. It's just a zero-sum game.
And nearly a finished game. 5 map and match points here for Navi. And a streak that shows no signs of stopping. Simple, though, will be caught through the smoke. So we've got a little life left in Big. 2 frags from Tapson. When push comes to shove, he's going to stiff arm Navi at the start of round 26. 5v3. Can Navi claw their way back?
This is when you can go full creativity, art attack in the rounds. You're in a 3v5, you can take all kinds of risks, do unique things, push together. This is where we see some of the most interesting moments from teams at this level. But what's the risk that they're going to take?
Let's see, Boomich. Oh, gets one, just shaves Gade off of the pack. And Bit looks to move down into the B site. Will stop bomb. Peeks wide and falls to Tapson, though. Tapson offering us a multi-kill in a crucial round, denying Navi their victory on Nuke for at least 1 round longer.
Tapson's not been consistent enough this game, but he's had some key rounds at the same time. So.
Yes, highlights here and there.
Yeah. Overall, it's not a good enough game from a couple of members on the team. Still obviously time for that to change.
Yes, sir.
15-11, only 4 to go to take it to overtime. It's unlikely, but Big, they're probably playing with a lot less pressure. You know, it's Navi every single game. It's just the fact that they're holding on to this streak. Just
there's 1, they get 2.
They can see the headlines before they occur. That's just game sense.
Yeah, really nice reads here. Also, you know, very slight peek from Boomich. Managed to grab a player. Just can't slip back into the vents where he would have loved to kind of bunker down. So full buy still up from Navi, the 1-off on Big Clan, denying Navi a finish on fire. And it looks like we're gonna play it quick. Tizian attempts to get down vent and will make it, but it's both him and Keto at about half health. They're gonna continue to barrel down towards B. Bit stuck within ramp. Simple and Boomich open up shop. A comfortable 5v3 advantage for Navi, and they are looking to close on Nuke, but the bomb is planted. The post plant is locked in, and they still have a lobby lurker. That could end up being a crucial factor in this post plant, and sure enough, Gade's able to find one. So now this retake is going to be constantly thinking about that potential lurk. Where's it go? And where's it going to come in from? And Gade is making a great play, but he's caught by Simple. And so suddenly, it's the low HP on Tizian and Keto that needs to come in with the clutch. And Keto, well, he gets wrecked by Electronic as Navi take their opening series at the Fall Finals in a comfortable 2-0 fashion.
Oh yeah, they make it happen. Sometimes it gets close. There's a good first half attempt from the Big Clan, but it's just another notch in the belt ultimately. People have come even closer than that, of course, but at least there was some fight on Nuke. You know, funnily enough, it didn't come down on Dust 2 in what should have been a closer game because of how good Big are on it. But they made some improvements. They probably saw Nuke coming in the veto, and they gave it a hell of a try. I think we were awake by the end of it.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's at least something to give towards Big. There's going to be easier competition that they'll get the chance to play against, but only 1 more BO3 separating them from elimination. So it's do or die time now for the Big Clan. But an understandable loss, just an unfortunate first showing on Dust 2, because I felt like if we had gotten a closer affair there, then maybe Big's able to pull it off. Thing is, Navi just came into this series so hot.
Yeah, they don't have bad first days anymore. They used to be the team to do that, but we go to the major. Everyone thought, okay, either they're probably going to lose 1 game in the Legend stage. They just don't lose a single map in the entire event. It's a different Navi now. There's no sleepers on the team. Yeah, it's Electronic, then Perfecto, then Bits. The nightmare doesn't end.
No, it doesn't. But the dreams do continue, and there's nobody dreamier than James Banks and Simple standing by.
Thank you very much, Scrawny and Launders. Navi do take the win, and a bit of a fight at the end there on Nuke. It was close at least. No, it doesn't exist.
No, just more rounds, more practice on LAN.
That's the plan, right? Get yourself feeling comfortable again.
Yeah, of course.
It does seem though like you guys haven't really missed a beat since the major. You look at that dust too. You guys are full of confidence right now. You just running things back?
Yeah, just a lot of stuff we didn't show on major, like on Dust 2 or Inferno. We're just ready to play any map and yeah, just show what we can do.
Nice. So now, Nuke, does it start worrying in your mind that you are going to lose it at some point? 19 in a row now. Do you ever go, uh-oh, like we're going to lose it eventually, or it never comes into your mind?
No, it's always like we need to grow our streak. Because we actually start really good T-side, but last 5 games, I think the enemy team just start to take rounds as City, and it's always 8-7 or 9-6. So that's why it's look shaky.
A couple of clutches in there. Is this like a birthday present for Perfecto now? You get it done 2-0 nice and quick. Now you can all go out for dinner and have a good night.
Yeah, so he'll get his cake and prepare for next match.
Now, Simple, one thing Blade was telling me before was that you guys right now are still looking to improve, still looking to go further despite being the best team. What kind of things are you guys working on to make sure you can hold on to this streak?
We just told ourselves that we need to forget that we won something big like major and just think that we want to win, like that we really want to do this, you know? That
to
we
keep
want,
going.
Yeah. Just we want to win this event. It's last event, maybe with crowd, so who knows what's gonna be next. So it's always great if we win one more game and play on stage.
And a lot of people think that your next matchup is going to be against Heroic. They consider this to be the team that can really challenge you guys. What do you make of them?
I don't know, just let's see. I mean, they have a good map pool against us. That's their one advantage.
Okay, so Nuke could come up again tomorrow,
maybe,
and you get tested again.
20. How many games we have already?
19.
19.
I think
maybe
with
20
Bit,
tomorrow.
I think with Bit, you've played it 22 times, you lost it once. So it's going pretty well.
Yeah, and we actually lost against BK, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Entropic.
Oh, Entropic.
Yeah, that was a while ago. We forget about that one. That was the Epi Senna RMR, whatever it was. Look, I think here when we look at the teams in the tournament right now, G2's not here. They're the ones who have been in the finals against you previously. Who's going to be there now? Simple, right? Who are you looking at to be the contender in the grand final?
I think like it's interesting between NAP and Astralis, and of course Vitality. Like they can do and show something good on this tournament as well.
Okay. You think the new Astralis roster just behind us right now can be good?
Know. Either they suck or no.
All right, we'll find out pretty soon. They're playing next.
Yeah, they are playing next. In terms of where you guys are at, though, in terms of the individual player, it seems like Bit, for example, just continues to improve. You spoke about how he's still learning, but he's razor sharp. Do you think you guys can push it even further with him?
Yeah, of course. It just, as I said, it was their first experience for Bit on major with crowd, so he probably will gain more experience in future. He'll be more stronger.
Nice.
He'll feel more comfortable.
I wanted to ask a little bit about like the grand final, for example, of the major. They started to go aggressive on lobby, right? Were you expecting more teams to try and exploit that on their CT side against you?
Yeah, of course. That's like their only chance. If they lost other spots, they need to do something aggressive. So it worked for G2, I think, and maybe other teams saw this and trying to use this against us as well.
All right. Look, I don't know what else we can ask the man, right? Best in the world keeps winning. What else can we say?
Probably just he's going to win some more, you know. We'll let him get on with the rest of it because we've got a pretty big game coming up.
Just first game.
Just first game.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win this next game, though?
It's Astralis playing with
NIP.
Oh, I don't know. I think NAP, but I think Astralis has really good chance. I just don't know how Astralis play. We didn't scream them.
Okay.
We didn't see how they play.
All right, well, we'll see soon. Thank you very much for your time, Simple. It's time for us to get ready for this next best of 3, and this is the new Astralis and NIP going head-to-head.
The legendary pillar of Counter-Strike has undergone some serious renovations. An unstoppable force, uprooted.
But not in time. 1 second left. Lucky.
BlameF's debut for the Danes draws eyes as he returns his to his crosshair under the storied leadership of Glaive.
With the deagle and picking up the shots, Nexa goes down. Oh, what?
The Ninjas have secured respect on the server, tapping into the wealth of experience Device has brought. Despite being a fierce contender on the world stage, they were missing a piece to their puzzle. Enter S-Attack, their weapon of choice.
Now it's time to experience the Astralis matchup versus NIP, with new players on both sides, but the Astralis one being the bigger focus right now, with both BlameF and Config coming in, changing the balance within an Astralis that was struggling from start to finish, Chad.
Yeah, this Astralis team right now, I think when you think of Danish Counter-Strike, everybody still thinks of Astralis, right? Even though we have Heroic, we have all these other names around. Yeah. Astralis is the beacon of hope for Danish Counter-Strike, and we have the new roster on your screen right here now, bringing in BlameF and Config, two massive additions coming in from Complexity. But this is a whole new team, right? I don't want people at home to be thinking, oh, is this the Astralis of the old days? Are we going to see them? This could be a team right now that has new map pool, right? Imagine this. They could bring in Mirage. They've got Ave, a new coach right now. There's so much stuff happening with this Astralis roster that we have no idea what to expect. I think Blame in an interview said they've had 11 days worth of practice. And here's the thing, right? You think about the team that we saw at the major. I don't think that they were dejected, but they all knew where the future was going, right? And that's in the back of your mind while you're playing the biggest tournament. This is a fresh team behind us right here. This is a team right now who have one goal. It's to bring Astralis back to those glory days. And I think that they've upgraded some firepower here. And that's huge to say when you consider all the names that have been through this roster. BlameF and Config are beasts.
I'm sure they have got a firepower upgrade, but let's learn something more about the new Astralis lineup.
It feels a bit like you start from scratch again when you're changing out so many players that we have been doing now. It's only me and Sipix back from the old lineup. We changed both Dupree, Magic and Device, and it's 3 really good players, but we also brought in some really good new talents, so I'm looking much forward to see if we can win some tournaments. I'm really excited to work with Config and Blame. They're 2 extremely good players, and they're also really nice persons outside the game. They bring something extra. They have a huge lot of energy. I think this team has a lot of potential, especially with bringing in Blame and Config. I think that will help us a lot. We only have been having 2 weeks of practice with this lineup. For now, I'm doing the in-game leading stuff, and of course, Blame is going to help me getting his own maps to be the in-game leader. We haven't decided that yet, but maybe in the future, we don't know. If it fits the team better, of course, there's a possibility to do that, but for now, it's me. I think it's a really exciting journey we have been starting, to be honest. We're working really hard. We're doing everything we can to get as good as possible, as quick as possible. But we also know that it's going to take some time. I'm really excited, both because it's a new lineup and there's a lot of energy coming into the lineup. Both Config and Blame feels like they are extremely motivated. But I'm also really excited to play in the Royal Arena again because it's in front of the Danish home crowd, and I'm looking really much forward to that.
And that's what it's all about, Chad, right? That Danish home crowd with it, and they've had some very positive memories from these arenas.
Yeah, look, they'll get a chance to play in front of them. It just depends if they're going to have multiple lives, multiple days, or is it going to be a one and done, right? Because we don't know if this team's going to hit the ground running, right? True. You look at the pieces here, and I said firepower upgrades. Like if we're talking, the individual prowess of a Config and that of a Blame, right? These are huge players. Obviously, Dupree, Magic, Bubsky as well. We can go through the entire laundry list of Astralis players who have come through the door, right? But these two are massive names. And the thing is, with Denmark and the Danish Counter-Strike, it just continues to deliver. Now, you piece this together, I don't want to call it an issue, but there's only one individual in this team that is still trying to get a little bit more experience, and that's Lucky. But he has so much around him now. And the question mark is, how quick can this team hit the ground running? Because, this is a huge event to make your debut. It's a huge team to be making your debut against, with Device on the other side of the server. And just how much is that energy, right, that Glaive was talking about going to impact this team? Because it could help them with some momentum, right? Blame and Config, they like to get loud. We know that. You're going to see that. You're going to hear that. And if they're able to contribute anything, right? When I say anything, I'm not talking, a couple of kills, but I'm talking about anything into a culture shift in this team, starting from scratch. There's so many details right now that you could dig into and speculate about. We have no idea, right? We actually just have absolutely no idea what to expect here. If you go through roles of players, well, if Glaive's going to maintain the mantle of the in-game leadership, which you'd hope and you'd expect, then that's going to put Blame in a lot of different positions, right? First of all, not just from the fact that now he's listening to the calls that are coming his way, there's going to be different positions in the server. He's going to have to give and take a little bit more. When you were the in-game leader, you can take a few more liberties, right? So that's a big question mark right there. I think Config as well, his injury, right? We're not talking about it a whole lot here, but we have to see now, how does he go in the server, right? That's another question is he going to be able to just overcome that straight away?
Well, he has been tweeting out a few pictures of his DM practice beforehand, I know you can only take it with a pinch of salt, but he's definitely been putting the work in despite having the issue with his hand. But you know what? We've been talking a lot about Config and BlameF. It's certainly going to be a big change. So let's see what they had to say.
It's really nice to be reunited with Config. I love him, and he just enjoys to play with every day. He brings a good mood. I really like his play style, always a good attitude and all that. So that's really awesome to play with.
He's my big baby, BlameF. So I feel like that's the best thing that could happen. I really like that BlameF. He took the opportunity and jumped on the train as well. I feel like this is home. This is where I was supposed to be a couple of years ago. And now I have the opportunity. I had to grab it and take it instantly because I feel like this is where my career will go high. The team, the Astralis team that won majors, they're out. The new Astralis team, they're in. So there's zero pressure.
This is a new start. Like, we're not gonna measure ourselves on how good we are, like depending on how well the other team did. Because obviously, if you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to win 4 majors in order to do as well as them. So that's impossible to sit and measure that on day one. So no, I don't think there's a lot of pressure on us. I think we're just gonna go out and see how good we can.
BlameF has a lot of good tactics that he wants to do and a good flashbangs and smokes and stuff. So he brings that to the team, and then Glaive is like the overall in-game leader.
I think it's gonna help me a lot on the server that I don't have to call all the time, but I still think I'm the kind of guy that likes to put in a lot of work, and I still think I'm bringing a lot of stuff to the team, and I'm still doing a lot of the background work. I think the person I look forward to play with the most, it's Config. Like, yeah, I played with him before, but it's just like he's the best teammate I ever had, and yeah, I just appreciate him so much, so Config.
Glaive and Sipnix are, of course, legendary players, and I really want to learn a lot of stuff from them. And then BlameF came in from the sideline, so I really like just the team overall. I just think that this is going to be the team.
Now they've managed to stick together and come back onto a different lineup together at the same time. But my thing here to you, Chad, is do we look at this as like a potential, Dupree and Device, and then you look at it in the same way of a duo?
I'm going more like Mighty Ducks and the Bash Brothers. That's a reference a lot of our viewers at home probably don't get.
Yeah, they won't remember that.
No, but you can see these two. They both like to get to the gym by the looks of things, right? They're high energy, right? They're going to pick the team up in that kind of a way. In terms of a duo in the server, I don't know if we're going to see too much of that, right? I think when you look at BlameF in his career, obviously in Complexity, he was the lurky in-game leader, right? But he showed that he is a massive fragger, right? If he's able to now, he had a little period of time, obviously, when they were having these changes, Config got injured. Someone had to do some entry fragging, and Blame showed that he could do that. Now, if he's put in positions and set up to do so, right, and used in that arsenal, it doesn't have to be part of the pack. He can be used elsewhere on the map. I think he's going to be influential in that regard. Config, again. Now, this is the type of guy, I'm curious to see, like, secondary AWPing. Well, it probably should be Config doing that, right? Because we've seen that in the past as well with Complexity. Config would pick up that secondary AWP. So there's a lot of stuff here that we just have as unknowns. We can speculate, right? And I start to go, okay, well, we have Glaive. He likes to be aggressive on the CT sides with the in-game leading. Config's going to be a part of that, and Lucky, right? That would be my pack, right? If I was, that would work on the T side as well in their defaults, those three. And then you can have Zipex. Let's use Overpasses as an example. He can keep doing his babysitting the backyard jobs he's done for all these years. And then you can now Blame to maybe be a bit more of an active lurk, right? He's playing up through Connector while the rest are working on Party. That's just an example, right? I don't even know what maps we're going to get to here today. But if I was going to speculate, I think you leave Zipex doing what Zipex does best, and you try and not morph Blame, but use the ability that Blame has in the way that Glaive sees fit within the system, because he is an individual, right, who is, I think he's going to become the 2IC, the second in charge as far as the calls go for the team. And if you're using him well with Glaive on the other side of the map, it could be a real recipe for success. I don't know, right? I don't know. I'm just speculating. So
it's fun to speculate, mate.
And that's the thing. Like today, we literally have no idea what type of team we're going to get. Like I predicted them to win, but I don't know why.
You didn't need logic for it, Chad. Sometimes you just got to trust your gut.
Well, this is the thing, right? I'm seeing the stars align, literally. Astralis, right? Obviously, they're here in Denmark on home soil against Device, right? Obviously, motivating factor there as well. Right? There's a lot to play for here. Honeymoon period of this new team. So there's a lot of positives there. And I don't think pressure, like you heard them talking about it in the interview, I don't know if pressure is going to be a massive factor, right? It's definitely going to be there, but I don't think it's going to be a defining factor for a team like this.
Culturally, though, right, in terms of the attitude and what vibe you get from a BlameF and a Convict, it's very different to the usual Astralis style, right?
Yeah, look, Dupree and Magis were probably the two loud boys or most emotive anyway. Oh, we got Glaive smashing desks, so I don't want to forget that too. So in terms of plug and play there, I think that, yeah, it's going to be a little bit different, right? But Magis would love yelling and all that stuff as well. And you remember, we could go back in the time machine to when him and Config played together. This is the thing. With this matchup today, with all these Danish matchups now, there's so much overlap with all these players. When they've played with each other before, when They were like on opposing teams' rivalries. There's a lot to sink your teeth into, other than Lucky, who's obviously the newest boy on the block here in terms of the age and the pedigree at this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and for Lucky, right, this is a player who maybe at times got so much extra criticism put on him because he was brought into Astralis. You know, he was expected to deliver straight away now. Though, okay, he's not shown us massive improvements. Do you think he's got what it takes to be a part of this lineup and deliver in the right level?
That's a good question. I think we need to see a lot more because put yourself in Lucky's shoes at the major. Oh, the team's going to change roster after, and this is my first major with Astralis.
Just chilling, just waiting.
But this is it, right? Like, you don't want to be in that position. You don't want it because he is dealing with the baggage of the rest of the team.
Yeah.
You don't, and he's only a kid. He's only 18, having to come in and deal with that. So the potential for him, he's definitely had moments. I think he was the reason that they got around against NIP last time they faced, right? So I think when you consider the little details like that, if he can, I think right now as well, with it being a whole new environment, that's going to play a big difference, right? Because we've talked about this a lot with teams, but the honeymoon period, we use that reference for a reason. This is where everybody is putting their best foot forward.
Yeah.
This is when everybody is on their best behavior.
Show your stuff.
Exactly. There's no issues anymore with the 6-man back and forth of the Bubsky stuff. All of that is in the past. And that's the key thing here, to focus on this Astralis being a whole new team. Don't think about the Astralis of the old. Think about this as a new chapter, a whole new book for Astralis.
And a whole new strat book potentially as well.
Yes. You're talking about Ave.
Yes. You got Ave, right? You've got also Blame F there because he said he will have some impact and input in there. And Glaive's going to have different pieces to use at the same time. I don't think we're going to see the old strats.
Yeah, it might take a while for that to come together, right? No, map pool could be something else as well that we could play with here, right? Like Mirage, for example, was a map that Blame F and Conflict like to play, right? But now it's something that Astralis haven't played in a very long time. But I don't expect to see it here today. But they have the flexibility to go in that direction in the future, right? So I think that there's a lot to unearth here. Ave, if you're not too familiar, did some coaching with North, but we could go way back in the time machine as well. Zonic, the previous coach of this team, was teammates with Ave, who was the in-game leader of that MTW roster. So definitely a lot of pedigree here. Bans coming in, Ancient removed for Astralis, so we're starting to get a look at how they want to do things. NIP getting rid of Vertigo and the nuke pick. Okay, well that's classic Astralis. Nothing new there. As we go forward, this is where this is what we're talking about. Mirage is left open. Right, they've removed Ancient. This is what I'm talking about here. Mirage is still in the map pool right now.
Decider?
It could even be because they've removed Inferno. Is this a trap? Right now, because you're NIP, you go, hold up a second.
What are we doing?
They're leaving Mirage in the map pool? What's going on here? It will be Mirage as the third. So interesting. They've picked it up immediately. I sort of didn't think we'd see it today. We might not get to 3, but if we do, we will. Overpass as map number 2 there for NIP. And, well, we haven't even started talking about Esatag on the other side of the server yet, mate. So there's a whole nother team as part of this equation here, but Nuke, it's going to be a staple for both. I think Esatag coming in as well, a map that... this is where a Dane in a team like this is going to add a lot because Esatag has played with a lot of the good Nuke in-game leaders over the years.
Oh, yes. Just over the last couple of teams have been a part of, right, have shown it all when it comes to this. But let's start to talk about this NIP roster, right? And let's talk about the man on your screens now. Because what we have started to learn and what we've started to know is that although he's come into this team, he's not in the same level as Device in terms of the language speaking thing, which I think is such a key component here. It's communication.
Yeah, you know how I feel about the old languages in Counter-Strike, right? I think it's a massive factor here. So any wobbles in that regard could be a bit of a drama here. Now, I think the fact that you do have Device, your man on the screen right here, who can translate, and obviously the Nordics, we know that sometimes Swedish, Danish, there's a little bit of overlap of understanding. So we'll see how much that plays in, as well as Counter-Strike language, as opposed to you don't need the full plethora of words here. So it might be all right? And they can even speak in English. They all speak English fantastically.
This is true, yes.
So, worst case scenario, they definitely have something they can fall back on here. But I don't want to call it a problem. I just think when you're a definite upgrade over LNZ because of his experience, right? I think that's there, and I think that's what NIP were looking for, because you consider Plopsky and Hampus. Even though Hampus is probably the best player on this team at the moment, they're both not hugely experienced, really, right?
You're still young in it, right?
Like Plopsky, I know he's been playing now since 2019, but then 2020, well, we went off LAN. That hasn't
the same environment.
Exactly. So it's a whole different scenario here. I guess everybody's relearning, so you maybe take that one with a bit more of a pinch of salt. But a glue man, somebody good in the clutch, somebody to take initiative across the map. I think that's what you're going to get from Esatag here. But I don't know who's got more pressure on them right now, right? Because you think about this NIP team, they're pretty sturdy in the top 10.
Yeah.
Right? And they've made a change, and you're wanting to go deep in these tournaments, so you make the change and it doesn't go well out the gates. Is that immediately like a bad sign? Are they giving this time? What are they expecting to get from this? Because is it plug and play and try and win, or is it plug and play and give it time? I'm not sure.
Well, let's find out how SATAG's feeling. We actually got to catch up with him in an interview.
To be an NAP player, it feels amazing because, first of all, I feel like it's the same kind of feeling as I had when I was in Astralis, where you feel like you have the entire org right behind you. It feels more family-like, and I think the players that I have on this team is just absolutely amazing in their own category. I think this team is just amazing. I got nothing bad to say, really. Just want to get on with it and learn fluent Swedish and just give it my all. It's been a bit turbulent for me and a bit disappointing over the past year. Don't want to dwell on that too much. I'm really happy where I am now. I'm just going to do my absolute best here to show that I belong here. Biggest attraction to joining NAP, it must be Device. Like, I know what he's capable of. I knew he was the one that I knew coming into this. Also, like, getting to know the org, getting to know the people behind. It just, like I said, feels like a huge family. So it's I feel really appreciated here.
Now SATAG there, right, comes into his first NIP game, speaks about what he wants to see there with Device, right? But the thing we've got to look at, this guy is one guy who's definitely used to adjusting and change, because you just look at the teams. It goes from Astralis, then you have Cloud9, then you have Complexity, now you're here. So at least he might be able to hit the ground running better than we expect.
Yeah, look, he's obviously used to finding himself in new environments here. This time round, obviously, that language barrier, Swedish being fluent, I don't think it's going to come quickly. Look, I don't know. These guys from this part of the world, they seem to be able to do everything, right? We got Gade speaking German, so I suppose anything is possible here. It's how much can he contribute to the team, right? That's the biggest question mark, because I don't think that, even though LNZ, look, he had some rough games, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But we're thinking SATAG is going to be an upgrade there in experience and firepower. But is that the difference maker? Plopsky, a man on your screen right here, who I don't think they've been getting the best out of, right? Hampus has been performing well, but then T-sides are an issue, and he's the in-game leader. So where does the blame fall then? You go to Device. All right, well, he's obviously not star-level carry performances, but it's been trending upwards-ish. So when you look at all of this, and Rez as well,
that's what I'm about to say. He was going to look
at. So you know where the potential is for this team. You've seen the potential, and I hate to use that word, but we need to get it consistently. So if this change gets the consistent Rez, the consistent Device, we get more out of Plopsky, right? Hampus can continue to in-game lead and the T-side starts to look better, then yeah, it's a great change. But once again, we're at the tail end of the year. How much time is this? Just okay, it's a soft end to the year. We'll just see how things go. Where is everybody's priorities at? Because that's another huge thing.
Well, let's see what you think of this, chat. Because when I looked at this change, I was thinking, cool, you've got Device, you've got Rez, you put them as the two big ones, right?
Yep.
And then I was thinking, you change things around and you slot now SATAG into that third role.
Okay. Yeah, look.
Or does that make you feel uncomfortable and you think Plopsky should still remain in?
I think there's like a romantic period of time with SATAG when he was in Astralis, and he had that entire system around him, and he was just playing amazing Counter-Strike, right? That is a big reason of why he got picked up by Cloud9, right? That's what, because SATAG before, if you remember this guy on Heroic, right, you think about him, oh, he's pretty good at movement. If the team needs him to AWP, he'll AWP. If the team needs him to do these bitch rolls, as I like to put it here, he'll do whatever he needs to do for the team, right? Yep. Does he have, right? Because you need a certain amount of confidence, you need a certain level of it where you can step on up, right? And so I will be the third star of this team. Now, I think that it's probably going to stay likely Device, Rez, and Hampus, right? It's just in these finer moments where I think that SATAG can find that contribution, right? Okay, we're in a mid-round, something that, Hampus has gone out early, he's taken some space on the T side, he's died. Maybe SATAG can take control of the group, because who was taking control before, right? You don't want Device to have to do it too often. You want him to be able to focus on just that AWP.
Yeah.
Rez is a star rifler, or meant to be. You want him to be able to focus on his crosshair as well. So if SATAG can do some micromanaging in the mid-rounds, and he can help them out with some calling when Hampus has gone down early, maybe he's not feeling a situation, maybe he's lurking somewhere else on the map, that's where his contributions could be worth their weight in gold. The problem is, how the hell do we quantify that? Because we can't hear what they're saying, and if we do, it's going to be in broken Swedish, Danish, English. So
good luck whoever's translating that.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, right? So this is something that we're going to learn together. Same with the Astralis roster. I just think that this is... with NIP and how it's been, obviously this year we've had the changes, we've had Device come in for Nork, but other than that, the fifth man constantly changing between with ZTR, LNZ, now it's Esatag. This feels like something that they can sink their teeth into, right? It feels a bit more long term. The other ones, I don't know how you felt about it. When I saw ZTR, when I saw LNZ, it was like, they're just going to dip their toe in and see how they go, and then they can always just replace that individual.
It felt like to me when you're like working with these academy players, right? It was like, have we done enough to see if they're ready just yet?
Sure.
Can they do something? And then it was like, okay, no, this hasn't worked. You know, they weren't maybe as sure as, and I'll give the example like Manasu, right? People are straight away saying he should be ready for tier 1, but even that you can't really quantify until you put him in the situation, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, right, that you don't know. You can do your best in terms of seeing these players play in the academy realms. You can do your best in terms of seeing them how they conduct themselves in practice. I think it was pretty clear that LNZ was somebody for the team that was kind of one of the motivational guys, which you wouldn't expect from one of the youngsters, right? You always saw him getting fired up, trying to get the boys in it. You know, the Swedes, let's be honest, not always known for being the most emotional.
Quite not, yeah.
Yeah, they're like just sitting there pretty chill. What's going on here, mate? He's showing us the new tech.
Here we go. Fancy show off, you know.
Well, he hasn't broken it. That's this is I'm so much of a boomer. I haven't been it folds now. All right, yeah. Phones fold now. We're learning. We're now
flashy,
back.
mate. Flashy.
That takes us back. We had folding phones when we were what?
Yeah, but they were flip
14?
phones, right?
Yeah, they weren't.
They the tiniest screen.
They definitely
like a
weren't as
Tamagotchi
cool.
style screen.
Yeah, and you couldn't go on the internet on them. So yeah, we were missing a couple of details of the modern generation.
Well, we're also missing players to be fully ready right now. So what we are going to do, Chad, is take a bit of an extended break, and then we'll come back with the match soon, because this is one you won't want to miss. It's the new Astralis going up against the new NIP. We'll see you soon.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Let's go.
Flashing now. Boom. I'm blind.
They flash long, I'm in library. Oh, you cannot. He picked short or?
Yeah, he picked. He went back, I think.
I'm coming too.
Yeah. I'm playing on apartments. One came back short, since I saw him.
Picking short. Maybe they won't.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They flash.
Flash short.
Maybe he's picking.
Going up short.
They smoked side. Well,
Hold the flash for speed.
In the back.
I'm not picking.
I'm gonna drop it.
Don't move the bike.
Yeah, just wait.
I'm going closer.
I'm trying to full spot it for you. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Bro, let's mono long and short and go 2 apps.
Okay. Well, one time he like put a molly short. One time he like put out the molly. So.
Flashing.
I'm going, bro.
I'm picking short.
Balcony.
Dead.
Maybe bike. I don't see him side.
Okay.
Apps. In apps. He's not out.
Was he blind?
No, he went his brother flash.
Okay.
Maybe he catch him a little bit.
Bye?
Yeah, I think
okay.
it's...
Well, folks, we are one step closer, just a little bit closer to what I think is one of the most hype matchups in quite some time, dude. We're
privilege to be able to talk over top of this first showing of a new Astralis. An Astralis that is fundamentally changed. For the better?
Yeah. I mean, yes, from the last iteration at least, of course, trying to fill the gap of device. But I think the key piece to the puzzle here for Astralis, and we haven't even talked about Astralis to Nip. We'll get there and talk. My biggest problem in this game is just gonna be talking too much. There's just there's so many things going through my mind right now. I mean, the fact that we get Mirage potentially as a third, because Config is one of the best Mirage players in the world, plus Blame F, that was one of Complexity's best maps, probably their best map in general. It's just insane. They come through with the Ancient Band now. It's just so exciting to be living in this timeline.
Yes.
And Glaive is the key piece to all of this, because you can see whenever you talk to Glaive and you try to corner him on what's his philosophy on building new teams, he always leaves everything open. Anything is possible for him. He looks at building a team as a brand new team every single time they get a new piece. They don't try to make it the old Astralis that won everything. He's never had that in his mind. He's never tried to desperately reach for it while they build a new team. No, they're going to take this together and create something new with Ave, with Blame, and Blame himself is also completely open to the adaptation of not being an IGL for the first time, not even potentially being a lurker if that's not what's needed. Now, you know Glaive is going to extend him the courtesy of offering him that position if they need to. No doubt. And he can 100% still do that in this game, but we have no idea what kind of play style they're going to bring for us. But without talking about Astralis too much, we also have Astralis to Nip, and they made it to top 8 of the major with Linus, and it was you know, a complete rookie and not a superstar rookie, and definitely was kind of the heel of the show when they got to playoffs, but still got them there, and they did very well. But now you have Astralis, who you could definitely look at as an upgrade as a player, but there are still going to be questions for the team. You still have a player like Plopsky on the roster, who I think, you know, him and Linus were, you know, both kind of struggling on the block a lot, and there still could be more changes on the horizon. Lucky is the one for Astralis that might be the big question mark here, but the one thing I love about the fact that they brought in Lucky and that they're sticking to it is they're doing what other teams are not doing, and that's not pretending that they don't need a superstar level opper for the future, and they're building and working on that now. And I actually believe Lucky can be that player, but it might take some time. Some players are going to be a slow burn, and that's just the nature of it. 99% of pros are going to need time to get better. Not everyone's going to be bitter as Iwu. I think there's hope for him, but these two teams coming together. The last time we was at the major, or sorry, it was the 16-1 on Inferno. Yeah. And it was a complete stomp. I've never seen Astralis play that badly in my entire life. I couldn't believe it, considering Device is on the other team. But this is going to be a real rematch, even though it's a team that has way less experience and way less known from themselves even about the way that they're going to play. This team is going to change drastically match by match, and we're going to watch it live here at the Blastfall Finals.
That's the beauty of these two changes. We talk NIP, I'm thinking Astralis just elevates a system and you know, a strategy that is already proven. A top 8 major team with a firepower upgrade, with a confidence upgrade, with stability improved across the entire team because they can fall onto a guy like Astralis. You know, Astralis, he looks across over towards his challengers. This is a fundamentally changed Astralis, and they are introducing what could be just fuel to a fire. We saw the Astralis flames kind of fiddle out a bit, right? It fizzled, it faded, but it was still a light. And we saw something. We saw something at the major that showed that, you know, this was not a team that was going to go anywhere. Clearly, with the length of the contracts on Glaive and on Xyp9x, these are still players who want to achieve more, who want to take on a serious challenge in getting back to a level that some had never seen. And to do that with the explosiveness of a guy like Blame F in Config, who, I love that quote from Blame F, said when he joined Complexity for the first time, when he got side by side with Config, he told him, I could play with you for the rest of my career. And to see those two guys sitting next to Xyp9x and Glaive, and knowing that Lucky is just on the end of this lineup as well. If you are Lucky and you are a young, aspiring star, and that's an emphasis, I want to say star, he has to play to a level that would justify being next to these other 4 Great Danes. And now he has to, because it's live. The first showing of Astralis and the new Ninjas begins on Nuke.
I'm just praying whoever wins this map loses the second so we can get Mirage in this series, because that would be extraordinary. Oh man, it's amazing. It was amazing to see Device play Mirage for the first time, and now to potentially see Astralis and them go head to head. That's just a treat.
It's going to be Astralis to open over towards ramp, but Hampus gives them a love tap. Config, a heavy hitter, going to be taken out of the pistol. Device may be caught by surprise here that there's a player so close on rafters. The doors swing open, and that's going to give a good chance for Device to have a bit of cover, but BlameF trades it. We've got duels unfolding on separate sides, and an evacuation route from Astralis, in fact, back towards Hell. But Hampus, oh, he played this one really sneaky, and he catches Glaive with his head turned. BlameF is down in vent. Or no, excuse me, it's Xyp9x in the back of the site.
Yeah, he's lurking around on the rafters. Bomb is left right in the middle of the open, and they know where the CTs are going to be posturing to try to attack from. But now it's a question of how do we collect the bomb versus 3, and the CTs are doing a great job of covering all of the potential escape routes or entrances. Our control side here has been taken over. Bomb will get recollected. They'll join forces to clear things out properly, and they can potentially go for the plant, but this is where STech can actually strike.
And he waits for the footsteps to confirm they've sprinted outwards. Berettas from Plopsky. 2 guns, 2 frags, and an opening round for Nip.
Yes, they've already got this pistol round that was very well played. Hampus, as you mentioned, was so tricky outside of Hell, and it was actually his slow rotation that caught him off, right? Because he got this opening duel from Config, and then he didn't overplay the situation, didn't continue to peek and ramp. Instead, he just waited to see if they were going to try to make their way to him. And it's off the kills that dictate where your position is going to lead to, right? If you're going to try to be aggressive because you go down 4v5, or if you're going to be able to have options open when you're up 5v4. And very smart of Hampus to not get too excited.
NIP favored by Betway coming into this first map, and many bodies from Astralis tucked outside of Silo. Saw a very similar round to this from Big just last match.
I think it makes
burst beyond.
I think it makes perfect sense for NIP to be favored, of course, because of what they've shown with this roster. But I think, wow, okay. Okay, with just the Glocks.
No more of that. Lucky Glock headshot over top of Blue, but the bomb will be caught in an attempt to cross. So that just kind of takes a bit of pressure off of what was a pretty chaotic situation in Device's hands. He didn't really give us a FAMAS trailer.
But, you know, when we compare the roster side by side, there is the argument that Astralis have the better one on paper, right? So even though we've got Device on the other team, I feel like we've got a lot more consistent and proven players overall, and an inspirited roster, you know, with the best IGL of all time.
Yeah, with tons of support, an organization that gets behind them. The investment is there from Astralis. Not in this round, of course. Just the P250 still for BlameF to work with. Everybody else working Glocks.
We also have yet to see Device really get comfortable. Like, he's been getting better as the months have rolled on, but not nearly at his level that he was on when he played on Astralis, and that's also a question mark.
And he alluded to that post-major. He mentioned, you know, he thinks he himself could have given more. He said that Rez could have also given us a bit more.
Yeah.
That they're
part of the core. That's the bottom line.
Little vent pop here, 7 seconds. Just wanting to die before time. Literally feeding Hampus 2 kills towards the end of it. And with a smirk, he'll take ninjas to the 2-0 start.
Should have let him live. Should have let them both live. The ultimate torture right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we move into the first rifle round. And there will, of course, be growing pains in this game. I mean, why this game is exciting is because there's history between the players. Because, of course, we've always wanted to see Config on Astralis throughout the years for those, you know, long-time fans out there.
Waited.
It's someone who we thought was on the short list of players to get on right after someone got removed, but they just started winning so much there was just no room. But now it's finally happened.
Guns up. And what feels like the game truly begins. Smokes, incendiaries, very quick routing from Astralis, immediately put to a halt. And they're going to be blind spraying through that smoke. Very good damage versus BlameF, but the other 3 players behind him are just walking over. And they've managed to dodge damage, unlike Blame. He will remain the forefront of this push, and they kind of fall silent here. Xyp9x still lurking otherwhere on the map. No pressure, as we still have more than a minute.
Yeah, but they're right now, NIP rotations, okay, they've got Hampus downstairs with this timing called. There's no one here to stop them on control. And we cross a minute, and this is when Astralis will start to make decisions about where they want to go next, if they want to take it lower. And we see they start working on this map control. But do they do it quietly is the question. We've got some nades coming out, and they do actually clear this quietly. Okay. This is pretty big.
They'll get closer and closer, no doubt. Now the utility is going to give away the play. 35 seconds left. Hampus Standing on the ramp, and lobby locked off for the time being. It's an MP9 still inside of Hut.
Oh, he's so aware of the second
Down
player.
on B, though. Hampus, he's going to be called out by Glaive, still fighting from the open. Lucky burning device, and a flashed Hampus falls, but Rez, Dink inside of the site, takes Config with him, and Zipix.
Jesus.
Great lurk. Tons of damage done versus the 3 standing on the B site for Astralis. Definitely a pressured situation that could have slipped Nip's way, but that's a clean first round win from the T side.
That's a call out, because if you're Zipix, you can stay inside of Squeaky and watch the vent push. Here's an off angle towards the Hut. You're almost never going to clear this like right away. He had a good advantage in that first duel, and he was totally aware of the double push as well. Not only that, he baited the second player into killing him in a different position later on. That was a solid round from Astralis to kick off the rifles. Called out Nip, took outside control, didn't lose a player in their default, and made a lot of progress quickly.
They've got the door busted off its hinges. In this round, it's just lesser weapons. Quick play from Blame F. Gonna have his back exposed to Plopsky, but it's just working with the SMG. Almost able to get a second. Hampus into the mix. Deagle through smoke. So it's a dangerous game to play, bursting onto the A site. Device takes to heaven. And we've got Astralis kind of working their way outwards. Config 7 health to work with. Good thing he was able to dodge those Deagle shots. Glaive's hands busy with the bomb. Device puts down the smoke outside so that he can come peeking into sight. And a flash down beneath him so that he can try to prey on somebody inside A. Rez lurking around from lobby. Lucky looks to lock him in. And Rez ready for it. The dink connects, the damage is done, and Hampus is in the clutch. All 3 of these players low. Hampus sees the second, gets the guy up close, but Lucky's got the clutch. And Astralis, it's close.
Needed an 8th bullet in that mag, and we could have talked about it. That would have been 1v3 heard around the world. A really nice attempt, but some great damage, even if they leave with just that. It's still early on in the half. Nice attempt on the hold, but a very explosive attack from Astralis. And this is what you could argue is their biggest upgrade in terms of stylistic difference, is that now in terms of an entry pack between Glaive and Config alone, like they've got so much power. And you also pointed out that BlameF was one of the first people downstairs in secret. He was almost exclusively the person to hang back outside of Silo in most of their defaults on complexity. You can already see the roles have changed.
Yeah, clear contrast. And what like a tantalizing idea that is, as we're going to continue to piece together this picture of a new Astralis. You know, because he did what he did for so long, right? That was one of the criticisms of Blame F within Complexity is that stylistically, he didn't really change. Boost inside of the A site from the Ninjas, looking through the gap. Howdy, neighbor. But ramp completely clear for the taking, and by extension, the B bomb site.
The reason it just feels like you want to believe in what they can do, and you can see he's in more of his natural position, and certainly they're going to be more dynamic than simply, we've got a new style for you. You can do a million things in Counter-Strike because there's no actual specific roles. You don't choose an agent. You can actually play 5 different roles in any given round, and that's what makes it a really hard game to play. But it also highlights how talented you are as a player.
The whole package at times. Oof. Blame F doing a great job just piecing together these frags. It's all him so far, with Astralis taking that ramp room route down to the B bomb site. Blame F looking for the anti-eco ace. 2 heads to pop, both about to walk into him, but he falls to the USP and Config clears it up. It's the Complexity duo's full house.
You also have the fact that Zipix has now played a lurk position. Lucky comes in the clutch and is actually a very good clutcher, and Blame F that's his most natural role. And all these factors, there's so much potential, right? And just because there's potential doesn't mean that it's going to work out. I mean, greater projects have failed.
Yep. FaZe Clan. Oh, sorry, did you say something?
No, just said.
Oh.
Yeah. It's going around.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, well, NIP, no ops on this round. All silenced M4s. Let's see what the tempo is for Astralis.
It's going to be a quick one. Right into the site. They catch Essa tag, spotted him one up high.
Oh my god.
They know that Plopsky's here, but Config kills him. 2 frags from Config as he comes out from Hut. And it is Astralis cutting through this A site like it's nothing.
They ate every flash like they were starved for 4 days. They just loved it. They lapped it up. They got all pushed off their positions. No one could help each other. Communication was completely useless in that moment. That was a beastly execute.
Damn, dude. Rez in the depths of CT spawn already. Insta save call. Astralis smash through A site.
For NIP, one of the biggest things that of concerns with their new lineups that they were struggling on T sides, and Esatag didn't have good T side statistics. Saw a couple of people put up pictures of stats in highlighting that over the last year. Now, of course, it's a little bit weird because for Esatag, it's been one of those tragic stories of like, you know, did each team have enough time for him to do anything about it, or, you know, were the systems good enough? And when he was on Astralis, he did literally nothing wrong and then got cut. And that's why you're always holding out hope for him as a player. And we've seen what he can do. So this is supposed to be his most structured team, where he's most comfortable, and he's actually going to be able to play lands, you know, in a environment where he can play and have a facility to work from as well. So this will be the best chance for him to kind of prove those stats wrong, or really show what he can do once again since his time on Astralis. But lots of questions.
And slowly we're being fed the answers. 2 M4s, of course, for the Ninjas. What's left of the previous save. Nice position from Hampus next to Red. But Blame F holds off, and he's not alone here, no. He's got Glaive behind him. Oh, good jump up from Hampus, but the spray's not so clean.
They're like stormtroopers.
Glaive stands at 22 health, Hampus just 14.
Imagine how long Star Wars would have been if it was just Stormtrooper versus Stormtrooper. NT, get away from that. Don't talk about it. Maybe drop that gun off with Device if you can find him.
Yeah,
Device
leave it with somebody else.
Secret, yeah.
Device still empty-handed in terms of kill count. 0 and 6 is his start on Nuke, but Rez will find impact with the Colt. It's Glaive down. Now that's, of course, just finishing off Hampus's earlier damage, so what is left of Astralis is still standing on strong legs, unwavering as they play side by side outdoors, and even catching Device. 0 and 7.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he kind of takes an aggressive line there. He's going to get found out eventually. It doesn't have utility to, you know, tuck and if he gets mollied out. So, but this does open up downstairs. Hampus quite low is one of the only 2 guns available. Esatag will get some information, but doesn't have much to fall back on in the way of weapons.
Will be able to get into a closer corner and is given a chance to jump up.
Yeah, and now they make a good rotation, actually. Yeah, they can take upstairs.
Zipix comes in from the squeaky door, so it's on Plopsky to stop bomb. Time is of the essence. 15 seconds, but of course Zipix going to lock in the vent, or will he? Oof, turning around where there was a chance. Astralis needing to commit to plant. And so they'll do so. Hampus looking to shave one off with a deeper angle in lobby, but it's going to be difficult to get Esatag out of the vent. Let alone Hampus come in with a clutch, only 14 health because of that first initial duel between Glaive and Hampus.
Yeah, it's a tenuous retake. You can try it. When you have someone in Squeaky, that's how you can assist someone getting up the vent. But you still have to clear the very close right, and opposite vent is always a threat as well. So it's never easy to rotate up the vent in that situation. They might have wanted to try, but Astralis are very smart about mollying Hut so they could focus all their attention on, you know, one other choke point. And now they're getting cut off at the pass. Esatag still only on this P250, and Astralis win another round. So when you take downstairs and, you know, you get enough information, going up the vent usually happens really late into the round, like at that 15 to 20 second mark. Oh, he had a boost on opposite vent. That was nice. And it looks scary, and it is, but at the same time, it's such a quick rotation. It's just scary because of the actual ladder involved. Yeah. But if you know you have huge numbers and you've got someone in Squeaky to help you in support, it makes a lot of sense. We 007?
No, I called him out, and then I was like, oh, we didn't check the assists. He's got 4 assists.
4 assists, okay.
It's not that bad, man.
Yeah, maybe aim a little higher.
You know, 2 assists, 1 kill. I think that's the math. That's the ratio.
Oh, I thought he was Tom Cruise, not James Bond. Anyways.
The game goes on. And the buy comes back. That's the thing for Ninjas, right? Trying to get this economy back beneath them. Well, here's their chance. Round 8, full flush buy, both sides. And more than anything else, we've got Device on the op. Time to crack through.
Yep, obviously, well, you know, top 3 player in the game on this map on CT side as well with the op, but this half is already getting away from them, and they've actually got a very anti-op style with the kind of aggressive contact executes that Astralis are pulling off right now. Yep.
Just like this, insta sprint into the A site. They've lost a player within, but Config good for another double entry. Last time they smashed their face against this A site, it was Config to headbutt the defense down, and it's worked yet again. For another successful round. They've got the CTs strapped all around them. Device still sticking outside of Mini. This doesn't look like an insta-save. Last time Rez was all the way back in his spawn. Now there's still a chance, but Config looking for more than 2. A trio of frags from Config, and Lucky locks in the A site. It is a 6 2 lead for Astralis.
It's an anti-op style. It's an anti-op style. These kinds of contact explode since there's no time to rotate. Like, if, for example, if you see, we talked about with that simple rotation, if he gets into the upstairs site when he thinks it's going to be upper, usually in the late round, when he drops down, that's when he's going to make his final rotation. But in the early round, you're trying to flirt with the idea of not having to commit upstairs if you don't think that attack is coming, and you're watching outside, you're in hell, you're rotating to ramp, and you're playing all these positions because you can do so much from there. So to make that early round move into upstairs is really rare, and for that reason, you're relying on their site anchors to do a good job, and right now, they aren't.
Man, he's just coming in. He's playing so quick.
He's treating them like the floor treated his hand when he dropped on it in the airport.
Oh my God, you can't talk about that.
He's healed, it's fine, it's over. He's back.
Man was injured. His dreams were on the line. Imagine breaking your hand and still getting signed to Astralis.
Yeah, that's how good he is.
And he's showing us worth his weight in gold thus far on Nuke. Config, you can't do that.
I actually didn't.
You cannot do that.
Wide side of the box.
Who said you can do
That's
this?
insane, man. That's how strong he is. He's back at full strength.
Rez gonna shut it down. Gets his hands back on the M4 downstairs. Glaive and Lucky in with a couple of kills, one to their names apiece. And we've got Astralis on for a 7th.
It's exciting too, isn't it?
Oh, it's exciting.
It is insane. This is
blood pumping.
Wow. It's just at the T side. What if Astralis are the only team in the world that could take down Navi on Nuke?
Oh,
this versus the CT side?
Ooh, Lucky looking elsewhere, but Glaive's right there to pick it up. He said, "I'm sorry."
Well, that's a lot of energy. The entry pack is insane. Config is going crazy right now.
Bro, he's 14-5.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's mauling them. And honestly, the flashes are working a little bit too well. They are just totally lost upstairs. And honestly, we saw with Vitality, you know, Kyojin, you've got a new guy on the team, and he stressed that communication. I've seriously never seen that before. I've 10,000, I've like, you know what I mean?
Oh my goodness. How dare you?
Yeah.
Oh, that, okay. Lend a helping hand.
Yeah, that's nice of them. Might actually make a difference.
Yeah, very well could. Jokes aside, that's 3 players, you know, sub 90. But Config's on full health. And he's also full speed.
Man, and the fact that they've just attacked upper, it's so vulnerable right now. Like, it's just a piece of meat that's been malleted for the last like 10 minutes, basically. You have to respect it upstairs. You can't over-reinforce, because if you do that, then that's where Glaive is his conditioning will kick in, and he's gonna look for other places to attack. And you can see right now, they're not doing that upstairs hit. It's always the chance to go back for it if they want to. We can see the L smokes.
They're doing their vent boost again.
Outside.
And it worked.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's twice now.
It's actually really powerful, because the only way to molly it is by peeking from inside Squeaky.
Here we go, 5v4. That ain't half bad. Chance for the ninjas. Deep garage control. Config going to be left to his own devices outside. And sure enough, Esatag just able to get onto the staircases. A great headshot angle for him to try and stop the cross. Multiple bodies. And they're coming past him, not at him. Ooh, nicely done. Swings wide off of the decon door. Glaive trades. Rez in position. Stops the bomb. And we're in for the Blame F 1v4 with 15 seconds left. So desperate is the word I think I'm looking for. Device attacks him from the back, and the ninjas have put an end to that streak of Astralis. Kicking off with the vent boost for the 5v4.
Yeah.
And then this kind of, you know, just...
It's like a 3-1-1 right now, where they've got a couple of lurks in every round. Sometimes it's outside and in lobby. In this case, yeah, this might have also helped a little bit. I think Glaive just got a little excited. He's probably going to use that nade to blow up and Squeaky or something. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Nade the cross outside, something like that. But Nip get on the board by destroying the 1-1 in the 3-1-1, right? And that is a good start for them. Gives them a lot of information as well. But Astralis are leaving a different lurker every round, so it's really hard to know if you kill one person, if that guy is solo.
I like this. Glaive leading with the op. Posts it up early outside.
We saw him op a little bit at the major. He was actually really good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I kind of like this idea of Device versus Glaive outdoors right now. The Device takes up a position inside of Garage where Glaive was previously peeking. And now Device is not scoped in towards this. The grenade's going to serve as a distraction. He is exposed to the left side of red. Oh,
what a shot.
Nicely done from Device.
Alrighty.
That's another 5v4 for the NIP. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they've won a round just previously off of a back of this opening kill.
Yep, and you need to be converting 70-80% of the time. Just, that's it.
But a different route this time, Launders. Instead of going downstairs in the man disadvantage, they're looking to challenge outer.
Uh-oh.
Lucky kills Plopsky. That happened inside of Mini. From Garage to Mini, a CT falls. 40 seconds and Config on the cusp of heaven.
I think they might have known that he'd get up here. Rez is holding it, but he's periodically watching this, and Rez fails on that attack. That's with heaven. They can crunch upstairs. This is very dangerous.
Player down beneath them, an Esatag Hampus looking for info, but instead he takes an op shot to the chest and Astralis redirect. They are pushing this bomb towards B as Zipix comes out from Decon. This is such a nice play. There are layers, but there is still life as well in the Ninjas camp. Device and Esatag a kill apiece and a 2v2 with the bomb planted down on B. Esatag goes one better, and now Glaive is going to have to clutch with the op in the post plant. Has doors open, knows Esatag's on site. And it's just a matter of Device posting through those double doors.
Oh, you can feel the timing.
So he's going to try to come at this from another angle, but there's also a smoke on top of sight and a 5-second stick from Esatag. One shot is all he's got, and it gets denied by Device.
Well done, Esatag, picking up the pieces as they went. That was a round that started off 5v4 in favor of NIP, but actually turned into a 2v4 win at the end. And that's because Astralis made that as difficult as possible. Again, it's this 3-1-1. They're leaving a couple of lurkers. Astralis did a good job picking out one, but the fact that Config goes heaven on this, they still have a lobby lurker. They're getting so split up and safely dealing with a ton of map control, but still are somewhat weak in these, one-and-one pieces that need to be found out. And obviously, because Astralis' game plan is obviously so complicated right now, with NIP having no demos to watch on this roster, this has got to be a nightmare to try to figure out on the fly.
Yeah, they're piecing it together, though. Back-to-back round wins. I believe a 2v4.
Yeah, it was.
So, Ninjas clearly bringing a fight. Surviving the first onslaught, and for 3 consecutive rounds, we've got the Ninjas 5v4 after 5v4.
That's big.
What's the
Device
recovery plan?
was 1-9, now 5. They throw a fake upstairs, and that's just to try to deplete the utility from the CT side, knowing that they're extremely scared of the upstairs hit.
Config looking to keep it sharp on A. Tag down to 60.
Oh, okay.
Nice double from Plopsky. Hits the headshots he needs. And that's going to leave Glaive and Lucky all that's left for Astralis, both of which looking to play secret, but Glaive sticking around a bit. Hapa's going to gobble him up. And it's the young gun that's all that's left. 5 versus 1.
Really nice in these conversions from this point.
Taps down Plopsky. Easy pickup considering he's low HP. Flash for the bomb grab. Insta-dink by Hampus. He is everywhere this round.
Yeah, and that's what he should do, right? I think SPUNJ brought it up that he's probably the best player on the team right now, which is not supposed to be the case, but he very much is core as the IGL and was dragging them through the major. They wouldn't have made top 8 without Hampus. Look at that last series versus Copenhagen Flames. I mean, he was by far and away a superstar, not just a star. And that's what they need him to continue to be, while other players on the team may suffer from some inconsistency. All of them took turns struggling on stage, but that's a different conversation. But now the Astralis game plan, at least it's not, I wouldn't say figured out, because who knows how many layers there are still left to find, but at least NIP are getting more comfortable with the ideas that they're bringing. And the tempo, I think, is the one that you have to forgive them for not being able to understand yet, right?
Yep.
This is a totally different Astralis. I've never seen them play anything like this.
And it looked really good out of the gate, but the Ninjas have stabilized. Put up a defense. But still fight versus a 2-round lead. Back in with the AK-47s, Astralis. Looking to use Blame outdoors. Wall of smoke. Gonna keep the attention of a couple of Ninjas players. Notably Device behind Little Blue Box. Tons of utility usage here coming out of Blame F. They're really fighting for the secret control, and he gets through unscathed.
That's a weird one. They got
Lucky
2
right there with him.
Yeah, 2 in the cross this time. So hard to read these numbers.
Feels like ramp has been underplayed a little bit from Astralis. Looks to me like maybe they're going to look to throw that into the mix, so we'll see if Rez is able to stop them. He's been relatively uncontested. Hampus towards Decon. Ooh, sticks around for the fight and cuts down Blame F. Device is up in position towards ramp, so it doesn't even need to be Rez. because the Opera's in position fast enough to stop it. A jump up, a missed shot, a wide peek, and a second shot that's going to go astray. But Lucky's tucked into control, and they're hunting him right now. Hampus comes up, and Lucky shoots him down. Rez now tucked into the ramp corner. Config has to hard clear this, and you can see him figuring it out. You can see them piecing this together towards the B site with 40 seconds still up. And a smoke towards Decon, but they need to hold off double doors. Plopsky's about to swing it, and he's got himself a second attempt. A wide peek out to kill Zipix, and a 1v1 for Config to try and clutch. This is a hard-hitting Config, 16-8. And he gets around towards control, silently coming down the staircase. Plopsky starting to piece this together, but no!
The reaction!
Snaps for the headshot!
That's a Plopsky like we haven't seen. That is what they needed. To do it to Config too, in that fashion. That's beautiful work, man. What an unbelievable half we've got so far. Man, and what they did right here, they had one guy watching control door, the other one was smoke, but they opened both doors simultaneously. So you looked at Decon and then control swung open, and that's how they put together that 2K. It allowed Plopsky to get into the position to win the 1v1. A very nice tactic to set up that clutch.
Had no business snapping onto Config, but Config with the misjump, man. Oh, that's gonna haunt him. And Device not gonna let off the pressure, not gonna give them any room to breathe. Already down again.
Delivering so many opening duels.
And such a slow start from Device as well.
1 and 9.
Oh, what? Okay. There's still a chance to recover this one. Astralis, they've been fighting back from these 4v5s.
They left the bomb. They actually,
no.
Yeah, they're a bit far from this. Still lots of time, but they got an opportunity they didn't expect. Oh!
I saw Hampus checking out somebody else's screen, keeping an eye on radar.
Right.
His eyes were busy, and Config locks into him. 2v4, but we know what Plopsky can do. He just gave us a hell of a multi-kill, and at the very least, bomb's been picked back up. It's still a wonky one because of the timing created by that being left behind. But of course, Astralis, they've got a mastermind at the helm of this squad, and he'll piece together timings, figure out where he needs to commit, and A-site looking likely.
Yeah, so good at staying separated, but always creating connections and assisting each other to watch angles. They have such good court vision in that way. And that's something that's always been a hallmark to Astralis, is that communication appears to be so good that like it really does feel like 5 fingers on one hand, as Shox famously said. Plopsky and Estag have no business attempting this and are looking to be able to grab a last round. Would be kind of a statement for Astralis to get 9 on their T side, because again, NIP struggle a little bit on theirs.
Yeah, that's where we know their question marks lie, right? It's always playing offense. Oh, hey there. Estag and Plopsky kill a piece, so looking like they've earned their weapons. There's a garage peek, though, that's about to come through, and that'll deny Estag at the very least. Plopsky, just tuck down. You're good, bud. Oh, no, don't. No, it's a trap. Ooh, he's good. He's got it.
Okay, yeah, he survived. Playing a hell of a game, Plopsky. Yeah.
Constantly under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Config still steps above everybody else. 18 and 9 in the first half. It's 13 kills apiece for Plopsky and Hampus on the other end, trying to keep up to their fragger on Astralis.
Now, quietly, a big reason why we've been able to leverage in any of these rounds is because NIP have been able to lean on Device, who started again 1 and 9 in this half, and now brought it to 7 and 11. But almost every single one of those kills has been an opening one.
Quick play. BlameF gonna sprint with the MAC-10 into Secret. And a few players come through. Smoke Device.
Another one.
A little flick down into Config. And it looks like Astralis instead, they're just gonna be like, well, if we have that route towards Secret and we've just lost Config on the other end of these smokes, let's take what we've already gotten. I like that 2-prong between BlameF and Config. But now it's a matter of dealing with Hampus on these stairs, and well, we've seen him play over towards Decon, but this time it's towards double instead. Falls back into the helping hands of his teammate from ramp. But Vent is also under question. Plopsky, this is a nice hut push. Zipix has been patient, and oh, it's a 2-man push into lobby with Estag to hang on to man advantage. Device locks into dark, but that's a big pickup. Estag goes down. Hampus trying to spam into the vents, but this is a rotation, of course, from Astralis up into the A site with a 3v3 on their hands.
They kept that option open. They waited for Glaive to get some information, and he took the risk because it was 3v4, and he was successful. And now the odds swing in favor of Astralis in this post plant drastically.
Ooh, but that's a quick one. However, close corner held by Glaive. Good trade. Rez coming in from Mini. Lucky's got the advantage, but drops the shot, and now it's going to be Glaive to have to get them all. He's got the headshot versus Hampus. Bomb planted close. Rez taps. Glaive peeks so slightly, but the reload's needed. And he's just going to force him to tap that bomb again. Glaive taking his time. Oh, but Rez is so crisp. Goes back, grabs Kit, takes the defuse, and Ninjas, by the skin of their teeth, oh, they get themselves the last one. Talk about by the skin of their teeth, man. This defuse confirmed by DJ, aka Prius. Watch the timer. Oh. In-game says 0.00, but that's because it's 0.002.
Wow. A couple of things. Okay, also, Sticko put out how to molly the opposite vent without showing yourself off of the top of the vent. Okay, that's on Twitter. And then also, I didn't notice that config had the scroll jump. You pointed it out. Yeah. In the 1v1. Yeah. Unlucky. I still recommend using
Bad or
mouse wheel.
unlucky?
Still recommend using mouse wheel.
Yep. Don't let the haters hate. Damn, Sticko really live anti-stratting ninjas in pajamas CT side?
Yeah, I guess they could have used that.
Ain't no rest for the wicked. And Glaive, well, he'll tap away the first one. Astralis on the defense with Blame F in the mini. And the mix. Rez, 2 frags to his name. 2v2. Bomb drop. 1v1 in the second pistol. And it's the clutch minister, Launders.
Rez goes positive. Yes, and we are on LAN as well, which is the other part to the puzzle for Zipix.
Zipix season.
This is where he usually never loses.
He's got
Will
it.
Rez win this? He has the vent behind him now. It's always a threat for Zipix.
Oh, he didn't know he dropped.
Oh my God.
Oh, now he does. Yeah, now he's got him locked in this fight. Rez, oh, so many chances, man. Get your damn headshot.
How does he do that, dude?
Zipix with the win.
Rez just cleans the clock at 3 people, no problem. But Zipix can't hit him. Can't hit him.
It's in your mind, dude.
I don't even know, dude. He just has an evasion aura. That's just ridiculous. People are scared of him. Don't press tab, folks. Unbind it.
Some kind of brain worm.
That's just what he's. That's why you pay him. That's why it's 2025 Zipix right there.
Because he gets you the big ones.
Yeah.
CT side starts off with a bang from Astralis.
A lot of hype.
Betway odds still in the favor of Nip, despite being down by 2 rounds.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Headshot through the box, make it look easy, and that's going to allow Blame F to push forward.
We know he does a little scouting.
Yeah, he's fond of the scout, eh? Aye. Blame F, though. That's an easy pickup for him, because Rez preoccupied with the player at a distance. And, of course, it's Zipix versus 3 on the ramp room. They're going to try to double peek, and they will get their kill. But not much more than that. Astralis, 10-7 lead.
Yes, and we'll see how far the CT side can take them. They also... Did they score the pistol? I can't remember if they got the first one. It looks like, no, Nip got the first 2 rounds, so...
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, argument for Astralis and, like, their streak and how they actually, you know, won a lot of really, really big, like, rifle rounds in that first half. But the pistols are going to play a factor, but good, always good when they're even. Always good when they're even. When it comes to the story of the match. Another one where they can try to rack up some of the economy. A couple flashes outside to deny any space. Device from up top. And it's obviously become very clear that Device was what helped them get back into the game and is now coming closer to having a respectable half, even though overall it wasn't amazing for CT side. A lot of openings.
Oh, yes, sir.
But he's definitely online now.
Yep, solid recovery, and a recovery within a half normally can set you up for a good second. Of course, we'll have to wait to see the ninjas on their guns. For now, it's going to be Astralis to continue and rack up these easy ones. Or so it should be. Blame F and Config doing good work outside. Body after body, they're all going to fall. It's a flawless conversion from Astralis.
Yes, no problem, and that does matter. The fact that they can keep on to the MP9s, and sometimes this can be a double-edged sword if you don't upgrade anything. And actually, they do upgrade one of their MP9s. They get an op on Glaive.
Not too bad.
They get an op on Glaive.
Glaive.
Wait, Glaive. They get an op on Glaive.
Op on.
There is Lucky does exist. I would be really worried about my spot on the team, honestly, if I wasn't going to be opping. I won't lie. I think that is something that you'd wonder about. Does Glaive want to consistently op? And he can. He definitely can, but it's just a question for Lucky. Not to say he's not a good player outside of that, but that is what he was hired to do. So, okay. Let's see what he can pull off.
Alternatively, right now, Lucky's playing A-site floor. As opposed to, obviously, Glaive outside. No, not even. Glaive actually goes for the lobby, for the ramp. Solo ramp setup and a barrage of smoke grenades trickling down outdoors. All of which could set up Zipix. Just toying with the side of this incendiary. He could find Hampus, and sure enough, standing in the open. Beautiful play. Maybe set up by the CT incendiary. Led ninjas to believe that Astralis didn't have prying eyes from that position. In the meantime, not only do we get the op pickup on ramp, but Config kills Esatag through smoke, and this is going swimmingly for Astralis.
Yeah, that's kind of a mistake, right? Like they both threw a molly. I think that the team molly, as they're trying to cross outside, this doesn't go a few stairs down. It doesn't have to go to the bottom of stairs, because sometimes that can push you up. But from that position, it was just, you know, a nice cover for Zipix.
They did find timing
to take a peek.
But they won't find Blame. Plopsky 1v5, shut down by Blame F, who doubles up to close it. 5-round lead for Astralis, 12-7. And unfortunately for Ninjas, there's no buy in the card.
Be a nice bit of revenge, huh, from the 16-1.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing.
Yeah?
It's a good bit of revenge, but it doesn't have, you know, like Device said, I don't see my old team anymore when it's Astralis walks.
But honestly, for me, I've always felt like it was the Glaive and Device stories are the ones that I feel like are the most interesting.
All right, putting your stock on that.
I think you've got GOAT IGL versus, you know, potential GOAT op or whatever, you know, player, consistent, most consistent, whatever it is. And those storylines have always been very interesting to me. So
listen, whether Device says it or not, we paint the picture right here.
we draw the narratives, for better or worse, yes. So yeah, that's also why we've got to be very careful. But that's there's gonna be a bit of it, you know, mentally. But yeah, it isn't the exact same team. That's true. Okay. Neither rifle. We didn't really have to see Glaive come in because they didn't go ramp in that round.
Yeah, he just picked one and then fades away.
Oh, he picked one? Okay.
Yep. Kind of adds it to the tally. You know, those 3 kills that kind of trickle in one after another.
Yeah.
Puts his name on one. And a varied ramp setup with Xyp9x immediately playing something different. Plopsky, aware of the possibility. What you doing, Xyp9x? He's making sound. Oh, and his incendiary gets extinguished. Frag, it kind of baits them right in. Easy pickup for Xyp9x. He's got a third. Device puts him down and Config trades straight away. Bomb in full possession. This is a round for Astralis, no doubt.
We're getting into insurmountable lead territory here at 13. And the other thing is that just not enough kills on these eco rounds. Astralis on fire, looking to close out Nuke. I mean, no maps free in this series. So NIP got to dig deep, at least make it competitive. The confidence is going to be very high on Astralis at the moment. Config continues to have a great game. And right now, we haven't even peeled back all the layers of this defense yet. A lot of work to do. Can they do it?
They've got to start now. Op contact outside. Device looking for the pick. Ooh, and he finds it. Glaive playing with nades, but a lobby push. Config comes in, takes one down. That's a 4-player lobby push with Glaive dropping nades outside. And even though the op pick is there for Device, there's nobody with him to push forward and take that ground. So now that Astralis equalize, I said they could reset, but instead, BlameF continues on in this aggressive endeavor. Shut down by Hampus after he takes one, but it's this trade game back and forth.
Yeah, that's a very messy situation. They tried to honeypot, I mean, they're successful. They tried to honeypot them into just overtaking lobby control completely, shot them in the side, but then you still lose some compensation with another frag. So no outside presence, but there are some question marks on the map for Astralis because there was this timing outside now that Glaive died. Even though Nip didn't take it, they're kind of respectful of that idea. Lucky sitting here with a full kit. Everyone's got their nades. 3-out Squeaky's a very powerful move.
They've got the molly on Hampus if they want to burn it on him. They're both also extending outwards. If they don't hard check this vent, then Lucky's good, but he is so passive, and they seem to have forgotten the possibility. Sure enough, Lucky double kill. Device in with the clutch, and the 1v3 he'll swap. AK in hand, but there's already a hut man. Oh, and Config's got it. A little bit of a swing. And a little bit of a lead growing bigger and bigger.
Wow, that was actually really close. I mean, that would have been a very fair one, like favored for a Device potentially with that much space left to him, but it doesn't happen. I was wondering if Lucky's off angle was clearly perfect, but I was thinking, man, if he sits here holding that so tight, maybe they just eventually clear him since they're farther back. Maybe they see him first, but no. It's good. It's a strong one. Back to pistols, man. NIP. They've showing us nothing here in the second half.
Literally 0 T round wins from Ninjas, 0 bomb plants from Ninja's offense. And coming into this matchup, that was the question mark, right? It's their T sides. It's a known weakness. Yeah. And it's on full display so far versus Astralis' CT side on Nuke. Upgraded pistols with armor all around them. Smoke wall causes uncertainty, but Config, his confidence pushes him in through Squeaky door, down to 5 HP, just trying to find cover. He's got teammates to give him that, but S-Attack off the Deagle wallbang through hut will give the Ninjas, at the very least, a 5v4, but no recoverable gun.
They've actually been quite successful about the 5v4s throughout the game.
Very much so.
Yeah, which is something.
Definitely in the later parts of the first half.
Yeah. All right. Lucky in a similar position. This time doesn't have a smoke for himself. So maybe he'll look to play it a little bit more actively. They're probably not worried about an op as well.
Uh-oh, timing.
Yeah, I was seeing a bit too much there for Glaive.
Kind of awkward too, falls without dropping the nade, but
now they see the intention was to go lower.
Oh, Device point blank Tech 9 shot. Xyp9x gonna hear this rotation back towards the A site. Plopsky, nice attempt with the jump.
Bombs alone.
Yep, and Xyp9x able to slide back around into lobby. Molotov on the feet of the 2. Ooh, and he takes to the roof. Here comes Blame F, sweeping away bodies from the mini side. 3 easy pickups, and Astralis with 8 map points.
That's a lot of good players. That's a lot of good players in a row to have to deal with, and they got caught off. And I think, like, you know, you get the lower kill, and then NIP are like, oh, okay, now it's clear we're going lower, and then they come back upstairs. And then Zipix is there in the hut. And the other value of being in the hut is you get that early audible if there is going to be a hasty rotation.
Yeah.
It's got like the Viking yell out.
Yeah.
Nobody. Glaive caveman noises. And what could be the last round of the first map already here in round 23. NIP. They still haven't won a T round? Did they get one? No, they didn't even get one yet. Nope. Oof.
I mean, damn. Blame F even denied them the bomb plant.
Now the hybrid's coming through. At least, honestly, the ops haven't been a problem for NIP. They've been doing a pretty good job of not getting opped and also, you know, out-opping the opper.
Yeah. That was definitely... Oh!
Well...
Whoops.
Just speak it into existence, I guess.
Config, though, fully blind. Blame F, Lucky, shutting this down. A flawless run on Astralis' defensive half. Unless Device and Happus can manage to take it back by force, they are stuck inside of lobby with no bomb in a 2 versus 5 of all things.
Jesus.
This is a message.
Absolutely. Leave now.
And we'll meet you on Overpass. The Ninjas wanting to take it to Overpass, and Config wanting to take it by force. Happus gonna answer. Galil in hand, good for the second, but 8 points of HP. And Lucky breathing down his back. Gives away the position. Could have given away the kill. Happus still has a chance, despite it being slim. A missed op shot certainly won't help, but he's got himself a third, jumps wide, and that's where Zipex denies what could have been a crazy clutch. It is a flawless CT half.
Ha ha! Look at that energy!
And a jubilant Astralis.
Undefeated on land!
Excellent first showing. Fantastic debut.
But it's just it's a best of 3. It's not a best of 1.
No doubt.
We've got more to look at.
Still, I think an important first game for the Astralis camp to just get underneath their belt, and especially to do it in a convincing fashion. A solid, locked out CT side, and Overpass after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, Betway and Blast are proud to present the second installment of the full game.
Astralis are back to their old winning ways on Nuke, at least to start things off with this new lineup. There was laugh, there was smiles, and there was Config demolishing NIP. Although there was a few back and forth moments in it, Chad, you've got to say that this looked very impressive.
This is a great debut. This is exactly what you want to see from Astralis here. The new project, the new chance for this team to show us what they've got. And I think we had a great debut out of the boys right here. I think some takeaways. Obviously, you mentioned Config performing very, very well. There's question marks about the injury, right?
Yeah,
How
what was that? Did it exist?
I don't think so at all. The guy was just absolutely destroying them here. Now, this is one of those games where the scoreline, even though it was a single-digit win, makes it look closer than it actually was. Because in that first half, NIP, they grab the pistol. They also have that Plopsky clutch, right? Where Config, it looks like he jumps away there, gets caught by Plopsky. We have Rez in the final round of the first half with that last second defuse as well. You put those into the mix here. If they went Astralis' way, they would have just absolutely destroyed NIP here. And I think that's fair to say when you look at these highlights. Config was getting up to everything. The top site pops, they were in quick. He was getting multiple entry frags. These kind of just swinging in, taking the fights, getting it done. This is the Config you want to see, right?
Yes.
That's just only one component of this team. Now, I feel a big part of this for everybody at home is taking stock, right, in what we're learning about these teams. Now, I think we learned a lot more about Astralis here. Config, definitely 27 kills to his name here, back in style. But I think as well in terms of the strategies they had, it's Nuke. You're expecting Astralis to look pretty well refined. They had those moments. It was a closer-ish first half. And on the other side of things, well, the other new boy, Tag, ends at the bottom of the scoreboard, but we know there's the language issues, right? And that's the question of how long is this going to take, right? It's Nuke as well. It's not their map choice. So you have to lob those into the mix here. But NIP, they also had Device starting slow. I know he ends up at top of the scoreboard with ATR here.
at one point.
Yeah, so he had a rough go of things, but started to come alive with the AWP. Speaking of AWP, Glaive on the CT side was AWPing, right? Lucky wasn't. He was playing over towards that top site. So, look, we've learned a decent amount here about Astralis, and that's going into the next map of Overpass. I don't know if we're going to see old boy Lucky on the AWP here. If Glaive's been doing it, right? Is Lucky going to get a chance to use the AWP? What's going on?
We were mentioning this in the green room, right? You couldn't really see Lucky just saying, no, Glaive, give me the AWP, you know?
Yeah, you're going to do as you're told, I think. But also, you know, it's positional. I'm sure that maybe that's something that they maybe want to allow him to slowly get a Nuke CT-sided AWPing with the smoke walls. That's not easy to do, right?
No.
If you have a different approach, you don't have to deal with the yard presence like that. If you don't have a simple or a Zywoo to do it, then maybe you don't need to do it. So we learned a decent amount here. I think good signs for Astralis is definitely the case.
Now, when you're saying good signs for Astralis, though, we're going on to Overpass, and yes, the Astralis of old, you think great map going in for it, but this NIP, they are very scary when it comes to it. Hamper's calling on it, especially on the T side. I'm very impressed with.
Yeah, but you mentioned T side, right? Well, they just had some real dramas again, and the cast were talking about it. We briefly touched on it. I didn't want to go too deep because it is a new player and a new team, but again, T sides is where they're struggling, right? And T sides is where they're going to have to start. So they're going to need to turn this around quickly. And I probably agree. You're right. Hampus is the man to look at here, because when he leads by example and gets into these aggressive positions, finds them an opening, gives them some room to work with, the rest can all get involved. But this isn't looking great for NIP. I want to reserve judgment until we see the end of map number 2.
Okay.
Because I would like to go to Mirage just for the sake of seeing Astralis on Mirage.
Yep.
And also, that was our first chance looking at Astralis here. So I don't want to get, I don't want to join any hype trains just yet. I don't want to get too excited, but it is looking very good for Astralis.
Can you give me this though, Chad? You think it's going to be a 2-1 now?
I think the momentum, right, that we just saw, the excitement out of the individuals of, the configs, the blames, obviously Glaive there as well. I think that they're going to try and carry that through here, right? They're going to play, they're playing to just win every game. It's a brand new team, right? I don't think that, look, I'm going to go with Astralis 2-0, even though I want to see Mirage.
All right, let's see what happens. It's a potential for Astralis to take this 2-0, but it is going to be tough because this is NIP's pick of Overpass. We'll see you after the break.
Hello guys, Rez here from NIP, and today I'm playing a CS screenshot against Keto from Big. Really excited. I wouldn't say I'm the best at maps, but it's gonna be fun at least, so let's go.
This should be Nuke.
I wanna say Nuke, or do I wanna say Nuke here? But where though?
I think it's under heaven towards ramp.
I'm gonna say the short area on secret. When you come out of vents and down the stairs, a little short room there. I'm gonna say that. Oh, it was nice.
I was even sitting there like at some game some matches ago, and like some nice shots with Deagle. Unlucky. I'm thinking that's two or Mirage, but I don't know where.
Okay, that's 2, a ramp. I'm gonna guess that.
I think I go with that's 2, but I have no idea where. Is it top mid, right side?
Yeah. Nice, nice, nice.
It looks so big before, like, it looks like a long box and it's so small.
I think I'm winning.
Mirage, but is it Mirage even?
Okay, this is Mirage underpass.
Yeah, I would say Mirage, but there is one in kitchen, but it's not this one. So where's the other one? I have no idea where it is.
Nice. Yeah, good job. Yeah, I played that map a lot, man.
Yeah, now I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Overpass set to begin, but we still got a little bit of time to hype this one up, Mohan. And it seems like Astralis has gone ahead and taken the Betway odds. So do you feel that as well? Do you feel like this one's likely, a 2-0 maybe, or are we going to Mirage?
Yeah, I don't think any map was free in the series, so it's possible that we get the 2-0. I mean, you know, obviously the map win rate is in favor of NIP, and they love Overpass. They always have. It's been a map since day one for them that they've improved, and I think it was the first map that I noticed with a device specifically that they just got way better, more comprehensive on their T sides and everything. And I think they've always like also struggled on their T sides, and that was also apparent on Overpass. That was supposed to be a strong win rate map for them. So it's kind of weird in that way, like sometimes good, sometimes maybe not so good. To use
sometimes maybe good.
Yeah. But
sometimes maybe nip.
Yeah. So we'll see. Blame F has got a fantastic. He's got fantastic stats on Overpass. Astralis, like during their era, were unbelievable on Overpass. I mean, they very much invented the map to the way that I think most people play it today. In my opinion, some of their B-site executes, North Americans have in their nightmares. They use. I mean, there's literally halves where they have just foregone all map control, gone to a B side hit, and then thrown such insane executes that they were able to win versus like Liquid, who would just stack with like 4 players or more. Like there's almost no response. So they're very, very good at shutting down aggression from the CT sides, which is pivotal to the philosophy of Overpass. There's so much free map control to get and use on CT side that that means the options have to be abused as much as possible. And Astralis do very good versus that, I'd say.
I liked the amount of proactive CT play we actually got out of Astralis and the limited bit of nuke we got to watch, right? Yeah. So many lobby peeks, so much even like secret peeks into outer as well. So if we're talking about Overpass, you're discussing right now all of these kinds of, spaces that you can take, and if you don't and neglect them, then it can come back to haunt you. I'm really hyped to see what kind of, active strategies Astralis are going to be playing on that defensive half.
Yeah, and defensively, they've got a lot going for them. But I do think there is a weird thing going on where like the op just had very low efficacy for Astralis in that first map, and also Glaive has been opping, which for me is like, does that mean Lucky's in danger? Because he didn't have a great map. He's obviously, he's the new guy on the team and a rookie and very new to playing this level of CS, and with how good they just debuted, since they might not all be in it together in that same way, where if they start losing, then he might potentially get scapegoated, especially without the The fact that's, you know, that's his identity, you know, as the opera on the roster. So outside of that role, you have to wonder, you know, how much value is he adding? Now, I do think that in terms of playstyle, like, there is the question mark. Like, if Bubsky's not going to be on the team, could he replace Lucky? I don't think so. Because they have this huge entry core of Config and Glaive. Oh, I hope Blame's okay. It's a little bit not great, but he was doing really well in that first match. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. I hope he's okay. But we are starting the match. So we're here on the pistol rounds. And we'll see. We're starting on the defensive side for Astralis. So it'll be a real test. Nice to see this half first.
Let's get it on. Backs against the wall, Ninjas. Nice call out. Oof, good push into short side. Config and Blame, good for one, and then Config doubles it up. So it's only the monster play coming in from Ninjas that's left over on this T-side pistol. And Device gets tapped away by Lucky. Just clean execution from start to finish for the most part. Esotyke will be able to escape with Bomb and his life. But for how long does he hold on to both those items?
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Well, I mean, you know, if he can find a way to score a bomb plant, that's how you win. That's the win right there. Ooh, look at that Glock. That's not bad.
Yeah, full Emerald Glock with foil and Tropic stickers. Holy moly.
Yep.
You've got one of these.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I watched you unbox it.
I gave it away, though. I gave it away.
Yeah. You said, does anybody want it? And I messaged you within 2 minutes and said, dude, I would love that.
Yes.
And where's my Glock, Launders?
Not you. No, I didn't give it away to you.
I know.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay. You're going to have to buy one from the Steam Market, I think.
This is a bomb plant?
Oh, he gets a bomb plant.
No way he just walked up and got a bomb plant.
He did. Just mosey onto the site, get a bomb plant.
Sure. All right. We'll give it to him. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt as well because, ooh, settle down now. Oh, my goodness. Glaive in the 1v1 was locked in for that, but he takes it. And that's Astralis, yeah, sure enough, giving away a bomb plant. The first bomb plant of this entire series for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Wow, they didn't plant a single time in that second half, huh?
No.
Flawless. Undefeated on land with this new lineup, undefeated on CT side, undefeated on nuke.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
And that's all factual.
Yeah.
My man's spitting facts.
They're also undefeated on overpass so far.
Okay. Now you're getting ahead of yourself.
Only just tell the truth. They hated him because he told the truth. Read it. Read what it says.
Für einen Tapetenwechsel. Du hast in der Verdient TRS reisen.
Wow, I almost understood it because it sounded so right.
I know Max is in production right now, just losing his mind.
Yeah. He's cross-eyed right now.
Feel Fortnite. Pistols up for Ninjas in Pajamas, double AK. You believe in the double AK on overpass?
Yes.
Me too. So once you can close this gap towards this A site, if the pistols can get anywhere close to the opponents, then suddenly those rifles in the back serve as a great support. But, oof, nice couple of shots from Glaive. Blame pops up from Connector and executes poor Plopsky. Never had a damn chance. That's one of the AKs already down and the other one firing off towards long. I'm sure they won't overface it. This is going to have to be some kind of a burst, either through Connector down to B or just headstrong into the A site, because currently Astralis, they've got the Ninjas corralled.
I really wonder if NIP, because of what we saw in Nuke, will try to like lean this game plan more heavily towards A to put some pressure on the oppers to deliver, because obviously the op is instrumental on this map, particularly on A. And from what we saw from the last map, surely Device is going to be the best op on the server right now. But Glaive is a very good scout. He always has been, even though the opping is kind of new. He's definitely picked up the scout a ton in his career.
Yeah, he's good with it. Zipic's also playing from long, so they know that everybody here for the Ninjas has got to be coming into the A site, and Config going to cut them down 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's a Config maneuver right there. No one else does it like that.
Confidence, man. Guy exudes confidence.
Confidence with a K. So the thing is that because of the amount of free, like quote-unquote map control you get off the early round, the CT side, you have to have the ops have to have really solid protocols when it comes to taking engagements, falling back. The falling back is actually the easy part. I mean, it all gets very complicated when you play at this level. But of the two things, the thing is you can continuously fall back, but if you don't get compensation as you're falling back, then your team's going to be continuously losing position. The rotations are going to be stressed really heavily, so there will be an onus on Glaive to get something out of these spots, and he can't just have a mediocre game, particularly with the op. I mean,
Yep.
Yeah, he was good outside the op. It's just that.
I feel like all of that, right? All of that point, especially is emphasized on Overpass and the role that he's playing as the Bathrooms forward player. Like,
yeah,
you gotta be able to step up to it. It's curious to me that he's continuing to play the scope. I thought, you know, maybe it would be certain positions on Nuke. It's a new team, so maybe it's like a placeholder type ideology. Hey, I'm gonna do this for now while we all settle in. But already some consistency here for the new version of Astralis. M4A1S will be picked up and placed alongside the AK of Rez.
Okay.
Oh my, Glaive is just tearing them apart. Boom, bop, bop. Scout shots on. I got you, Config.
He had to collect everything. He's worried about. He's going to make sure to get the utility left on the ground first.
Yes.
Dabs come last. They're still,
I'm being
they're still
efficient.
critical. They're important, but they come last. Some excellent shots. He's hit roughly 97 scout shots already by round 3. That's a good sign. And now instantly into the double op setup of Config and Glaive. Config does pick up as a hybrid sometimes. And not as consistently as he already has done on Astralis so far, but yeah, he is a hybrid.
It's crazy to me that, you know, hold on, they saw Blame F.
They saw him, yeah.
Yep. He's going to get isolated here. Can he take anybody with him? Because they are coming at him in full force. Blame F, the first casualty, but it's wild when Glaive is opping over top of Lucky, and so is Config.
Yeah, already crazy to see Blame playing, you know, that aggressively in his position, but could have turned into a lurk simultaneously. Oof, like ships in the night.
Whoa.
My God, no reason.
No way.
Oh, man, they're going to be nuts to butts in a second. Device and Glaive. It's like they're on the same team again.
Oh, my God, but they're not.
And
but they're not.
Surely Glaive's the one to make noise when he moves back, right? Device is going to be lurky as hell.
Tag with bomb.
They are literally walking through the site right now.
Tag with bomb trying to come in through party. He's going to get caught off.
Oh, wait a second. But no, Glaive's not going to have any idea they're on the site right. Oh,
yeah, he just backs up into 3 players, but has no clue.
Oh, this is such a weird spot because it's
going to leave Device. He's still pushed forward, and yeah, second player caught off guard. Make it a third. Zipic's not able to react fast enough, so what a wonky situation. And yet, solid recovery from the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Unlucky, really.
Yeah.
And that is something that it's kind of hard to put put it exactly pin down why, you know, that can, like a moment like that can happen. But you will find, you know, that's going to happen less to somebody who's just more regularly opping on like a part of a map, right? Those kinds of timings are going to be less possible and just less likely. But Device also had no idea that Glaive was just right in front of him on the inside of Bathrooms. So
close.
Yes, it was a two-way street. Interesting spot. This one right here, Blame just had no idea he got spotted crossing, even though he went silent. And even after Glaive goes down, Device is way farther ahead and wasn't even the guy to kill him as well.
Had Shadow on the staircase and then commits for the second. So very nice bit of timing here employed by the Ninjas in Pajamas to get themselves in.
That was a strange one. You just kind of walk past that. Weird timing.
Game goes on.
Game goes on. But it was an expensive loss, right? 2 ops. They can't instantly buy up into those ops again, so that'll be something that they'll have to forego for this next round, even if they do buy. And it is a very mixed buy. They do pick up an op on Glaive. Config's all the way down to a Deagle. It's the amount of money spent.
By no means ideal. And yet doable. We talk about the analyst of the Ninjas in Pajamas from time to time.
Mahone. Our boy. You know, a friend of all YouTubers.
I knew you'd get excited.
One of the very best. Absolutely.
Wouldn't have wanted to do his job in preparation for this match.
It was such a oh my God. Yeah. What does he even do? I mean, maybe it's the easiest job ever. Just can't do anything really.
Yeah. We saw.
Just list off everyone's stats.
We saw the Ninjas yesterday. We're like, yo, where's Mahone? They're like, back at the hotel. Analyzing. And I thought to myself instantly, like, analyzing what? Because it's sure as hell not Astralis.
Well, he was doing the back rubs for Rez. That helps out. Wow. He dinked Plopsky through the wall and then also killed him.
Wow. Config does what he wants.
Poor guy. Poor guy. But yes, Mahone, fantastic YouTube channel. We were sad to lose him in the YouTube community, YouTube analysis, CSGO analysis community when he went to NIP. But at the same time, it was an amazing opportunity and we're glad to see him. And I've heard from the NIP players that he's done an incredible job.
Well, it's high praise.
And they wouldn't lie in private, right? So
Lucky gonna get burned out of this spot. Not a comfortable position for him, but tucked more so onto short side. Rez gonna use this as an exit route. And, ooh, Lucky comes up short versus Hampus. Zipix trying to find damage through smoke, and Config just, oh my god, making that deagle sing. Not to mention Blame F at a distance, Glaive in with the op, and nobody's going to escape. It is a shutdown from Astralis on B.
Oh, that's beast mode. You had this little trap card in the corner with Config looking up with his deagle, and even though the whole mag ran dry from the other player who was in pit, they had no idea there'd be an extra man there. So even though he went down to the deagle, look at the damage and impact that he did. Config's such an X factor. One of the most interesting riflers in the history of the game because of his potential peak. Still unbeaten in his kill regulation. He actually did it on Overpass. 47 kills in regulation, I believe, versus Renegades. And that record was set years and years ago.
Oh, Lucky gonna fall victim to Device. His prying eyes through short side. Flame's got to extinguish the Molotov and run back up towards Party for a duel. Hampus gonna give him that fight. And boy, Maf's gonna win it.
Oh, he's so prepared.
Straight jab to the teeth. Hampus down for the count. Config challenging the connector door. That's gonna activate Rez. He feels like he could find a bit of timing here. Glaive towards barrel spotted and just insta-pop.
He saw that off. He freaked out. He's like, you're dead. You're not looking at me. Yeah, and it's like moments like that, you probably wouldn't see Device get caught off, you know, in those positions. Oh, Device spots a barrel.
Warning shot.
Yeah, the rotation back is actually going to be kind of difficult. They throws a flash. He does get out, yeah. He had to do it in some kind of risky way, but he managed it.
This is everybody coming at him, though. Ninjas.
Well, let's pay attention to support here from his rotating teammate, first and foremost.
Config from Bank playing behind boxes, maybe looking to draw attention. Good spray from Blame for one. Config's been set up. He drops bomb, gets around into the cover, takes a second with him, and now Device locked in from the flower pots, hits the first shot, tap, tap. Good night.
Brutal.
Config's got the clutch.
Damn, man, the way he plays it. It's so confident, but it looks like such a checkmate. Like, what are you supposed to do there? Most people would play it kind of 50-50, stand behind the box, take half of the angle. No, he gets out right in your face and says, I know exactly where you're going to pop up. I'm going to win this duel. So many other players would die in this position. 1 for 1. That's bonkers. Hell of a series from Config at this point.
Yes, sir.
5-1 start here for Astralis. And again, it looks like they can't rely on their ops. But again, it looks like that's not even a real problem.
No, because they've got Config.
It will be in the greater scope of their matches.
Yes, sir.
Right? And that's something that they're going to have to address. And
yes.
There is also the idea that, of course, this is, if Glaive is taking on this role full time, that he'll also improve as the games go on, if that's really going to be the case. But I can't help but feel like there might be a different change that happens with the roster. It just as a more natural one.
You know,
he's such a good aggressive rifler.
You know what they want, right? You know what production wants.
Farley to join Astralis?
No, they wanted me to read that, Wanders. They're giving us signs.
Do it.
Literal signs. No, it's too late. Can't give people what they want all the time. Then they get their hopes up.
Well, I'm a nice guy, so I'd have given it to him. I also didn't notice right away. But the next one, I'm going to make you read it.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
1 rifle this time around. Do you believe in the single rifle?
Not as much as I believe in the double rifle.
Yeah. Nothing quite like the double rifle.
But, you know, playing pistols up close onto A site is always something that can work out on a map like Overpass. Especially when you get setups like this on the double long, because the pistols can just play through bathrooms, and then with the snap of a finger, they are in your bomb site. Within the range of lethality, which Hampus currently is not. Pinned down behind the old oak.
Scouring the bathrooms, clearing out short bath, coming around to long, putting some pressure on the A setup to get everyone back behind Dice. That's the goal. But Astralis, they're pretty frisky. And Blame F, look how aggressive he's being.
Ooh, he's nug. It's a bit labored, but he gets there. Gonna be attacked from bathrooms. Still manages to kind of like cut off a bit of a push. Oh, but he looked away. Hampus will fight over the flames. Device, that's the AK we're talking about. And Glaive turned his attention. He just got tapped by Rez.
Yeah.
Perfect distraction and a perfect double. Ooh, between Device and Rez. Deagle comes in to lend a helping hand. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. We plant a bomb, we blow shit up, and maybe we take a second round.
Op's not even shooting at this point. Glaive is literally not even taking any shots. So that might be, it just might be a liability because maybe you want to use it in this game, but you also save so much money if you don't. And surely there's more opportunities to be in the round if you're just rifling, if you're Glaive, right?
The solo AK round. It worked.
It worked, yeah. When we believe in the double AK, that didn't work.
But that's the prime example that I'm talking about. When you get your pistol on the exit of bathrooms, like that's such a viable hit. You see how quickly, you know, I'm assuming Device has to get the kill towards the dumpster, but Rez goes from bathrooms to on-site in the matter of a second. And there it is. Ninjas, nicely done. Second round win. Kind of comes out of nowhere in a great fashion, though. That's definitely going to, you know, kind of boost up the T side. And you can see Device literally trying to do the exact same thing.
I can see Astralis playing hard to expect CS. The way that BlameF is, he's like lurking, but so aggressively, like in your face, walking around the front of bathrooms like that.
Sometimes in playground, sometimes on bathrooms, sometimes inside of connector.
I wonder if he's trying to find that round where NIP don't show up and then he uses it to flank B, but a lot of the rounds have ended A and Ninjas. For better or worse. Gotta be scared of these Deagles.
Yeah, we'll see if Astralis can do to Ninjas what was done to them.
There's no support off short here for Config, so he's just gotta hope a timing can come here because that door could swing open.
And it's about to, with a flash on top of it. Oh, but it's not going to stop Config. Oh my goodness. A kill and 30 damage versus Esatag. So he does his job, serves as a landmine. Smoke blocks off the prying eyes of Device, and Lucky's going to stay committed to the wall. A lot of pressure on Lucky in this one, and he's been caught 2 times now down on this B site by somebody kind of coming in from short side. Can't afford to let that happen in a round like this once Config's kind of primed them. A boost up from Xyp9x won't spot a body on short, but Lucky doesn't suspect that somebody can be pushed. He takes the info that short is clear, and he lets his guard down on that CQC fight. Xyp9x instead gonna have to shut this down, and with smoke ahead of him, they will get dangerously closer. Device fires off into the player into heaven, and it's gonna need to be Blame or Zip. 2v4 up close. Bomb planted makes this one even harder, but Xyp9x will find early impact. Hampus over towards short. BlameF now hands on a gun. But he's lost his teammate through the smoke. Good job by Hampus to find impact, and Rez will close this one out. Deny any type of a success story from Astralis with the 2 rifle buy.
Got to be careful with that information sometimes. They go for the boost, but it's not everything that they see, and Hampus finds the timing. The setup had a few holes, like even in this position. Obviously, that shot's so amazing because Config does not have an advantage when that door swings open. That's what you're supposed to do to clear out that area when, you know, someone's solo out there with a flash. Overpass B site's so interesting because you can know that there are multiple players back pit, but you can still safely plant the bomb, and there's this line drawn on the sand type beat with that interaction.
You just ignore them.
Yeah. The game gets a little bit closer.
Like most problems.
Always healthy.
Just ignore it. Config, hard to ignore this. Again, he's good for a headshot and some follow-up damage. Glaive gets magnetized into the line of sight of Esatag.
13-6 for Config already in this half. Casually dropped 20 or something in the first of Nuke, if I remember.
Yes. Did a hell of a job in his first official with Astralis. Oh, BlameF US from all the
great gun. Can't believe it's free.
Yeah, right? They just got boxes of them. Look at this. Just the one tap.
The laser. How many did he see there? Did he only see Blame? Well, it's led the T's into the B site.
Yeah, and they're going to find this one for absolutely free.
All right. This makes the game a lot more interesting. Some very unorthodox situations, but I think it's also a product of the fact there's just so little tape to go off of.
I have nothing against Astralis, but I hope this goes 3 maps because if we had Mirage in the veto,
oh my God,
but then don't get to see it,
and you don't get it,
that's just the worst feeling.
What's that really?
It's the worst feeling possible.
Yeah, that would be a shame.
So
we are fingers crossed
for science.
Yes.
Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for science, and Astralis, they just have to accept that.
Yes.
Of course they won't, and I'm okay with that too. Gonna fight tooth and nail here to try and keep bodies inside of the bomb radius, but it's just gonna be Xyp9x to die. Goodbye.
Nail to the wall, gave it his best shot, try to get a dink off. Maybe they're playing close.
A fourth for the ninjas.
Yes, yes, and the game grows closer. Now it's kind of weird how the way that rounds are won, but there are clearly problems for Astralis. Like, even if some of the kills are like, oh, that's a strange situation, that probably wouldn't happen twice. The ops are a glaring issue. Some of the lurks are not that effective right now for the way they're playing the CT side. They're not getting that really consistent coverage over A and then drawing the rounds out and the utility out into an execute. Most of these rounds are ending in a default.
Xyp9x being vocal in the attack timeout.
Got some ideas coming out of the Zip. I'm scared to know how many ideas are up there.
He has calculations for every possible play, every possible clutch on all of the maps in every situation.
He knew he was going to win 4 majors in 2016.
The only problem is sometimes it takes him so long to dig through his encyclopedia of knowledge. That's the only reason he loses rounds.
He needs MVME. That's it.
Yeah.
He needs to upgrade.
But Astralis still in a solid state. Op on Glaive.
Well done. I said, well done.
Thank you.
Happy?
Recognize I'm praising you. This is my backpack. Glaive's gonna run away. And the ninjas gonna follow up ever so closely. But not too fast, okay? You don't wanna go sprinting into some kind of a trap. They will cautiously play through the bathrooms and gather control. But as they take the top of bathrooms, it's actually Astralis to push through the bottom. Essetag cautious of the possibility that somebody's behind them.
And the A-site setup will be tested again.
Tough spot for blameF. He's got cover, of course, and Glaive lays down the law with the first op shot. Rez gonna throw the Molotov deep, but Blame puts a smoke even closer. And that's gonna give him a little wiggle room. They push through, and Blame's got the double. A shutdown offense that offers over bomb and a little bit of damage versus Blame thanks to the grenade.
Wow, he knows his AK was sticking out a lot, but I don't think it was spotted because the op kill came in so early.
Yep.
So he could react off that flash. That's nice awareness from Glaive.
He was being guaranteed that Glaive had his back. The trust of a teammate is a valuable thing.
And I think this idea to kind of starve out NIP a lot more is working out. We do have Glaive playing kind of all the way back in this situation. In the safest angle, it's the hardest to get timing. Like, it's actually impossible for him to get timing there because he's got blameF watching the outside of Divider, so there's no way that, you know, device walk-up could happen again. So it's kind of a vanilla way to start the round. But oftentimes versus NIP, they will just eat time off the clock for you if you do give them space. I really think that's a viable strategy versus NIP's T-sides. I think one thing they're good at is being thorough on T-side and actually, you know, finding opening kills as punishment, which is maybe why they were so good versus Astralis' aggressive options.
Yeah.
But they do have a problem with the clock.
Well, it never stops ticking. Time starting to run out in this first half as well. We're in the back third. Astralis still leading by 2. And with that setup in the last round, that convincing A hold, I'm starting to think to myself, like, they could pull ahead still on the defense.
Yeah, I think that's just a great adaptation that still hasn't bared all its fruit, right?
Yep.
So we can see if that'll continue to work. The top bathrooms play.
To me, it's really just like dominance on the B site that's anything. blameF.
Oh, that flash is tough.
Yeah, perfect. Woo. Iced out, never had a chance. And never had a teammate either to help him with this one. He was very much a one-man army.
Where was that?
Oh, utility drop. Hampus going to be the grenade mule. He's locked in the corner of long.
And that could allow for the rest of the ninjas to play through bathrooms if they choose to, but you can see them very wary of a, another setup like last round. Obviously with a man advantage, they know that it's not going to be the Blame F device show, or Glaive show. Config, he goes, sees all the grenades obviously being thrown, and with Hampus having his hands busy, Config's going to chomp down on that chance. Lucky, blinded, burns Plopsky. No eyes needed. Bomb dropped in the process. Essa tag denied, and Zipix is keeping this crisp.
All right.
A great hold on the A site. Config takes initiative, and then they anchor in.
Man, Config is so good at finding those opportunities. Like, he recognized that so many players would wait, and then they'd be out of the timing and come in late, but he's got so much confidence, dude. Also, Zipix was 3-3 when this round started, so he said, if you're not going to come B, I'm going to come to A. And lays down the 3K. But it just goes to show you how many times ninjas have really tried to attack this A site.
I'm curious where all those grenades were landing for Hampus as well. Damn Config having to interrupt the executes, but Blame F keeping it tight. Insta-frags device.
Oh man, that opening kill, that's
so big.
Yeah, it's so big.
And so confident.
Because they know now they can move right into their super passive game plan. Like,
and he does that lurk, goes back into connector.
There's always that a little bit of a bait to try to draw Zipix's attention away. It seemed like he was still aware.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. One guy shoots through smoke while the other one inches into the site. But the only problem for ninjas is obviously that leaves Hampus on 3 HP. So he'll grab a Galil. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good of the ninjas in pajamas.
Rotation's kind of interesting because they're expecting clearly a re-aggression, but you can see the A site's been evacuated entirely, and Blame F is controlling the fast rotation downstairs, but he's only going to be in a retake spot for, if the A site hit comes in.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, he's been very kind of like liberal with the way that he lurks on this CT side. I kind of like seeing it, honestly. You don't see him take this many risks normally, but of course it's not always going to work.
Still a bit of timing if they want to head back down to B. 3 smokes if they want to throw a fake exec and double back. Because for the time being, we've got the majority of what's left of Astralis locking in A site. Lucky ahead of Glaive. Op support looking to be given. Grenades being thrown, but now with Glaive down, you'd think Lucky is doomed. Long peek, shut down. He's got this corner position, and they're going to come at him. A second from Lucky. That's good enough. Good enough to put Config into a winnable spot, but he has to be quiet, and he has the op. So it's going to make for a really awkward retake, and he opts not to. Instead, conceding a 5th round win to the ninjas, and I'm sure Blame F will be kicking himself that he came out of connector.
It was 5v4 at that moment. Yeah, they got the kill, and like, I actually thought Blame was going to fall all the way back. Oh, it was 4v4? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, because they found one back. So we don't know we don't know what Blame F's decision is going to be if they don't get the 4v4, because now the pressure's back on. So a nice to actually didn't think it was in ninjas to find a tactic like that, because how slowly they go sometimes, but they find that kill to bring it back. They encourage Blame to try to make up for the fact that, maybe they don't feel totally comfortable in the 4v4, and they punish him too. And that's how they secure a round. Well earned by NIP. Keep this one competitive. Feels very much like there's a nice honeymoon effect going on for Astralis, where everyone's feeling like, very good overall.
Most notably, of course, right now we've got the Complexity duo top fragging for Astralis, 14 on Config, 11 for Blame F. It looks like Config's going to take place back towards A. Ooh, fast one maybe. Device right through short side. We've got Glaive posted. Not able to get that op shot, and he falls away immediately. 3 members of Astralis on the B site to start. Plopsky wounded. Glaive finds the wallbang damage. And there's more to be had, but you gotta be cautious. Taking a huge risk with these jump spots.
Versus Rez, no less.
Yeah.
There's one guy who's gonna clean your clock. All right. I think some of these openings have been opportunities past with these potential flanks, so Config will be the tip of the spear this time.
Ooh, easy pickup.
As they call him. Spearman.
Insta-dink.
Yeah.
Is that what they call him? Spearman?
Spearman, with all the lead characters and everything.
Yes. Blame F looking to do the same thing and shave a player off of this attempt of the ninjas to get closer and closer to A. I like that Lucky's being proactive, but if they go too aggressive, then Essa Tag's going to catch him. And Lucky being caught on B has been a problem. Gotta minimize mistakes at the 35-second mark. Blame tries to commit outwards, sees that Rez is throwing utility, but they don't see any, total confirmation. Config and Blame F shoulder to shoulder. That's a lot of firepower for Astralis on this A site, and Ninjas now nowhere to be found. Esatag, the front runner. It's a 2-2 split into the B site. Lucky deleted by Rez. And this op of Glaive gonna be a tough spot. Combat shot connects, but it's just damage, not kills. Look at the HP here for the Ninjas. Config quickly attacks from the back, and that could draw more bodies into him. Maybe Device goes big, as he has the full bar of health and a flash to his name. 2 ops in the post plant, but an even 3v3.
No utility to work with.
No, it's just gonna have to be the guns. Blame F. While he's waiting for his chance to strike, Rez cuts one off, Esatag pops up, and it's gonna need to be all Config. He takes to the top of the bomb site, and the time's ticking pretty quick. Esatag hides in, Config does damage, but he needs another kill and the defuse. He's on for the ace, and he just can't win it. Despite his best efforts, the Ninjas will secure themselves a 6.
Well, one hell of a try. Yeah, they get themselves a 6. Another hard-fought round. It's very tricky, all these little moves, but it's just enough, right? I feel like Lucky's making there's definitely some discomfort on both sides of the map right now. Lucky has been caught off guard on B a number of times. Holding angles, I feel like he feels good about, but really aren't. Once in a while, he's been done dirty, where they did a boost to C short. They didn't see anyone, then he got caught. But then also on the A site, now Glaive is spending more time on that side. It feels like Config is basically the best player on the map for Astralis by a big margin, and he's trying to fill in the gaps on both sides of the map.
Doing what he has to. When he needs to. Ninja's looking to steal away the lead and end this with a 1-round edge. Hampus sometimes, I love watching Hampus try to just find these timings on B-site overpass. There's so many iterations of teams he's been on where that's just his bread and butter. And I've heard players talk some smack about him. It just doesn't make sense. It's unpredictable, and for that reason, ooh, it's worth your respect. But that's 2 kills up from Astralis. Considering they only have 3 rifles to work with, a perfect start to round 14.
Yeah. This one should be a little bit much to come back from, and now they're going to look at the money as well, and it's crossed a minute. If they get something for free, I think they go for it. If not, I mean, they might think about carrying this over into round 15. It's a pretty dire situation. When you go to Monster, if you grouped up for it, then, there's always a chance you could still kind of win the rounds. And Red's going to see some opportunities. They'll push through. Okay, all 3 T's go down, so there won't be any kind of save, actually. Astralis just go really aggressive, man. The fact that they do that in a 5v3 as well.
Yeah, right. They just wanted to end it, make sure that they don't allow for the Ninjas to slip in somehow.
This is a weird half. This is a very weird half.
But I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's good in spot. I mean, there's just so much to talk about, right, with all the new positions. It's beautiful to get this little bit of a roster shakeup. Of course, there's Abe behind him.
Config on the cusp of another 20-kill half.
Yeah,
19 right now.
Yeah, he actually had 18, so he's already crossed what he had on Nuke in the first half.
Look at him go.
It's pretty impressive.
It's important to be honest, Launders. Thank you. Flame F. Oh, yoy, yoy. Hey.
It's a nice one.
Device with the 1 dig.
Wow, not a single player on NIP is positive right now. And neither am I, because that was such a negative comment to make.
Config flashing for upper connector. Ooh, he actually dies to Plopsky here in the base of it, but at least Glaive can find an escape route. He'll double back all the way to the A site. Lucky looking to join Zipix on B. And a very critical 3v3 to close out number 15. The Ninjas... Double deagle, exit from Monster. Very clean. 2 deags in the round. And Rez is going to add another. Plopsky, 2 kills with the Galil. This first half ends as close as can be, but it's been so back and forth, and there's a big question mark surrounding Config. Can NIP stop him in his tracks?
Man, back in the days, I couldn't even play this tournament.
I'm a little bit biased, right?
It was like the early days of kind of Counter-Strike, and it wasn't as good and as hype.
So Astralis 27th with Kirby. I would say it's D.
Astralis with Kirby.
Astralis 17. Let us be on C.
C.
Astralis 2017 with Kirby, I would put it on A, I think. And it's because I feel like that's the first time Astralis won the major. Yeah, I believe he won the MVP as well of that major, so...
Astralis 17 with Kirby. Let's say C.
I think I'm going to put Astralis 2017 and Gambit 2017 on the B tier list. Those are good teams as well. Gambit surprised everyone winning it. But they didn't really stay together to do more afterwards, so...
Gambit 2017, I have bad memories about that one, but I believe it was also a decent one. They've changed the meta, so I gave it to them in A.
Gambit B.
Then I'll put Gambit on F.
Gambit 2017, I kind of want to put it on B, but A at the same time. But I think I'll put it on B. Maybe I'll put it on A as well, just because it was Zeus that won with Gambit in 2016, the major.
On A tier, I will put Gambit. Like, I remember the story that Zeus even bought tickets because he didn't believe that they will pass group stage.
Cloud9, C or D?
Okay, so let's go now to the B tier list. Let's go with Cloud9 2018. The Magic in American soil. Cloud9 versus FaZe, my boy CSGO.
C.
Cloud9 2018, definitely S. It was one of the best majors.
Then I would say on B, I would put Cloud9 2018. I remember one day before final.
Nice.
Jeg klæder mig.
Jeg klæder mig. Hold lang.
Ja, lidt late, mate. Jeg er lige om lidt. AB var lige på, ikke?
Stack lidt søb, stack lidt søb.
Ja. Jeg er med nu.
Vi går af nu. Der er søb stack af.
Jeg kommer med. Jeg går bag Olof, mate.
Peak toilet.
Jeg skyder
jeg kommer ikke nu, kommer ikke nu. En til. Helt tæt, helt tæt.
Kommer.
En til. AB, bare kom.
Ned højre hos. Hos.
Hvem puller? Ja, Grille, du er seriøst varm. Boys.
Tak, mate.
Little config clutch sprinkled into a decent enough CT side from Astralis.
You know, he left his mark in so many of those rounds, right? With the creativity and those 3Ks and how he moved. Like, you could, he's one of those players that even with a rifle, you took away the name tags, took away the skins, took away the name, you could see that it's him, you know, the way that he plays the game. Such a unique style. It's really cool to watch when you can stand out like that at this level and still have such an incredibly high impact. 19 kills, beating his first half of the last map, where he had 18, and really carrying Astralis through a very awkward first half on overpass.
Oh, speaking of awkward, weird movement there. Plowski sees a shadow, but then the jump doesn't come through the door. Also doesn't land on the bench.
I kind of feel like he asked for an awkward fight, though. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, the shadows could pass him by. Yeah. It's not a bad spot. That definitely can work, and you do get the shadows, but situations like that, I suppose.
A little bit weird, man. Like Willy Wonka weird. Smokes over the top of the site. Device, tough spot, but no challenge from Long here. Very passive from Xyp9x, and that's why. Ooh. He waits just long enough for Device to give up his side.
Said I played with you long enough, son.
Yeah. In your head. And now we've got a bomb plant comfortably for Astralis, so solid start to the pistol.
No, this is bad, because this is taking us farther away from Mirage.
Oh, you're right. This is awful.
We hate this.
I'm angry. And I don't really know why.
Yeah. As long as the game's exciting. So what do we... Oof. Okay, well, come on. Is the retake possible? 4v2?
Yes, it is.
Rez, they're coming in hot. Rez alone, 1v3, a little bit far.
Yeah, that would have been his chance at the 1v2. Then maybe he beats Zipex, but instead it's Astralis taking second pistol on this T side. 3 for Config, 22 and 8.
Say it again.
22 and 8.
Yeah, he's got his hands on every round, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, give me that auto exec, Mr. Config. Don't know if NIP can survive the second pistol win. We'll see about the T side.
Yes, we will.
Where Astralis made their money, honestly. Both halves, but now they don't have to worry about that op as much.
Astralis odds to the favor still, even before we head to the unknown of Mirage. Easy B pickup from Blame. Lucky, gonna get tested, but survives the first fight, and Config helps out with the second. There's a player still in sight with Esatag, but a jumping Blame F Mac 10 to the forehead is enough to kill any man.
What they're going to be able to threaten, I feel like, based on what we've seen so far, with the very few rounds of data that we have on this team, is an incredibly explosive T-half, and also on overpass, you know, monster hits, right? No matter how bad you are as a roster, if you have drilled one monster hit, you can use that more times than you're supposed to be able to, you know, based on like the map's design, just because you can get, as long as you can clear out that close right angle, get your back against the wall, getting out of monster outside the pillar, it's really hard to stop. I mean, no matter how good you are. And 2021 CT side CS, it has a lot to do with doubling up towards the wood wall as well as the right side of monster, and so much emphasis on that. And that's pretty much where the rounds begin and end sometimes with these B site hits, because there's no ceilings over the whole site. So if short control gets taken, or you just want to throw nades from outside monster, you can flash any point on the site, molly any point on the site, or nade any point on the site. Think about how easy the T executes on Nuke were, and there are basically, you know, designated glass windows that you have to use to throw select grenades through. Well, in Overpass, it is an absolute sandbox, and that's the scariest part for any CT team trying to defend.
And defend they'll need to. If you guys are just joining us for Overpass, dude, it's been a couple of halves since we've seen Astralis on the T side, but I was kind of blown away by the aggression, the tempo, the really fast pace that they smashed Nuke with, and now this affinity for a B site. Like, that's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm thinking this is going to be out of the gate. Astralis even taking a timeout prior.
And again, if they default towards A, now that they're on T side, they will also, you know, potentially have to go up against Device, who's one of the best players ever to play this map with an op, right? So they could avoid all that problems. And I think we've seen oftentimes the game plan starts out with the op towards A and then starts to lean towards B towards the end, depending on how the half goes.
Okay.
But we'll have to see what Glaive has in store for us.
I, for one, can't wait. But we'll have to. Passively, Astralis going to clear out connector first, and you know, listen, Ninjas, you got a P250 between the 5 of you, 2 flashbangs with Esatag. Maybe you get a lucky timing on a pop. Or maybe it's going to come down to the plop.
My nose left a little bit.
Yeah. I heard it.
Poopski.
Hey, man.
It's just funny to say.
Don't talk smack.
No, it didn't. You literally said plop.
That's no, I'm laughing. Okay. Flash into short, catch Zipix, take the AK, and that's you know, that's the silver lining Ninjas could really hope for. Anything beyond that is more than they kind of deserve. Blame F. Damn, poor Esatag. Didn't realize he'd be that deep.
You're supposed to be allowed to walk through your spawn backwards.
You're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But in Blame F's house, well, his rules. A jumping Lucky will distract long enough for Config to clear the last 2 kills. Astralis leading 11-7 on this T side. Config is 25-8.
Yeah, another 3 kills. He's got a straw hat on. He's farming. He is on the John Deere, and they're just blades of grass.
Come on down to Config Farms.
What kind of crops do they have?
We like to can up a good old ass whooping.
Like crop. Okay. That's their export?
Yeah.
Okay. How much do they charge?
Too much.
Free 99.
Too much, man. I'm telling you, this food inflation. Smokes over the top of the B site. It's going to be a quick one. It's going to be lickety split and a literal split if Lucky can come in from short, but for the time being, he staves off his commitment. Zipix going to flash his way beyond the barrels. Plopsky blind as a bat.
sitting down inside of the water, regaining some vision, but oh, there's a player right to his left. It's Hampus instead with the kill, and then Plopsky able to answer with one as well, trying to find a multi-frag. It's Hampus with a gun that goes dry, and Blame F with an answer. Deals with the device up in the heavens, and he's looking for more. He needs more because Lucky is so tagged up and also playing with just the MAC-10, but Rez comes in from the upper shelf and pushes Lucky to the 1v3, Deagle MAC-10 only. Good damage, but now they know where he's at, and it's going to be a big ask, too much in course. And Ninjas with their 8th.
Better coverage than Verizon on that hold. That was not bad. The they had one rifler towards Monster, so this is where things got sketchy, right? Because STech does get one, but immediately traded out. Then everybody in support is playing way back. But Plopsky and Hampus do a good job of just sustaining, like maintaining their position, holding their passive angles, waiting for the rotations to come in. Rez picks the perfect time to peek out of heaven as well, and you could see Blame F's cog start turning. He's throws the molly towards CT so he can section out the fight behind the site, goes in for it, Rez peeks him and takes him out, and from there you're like, all right, NIP have their wits about them. And Astralis didn't have that drilled all the way through into the full explosion, because I think at the point where they went 1-for-1 coming in, I feel like they were probably 60-40 at that, at that moment.
Okay.
Like usually that's when it gets really, really scary for CT side, but it honestly looked very calm from the NIP camp, which is a great sign. And I brought up that, the stat about the fact that no one on NIP is positive, and that's still true even to right now, Rez being 12-12 as the closest, but they've been able to scrape together a lot of rounds because I feel like they've been the better team in a lot of situations.
All right, we'll see if we can scrape together consecutive round wins on this defensive half. A CT round win. Looks good on Ninjas. Let's see if they can get some more. It was a hell of a dry spell on Nuke, but this is their map pick, and this is Config's game.
What?
Already, he peeked into short
There's
B.
no one else in B.
It's completely clear. If they go B, it's everything for them, but instead it's Rez and Plopsky aggressive into the playground, and now Astralis, they are in a desperate spot. Lucky solo down connector. Oh, what a weird position. Ninja's 4-player aggressive setup on A.
Oh, man.
The one threat is maybe they lose B, and it could have happened had the bomb not been committed onto playground. How the hell did they dig themselves out of this ditch? Lucky? Nope, gonna get shut down by Hampus. Zipix pushing through the smoke, and it's a sweep from the Ninjas in pajamas. Config gonna catch Rez, but he has so little health that sure enough, a USP spam through smoke will get the job done.
They still never had the intel that it was the 4 aggressive setup out of spawn, so there was a chance that people would still be lurking around in different spots. There was a call, and I can't remember the round. There's probably some Counter-Strike genius out there with a great memory that can pull this one for me. But there was like a match point round where somebody, actually, I believe it was Cloud9 actually. Oh my God, NIP. Wait, I wonder if Esatag called that round, because I believe it was Cloud9 with Esatag and Alex who called that on like a match point round. They did a 4 aggressive setup on CT side overpass, and then the team just went B. But in this situation, that's the good version.
Yeah. Nice to have. It was very fun to watch you facially work through that situation.
That was hard. That was very hard.
Guys, from home, it looked great. I believe you. I believe you, for better or for worse. And Astralis, currently looking worse than the Ninjas in pajamas. 4v3 weapon advantage, but you know who scares me? It's Config. He's losing his teammates and most of his HP. He will be toppled by device from the USP, doubling back, hunting Glaive, the bomb carrier on 30 HP. This game looking as tight as ever, but the Ninjas still trail, even after this one, by 1.
Looks like Mirage is coming. It's coming.
Well, settle down.
Okay, yeah. That was brutal rounds. Really good couple of rounds. Confidence rounds, and rounds where they just keep numbers up, and I'm going to guess someone's now probably positive on them. No, still working on it. But coming close, and more people are getting kills. It's obviously not all about, being black and white about who's got more kills than deaths. But, yeah, now that we're coming closer to a tied score line, money's looking a lot better. The Swedish economy is at all-time highs.
Yes.
We'll see what we can do here from round 22. They'll try to chew through another attack from Astralis, and I think this is where Astralis will, determine their mood for the next couple of rounds. If they get smoked here or not.
Molly's over the top. Ooh, device sticks around and catches Glaive over top of the mid-peak.
Just feels like we're going to have to keep falling with eyes on Config to see whether he can be the jackknife elsewhere when things go poorly. You know, think about how mobile he was in the first half, playing all the different positions, being thrown around the map in an attempt to do what he does. Much harder on the offensive half, and we can see it.
Can tell Astralis are just about to go for this exec again, but how many nades will be involved? Config walking all the way out.
Essetag ready for him, playing around the pillar. Config eats the flashbang. Essetag sees nothing, comes back, and is killed. Plopsky locked into short side. Lucky goes beyond, and because of that, he's going to find his headshot versus Hampus. Device with the op is cleared out.
Okay, all right.
Config 12 health, but a critical kill. Plopsky all the while still on short, and so is Rez. They're smoked, and they're boosting, and they're going to be avoided.
There's a potential late flank for the CTs as well. They're making noise. Well, if they do actually.
If they just go away, they've got this locked in.
Oh, this is just, will they live is the question. Rez coming to clear the tunnel. Blame that tight angle. Ooh, it's just good enough to give him the cover.
And Plopsky still doesn't know exactly what's up, but now the bomb plant confirms it. Astralis, good read on the situation.
Config 29 kills off these two entries, and just as you pointed out, went down to 12 HP off the first duel,
Blast
and he wasn't
away
even
Device.
looking at his target. He's got that Yakinder effect, and I hate to compare Yakinder to him because Config's been doing it for a lot longer, of course. But the confidence that Yakinder's had this year in particular, and how amazing he's been as an entry, it's this idea that you can send him out into battle with all the flashes in the world coming at him, Molotovs at his feet, and his teammates dying around him, and he'll still manage to see through the interference and find the frag consistently. And right now, he is that X factor.
Hands down, man. If the Danes are Vikings, then Config's the Berserker. You throw him through the thick of it, he's going to inspire the people around him.
The Berserker.
Yeah, the Berserker.
That's a good name for him. He's doing it, man. He's making the team proud. First day in the jersey. As he pointed out in the interview with James earlier, it's been a long time coming, he's felt, and a lot of people have felt, to see him playing for Astralis. Alongside Blame F is not a timeline many of us thought that we would see, but no, I don't think anyone's mad about that.
No, not at all.
So, well, some fight left in Astralis, but it really is, a lot to do with him. And how much energy does he have to be able to take over this entire half is a big question. He's already done so much. He's going to need some assistance, I feel.
Double ops out of Ninjas in Pajamas, change up in this defense.
Yeah.
Device and Hampus swinging the big greens. And none of them on the side of Astralis. So let's see what's up as Device looks to post towards Fountain yet again. Squeaky door blown off its hinges. Zipix, the solo outside monster, and some jump spotting going on. Config looking for the headshot maybe. Device looking for the peek on the top of the stairs, but that's Lucky to step up. And here's the thing, we were criticizing the B play. Lucky looked very uncomfortable, and he gave up some critical kills, but now this is 2 rounds in a row that alongside Config, he's been crisp. Down towards B last round definitely helped. I don't think Config gets all 3 of those kills on such little HP.
That's true.
And if Lucky wants to come alive here and now in the later portion of this second map, no better time for him to show his value. Oh, so close.
By a hair.
Almost with the timing.
No, but you're right. You don't have to do everything to do a lot. And that's what Lucky's shown. Man. Love the fact that they don't shy away from this op. Essetag. Oh, he might run back into the problem. Oh, doesn't win his duel versus Config. I appreciate the idea in the 4v4. Config did look like he was about to give up stairs totally. They were going to move into the next phase of their game plan, but instead sold his own little fake with a spam at the top of stairs and came right back down for the duel. And it's versus a Famas, of course. Just to shine a light on the CT side economy, and even without Device, Hampus puts together a frag.
4v3 as they sprint closer in.
Oh, it's open. Oh my, it's so open.
Completely theirs for the taking. A1S damage good. Config down for the count. Plopsky's going to be given another fight.
Oh, this is so dry. The duels are so dry. No smoke in heaven, no flashes here, and they're crossing the right side of the pillar.
Oh, 2 players down beneath heaven. Opper going to play towards Graffiti instead. It's Rez as the front runner. Zipix looking to keep it locked. Blame F down in the cubby. And Lucky further back.
drawing the attention of the CT retake attempt. First one cut down, Hampus scoped in, causing Blame F to get an easy pickup and to leave Plopsky left on his own. It is a 13th for Astralis at a T side that is starting to break through.
Ninjas absolutely lean on this map in their pool, and this would be a pretty crazy upset, honestly, just in this map. For basically a brand new team to be able to take one over them. 13-10 here for Astralis. T-side economy not looking great for Ninjas. So many good plays still coming out of both Lucky and Config in the second half, as you've already shone a light on very aptly. And the pressure put on Xyp9x in this off angle to combine with the crossfire of Blame F. It's too much to overcome. They get tunnel visioned on this one duel and then get shot in the side. And now they have nothing besides this M4 on Plopsky. No armor purchases as they think about playing from 14-10.
Yeah, they held on for as long as they could, but these last two rounds, both of which have Lucky's name on it, but oh, the Deagle. Rez looking for a second, and to take down Config, that could change everything. Oh, because we know that Astralis have leaned on him to get through this opening matchup. Dodging the flashbang, Rez looking for it, but again, it is Lucky to pick something up. And it's not the most critical of kills. It's not Plopsky's M4 taken away, but Glaive still within connector finds another kill, and so will Blame F. This front line from the A play.
Man, they've got so many operations going on at the same time.
So many different fights, so many positions, engagements, and options, and more importantly than anything, Mohan, it's kills. They are cutting away the pistols of the ninjas in pajamas, and they're cutting away their chances simultaneously too.
It's just, it's such an Astralis thing to be able to keep such a good inventory of the map, but allow people to still be their individual self and make all their plays, but understand where they need to be at a certain time. And here, they trusted Lucky, he delivered. They trusted Blame, he delivered. And Lucky delivers again. Everybody gets caught in rotation, which is the absolute ideal way to win rounds on T side. Spot someone walking. We've got to dig deep now. Ninjas, of course, didn't have much to work with. Don't want to overly emphasize that. It's a 4A setup once again. Bombs left back a little bit this time, which is actually a really important difference, even if they died. Has to tag alone on the B site. They seem a bit more cautious about the idea that this is one of their opening plays. Really don't see Ninjas doing this too often. This molly for the Opper.
Yep. Hits the mark. Flushes Rez forward ever so slightly. Smoke's going to confirm it, but there's that potential long peek. Yep. Nicely done. Plopsky times it, and he gets a second. But this is the drawback.
They get the info again, but they left the bomb back. It can't be spotted by the CT side, but now it can be cut off. Hampus coming in fast on the flank. He gets shut down by Config. The awareness kicks in. The timing is there, and now the bomb is recollected with an open route to swing around as Config holds on to short side for Xyp9x to come in and plant.
It's a dangerous recovery, but Config making it look easier and easier. They take away the man advantage, and they get the bomb into position fast enough. Device smoked out just as he gets into heaven. And a daunting 2 versus 3, or it's 15 for Astralis. And Ninjas don't look like they're just going to walk away for the save. Another smoke towards heaven, but that's not the problem. It's the 2 CTs peeking in from Graffiti. Lucky gets dinked. That could be the opening, but he comes right back at the fight, and he deals with Plopsky. It's all on Device, and Lucky is finding some life.
Yes, sometimes he is a fourth quarter player. He really does have it in him, and he's starting to wake up like crazy, man. That's the caffeine injection mentally. He's in the game. He's recognized the circumstances, and he's not just there reacting. He's pushing the round forward, which is fantastic to see. This is an absolutely brutal scene here for NIP as they get decimated in this round. In my opinion, in my very humble opinion, with this 4A setup, obviously one of the biggest follies of it is the fact that once it gets spotted, and especially with the certain pieces given away, then you know that you can squeeze to the other side of the map, which puts so much pressure on the one guy in B site, right? And both times Config has found the B site opening. The difference is this time the bomb is left closer to them, and Config has the awareness to stop the short rotation as well, and they have an idea of the setup even if they aren't totally sure, and maybe that was enough. And I think there is the need for you on CT side to make your move quickly enough that you can rotate over, because your rotate is forever when you have to get out of there if you're not going to push all the way through.
There he is.
Fantastic match.
Yeah, not too bad, huh? Hell of a debut for the Berserker and the Boulder.
Yeah, true.
Astralis, 15-10 and a 2-0 over Nip if they can just close in one of these last 5 rounds. But as much as we can talk about the newcomers, there is also a direct correlation between Lucky getting kills on this T side. All 4 of these rounds in a row from Astralis, all 4 of them have Lucky's name on it in one way or another.
Absolutely. It's kind of like how Device starts 1-9 on Nuke, but then gets like 6 opening kills in the first half or something like that, and then you see like their specific round conversions come because of him. Besides going negative overall or not having total impact on the map, he just changed the direction of the game completely with the frags that he got. Things get very testy now. Their backs are completely against the wall, looking to defend against a 2-0 statement match. Everyone's watching this game. I mean, the fact that it's new Astralis and new Nip all at the same time, I mean, it just couldn't be more satisfying to watch than that, especially considering it's partly a rematch. This is a tough scene. I feel like the killer for the CT side especially is the fact that you have to sit there, hold angles, wait for the game plan to come to you, you know, react accordingly, and you can't just be as aggressive as you want the whole time. Control the pace. But on the plus side, is since you can't lose, if your CT economy gets full and you start winning rounds, in new CS where you're dropping grenades to your B side players, or where you've got the M4A1S, which is stronger than ever, you can really streak from that perspective as well. And Overpass is one of the maps that has benefited. On top of the fact that Device has been opping, but this round we'll have to see if he can afford one. I think something that was cool was when we saw the stairs, there was a couple rounds in a row where I think they won 2 rounds in a row on T side. They used the op, they won A, and they defended. And it was these 3-round streak. The second 2 were 2 rifle rounds as well. And then Glaive, I feel like, called a round where he wanted to make sure to deal with Device first before moving into the rest of his attack.
Okay.
And actually respected the fact they needed to deal with him and not just avoid the problem.
All right.
And I think that was a very brave move and point in the game. And they actually won the duel as Lucky came up from the stairs and killed Device floating by himself. Took the op out of his hands, really hurt the economy. They won that round and they haven't lost a round since.
They've been rolling it. But we will be rolling backwards. The reason for this extended pause is that Rez had crashed in that last round.
Oh, okay.
And it was confirmed by the admin that he crashed before damage.
Okay.
They couldn't pause mid-round. If you go back and see that Rez was still moving around and playing, it's because, oddly enough, based on my limited Swedish, he was playing off of Hampus's screen at one point.
Right.
So, weird situation, but to confirm, admin secured 14-10 situation. Astralis have not gotten that 15th round. Albeit an impressive B play. C'est la vie.
Yeah. Well, they'll get a new chance to try something. And this is a round where they're on 5 rifles. Last round, they basically tried the 4A setup. Probably wasn't a great idea. The execution maybe wasn't as pristine as they needed it to be, and it ended up costing them the round. So at least have another chance to try something a little different.
And they immediately go for the B defense. Total contrast and an opening kill. Rez is going to have an opper breathing down his neck, but he turns attention just in time, and Glaive, whoa, still able to get the shot. Takes a bit of damage in the process.
Look at the rotations on the CT side. So panicked already.
Yeah,
they're
kind of
swinging.
Scrambled.
You leave someone top bathrooms, they have shadow advantage on both sides, on short side and long side. So it's absolutely normal to leave someone there alone, but you also expect them to be able to delay somewhat, win a duel. So now on the 4v4, gets a lot testier. Hampus will pay a small price for that. Chance at a spam through smoke, and the bomb starts to make its way over towards B. I think that's the pragmatic style of Glaive, saying like, we're going to work hard to make it seem like we're not going to do this. Oh, but then we're going to come back to it and blame F. Is that Boulder you're talking about, moving slowly and rolling through the bathrooms?
That's what he does. Tough piece to stop, and Essetag Catching Glaive outside of Monster now.
Blame is actually walking fast on his lurk. 25 seconds, so they need to combine. He actually has to move at an appropriate tempo. They're going to come back up the stairs. He has the sight. They don't have anybody in stairs to stop him. And Blame F may have just won this round.
More and more momentum being gained by Blame. Plopsky's going to rotate up, but you can see him already walking, so he has to be cautious with this. If he clears Blame, Blame's on low HP, but Plopsky's caught right on the side of the staircase, and Astralis with the late B to A rotation, a 4v5. Made possible by the fact that Blame F picks up a crucial kill versus Device in bathrooms, and then uses all of that as space towards A.
And it's that's his brand. That's his namesake right there to come through with the lurk. And yes, you can tell
rolling boulder.
His style has changed already within this roster, in this new roster, but he still keeps some of his old identity. And the fact that he can use both makes him scarier than ever. Of course, a top 6 player coming out of 2020, looking to put his mark on 2021.
Yeah.
There were no questions about his stats. It was mostly about how dynamic his playstyle could be.
Yeah, looking to, get back to that point and erase some of the skepticism that is around him since the struggles of complexity. My favorite thing about this Blame F addition to Astralis is how open he was to the idea of redefining himself and slotting in wherever it has to be. And so far, we've already got a cool example of it. But we are now where we were prior to the tech issue. So all is good and all is balanced in the universe.
One upgrade is Device will see an op this round, even though they were all on M4s in that previous. But this could be at round 26. Two MP9s here for Ninjas. A FAMAS. Your first sign of poverty. Not a great position to be in. But crazier rounds have been won. And crazier comebacks have been mounted.
No doubt. Device gives up the angle just before Config walks around from connector. That could have definitely been an opening pick. But it slips through and slips by, as will Config, pushing past the bathrooms, and he dies to Device. Another 5 versus 4 from the Ninjas in pajamas. This time they have to lock it in.
Look, they're doing it again.
They have to.
They're trying to alert and alarm the A-site players. And even if you die, you still get those rotations. 3 now move over towards Monster. Smart move by NIP.
Yep.
This is a read on Glaive.
Yep. And if this smoke fades, Zipic's on full display. Molly's over the top, but they're going to stay hugged along the wall, so they're safe from damage for the most part. Plopsky has to move somewhat.
3 on the right side.
All 3.
Oh my god, this is really dangerous.
If Glaive comes around
on this side, there's no one on in the wood wall.
He's got the first one. Oh no! Oh, he drops the shot. This is going to put a lot of pressure onto the others, and it's going to be Zipix instead. 2 kills, but a third one locked in, and they turn their back to them. Rez with the double, and Ninjas with a little more fight.
That's a little different. I haven't seen that one before. 3 on the right side wall. Holy smokes! If Glaive got his first shot, I mean, they had multiple chances to clear him out. Usually want one on the wood wall or someone supporting from, barrel side or on the ramp or something like that. But because they had their MP9s, they had to think outside the box, and it ended up working. That third player that you could never expect ends up being a difference maker. And of course, Rez with his last 2 kills as well. That's a funny one. That's a funny one.
Yeah, I'm not saying that works most of the time, but it definitely managed to somehow find better impact.
Yeah, I mean, when you low guns, you got to get creative.
If it works, it works.
You appreciate the ingenuity at the very minimum. And in general, the idea, right? So the execution might have looked a little messy, but the idea to overstack the B site in a situation where Glaive has continuously postured like they were going to try A for the first time and then ended B, as he always does, because that is his style. Just do what works, condition, 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 go back to what hits the hardest, means that at least Ninjas have tuned into something, right? And if they can trust those reads, then maybe we will have a real game for ourselves. First round in 5 for Ninjas.
And they're going to need 4 more. Flames extinguished and quick playground control. Device going to be the front runner of the bathrooms hold. Hampus nearby, but also kind of preoccupied, especially with that door open and no short control. You could see Plopsky kind of toying with the idea of combining here with Hampus. But where's the contact going to be found? Device falls back, can't find an angle onto the ramp, but somebody could still walk right in, and sure enough, it's Lucky.
Hampus now coming in from connector. Easy tap into Blame F, and a 5 versus 3 for the Ninjas. A 15-12 looking solid enough. But Hampus is still kind of stuck here. Very much left on his own. Shots coming singing by, but he continues to fight. And that's going to call Rez into the action, which is exactly what Glaive would hope for. If they can get Hampus to come out of this cave.
Man, they're so scared of this backstairs potential presence, even though there's no one here for Hampus. But it's a 2-on-4 at the end of the day. However, 2-on-3, as Hampus really does get worried. They have short control here, and instead of clearing the bottom of the stairs, they go back and take that risk.
Piece by piece. Now it's Config looking to lock in Esatag. He's on his own in a 1 versus 3 with no bomb control. He knows that Device is on left, and Device is also on point. Oof. 2 op frags to close that one out. 3 inside of the round, and 3 rounds to go to force OT.
That was a testy moment, man. That looked really uncomfortable for reasons I'm not sure of with Hampus there, but ultimately he was doing so well on the frags that he managed to kill so many that it came down to a 1-on-3, which is obviously totally fine for the Ninjas, and they survive one more. And Device has been quietly good in this second half. He's a threat on the A site. He's been aggressive in spots. Oftentimes he's completely alone, which I think is kind of interesting, but he's most of the time not a liability whatsoever. He's either getting the kill or staying alive.
Now this is where the Ninjas in pajamas pull ahead. It's just pistols on the side of Astralis. This is the reward for this little mini spree. Double flash frag, Tech 9s, Deagles, 2 sets of Kevlar. You know, it's minimal here for Astralis, but you can't count out the 2 guys with the Kevlar are the heaviest fraggers, and it's the complexity duo of Config and Blame F. Maybe something explosive. Definitely looking like a pack mentality. 4 strong from Astralis heading towards Monster, and then they somewhat split with Config testing the waters of short. But he doesn't actually commit to that side, so this could just be the all-in. And there it is, the flashback's good to blind. Oh, and it's a Faunus from Plopsky, still good for the first 2. And Esatag gonna lay down lead, but he ends up dead alongside Hampus. Glaive, a 1v3 turned 1v2 with bombs still ahead, but only 12 health, and sure enough, Rez extends, gets him.
See how much they're testing the Monster, though. Just
2 rounds left.
You can always go back to it. Underrated, but those support flashes from Hampus were really important to segregate the attack. There was 3 in the front, and those 3 Tech 9s, luckily, even though the flash was fantastic, the nose flash out on the site, the CTs were both blind in this spot. They got their stuff together, were able to see again, but then Hampus made sure there could be no more targets could come in as fast, and then those guys also ate flashes. Yep. That was key.
Commitment. A killer commitment. And a very crucial round. 29 alive and kicking. Glaive gonna make sure nobody's coming at him long A fast, but Glaive is also taking on the responsibility of being alone towards A. Astralis showing an affinity for this B site in these most recent rounds. And if they get overfaced, yeah, there's a peek down Monster. Dangerous game for Esatag to play. He loses 50 points of health, as will Glaive. Plopsky's able to pick one up, but he does lose his teammate next to Monster. This doesn't need to be any kind of crazy commitment. There is still plenty of time for Astralis to piece it together.
It's hard to say who comes out ahead in this situation because now we've just entered the mid-round. Options are still open past a minute.
Dangerous.
Hampus making a move. Oh, but he gets his kill. It's going to be hard for him to fall back. He might play this aggressively.
Yes, he will.
That's a great move, Hampus. You love that confidence in round 29. He doesn't need a babysitter.
Extends in on his own and looks to go one better, but that's where Zip's going to stop this. A 1v4 attempt and everything still left to do. You look at how much, or rather how little, map control Astralis had when they walked away from that B-site 4v4. Hampus finds timing with the second kill player with grenades in his hands. It looked like they wanted to extinguish the fire so that they could push through and try to chase him. Little did they realize he stuck around. But Hampus, well, he still has a chance, albeit slim. If he gets this short kill versus Plopsky, he can make a sprint for the B bomb site, but he needs to clear it here and now. And as he walks out, he'll be cut down by Plopsky. Round 30 coming up next.
Yes, Zipix, maybe there was a world. In this moment, again, overall, NIP have been doing a good job of holding on in the B-side opportunity. And here, Hampus, that could have been the game right there. You know, the one guy pushing this far out on A.
Flash.
And yeah, he gets all 3 by himself. You know, you could see him tussling with that idea in his head that if he runs away, he can just die, and that would be playing to lose. Instead, he just decided this is a good play, even if it's risky, and he comes forward as they expect him to be afraid.
Astralis gloves off. You got nothing to lose here. Overtime. Or a victory off Tech9's. Blame F with the Galil.
Oh, interesting. Only slightly different. Going to smoke the stairs and potentially move into an exec.
Yes, sir. They've got 2 players over towards the monster. This is it. This is the one that matters. Ninjas in pajamas. It's a solid hold from Plopsky. Another 3K coming in from the Ninjas. He's on for the ace, and Lucky shuts it down, but he then falls, and we go to OT on map 2.
They survived it from 15-10. I think it's only right. Ninjas pulled it off, the streak. 5 rounds in a row. They got it together. Their B-holds looked more solid. Things were sketchy in small moments, but that's going to happen in any kind of comeback. And now in overtime, the pressure is really on Astralis because clearly they are far less drilled on this map. We've seen in both halves, they don't have as many ideas. Their B-site hits overall are not as thorough. They relied on config and Lucky to be able to get them to the 15 mark. And since then, we didn't have any crazy rounds from them. But obviously, this is Counter-Strike. You can't expect that to happen. You can't lean on that the whole time.
Nope.
But we're also at the point where you can shake it off. You've got money again. It's a reset mentally, and you've learned a lot just from this match alone. And that goes for both teams. This is data for Ninjas as well. This will come down to who's more adaptable now that they've all seen the full breadth of the rounds in both halves of regulation.
Looking for some long contact. Rez hides behind Oak. Oh, Lucky. We just said how he'd kind of gone silent, and now it's up to Device to maybe give us a multi-kill. Oh, barely misses that one as he peeks around the pluming smoke, but he'll be chased by Lucky, and inside bathrooms, Lucky gets himself a second kill. This could be the one that gets Astralis back to winning ways on this T side, but we do have that fast rotate. Ninjas. Oh, they thought they were comfortably pushing up on A. Config committed into the corner, catching Hampus by surprise.
Downloaded him instantly. Wait, what's
nice
happening right here? Flash out the CTs. Everyone's confused. Out the side of his view model, and Config dies. And now the CTs, there's still 2. They're rotating from so far away, though.
Plopsky does have vision.
This bomb is way far back, however. Late smokes will come in. It looks like Lucky was just setting them up.
Blame just got by.
Oh my
God.
God.
But so did Plopsky.
Yeah,
there are 2 layers. Oh, both CTs. Both CTs, but one gets caught by Blame. They still don't know about Plopsky, but they figure it out. They figure everything out.
One round
Whether it's Device locked inside of bathrooms, that push from, I believe, Hampus up long. Hell, even the player hiding behind tree gets deleted off of the bat.
One of the most fickle spots, obviously, that you can choose to play. It can work, but it's obviously very scary. And there is just so much panic in the way that all of these attacks came in. The amount of flash tactics, 2 players are blind as they're approaching each other. It's insane. They're just in revolving doors, trying to catch one another. And now, 3 rounds to go for Astralis to take it to 19, but I don't think that's just a foregone conclusion. We've seen good stuff from Nip, starting with Device.
Yes, sir. Starting to get a little more fired up. Getting into the party, and Rez as well, down towards Connector. Now, we saw some good rounds from Hampus in there. And a 5v3 immediately for Ninjas in Pajamas. This could bode very well. Who's looking to claw it back? Who's up to the challenge? Who's up to the task? Rez concedes Connector.
All about timings now. Ninjas, you know, incentivized to stay alive, but...
And also stay on site.
Don't simply want to recede, yes. Still so much time here as Astralis work. They've got a fair bit of utility left over as well.
Nade could be good, but Hampus, he's ahead of it.
Oh,
Blame F gets the barrel.
Still one close.
Lucky doubles back just to Connector. Blame F incredibly low, so it's going to need to be Lucky and Zipix who really take up the helm on this one. And Blame F's making a good bit of sound. That activates Hampus, but Lucky shuts him down. And Lucky in overtime is right back to the impact he had in that streak of rounds in the middle.
He's still testing this. They swing right back around like a pendulum.
Crazy that they stay because they made so much sound to fake out the rotate. Rez over towards Graffiti. There's another player here on barrels. Maybe it's going to be Plopsky to lock it down. He'll shut off Lucky, and remember, Blame 10 points of health, but another couple of kills, and it's all on Rez. He's trying to play around it. Oh, and Zipex stops him right there And when it matters most.
What happened? He just like lost control of his gun, didn't have enough bullets. I don't even know. Felt like he just gave up in that moment. That got ugly, and Plopsky, you could see it. He could sense that he was so low on his one currency left over, and that was ammo. And that's the kill to break open barrels. On top of these frags from Lucky, everything went right. And if you're Nip, everything went wrong.
Oh my God, that is sexy.
Can't believe that entry all
Just
alone.
Chisels his head off.
So many opportunities to stop them. Any of those kills go south. And that's a CT round all the way through. Instead, Astralis have won 2 in a row here in overtime after losing 5 straight in regulation. And definitely their weaker side.
And they're gunning for the OT. Flawless streak. Because of the presence, it's... Oh! Nice, Plopsky. Very clean. Looked like he was going to get caught, but he was so aware of it. However, Glaive right in and trades it back. Rez looked like he wanted to jump upwards, but Lucky's gonna know he's locked in, and Zipix just pushes right through smoke.
And now the rotators are getting stuffed out. There's still 1 in B. Hampus, off angle, back of the site. What can he do?
So blind, but also unspotted until Blaine comes over the crest. And now a 2v4 is what they're left with. A late rotation as well from Device. He's just looking for some kind of a deep angle with this op, but Astralis look to minimize mistakes. And they're not trying to give up any easy kills. Smoke ahead of Device, and Rez now killed. This is a desperate spot and a flawless T-side in overtime from Astralis.
That's a little bit of magic to be able to pull that one off, and it's not NIP with it this time. One round to wrap it up.
I can't believe this.
That's insane. Tag is fully allowed to be holding that smoke in that exact way, in the perfect pre-aim for Zipix. Everything falls apart. I mean, the trust in each other and the explosive entry pack cannot be undermined in some of these rounds. I mean, no matter how good your setups are, you watch this demo back, you're going to feel for your B-side teammates. What Astralis just pulled off is insane, but when you look at the players, you're like, I get it. Again, CT side was a little bit friendlier to them.
Gonna be a quick one here from the Ninjas, taking over short control immediately out of the round. I believe that's Config down inside connector. Yeah, sure enough. Him versus Plopsky in a 1v1. Rez has cover over, so Config, he has to stay tucked in, and that's just going to welcome Plopsky into the fight. A 5v4 for Astralis, and a fallback from Config. It costs him a little bit more HP, but Hampus is also lurking around here. And if Glaive gives false confidence to Config, that could be one thing, but Config doubles all the way back, so Glaive kind of left on his island alone.
This was the big thing, and we saw the late monster walkouts in these situations to try to get something back from NIP. It doesn't feel like they have that option anymore. Hampus was on the other side of the map, and he was the tip of the spear in that regard. And you could see Astralis, you know, they like to starve Nip out when possible. And now it looks like Nip might give them that opportunity. So many players here ready for a B-side hit.
That there is. But there's always this omnipresent question mark above the head of Lucky. And as he drops to 49, he's going to have to be as sharp as ever, tucked alongside this wall. Hampus sizing up this A site, trying to keep some kind of a commitment in position. Astralis toying with the peak. That's now 3 of their players at less than half HP, and Zipix just good for the one. Lucky blind as a bat. Tag doubles up, but it's Config, and we know Berserk mode is prime and ready for the taking. Rez denies the chance. Man advantage back for Ninjas. 15 seconds on this clock, and Glaive is coming down alongside Blame. The possibility of a boost over top or not. But the smoke inside of the site gives them a path to walk this back around from Monster into short to try and join Hampus. Side by side, they could play, but instead they remain outside of Monster. Glaive's gonna look to lock them in the angle. Oh, they nearly line up, and Blame F trades for the first, but Hampus has the headshot to connect and to continue for the Ninjas in pajamas.
Looks like they've got a bit of that Stardust as well. Sprinkled in, it's these T-sides that are bringing the magic. Man, this is one that looked like it was so close to falling apart, and Tag comes through with the double entry for himself. One of the many roles that he's had to play in the last year. On his 3 different rosters so far. 2 ops in play here. Glaive, we saw, took a very passive line at long on that last round. But overall, it hasn't been a very fruitful endeavor and investment for Astralis. But again, things can change. And there's another 5v4. Oh my God.
Ninja's not making this easy in the slightest. A little variation with Lucky committed behind pillar, but fire at his feet forces him back onto barrels.
Oh, and now they're actually primed to stop the stairs rotation on top of having 3 inside the B site. Does Plopsky know that his opponents are near?
And at this point, Singular Config left to lurk on A alone as Glaive doubles back.
He's resmoking
yes, he is.
the back of Monster for them to bleed some more time off this clock, and they'll take a passive but proactive tactic inside the site.
Really sick utility usage, making the most of the change. Allowing for the 3 players from Astralis to just keep guns up inside of B.
Honestly, I mean, the setup where they're sitting, I think they allow themselves to get entry'd inside the B. Again, no one on the half wall, no one on the other side of Monster, but they just have the player advantage, which might make the difference. And I feel like they know it's going to be B.
They have to be ready. They know that this battle is coming and that it could be the final one in this BO3. Zipix, good for 1, and Lucky as well. Rez has some kind of an answer as he looks to come in from short. Lucky's got the cover of the barrels. And who is this to join him? Device on the cusp of it. In with the headshot versus Lucky. Glaive is down in water. 11 seconds left. Config looking to attack from short. And there it is. The new Astralis debut with the 2-0 over Ninjas.
Oh my God, what a win. They actually make it happen. We don't see Mirage because they don't need it. NIP took him to overtime with a 5-round comeback into OT. And with a bit of X Factor and some great mid-rounding, they made it possible. I could see an argument to say that NIP are maybe the better team on the map, clearly look more experienced, maybe made more mistakes, but could have also got unlucky. But that's just, that might be the Astralis that all teams will have to get through from here on out. Because those players are not playing differently than they used to. They're just doing it on Astralis now.
Just battle hardened, dude. Straight out of the gate as well. Of all things, to come out, to have that resilience, to give up 5 rounds in a row to go to OT, and then to look better in that T side than ever. And what a recovery in overtime from Lucky. Because we kind of hyped him up as being like this momentary success within that T side. 4 rounds in a row he gets kills, 4 rounds in a row they win, and then suddenly things look doomy and gloomy. But a recovery. OT starts. Yep. He starts getting impact outside of connector. And they pull that one off.
Man, that's an emotional game. A fantastic match.
Yes.
I don't even know if I expected it to be that good. That was absolutely incredible to watch.
And what a debut as well for Config.
Yeah.
To show that he has this value as an individual, like his bloodlust for battle.
Crazy.
Some of those B entries outside of Monsters just kick this off. But, you know, speak of the devil, it's James Banks and the Berserker.
That is right, Scrawny. I've got the Berserker with me, and he started off damn strong. How does it feel to get this first win under your belt, especially after coming back from your injury, mate?
I think this was the best thing that could happen, honestly. Like, I've been kind of afraid of if I would get back on level, but I feel like I'm pretty much back, yeah.
All that DM paying off, yeah? We've seen you posting it on your stories that you're trying to get back into it.
The DM is definitely working, boys.
You were out for 19 weeks. 19 weeks since your last official.
And he's back.
But you're back in a big way, mate. You just hit the server and just dropped bombs. Like, there was nothing for you to be concerned about, apparently. Like, is that it? You had that in the back of your mind, so you came in and you were, I don't want to say over-prepared, but you were just ready to go?
I kind of knew that it would be hard to get back on track, but I think I did the right exercises and all that stuff to get back in the game, and playing with these guys also helped me, motivate me a lot to get back on track and play good. So yeah, I think that's maybe I'm just lucky, but 2 maps in a row can't be lucky, right?
No, I don't think so. I have a question here though, because one of the key factors here, NIP can't prepare for you boys. They had no idea what was going to come. Do you think that plays into your play style, right? Because you're such an X factor. They can't study any demos. They don't know what config is going to throw their way. Do you think that kind of aided you a little bit today?
Yeah, I feel like I'm a pretty unpredictable player. Like, I'll do whatever I want if I feel like it, and I think that helps me a lot, like getting all these weird frags in places where you shouldn't get a frag or two.
And is it smoother for you, right, coming back in and being straight back in with Blame on this journey?
It's pretty good having my bro with me. The bromance is still going on after Complexity, and I think he missed me a little bit because after Complexity, after I left, saw what happened, right?
Do you feel coming into this team, right, that you and Blame are brought in to be the stars, right? Because you look at who you've got around you right now. We're going to get into a lucky question soon, but do you guys think that you have to do those level performances?
I think that we got put in Astralis because they wanted like good players to step in because they lost 2 really strong legendary players, and I think they did the right decision by getting Blame F, who's like kind of in-game leading a little bit as well, and like doing all the tactic stuff, and getting me as an entry. I think like that's pretty good comparison, me and Dupree, and yeah, I think. Maybe I'm a star, maybe I'm not a star, we will see. This is the first game, SPUNJ, so no one knows.
Oh, you look like the star, so we want to see more of that. Now, I mentioned the lucky question, we're going to have to ask it. Wasn't AWPing, so can you give us anything on that?
Not really.
We tried.
No, he likes to AK, he likes to M4, he picks up the AWP sometimes, he does it in practice, and I think he's pretty comfortable with playing bomb sites with me as well on Nuke, for example, and playing overpass as well with the M4. So I think it's the right decision to let Glaive up.
Okay, all right. Oh, there you go. Well, there's something.
Didn't expect that at all. But okay, the first game's out the way, right? How are you feeling now mentally after this? You guys seem to be delivering your pumped up way for sure, but obviously you got to make sure you stay grounded at this point, right?
Pretty excited, to be honest. Like, I haven't played official games in 3 months. I haven't played lanes for a year or something, or 2 years almost. So I'm just pumped, and I'm just ready to play Saturday, I think it is. So it's gonna be
tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, the winners' games is tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, fuck, I'm playing tomorrow. Oh, I can't swear.
I'm pretty sure the winners' games are tomorrow, right? And then that'll book you further in the tournament where you get a bit of a break, I think. So
I'm ready tomorrow then.
Yeah. Well, if you keep this form up.
Tell me what time it is. I'll be there.
I forget the slots of the games. What, at 4 and 8 or something? I don't know. Look, either way.
Schedule.
Yeah, he'll be here. You just across the road.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
I had one more question here, James, if I could. Mirage. I don't think too many people were expecting that, right? This is a new Astralis, right? But the fact Mirage has gone through to the 3rd, that's showing an intent. Is that because you and Blame love that map? Like, it's a map that you guys are really good on.
Practiced it.
Really?
You serious?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been there while they practice. Maybe they practice with Bubski or something. I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Ace in the hole, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Trying to make sure. You're going to be playing Vitality tomorrow, though. What do you think about that kind of a matchup? How do you think you match up versus them?
I honestly think it's going to be a good match. I like playing against Vitality. I think they're a really strong team. I just think it's going to be a great game, honestly. I think that if Glaive calls like he did today, then it will probably be a win for us as well tomorrow.
And in terms of this calling situation, obviously you guys touched on it a little bit. How much is it on Glaive's point? How much is on Blame F? I'm a little bit chiming in. Where does it work?
I think Glaive has the final say, and then Blame F chimes in with like stuff or some of the times, and like tells we need to do this strat, and he shows all the perfect nades and stuff. So I think they have a really good balance in between who says what and who says what and when.
And does this make you guys harder to predict now and harder to look at as a team?
I'm always hard to predict, right?
In everything, mate, in everything. Well, Config, you came back in style, mate, and you absolutely crushed it. Thank you very much for your time. We'll keep things moving going forward. Oh, we're still
I think we're still going. Config, you just,
there we go.
I don't know, you can hang out with us. You can hang out with us. We're going into the player of the days. You might appear in the player of the days.
Yeah, actually probably will be playing the player today, won't he?
Yeah.
He's actually popping off.
He had a couple of rounds here.
A couple of good rounds.
Come on, at least 5.
You want to be all of them?
Yeah. We can arrange that. I don't know if they can get the package that quick, but yeah, they're pretty quick back there. That's
perfect. Oh, I'm free.
So here's our CS Money Player of the Day. We'll start off here, and we got Stewie up on the board.
Oh, you are here. You're the 3rd play right now. Now, this wasn't great. Look, Team Liquid didn't do a whole lot today, but Stewie gets himself around. The Twists up next with some North American representation. They had a hard time of things too. But look, I don't know how I feel about the Batman jersey, James. I don't know.
Not a fan of Batman?
No, it's not that I'm not a fan of Batman. It's just, I don't know. We're getting the Marvel, the DC, we're getting it all. I don't know what comes next. But yeah, Twist to keep them alive in this game. Good stuff from him, continuing to do what Twist does. And well, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
You do show up.
He's back.
You do show up. Now this one here, this is...
Oh, this was pretty spectacular.
Well, 2nd round of the game against a bit of the force buy. Look, yeah, this works. I don't know if it was your best round.
I prefer the one when he clutched out at the end.
Yeah, where you and Blame F were holding A together. I like that one, you know, and then you're creeping out, you're crouching out, you get that kill. That was nice. CS Money Player of the Day.
Surely with a CS Money Player of the Day and Config being the one who's on the winning team, that he should just win, right? That would make most sense.
I don't know, people have to vote, right? They have to head over to Instagram.
So,
and there you go. Do you have a big Instagram following?
Not really, 20K, I think.
All right.
I think you have way more.
Me?
Yeah.
Like 28, way more. Hey, I'm a minnow.
We're comparing numbers, but that's what you can. You can go and head over to Instagram for the Blast Premier Instagram stories. Check it out and vote for your favorite. Probably just vote for him at this point. but this is our brackets for tomorrow. This is what we're looking at across the board of where we're at now. So you guys are going up against Vitality, and then we're going to see Navi taking on Heroic. Down the lower bracket, though, Big and FaZe Clan, and Liquid and Nip. Chad, which one are you most excited for?
Oh, tomorrow's games. I think the Navi Heroic matchup. I just think there's a little bit in it. I think that the conversation that's coming out of the Heroic camp is they think they're the team here who can beat Navi. Navi, obviously, the tournament favorites.
Yeah.
There's all of that. So, yeah, Navi Heroic, I wouldn't miss that one.
No, definitely wouldn't. For me, though, I'm actually really keen to see what this Big and FaZe Clan one will do. Because Big, you know, they can show some fight. Okay, it wasn't great against Navi overall, but FaZe Clan at the same time, right, should be looking to do some big damage now and start to show themselves. This is the LAN team, right?
Yeah, well, this is do or die right now. And they get to play, I believe that's going to be on Friday. So we'll get to see them in the arena, and that's where you hopefully get the best out of FaZe, right? Especially the likes of the Olofs, the Carrigans, the Reigns, right? The people who perform in front of the arenas.
And then we got this Liquid Nip matchup. Now, Chad, Liquid, obviously, we're hearing all the falling apart and everything changing.
Yeah, look, if NIP lose that, then they're in a real rough spot, right? Because this Team Liquid squad, as far as the conversation goes, is done and dusted, right? You're hearing a lot coming out of the camps and the different interviews. They're not getting along. I think the difference with these boys is, I don't want to go too podcasty for everybody at home, but I think Liquid internally has imploded, right? It was a decision that's kind of been made by the players. It's not going well. Whereas Vitality, well, there's rumors around them too, but I think that that's coming from the top, right? And I think you saw the difference today in how the two teams prepared for the event.
Yeah, not ideal for them, but we got some positives to throw out here. We're going to look at our Maersk MVP. This is just to see a check-in of who is currently top rated after our initial games out there. And my boy Bit just rocking it right at the top overall. I'm not going to complain about that. Sorry, we're not far behind him, but look, Config showed up for sure.
Yeah, so this right now is for everybody playing at home, the ratings of the day, and we'll be checking in with this day after day. But yeah, Bit had a fantastic performance again. I think it's no surprise to see Zywu there. One of the names that we're not seeing is Simple, right? And that's just to say that he's yet to be unleashed. It's only one game played, so still early days, but I'd love to see more from the big, everybody on the screen right here. Star players all around.
Yeah, definitely the star players. And on Sunday after the grand final, whoever is at the very top will win that MVP award. And each day we'll be checking in to see who will be close to getting it done. Think it'll be a Navi player though, Chan?
Look, if they continue the form that we've seen from them, it should be, right? It definitely should be. It'd be nice if Simple can share it with his teammates, maybe give one to Electronic, let Bit get one, you know.
Just pass it around.
Or, you know, if they're going to make a bit of a competition within themselves, right, they can go hard in the paint, you know, see who's going to come out.
Oh, so that's how they motivate themselves now.
Yeah,
See who is
the
going to be
MVP.
good for it. Yeah, there we go. That might work. Let's have a look at the schedule coming in tomorrow. You mentioned the games. We've seen them already. We'll be starting at 3 p.m. CET with that Heroic versus Navi game. Then moving on to Astralis Vitality at around 5:30. Pretty banging games.
I got the times wrong, so I'll make sure I'm here on time. I gave Config the wrong times. We'll have to update him too, but
yeah, make sure he knows.
Yeah, but that's good, and I'm glad they closed out in overtime, and that was a good first day.
And we didn't expect it. You wanted to see a bit of Mirage, we didn't just yet, so maybe that's what will come in tomorrow.
Later in the line.
We'll have to wait and see. But for today, we are done. Thank you all of you for watching from start to finish. We're in this beautiful Royal Arena where we're getting closer and closer to letting all of you fans in. So make sure you're ready for the games coming tomorrow. We'll see you then.